Footsteps echoed in the dim dungeon, growing closer from afar. In a narrow cell, a young man about 17 or 18 sat leaning against the iron bars covered with sealing talismans. This was the underground detention prison within the Uchiha clan compound. The young man was named Uchiha Tenshi, a Totemo Sharingan user. As a reincarnator, he could not sit by and watch the night of the clan's annihilation approach, so he spoke some shocking words. Then, he was imprisoned here by his clansmen. At this age, only having 2 tomo, his talent and strength were considered quite mediocre, not even qualified to attend secret clan meetings. Uchiha Tenshi, a young man in combat attire, stood outside the iron bars, his crimson Sharingan eyes particularly striking. Tenshi did not get up, only lifted his eyelids. Oh. It's Shursui. The footsteps stopped in the dimness. Shizui's hands gripped the cold iron bars, his knuckles turning slightly white. The air in the cell seemed frozen, with only the occasional faint chakra fluctuation from the sealing talismans. Uchiha Tenshi, do you know what you said? Shizui's voice was low, but it cut through the silent space like a blade. Was it you who told the clan that I possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan? Shizui's heart was tense, and even an invisible killing intent leaked out. The fact that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan was top-secret intelligence unknown to anyone in the village or the clan. He had only told the 3rd Hokage about this matter. Why did Uchiha Tenshi know? Uchiha Tenshi curled the corner of his mouth into an inexplicable arc, half mockery, half helplessness. He still sat leaning, the arc at his mouth deepening, carrying a nearly sorrowful mockery. Shursui, you think you've hidden it well, don't you? Awakened accidentally during a mission told only to the most trusted Lord Hokage. Even clan leader Fugaku doesn't know. He slowly raised his head, his Totemo Sharingan glowing faintly red in the dimness. But I not only know you have it, I also know of the existence of another Mangekyo. And that person? I'm afraid, even you don't know he has already awakened his eyes. But rest assured I won't spread it. After all, if those old men in the village find out our clan has 2 pairs of Mangekyo, they won't be able to stay calm, and will probably act immediately. Shizui's chakra erupted, terrifying dojutsu pressure enveloping the entire cell. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. After a long pause, Shursui continued, don't say such things anymore. The affairs of the clan and the village are not for someone of your level to meddle in. I, the clan leader, and Lord Third will handle it. Tenshi chuckled. Shursui, how old are you? You're too kind. No. This kindness of yours can be called naivety. It's stupidity. Your kindness can achieve nothing. Instead, it will get everyone killed. Shizui's face turned cold and stern enough. Boom. Chakra burst out violently. The invisible yet heavy dojutsu pressure caused the sealing talismans throughout the cell to tremble. Torches on the walls flickered wildly, pulling the shadows of the 2 into distorted shapes. Tenshi groaned, feeling as if a boulder was pressing on his chest, breathing becoming difficult. But he still pulled at the corner of his mouth, laughing intermittently. What? Hit a nerve. So anxious. Tenshi. Shizui's voice turned completely cold. In those eyes that were always gentle and calm now surged a nearly unfamiliar fierce kill. He was indeed considering. Right here, letting this talkative clansman die accidentally. With his strength and dojutsu, he could do it without alerting anyone. Tenshi sensed it. He was too familiar with this aura, the final pause of a ninja before carrying out an elimination mission. But he did not flinch. Instead, he met that gaze and said word by word, Shursui. Have you ever wondered why the conflict intensified abnormally after the Ninetales incident? Why has the police force's authority been gradually stripped away? Why is it increasingly difficult for the younger generation of Uchiha to get promoted? Why, when the village most needs combat power to deter external enemies, do they marginalize the clan most skilled in battle? This conflict, did it really occur naturally? Shizui's pupils contracted sharply. Tenshi's voice grew faster, carrying a long-suppressed indignation and despair, or is someone deliberately creating a rift? Someone keeps hinting, the Uchiha are untrustworthy. Someone at every opportunity to ease tensions chooses to push the 2 sides further apart. Because a powerful but uncontrollable Uchiha is far more troublesome to some people than a vanished Uchiha. Shut up. Shursui shouted sharply, the Mangekyo pattern faintly emerging in his eyes. The killing intent almost solidified into substance. Tenshi instantly fell silent. His back was soaked with cold sweat, heart pounding wildly. Not afraid of death, but afraid of being eliminated meaninglessly without changing anything. Even more afraid of being turned into a dazed puppet by Kotoe Mitsukami, losing even the last bit of clear struggle. Silence spread in the cell, only the suppressed breathing of the 2. After a long while, the Mangekyo pattern in Shizui's eyes slowly faded, and the terrifying dojutsu pressure gradually dissipated. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, a bit of his usual calm had returned. The affairs of the clan and the village are not for someone of your level to meddle in. I, the clan leader, and Lord Third are all working hard. We will handle it. Shursui repeated again, his voice somewhat hoarse. The matters of the clan and the village cannot be solved by speculation and spreading dangerous remarks. Lord Third sincerely wants peace, and clan leader Fugaku is also trying. Tenchi, I understand your intentions, but your methods are wrong. He turned around, no longer looking at the person in the cell. Stay here to cool off for a while. Once the storm passes, I'll plead with the clan to release you. But remember, never speak of what you just said to anyone else. Think of your family, think of your little sister. Footsteps sounded again, this time fading away. Tenchi watched Shizui's back disappear at the end of the corridor. He raised his hand, looked at the lines on his palm, then at the flickering torchlight outside the cell, and suddenly let out a low laugh. The laugh was very light, but full of exhaustion and mockery. The will of fire. He murmured. It burns so brightly, yet why can't it shine into certain corners? The dungeon returned to dead silence. Only the crackling of torches and the faint sound of wind from the Uchiha clan grounds at night could be heard. He closed his eyes, the Tsutomu Sharingan quietly fading in the darkness. The will of fire is burning fiercely. If I had lingered any longer just now, I would probably have been subjected to Kotoame Tsukumi, even if not, and most likely the former, because a waste like me doesn't deserve the Mangekyo's pupil power. Over the years he had tried every method to uncover the truth and persuade Jishui and the clan leader, but the result was often being locked up like this, or even nearly silent. He had thought that telling them some truths would break the deadlock. But the repeated lessons of hitting his head against a wall taught Tianti that words were meaningless. It could not shake the will of Jishui and the clan leader at all, and the strength of the pro-war faction in the clan was far too weak. Tianti knew clearly that the Hokage faction's senior Konoha officials would never let the Uchiha clan go. The Uchiha clan's strength and potential were far too great, and they could even directly touch or even control the Nine Tails, which they valued most. The Uchiha clan with their powerful Sharingan had become a thorn in their side. They would not rest until it was removed. In the end, it's still because I am too weak. As the saying goes, words from the lowly carry little weight. The ancients did not deceive me. Ding detected host's strong desire for power, but good thing there was the system. But this system turned out to be a dual cultivation system, requiring dual cultivation to become stronger. With the Uchiha's current situation of being almost imprisoned, where could he find resources? Konoha Year 55, the autumn wind swept fallen leaves under the Hokage rock, brushing the newly engraved names on the memorial tablet. More than 6 years had passed since the Nine Tails rampage and the sacrifice of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, had made the entire ninja world hold its breath, waiting for the moment when Konoha, this great tree, would fall. However, the expected war did not break out. The Land of Fire's borders were unexpectedly peaceful for 6 or 7 years. Logically, Konoha had suffered such a great upheaval, losing the 4th Hokage and a powerful Jinchuriki in succession, which should have been the perfect opportunity for other great nations to attack. But the expected war did not come. Instead, peace lasted 6 or 7 years. This, of course, was not because everyone loved peace. It was because Konoha was still strong. In the 30 or 40 years since the 3rd Hokage took office, although other clans had withered away, leaving only a dozen or so of the original dozens of ninja clans. But the power of the Hokage faction was at its zenith, especially the ninja forces of the Sarutobi clan and the power of the Shimura clan. Konoha's Land of Fire was the most fertile land in the ninja world, with not only a good environment, but also the richest resources. The great nations, including many small nations, coveted this land. What were the wars, large and small in history, for? To fight for this central land. But this peace made smart people like Itachi Uchiha increasingly uneasy. He stood by the Nanga River watching the flowing water, but in his mind arose the arguments from last night's clan meeting. The dissatisfaction of the clan members almost overflowed the walls of the Uchiha compound. They questioned why the Uchiha who had rendered outstanding military service were being marginalized, and even the authority of the police force was being gradually eroded. That's because of the Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes. A cold voice sounded behind Itachi. Itachi did not turn around, only nodded slightly. Shursui. Uchiha Shursui walked to his side, also looking at the river, lowering his voice. The Umbu have received word that a delegation from Kumogakure will arrive next month, ostensibly for routine exchange. And in reality, Kumogakure has been in secret contact with Sunagakure and Iwagakure for half a year. Shizui's Sharingan flickered with worry. They are testing whether Konoha is truly as unbreakable as it seems. Does the 3rd Hokage know? Of course, that's why this delegation is visiting. Shursui paused. Itachi, you have been selected as one of the guards for the delegation. This is no coincidence. Lord Danzo recommended you to the Hokage. At the name Danzo, Itachi's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Shimura Danzo, leader of the root, his methods were completely different from the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Over the years, Root's forces had expanded astonishingly, penetrating every corner of Konoha. Is he testing me or testing the Uchiha? Itachi asked calmly. Both. Shursui turned to face Itachi. Be careful, Itachi. The balance must be maintained, and I sense change is coming. In the Hokage's office, smoke from a pipe lingered. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the window looking down at Konoha village bathed in the setting sun. 6 years of peace had restored the village's vitality. New buildings were more solid than before, and the sound of ninjutsu explosions from the training ground was incessant. On the surface, Konoha was stronger than ever, but only the person sitting in this position knew the undercurrents beneath this strength. Hiruzen, you are too gentle. Danzo's voice came from the shadows. He leaned on his cane, his right eye and arm wrapped in bandages. Hokage ambition is clear. They send a delegation only to spy on our strength. So we need to show strength, not direct conflict. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his gaze piercing. That is why I agreed to let Itachi Uchiha be. He is not only a genius of the Uchiha, but also one of the few Uchiha who understand the true meaning of peace. Danzo snorted. You know that's not what I mean. Hokage is strong, but what does that matter? What we need to do now is only one thing: eliminate the threat of the Uchiha and completely master the trump card of the Nine Tails. There is no evidence that the Uchiha were involved in that incident. Hiruzen's voice carried undeniable authority. Danzo's single eye bulged. The Uchiha have already plotted multiple times to seize power by force, and the Sharingan is the bomb that triggered the Nine Tails. We must act first. Hiruzen Sarutobi calmly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his Hokage hat slightly tilted. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang. Danzo slammed his cane on the floor. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado calmly sipped their expensive tea, watching their two old friends' daily flirtatious bickering. Danzo was silent for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject. How is Naruto, Uzumaki? At the mention of this name, Hiruzen Sarutobi showed a hint of satisfaction. As a Jinchuriki, his growth is fairly stable. Minato's sealing technique is indeed exquisite. Your approach is too risky. The will of fire guiding the Jinchuriki is still unstable, especially now that the Uchiha clan is restless. Danzo's eyes flashed sharply. In my opinion, it's better to hand Naruto over to Root. I will train him into an absolutely loyal weapon that is the safest. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained unmoved. Naruto is a good child. We have all seen his growth. A Jinchuriki who truly loves the village is the most. The two, one In and one Yang, one advocated using love and sunshine to nurture, the other advocated using power and technique to control. But their goals were strikingly consistent. Since Uchiha Tieni no longer spoke those sensitive words, and with the pleas of his family, he was finally released on the 3rd day. Remember, no more words that undermine unity. Uchiha Fugaku's face was stern and unsmiling. Matters of the clan are not for a mere chunin to recklessly comment on. Yes. Tieni lowered his head, his expression unreadable. He had already tried countless times to say what should and shouldn't be said. Big brother, big brother. A little girl, upon seeing Tieni enter, cried out excitedly, revealing a mouthful of missing teeth, reaching out her arm. Big brother, big brother. A little girl, upon seeing Tieni enter, cried out excitedly, revealing a mouthful of missing teeth, reaching out her arms for a hug. Tieni smiled and picked up the little girl. This was his sister Uchiha Yao. Just then a middle-aged woman pushed open the door and stepped out, tears glistening in her eyes. Tieni. It's good to have you back, it's good to have you back. Looking at his mother and his 3-year-old sister, who had just learned to speak, his heart grew more urgent. After comforting his family, he went out to buy the food that had run out. The moment he stepped out of the Uchiha clan compound's gate, Tieni unconsciously tightened his. The afternoon sunlight spilled over the clan streets. Though it was warm, he felt a fine layer of chill on his skin. Not because of the cold, but because of those. A housewife buying vegetables at the street corner caught sight of the Uchiha clan emblem on his back. The laughter and chatter abruptly stopped, her eyes darted away, and she pulled her child along, turning hurriedly. Several chunin watching the Jinin training near the training ground noticeably lowered their voices when he passed by, yet their gazes pricked at his back like thorns. He could even clearly catch the murmured words they thought he couldn't hear. Uchiha. I heard they've been gathering a lot lately. The way those people in the police force look at others is getting more and more unsettling. Should keep it down, he might hear. Tieni walked past expressionlessly. The Sharingan granted him limited abilities, but his perception was sharp. This was his hidden talent. Those fragmented whispers, wary glances, and instinctive gestures of avoidance converged into a silent torrent, nearly drowning him. This did not happen overnight. Years of deliberate guidance, the spread of rumors, and the accumulation of incidents had long pushed the Uchiha to the opposite side of the villagers' emotions. The once founding clan of Konoha, the honorable police force, had now become synonymous with untrustworthy and dangerous in the eyes of ordinary people. He headed toward the market to buy some food and daily necessities for the household. His mother had grown much haggard, and his little sister was still so young. They couldn't go. Boss, 1 bag of rice and 1 bundle of vegetables. He stopped at a stall, his voice calm. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, saw him, and his originally warm smile stiffened, a flicker of barely concealed fear and rejection flashing in his eye. Boss, 1 bag of rice and 1 bundle of vegetables. He stopped at a stall, his voice calm. Thanks. Kenny paid, took the items. The moment his fingertips touched the rice bag, he heard the stall owner's accelerated heartbeat. He carried the things, but did not go straight home. Instead, like any ordinary villager, he strolled seemingly casually through the streets, crossing the commercial district, approaching the outskirts of the training ground, and then heading toward the forest at the village's edge. But his perception, like an invisible spiderweb, quietly spread. 30 meters behind, to the left, under the shadow of the eaves, chakra steady and concealed, carrying the distinct chill of Umbu. At the window on the 2nd floor across the street, to the right, front, a gaze occasionally swept over the duration, precise and routine, a standard surveillance method. When he turned into a narrow alley, 2 more moving chakra sources immediately appeared in his perception, 1 ahead and 1 behind, maintaining a perfect surveillance. At least 2 teams. In the roughly half an hour he had been strolling, at least 2 different groups had alternately appeared within his detection range. The surveillance network, so tight it was watertight. They did not approach, nor did they hide so completely as to be undetectable. That would only alert the target. They simply existed like silent phantoms, reminding the watched every move you make is under control. Kenny finally understood why, in his memory of the over 1,000 Uchiha, not a single one had escaped death. Because this was not a spuro-femid surveillance, but a vast net woven over years, cast over the entire Uchiha clan. From the outskirts of the clan compound to the inner streets, from important figures to mediocre clan members like himself, every clan member was meticulously recorded and watched. The entire clan compound was under holistic surveillance. Individuals were tracked at fixed points. The true cage was never just that underground prison, but the invisible high wall that Konoha had quietly built around the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan situation was like walking on thin ice. Now not only was the clan compound monitored, but likely every clan member was under strict surveillance. Not a single one could escape. He walked to the edge of the Naka River, gazing at the flowing water and the lush forest on the opposite bank. That represented freedom, but also the boundary of death. With his strength, forcefully breaking out of the village would be suicide. Moreover, those watchers were probably waiting for him, or any Uchiha, to make a concrete move to defect. That would be the sharpest blade handed to the higher-ups. In recent years, quite a few Uchiha ninjas had disappeared without a trace. It was easy to imagine that any Uchiha who dared to leave Konoha on their own had probably become someone's collection. On his mind churned with thoughts. Perhaps 2 years ago his father, who had vanished without a trace, had disappeared like that too. Kenny felt a nameless irritation. He could neither speak of it nor escape. The sun began to set, casting his shadow long. He carried the increasingly heavy bag of rice and turned back toward the Uchiha clan compound. His steps were steady, but his heart sank. So it wasn't that there was no chance to escape. It was that from the very beginning all paths had been sealed off. He looked up toward the direction of the Hokage rock. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd. The faces of the successive Hokages stood solemnly in the twilight. That direction represented the highest will of Konoha, and also the sword of judgment, hanging over the Uchiha, poised to fall at any moment. Kenny took a deep breath and stepped through the clan compound gate. The guards nodded at him, their eyes also carrying suppressed heaviness and confusion. Back home, his mother came up to take the things and asked softly, "Out there, is it okay?" Kenny looked at the worry in his mother's eyes, then at his 3-year-old sister, who wobbled over, hugged his leg, and looked up with a smiling face, calling big brother. The burning urgency and icy despair churned together again in his chest. He crouched down, ruffled his sister's soft hair, and put on as relaxed a smile as he could for his mother. "It's fine, everything's fine." Several days later, an incident that shook the entire village occurred in Konoha. The Cloud Envoy died in Konoha. He was killed by the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Although the Hyuga clan explained to the village that the intruder was masked and had attempted to abduct the eldest daughter of the main family, Cloud clamored for Konoha to hand over the killer's corpse, or else they would go to war. Anyone could tell how illogical and unreasonable these claims were. Yet the Konoha high-ranking officials collectively fell silent in the face of Cloud's nonsense. Danzo and others repeatedly emphasized the importance of the village's safety and peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally came to the Hyuga clan's compound, but he smoked his pipe in silence the entire time, merely watching the brothers Hayashi and Hizashi argue over who would die. In the end, Hizashi took the initiative and ended his own life. There was no other way. The Hyuga clan was simply too strong. Previously, only Hizashi's strength was known, but this incident also revealed the power of the clan. Hayashi could instantly kill a Cloud Jonin. And most importantly, the Hyuga clan did not belong to the Hokage's faction. The news that the Hyuga clan had killed the Cloud Envoy, and the culprit Hisashi had atoned with his death, crashed like a boulder into the seemingly calm lake of Konoha, stirring up turbulent waves and quickly drowning out the whispers about the Uchiha in the streets. The entire village's attention seemed to be drawn to the Hyuga compound overnight. Tension, suspicion, anger, grief. Complex emotions permeated the air. Ordinary villagers feared the coming of war. Meanwhile, the various ninja clans felt indignation and chill at the Hyuga clan's sacrifice. Even a clan as powerful as the Hyuga had to bow before the greater good of the village and even pay with their lives. Within the Uchiha compound, the atmosphere was equally delicate. Many clan members whispered among themselves with a sense of sympathetic fear. Even the usually hawkish faction momentarily lowered their voices. The example of the Hyuga was too stark, too cruel, like a basin of ice water poured over the hearts of many who had been swept away by radical emotions. Even the Byakugan clan suffered like this. Similar murmurs passed quietly under every roof. T stood in his own courtyard looking up at the square sky, framed by the high walls. When the news arrived, his heart first skipped a beat, then a wave of absurd chill surged within him. Indeed, the way of handling problems was so familiar. Sacrifice the individual, quell the incident, and uphold the so-called greater good. The Hyuga's sacrifice might not bring true peace, but it would certainly send a silent warning to other ninja clans, especially the Uchiha: do not challenge the village's will of fire. Immediately after, an irresistible thought emerged: opportunity. The attention of Konoha's high-ranking officials, the Umbu, and even the roots elites must be heavily concentrated on the Hyuga side at this moment. Could there be a gap in the surveillance of the Uchiha? Once this thought arose, it spread like wildfire. T knew the risk was enormous, but the crisis of clan annihilation hung like the sword of Damocles over his head, making every day a torment. His sister's innocent smile and his mother's increasingly haggard face turned into heavy driving forces. He had to try. As long as he could successfully escape Konoha, the high-ranking officials would surely keep his sister alive as a bargaining chip. He told no one, not even his family. He merely used the excuse of going to the forest outside the training grounds for personal training. It was not an abrupt reason. He carried a small ninja tool pouch containing various training tools. He forced himself to maintain a normal demeanor, his pace unhurried, his chakra steady. After entering the forest, he first practiced Shuriken and basic taijutsu symbolically, then gradually moved deeper into the forest, slowly increasing his speed. With his sensory perception fully extended, T couldn't help but feel a chill inside. Two groups. About 50 meters to his left rear, another group was alternating between tree canopies further to the right. Compared to before, the number seemed not reduced. Their vigilance was even higher. His heart sank, but he did not stop. He would go all out. He used the terrain and shadows of the forest to attempt more complex trajectories, occasionally sprinting at full speed, then suddenly stopping, using trees and bushes for brief visual cover. At the same time, he quietly took out several miniature smoke bombs from his ninja tool pouch, items he had privately purchased over the years. They were not very effective, but might create a few seconds of distraction. In a dimly lit ravine area, he instantly threw out the smoke bombs. At the same time, he hung a coat on a branch preset in another direction, then held his breath, suppressed his chakra to the extreme, curled up, like a stone, into a shallow pit under a rotten tree root, and quickly covered himself with fallen leaves. His heart pounded like a drum. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The chakra of the Umbu group to his left rear rapidly approached the direction of his fake disturbance, briefly stopping to investigate. The group on the right also seemed distracted, their movement trajectory shifting. Now, like an arrow from the bowstring, T shot out silently from the opposite direction, pushing his speed to the limit, racing away from the village. His figure blurred among the trees. 300 meters. 500 meters. 800 meters. Just as he thought there might indeed be a gap, and a faint glimmer of hope rose in his heart. On the trunk of a giant tree ahead, like ink dripping into clear water, a figure wearing an animal mask slowly materialized. There was no killing intent, only a silent presence blocking the path. Shushishu. Almost simultaneously, 3 other figures swiftly appeared from the left, right, and rear, forming a perfect encirclement. They appeared without warning, as if they had been waiting there all along. It was not the standard Umbu mask style. It was Root. T abruptly stopped, his heart turning icy cold. He slowly turned around, looking at these 4 Root ninjas who were as silent as puppets. Their chakra was cold and uniform, and through the holes of their masks their eyes showed not a trace of emotion, only the indifference of carrying out a mission. One of them stepped forward half a step, his voice flat and emotionless, revealing neither age nor feeling. Uchiha you have exceeded the permitted training area. Please return to the clan compound immediately. No interrogation, no threat, not even a mention of his earlier tricks. Just a statement of fact and order. Tian-Ti stood still, his fingers digging deeply into his palms, sweat soaking the clothes on his back. He could sense that the chakra level of any one of these four far exceeded his own. In coordination, he had absolutely no chance of victory, not even the opportunity to raise a proper alarm. He could sense that the chakra level of any one of these four far exceeded his own. In coordination, he had absolutely no chance of victory, not even the opportunity. This should be considered a blessing in disguise. The blood of the Hyuga did not bring a relaxation of the Uchiha surveillance. Instead, it was like a warning bell tightening the string even more. In the end, it was a failure after all. A profound sense of helplessness mingled with icy despair once again engulfed Tian-Ti. He slowly unclenched his fist, lowered his gaze, and murmured, "Yes, I'll go back now." No resistance, no argument. He obediently turned and walked back along the path toward the Uchiha clan grounds under the silent watch of four root ninja, as if walking toward a graveyard. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, dragging it alone along the leaf-strewn forest path. In the distance, the silhouette of Konoha village emerged gradually in the twilight. The familiar Hokage rock now looked like a colossal tombstone. When he reached the entrance of the clan grounds, the root ninja vanished silently into the shadows as if they had never been there. A clansman on guard glanced at him, hesitated, and finally just nodded. Tian-Ti returned home. His mother came up to him, concern in her eyes. "How was training? Why did it take so long?" "It was fine. I got so absorbed in practice that I lost track of time." He forced a smile, the same as always. He entered his room and closed the door. Leaning against the door panel, he slowly slid down to sit on the floor. No escape. The surveillance net was tighter and more resilient than imagined. The high-ranking official's vigilance and wariness toward the Uchiha ran bone-deep, unshaken by any external event. The tragedy of the Hyuga was not a turning point for the Uchiha, but a far clearer omen. He lifted his head and gazed out the window at the deepening night sky. To what stage had the gear of clan annihilation turned? Tian-Ti thought to himself, "System, come on, help me figure something out. You don't want me to die, do you?" Received. The dual cultivation system reminds the host that through dual cultivation, you can acquire the other's physique and ability. Then how can I become strong quickly? Detected that the host is a descendant of Indra. Obtaining the physique of an Asura descendant can achieve a leap in. Asura descendants include the Senju clan, Uzumaki clan, Raikamo clan, Kagaya clan. Stop. Tian-Ti sighed. "Can you give me the most efficient specific target?" Searching. Command confirmed. The most efficient target is Tsunade, one of the Sannin. The union of Senju and Uchiha power yields the divine tree of all creation. Formulating a plan for the host to win over Tsunade. Her hobby is gambling, she likes. Hearing this, Tian-Ti's eyes lit up. He naturally knew the path of merging bloodline powers. Over the years, he had tried to obtain Naruto's cells and tissues. If he could merge the cells of Asura's reincarnation and cultivate them. But with his limited strength, he couldn't even get close to that boy. Members of the Uchiha clan were forbidden from approaching the Jinchuriki. Yet on second thought he frowned. When do I have time to win over Tsunade? And I can't even leave the village. Do I have no way to act? After thinking, he continued, "System, can you take me out of Konoha to find Tsunade for dual cultivation?" Spatial teleportation is available once at the cost of 60 years of the host's lifespan. 60 years? Wouldn't he turn into a corpse right after the teleportation? Tian-Ti wanted to curse, but didn't know whom to blame. Helpless, he had to temporarily abandon that idea. His anxiety for his sister reached a peak, and suddenly his eyes burned with intensity. He quickly took out a kunai and held it before his face, seeing his scarlet eyes reflected in the blade's surface. Freedomo Sharingan. Had his Sharingan finally evolved at this point? He clearly felt the increase in dojutsu power, and the amount of chakra within him had also grown significantly. The Uchiha clan's physique was special. As the eyes opened, further chakra and dojutsu power changed accordingly. But this alone couldn't change any. What to do next? Keep trying to persuade the clan head and Shursui. No. He had tried many times, but it was useless. No matter what facts or arguments he presented, the will of fire in their hearts would always find a way to refute them. Once Tian-Ti told Shursui that Danzo had gouged out his grandfather Uchiha Kageme's Sharingan and would later take his own, but Shursui dismissed it as nonsense. He even said that light and darkness coexisted, and though Danzo was shady, his intentions were for Konoha's sake. Tian-Ti deeply understood the meaning of the phrase casting pearls before swine. Communication was impossible. One person could never truly convince another. I'll just have to take it one step at a time. As long as I keep an eye on the movements and warn everyone in time, I can surely avoid being wiped out. Tian-Ti calculated in his mind. There were nearly 200 awakened ninja in the Uchiha clan, and over 20 elites with 3 tomo. If they could react in time, even the strongest enemy could not annihilate the entire clan. He had also considered trying to change Itachi's mind. But after just one attempt, Tian-Ti knew that thing wasn't human. He couldn't sway him in the slightest. Itachi's heart was colder and more self-centered than Fugaku's and Shirsue's. He could talk endlessly to Fugaku and Shirsue, but if he said these things to him, he felt that having his memory extracted would be a minor matter in a serious case. He would probably have been killed long ago or locked away in some unknown death. In recent years, there had been no shortage of ninja from the Uchiha clan who had vanished inexplicably. The next day, Tianti got up early and went to the training ground within the clan compound to practice. Though his power was limited, every bit of improvement counted. Every bit of strength added an extra layer of security, didn't it? The clan's elites gathered once again at the assembly hall. This had become a daily routine. Only those with 3 tomo could attend the assembly. Tianti hadn't revealed his awakening, so he didn't go. He didn't plan to bother with that anymore. It was just the same old routine, everyone venting their dissatisfaction, denouncing the Konoha higher-ups, and then being suppressed by the clan head. Fugaku outwardly didn't oppose the crowds, but Tianti knew. That damnable clan head had been in cahoots with the 3rd Hokage. He didn't even dare tell the clan that he had awakened the Mangekyo, fearing they would kidnap the Jinchuriki and force him to control it. Fugaku's only thought was to stall as long as possible, hoping the 3rd Hokage's wise decisions would save them. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi often gave him various assurances. Shushishu. In the training ground, Tianti's figure flickered rapidly, dodging traps, while accurately hitting every bullseye in the dead angles with thrown shuriken. My dynamic reaction and dojutsu power have both improved significantly. He deactivated his Sharingan and muttered to himself. Then he began training in illusion techniques and fire release. As a commoner among the Uchiha clan, he had no access to the clan's major techniques or forbidden arts. The methods to become stronger were quite limited. Months later, in the secret place of the Konoha's back mountain, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction after finishing his instructions. Rest assured, Lord 3rd Hokage. Shirsue, who had been kneeling on one knee, slowly rose and gazed in the direction where the Hokage had disappeared. Just as he was about to turn around and return to the village, a low voice sounded, "Kotoeme Tsukumi. Such a great power, and you intend to use it on the inherently evil Uchiha. How ridiculous." Who? Shizui's eyes sharpened instantly, assuming a combat stance. Upon seeing the figure slowly emerge, he lowered his hand from his sword and bowed slightly. "So it's Lord Danzo." Danzo's gaze was cold. "Hand over Kotoeme Tsukumi to me. Only I am worthy of possessing it. In my hands it can change the world." The wind on the cliff was strong. The cold, damp night wind, like countless transparent whips, lashed against Shirsue Uchiha's battered body. He stood at the edge of the cliff with a shocking bloody hole where his right eye had been. The blood had long dried and scabbed, matted with tangled strands of hair. His left Sharingan was also dim and lifeless, leaving only a bone-deep searing pain and a weakness that nearly tore him apart. Shimura Danzo. That hand that had suddenly reached out from the shadows, carrying undisguised greed and killing intent. It was not for the peace of the Uchiha nor for the stability of the village, but merely to seize this forbidden power. At that moment, Shirsue understood that Tianti's near-cursed whispers in the dungeon might not have been entirely baseless. He covered his hollow eye socket, his body trembling slightly from blood loss and the severe depletion of chakra. He could not return to the Uchiha compound. Once this news was known to the clan, especially the radicals who had long been dissatisfied with the leadership. The fact that his eye had been taken was like the last spark that ignites a powder keg. The clan's anger would erupt like a volcano, leaving no room for redemption. Conflict would escalate immediately, and bloodshed would begin tonight. But if not back to the Uchiha, where else could he go? Konoha Hospital. The AMBU headquarters. The 3rd Hokage's office. Losing a Sharingan, this injury and its cause could not be concealed. Since Danzo dared to act, he must have a backup plan and excuse. If he appeared rashly, it would only make the situation more complicated and intractable, possibly putting Lord 3rd in a passive position and bringing danger to the clan and the village. Nowhere to go. This Shunshin no Shirsue of Konoha, the most dazzling genius of the Uchiha clan in recent years, seen as the hope to bridge the village and the clan, was now like a cornered wild dog strangled by his own kindness, unable to find even a corner to lick his wounds. The cold wind poured into the hollow of his right eye, bringing a bone-chilling clarity. He tremblingly raised his hand, not to form a seal, but resolutely dug into his remaining left eye. His nails dug into flesh, tearing nerves far more painful than Danzo's crude theft, yet also more resolute. Blood flowed again, streaming down his cheek and dripping onto the cold rock. Summoning technique. With a faint fluctuation of chakra, a jet-black crow flapped its wings and appeared, tilting its head to look at its master's miserable state. Shirsue tied a cloth strip stained with his chakra signature to the crow's leg and commanded hoarsely, "Find Itachi, caw." The crow let out a short cry and melted into the night. The wait was not long, but for Shirsue every second was agony. The pain in his body, the cold in his heart, and that single way out. "Shush." A familiar chakra fluctuation appeared behind him, light and swift, carrying a hint of forcibly suppressed panic. Shursui, Itachi Uchiha's figure instantly appeared at the edge of the cliff. When he saw the blood-stained face, Shursui turned to reveal, even with his composure his pupils constricted sharply and his breath caught. He immediately understood what had happened and what it meant. It was Danzo. Itachi's voice was taut as a string. It doesn't matter anymore, Itachi. Shursui did not answer the question, but extended his blood-covered hand, holding in his palm that still warm scarlet eyeball. Take it, Itachi. His voice was terribly hoarse, yet had an eerie calmness. Protect the clan and Konoha. The words were unfinished, but Itachi understood everything. He looked at the eye, then at the hollow sockets on Shizui's face, and felt a bone-piercing coldness shoot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, mixed with immense grief and anger, almost freezing him in place. He understood Shizui's choice. The loss of the Sharingan could not be hidden. Shizui's very existence had now become a conflict source that could be ignited at any moment. Whether returning to the Uchiha or seeking the Third's protection, it would lead to an inability to prevent the secret from leaking, to prevent the Uchiha from going berserk, and to prevent Danzo from taking further advantage of this. Shursui, this genius who had always tried to find a balance between the village and the clan, whose heart was kind to the point of naivety, was forced into a true dead end by the bigger picture he cherished. The only thing he could do was to disappear completely. Die. And die without a trace, so that his body could not be found and his cause of death could not be verified. Only then could he temporarily maintain that fragile and false peace, and give no one an excuse to act immediately. What an ironic and desperate solution. Shursui, there must be another way. Itachi heard his own voice trembling, knowing it was a futile comfort. From the moment Shursui lost his Sharingan, all retreats had been sealed off. He himself could not think of any perfect solution. Itachi was more pained than anyone. He could not stop it, nor had any other way to help Shursui. He even understood that he not only had to watch Shursui die, but also had to help him conceal this matter. This was the dead end drawn by the pattern in their hearts. Only Shizui's disappearance could sustain. There is no other way, Itachi. Shizui's hollow gaze seemed to still accurately see in Itachi's direction, and he even forced an extremely ugly smile on. This is my choice. And the only way out. He took a step forward, closer to the edge of the cliff. The fierce wind whipped his tattered clothes and blood-stained hair. The Uchiha clan, I entrust to you. And my eyes. With these words he hesitated no longer, nor did he make any grand farewell. His body fell backward like a bird with broken wings, plummeting toward the dark, turbulent river below the cliff. Shursui. Itachi lunged forward, reaching out his hand, but only grabbed a handful of cold air and a few scattered droplets of blood. He stood frozen at the edge of the cliff, watching that figure swallowed by the darkness. He did not save Shursui, because he knew in his heart this was already an irreversible dead end. On the cliff, only Uchiha Itachi remained. With a grating sound of gritted teeth, blood trickled from his eyes. The three tomo in his pupils spun and fractured into the shape of a triangular pinwheel. The Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. Hatred and fury surged within him, nearly drowning his reason. The clan. It was all because of that foolish clan. Both Shursui and he had risked their lives to seek peace for them in the village. Yet those narrow-minded, stupid clansmen still clung to their coup, their pathetic pride and dignity. Their folly and pettiness had driven his only brother to death. The night wind howled, but it could not disperse the thick stench of blood, nor the bone-deep chill and absurdity. Itachi slowly clenched his fist, pressing the eye tightly against his chest. His expression gradually faded, settling into a deathly calm. Only deep within those newly awakened eyes a fire capable of burning the soul surged, along with a resolve darker than the abyss below. He had to conceal all of this, Shizui's death, the existence and whereabouts of this eye, and even that at some future moment, he might have to use this eye to protect everything Shursui had sacrificed his life for. This was the fabled magnanimity and vision they believed in. A dead end they had drawn for themselves. The road ended at a cliff, and falling became in their eyes the only correct outcome. Itachi took one last look at the dark river flowing below, as if to etch the scene into his soul. Then he turned, activated the body flicker technique, and vanished without looking back. The cliff returned to silence, only the wind sobbing, as if singing a silent elegy for the genius devoured by the greater good. That day Tianti did not continue his training at the practice grounds. Instead, he walked toward the meeting hall. He had just heard that the clan's elites and Jonin had convened another assembly. The unease in Tianti's heart grew by the day. Shursui had been missing for several days, highly unusual, and the recent changes in Itachi's demeanor alarmed him even more. The once relatively calm Itachi had become taciturn, appearing as if he had suffered a grief greater than death itself. That hollow look in his eyes, as if all vitality had been drained, was far more than mere fatigue. A terrifying thought exploded in Tian's mind. Shursui might have already met with misfortune. If Shursui of the body flicker had truly been killed, then the reckoning against the Uchiha was likely already in its final countdown. The night of the clan's annihilation might be far closer than imagined. He had to confirm the situation. The clan meeting restricted attendance to those with 3 tomo, but at this moment, he could not care about that. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Tian headed straight for the entrance of the Uchiha underground meeting hall. The closer he got to the hidden entrance, the more palpable the oppressive tension beneath the clan's apparent calm. Around the seemingly peaceful streets and training grounds, the faint sense of surveillance he perceived had not diminished. At the entrance, 2 Uchiha guards stepped forward, blocking the halt. One of them barked in a low voice, his sharp gaze sweeping over Tian. The other recognized him, his tone softening slightly, but still carrying an unyielding obstruction. Uchiha Tian, what are you doing here again? Haven't we told you many times? The clan meeting is only for those with 3 tomo. Although Tian was mediocre in talent, he was quite famous within the Uchiha clan. He was even more memorable than the radicals. The radicals at least spoke based on facts and reasons. But this kid often spouted nonsense, fabricating anxiety and accusations against the Konoha higher-ups. One could say that Uchiha Tian was a freak that even the radicals could not match. He dared to say anything, even repeatedly accusing the clan head and Shursui. Because his words were sometimes too outrageous, he had been locked up many times. If not for the fact that his intentions were also for the clan's good, the higher-ups would have executed this madman. His heart was burning with anxiety. He had no time or mood for explanations. He stopped, took a deep breath, and the black tomo in his eyes suddenly spun into form. A crimson glow lit up the dim passageway, 3 tomo slowly rotating in his eyes. The 2 guards were taken aback at first, then both faces lit up with surprise and joy. Oh, you've awakened the 3 tomo too. The guard who had blocked him earlier exclaimed, his tone instantly turning warm. Great news. The other exclaimed excitedly, our Uchiha clan has grown stronger. Quick, go on in, the meeting has already started. I will report your awakening to the elders immediately. Their attitude had done a complete 180-degree turn. There was no help for it. The Uchiha clan valued strength and worth. Especially in these turbulent times, the status of the strong was even more exalted. And a 3 tomo awakener, even among a clan full of geniuses, was a rare and precious combat asset. Tian nodded, deactivated his Sharingan, and without further delay walked past the 2 guards who had stepped aside, entering the deep passage leading to the underground meeting hall. The light behind him was swallowed, only the faint sound of arguing ahead and dim lighting guiding his way. With each step downward, his heart grew heavier. What he was about to see was likely the Uchiha clan's final struggle on the edge of the cliff. Tian passed through the cold corridor and stepped into the underground meeting hall. Torches on the walls and on both sides of the platform blazed fiercely. In the flickering firelight, about 30 core Uchiha members gathered, the atmosphere tense. Tian ignored the few curious glances cast his way and found a seat in the corner. The clan meeting was in progress, the debate still centered on the old issues, the village's discrimination and oppression, the reduction of the police force's authority, and the future direction. Clan head Uchiha Fugaku stood at the head, his face heavy with thought as he listened to the speakers, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the back of his hand. He still did not easily express his opinion, maintaining an appearance of steady observation. Tian sneered inwardly. Others might not know this clan head's mind, but he knew it well. Fugaku was nothing but an indecisive, incompetent, afraid of everything, daring to do nothing and daring not to do nothing. A fool who placed all hope and development on others. Tap tap. Just as a radical member was passionately speaking, clear footsteps sounded from the entrance. Everyone fell silent, turning their gazes toward the passage. The figure of a young man gradually became clear. The young man's silhouette emerged from the darkness, stepping into the torchlight. Uchiha Itachi slowly stepped inside. He wore the Umbu uniform, his face cold as ice, shadows beneath his eyes, and around him hung an almost deathly stillness. Itachi seemed oblivious to the stares fixed upon him, walking directly to a corner and standing still, his eyes half-lowered, as if detached from the clamor around him. Tian huddled in the shadows of a corner, his 3 tomo slowly rotating in his eyes, observing quietly. He saw the flicker of complex emotion in the clan leader Fugaku's eyes. Not merely a father's worry, but a clan leader's deep unease that the bond might slip out of control. He also saw the almost blazing fire in the eyes of the radical representatives. After a brief silence, Uchiha Yashiro suddenly stood up, shouting angrily, "Do you even have the clan in your eyes? Today's clan meeting emphasized the importance repeatedly, and you come this late." Not only that, Itachi has repeatedly ignored summons and missed clan gatherings recently. What day is today? A clan meeting. A meeting to discuss the clan's survival and future. What reason does he have for being absent again and again? He's utterly arrogant. It seems his eyes no longer hold the clan, only the village and the Hokage. Several other radicals immediately chimed in. That's right. Is Umbu work more important than the clan's life and death? Facing the accusations, Itachi said nothing, not even lifting his gaze. Even as the harsh rebukes rained down, he simply stood there motionless. He lowered his eyelids, slightly long lashes casting faint shadows on his cheeks, masking any emotion that might have leaked from his eyes. That melancholy and coldness were not pretense, but a detachment born from the very marrow of his bones. The chakra pressure intentionally or unintentionally emitted by the clan's elite members fell upon Itachi like a stone sinking into the sea, stirring not a single ripple. Itachi seemed to stand in another world, separated from these furious clansmen by an invisible icy barrier. This unnatural silence thickened the air in the assembly hall, even tinging it with a hint of eeriness. Even the most radical elder, after shouting, faced Itachi's impervious demeanor and felt an inexplicable chill and sense of helplessness. Itachi stood there like a stone statue that had shut out all sounds, only the fathomless silence spreading. Fugaku's brows were tightly knit, watching his son's appearance, a complex gleam flashing in his eyes. He raised a hand to stop the clansmen who were about to erupt again and spoke in a low voice. Itachi, lately, you've been too tired. Fugaku paused, his gaze sweeping over Itachi's Umbu uniform, his tone growing slightly heavier. The Umbu work. Take a break from it. The assembly hall fell silent, all eyes on the clan leader. Fugaku leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on Itachi, and spoke each word clearly and heavily. Itachi, don't forget the clan. He paused, letting the weight of those words sink into the silence, then continued, his voice lower, but carrying a steely warning. You are the most crucial bond between the clan and the village. The word bond was uttered with particular emphasis. This was no longer just a father's reminder, but the starkest admonition from a clan leader to a member in a pivotal position. Fugaku was worried that Itachi's heart would completely lean toward the village, even be manipulated. After all, Itachi was only a 13-year-old youth, far too susceptible to brainwashing. Fugaku's words carried deep meaning. Though he liked the Hokage and Itachi cared for the village, he was still the clan leader. He was also somewhat concerned that Itachi and Shisui would fully side with the village. If they were exploited by someone like Danzo, the consequences would be unimaginable. The image of Sasuke flashed through his mind, and Fugaku was terrified that both his sons would come to harm. All eyes focused on Itachi. Itachi slowly raised his head, his pitch-black eyes meeting his father's gaze with calm, unruffled stillness. There was no guilt, no defense, no warmth. Only a bottomless, silent void. He still made no sound. Fugaku's meaningful words fell like a stone into the sea. This dead silence froze the air in the assembly hall to the point of ice. A deeper unease spread silently. Tianti, watching from the corner, felt his hands turn cold. Itachi's state confirmed his worst fears. Shisui had likely met with misfortune, and Itachi's heart seemed half dead. This bond had not only failed to connect the two sides, but was radiating the chill of impending rupture. I understand. Leaving behind this barely audible murmur, Uchiha Itachi turned and walked outside, his back steeped in sweat. But to the seasoned adults around him, Itachi's apathetic demeanor was infuriating. This action made many veins bulge on their foreheads, and they burst out in angry shouts. Itachi remained silent, ignoring even his father's low roar, and walked straight out of the assembly hall. As if the entire world contained only himself and no one else could comprehend his vision and magnanimity. How could he deign to acknowledge these pigs and dogs who lacked vision and had narrow minds? Exactly. At this moment, Itachi felt that all his clansmen were pigs and dogs, even his father. Incompetent, narrow-minded, selfish, short-sighted. Only he and Shisui could share the radiance of the third Hokage, and after Shizui's death, the entire clan had no one left who was clear-headed but himself. A noble soul is always lonely and solitary, misunderstood. How could he possibly acknowledge these pigs and dogs now? Wouldn't that ruin his path of melancholy and solitude? The assembly dragged on in oppression for a while longer, then ended hastily. Tianti left with the crowd, casting one last glance back. Fugaku still stood alone at the edge of the dim light, his figure almost merging into the darkness behind him. Tianti's heart sank to the... Shisui was gone. Itachi's heart was as dead as stone. The death knell of the Uchiha had begun to toll, but he had no evidence and could not convince anyone to believe him. After all, he was of little importance. How could he challenge the clan leader's family? If he forcibly spoke out, he would likely be captured and imprisoned again. In this situation, every second was precious, and Tianti could not afford to waste. It's okay as long as I keep a close watch. The worst outcome might not happen. Tianti comforted himself in his heart. He looked around at the departing Uchiha clansmen. 30 elite Uchiha, each comparable to a Jonin, plus nearly 200 ninja. As long as he could sound the alarm at the critical moment. If he could turn the ambush and assassination into a frontal confrontation, even Itachi and Obito, no matter how strong, could not succeed easily. Then if there was even a sliver of an opportunity, he could take his sister and mother and flee Konoha. What a mess. What is all this? Having the strength of the strongest clan in the Land of Fire, yet having to hope for a mere chance to survive. Tianti shook his head, feeling a wave of sorrow. No matter how powerful a group, it could not withstand incompetent and twisted leaders, and the strongest among them. Pushing these thoughts aside, he returned to the training ground to practice. In any case, every bit of improvement counted, and maybe he could carve a bloody path out when the time came. The next morning, Tianti walked toward the training ground with a heavy heart. The oppression and despair from last night had not dissipated. Instead, they felt even more real in the clear morning light. He appeared to be walking, but in truth, he was repeatedly simulating various possibilities in his mind, searching for any sliver of hope. Just then, hurried footsteps and low anger-suppressed murmurs came from ahead. He looked up and saw 3 Uchiha clan members walking quickly their direction, unmistakably, toward the clan leader's residence. He knew all 3. They were Freedomo awakeners within the clan, not weak in strength. The leader was his cousin from the same branch, Uchiha Wawo. The faces of all 3 showed obvious grief, anger, and anxiety. A suicide note. Suspicious. Tianti's heart stirred. He immediately guessed something. This was precisely the trigger that in his memory had sparked the final direct conflict between Itachi and the clan. He made a decision in an instant. Cousin Awawo. Tianti hurried forward, blocking the 3. The 3 stopped. Uchiha Awawo, seeing it was Tianti, relaxed his expression slightly and nodded. Oh, it's Tianti. I heard you awakened your Freedomo. Congratulations. His tone was urgent. We have important business now. Where are you going? Tianti feigned ignorance, his gaze sweeping over the 3. Judging by your expressions. What happened? Awawo exchanged glances with the other 2, lowered his voice, and clenched his fist. We found Shizui's suicide note. But this matter is very suspicious. The content and the way the note appeared are off. We're about to go find Itachi and demand an explanation. His voice was filled with barely suppressed anger and grief. Shisui. He was the #1 genius of our clan. How could he possibly? Tianti showed a timely expression of shock and grief. Shisui. He's really dead. What exactly happened? His reaction was sincere, containing both sorrow for Shizui's death and suspicion of the strange circumstances. Awawo, recalling that Tianti had newly awakened his Freedomo Sharingan, seemed to think he was qualified to know and participate. He said in a deep voice, the specific details are not convenient to share yet, but we must confront Itachi face to face. He is the last person Shisui contacted, and also. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. They had developed strong suspicion toward Itachi. Tianti immediately said, I'll go with you. I also owe Shisui a debt of gratitude. If there is truly something hidden behind his death, I cannot stand. His tone was resolute, while inwardly he thought opportunity. This might be the best chance to observe Itachi's current state and strength up close, and also to verify some conjectures. Awawo hesitated for a moment, then looked at Tianti's unwavering gaze and his genuine Freedomo, and nodded. All right. One more person means one more bit of strength. But remember, follow my lead and don't act rashly. The 4 said no more, and quickly headed toward the clan leader's residence. Tianti followed behind the 3, his heart involuntarily racing. He knew that an extremely unequal test was about to begin. They arrived outside the clan leader's residence, and happened to encounter Uchiha Itachi, Itachi was still in his ANBU casual clothes, pale-faced with hollow eyes, seemingly about to head to the ANBU. Seeing the 4 approaching aggressively, especially the undisguised anger in their eyes, Itachi's footsteps faltered slightly, but his face showed no change in expression. Itachi. Awawo stepped forward, suppressing his anger, and raised a piece of paper in his hand. We found Shizui's suicide note. There are some things that need your explanation. The 3 then asked about various details in a routine manner, as well as the scene when Itachi last saw Shisui. Itachi recited the explanation he had already prepared. However, everyone simply did not believe that Shisui had committed suicide. Their suspicion that Itachi had a direct connection to Shizui's death was blatantly obvious. Itachi's gaze swept indifferently over the suicide note, then passed over Awawo and the other 2, and finally lingered on Tianti for less than half a second. That gaze was as cold as if you were looking at a roadside stone. If you have something to say, just say it. Are you suspecting that I killed Shisui? This almost indifferent and perfunctory attitude instantly ignited the anger of Awawo and the other 2. Bastard. What kind of attitude is that? Another clan member shouted angrily. Shisui was your best friend. You take his death so lightly. The suicide note clearly. Enough. Awawo raised his hand. You're right. We are indeed suspecting you, you brat. Iwawo and the other two stepped forward almost simultaneously, and 3 pairs of Freedomo Sharingan blazed to life. The crimson light appeared eerie and oppressive under the morning sun. Powerful chakra and dojutsu fluctuations instantly spread the surrounding air, seeming to freeze. T also immediately activated his own Freedomo, standing ready, but his main focus was tightly locked on Itachi. The test begins. Facing the pressure of multiple Freedomo Uchiha, at full anger Itachi finally moved. He slowly raised his head. In the instant he raised his head, T felt an indescribably vast dojutsu power rushing toward him like a tsunami. It was not a simple chakra pressure, it was a gaze from a higher level of existence. Itachi's eyes instantly transformed, also activating Freedomo. Not good. T's mind screamed alarm. Almost instinctively he concentrated his chakra on defense while bursting backward with all his speed. However, Iwawo and the other two were not so fortunate. From their perspective, they saw Itachi seem to blur, closing in at an unbelievable speed, and then irresistible taijutsu attacks landed on them. Thud, thud, the dull sounds and short cries rang out almost simultaneously. Uchiha Iwawo and the other two, unable to mount any decent counterattack, were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, their bodies flying backward like kites with broken strings crashing heavily out the door. For a moment, they couldn't even struggle to get up, only the look of incredulous shock and pain lingering on their faces. One-shot kill. A true one-shot kill, utterly defenseless. Although T, thanks to his foreknowledge and vigilant defense, retreated and avoided the direct impact, the mere aftershock and that fleeting glance of the gaze made his eyes sting and his mind dizzy. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He staggered several steps before barely steadying himself, his face pale. How could he be this strong? T's heart roared. His Freedomo spun wildly, resisting the residual dojutsu impact and the storm within. No, that's not right. Even with the same Freedomo, even if Itachi's talent was unparalleled throughout the ages, it was absolutely impossible for him to so easily subdue all 3 at once while they were fully on guard. This defies logic. Unless... A bone-chilling conjecture slithered into T's mind like a venomous snake. Unless... The attack did not happen just now. Unless what Yinhua and the others saw and felt was not real-time taijutsu or ninjutsu at all. Just then, detected that the host has been preset with a high-level genjutsu of the transcription seal type. Trigger condition: seeing Uchiha use Mangekyo Sharingan again. Genjutsu effect: forcibly implant specific battle result memories and physical feedback. Attempting to analyze and interfere. The system's prompt cold and timely echoed in T's mind, crushing the last shred of hope he harbored. It's over. T's heart turned completely cold, frozen to the bone. A preset transcription seal technique. Truly a forbidden art. And it was a supreme technique set in advance across time and space, triggered at a fixed point. Yinhua and the others had likely been set with this switch by you without their knowledge. The moment they struck at you, the genjutsu was instantly activated. No wonder they were defeated so swiftly and strangely. They weren't fighting the you of the present at all. They were battling a script that had already been planted in their minds, one they could not resist. And as for himself, the reason you had only now set the technique on him was probably because before this he was merely a chunin with Totomo Sharingan, insignificant in Yu's plan, not even qualified to be prearranged. Only now, having revealed his Freedomo, did he truly enter the needs to be dealt with list, and that was why this insurance had just been added to him. This discovery was even more despairing to T than witnessing you instantly kill the 3. Earlier he had still clung to a faint hope, thinking that with the Uchiha clan's 30-plus Freedomo elites, plus nearly 200 ninjas, as long as they could get an early warning, even if you and Obito were incredibly strong, they could create chaos and find a slim chance of survival. But now it seemed naive, far too naive. The Uchiha clan's proud core strength, these Freedomo elites, had probably already been dealt with by you using Uchiha forbidden arts, all without the transcription seal or similar techniques placed on them were like time bombs, waiting only for the critical moment to be detonated by a single glance from you, instantly rendering them all combatant effective or even turning them against each other. This was not a battle, it was a prescriptive, one-sided prelude to massacre. The so-called power of the clan in the face of the Mangekyo and cunning schemes was nothing but a cruel joke. All the forbidden techniques and trump cards of the Uchiha clan ultimately remained in the patriarch's household. T stood still, watching the 3 ninjas writhing in pain on the ground, feeling as though all the blood in his body had turned to ice. Yu's gaze swept over T again, carrying a trace of barely perceptible surprise, which then deepened into an even colder indifference. Clang! The crimson Sharingan flared. Yu walked slowly, his voice low and hoarse. Clan. You who only talk about the clan all day, your capacity and vision are pathetically narrow. You cannot see the bigger picture nor the gap in capacity between me and Shursui. Being knocked down now is the best proof. His tone and expression were filled with disappointment and rage. He wanted to start killing now, slaughter these ignorant pigs and dogs who mocked the will of fire. Why did Shursui die? His death hurt me the most. And these pigs and dogs dare to say, I am the one who killed Shursui. No. It was they, the foolish clan's pitiful and stubborn narrow-mindedness, that killed Shursui. Damn it. Yenhua struggled to rise. You have been acting strange lately. Always absent from clan meetings, your personality changed. Everyone can see it. Everyone suspects you. Is there really nothing wrong with you? You sneered, stepping closer, his 3-mo Sharingan radiating killing intent. Just as he was about to continue, Fuyu's authoritative voice rang out, stop you. Fuyu stood with his arms crossed, having appeared not far away. What is wrong with you lately? You've been acting strange. Clang. Bloodlight flashed in Yu's eyes, and a kunai flipped in his hand, his movements so fast they startled even Fuyu. Thud. The kunai grazed Fuyu's cheek, cutting off a strand of hair, and struck the center of the Uchiha clan emblem not far away with precision. Tian-Ti drew a kunai and held it in front of him, his expression wary. This guy, is he trying to attack the clan leader? Yu slowly raised his eyelids. My capacity has grown tired of this boring clan. You only cling to such trivial things as the clan, and have lost what is truly important. True capacity is not limited to this. Fuyu's eyes darkened. You. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Enough. Yenhua and the others rose one after another. Captain, give the order to arrest him. Tian's eyes lit up, and he quickly chimed in, you just try to kill us. His reaction to Shizui's death is far too inconsistent. He definitely knows the truth. If he could provoke a conflict between you and the clan here, it might be a great thing. Even if he couldn't do anything to you, he could at least disrupt Konoha's plans. Yu's eyes were fierce, killing intent pervasive. Just as the atmosphere was at a breaking point, a young boy hiding behind the door, Sasuke, cried out in a pleading voice, stop it, big brother. He was startled, suddenly coming to his senses, and the madness and killing intent receded like a tide. Thud. He knelt on both knees and bowed his head. I deeply apologize. That was out of line. Shizui's death has nothing to do with me. He was my best brother. I lost my mind from the shock. Damn it. That brat actually pulled you back from the edge of violence. The sunlight shone on Tian-Ti, but he felt no warmth. At this point, nothing he could say would matter. The clan leader was his father. What could ordinary Uchiha do to the young master? Sure enough, after a few simple reprimands, and with Fuyu's guarantee, Yenhua and the others had no choice but to retreat. Tian-Ti stared deeply at the family of three, then turned and left. Yu was merely a blade of Konoha's higher-ups, and even that blade was far beyond what Tian-Ti could challenge. His mind raced, searching for other ways to break the deadlock. All his previous plans and luck were shattered at this moment. The night of the clan massacre was no longer a possible disaster. It was a predetermined outcome, with most of the groundwork already laid, awaiting only the final execution. The Uchiha clan, from its top combatants downward, had already been dismantled from within. Coupled with the tight, layered control of the higher-ups, Anbu and Root, Tian-Ti could see almost no path to survival. Fugaku was no fool. He could not possibly be ignorant of his own son's nature. After all, Itachi was only 13 years old. Even if Fugaku could not be certain, he must have guessed a general outline, for even the clan members could discern Itachi's changes and abnormalities. Yet the clan leader was, after all, the patriarch. With Fugaku's guarantee and reassurance, the other clan members had no choice but to trust him. And his decision to shield Itachi could only mean he had likely already considered Itachi's path as a contingency. Perhaps when the time came, this wretched clan head would even lend a hand to incapacitate the most troublesome elders within the clan. Tian-Ti slowly clenched his trembling fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, bringing a sharp sting that barely suppressed the icy terror threatening to engulf him. After years of scheming, the entire Leaf Village had become a graveyard for the Uchiha. He must act immediately. The air in a hidden chamber of the Leaf Village was thick with tension. The bustling sounds from outside were muffled by heavy curtains, leaving only the oppressive Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee on the polished floor, his head bowed low, his Anbu mask placed beside him. He had just reported in the most concise terms the intelligence of the clan's frequent recent gatherings, concluding that the radical faction was about to take action. His voice was steady, without a hint of fluctuation, as if he were recounting matters unrelated to himself. Only his overly straight spine and the whitening knuckles beneath his sleeves betrayed an extreme tension. Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated in the Hokage's chair, took a deep draw from his pipe. The thick smoke obscured the complex expression on his wrinkled face. He remained silent, his gaze falling on Itachi, yet seeming to pierce through him, seeing a different vision. The Uchiha clan can no longer contain themselves. The conflict has become almost public. Shimura Danzo, standing in the shadows, spoke slowly, his voice ice cold. Hiruzen hesitation is no longer an option. The power of the Uchiha clan, especially the Sharingan, if turned to rebellion, would be devastating to the village. We must strike first. He stepped forward half a pace, his single eye sharp as a blade staring at the third Hokage. The window for peaceful resolution has closed. Fugaku may have the will, but he has long lost control of the situation. The so-called bond. His gaze swept over the kneeling Itachi with undisguised scrutiny and the intent to exploit, may not be reliable, and might even become a bargaining chip for the enemy. We must preemptively strike, crushing the danger in its cradle. For the sake of the leaf's stability, necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice rose slightly, carrying rare sternness. He tapped his pipe, his eyes blazing. I told you we have not yet reached that. The Uchiha are one of the founding clans of the leaf blood that shares the same will. Resorting to force would leave an irreparable scar on the leaf's history and in the hearts of its people. He turned to Itachi, his tone softening, yet carrying an undeniable weight. Itachi, I trust Fugaku, and I trust you. Both father and son are striving for peace. There must still be a way. I will seek a solution without bloodshed. Danzo let out a cold sneer, yielding no ground. Hiruzen, your leniency is putting the village at tremendous risk. Every day of delay gives the Uchiha more time to prepare, increasing the threat to the village. When they finally raise the banner of rebellion, the casualties will be 100 times worse. By then the scar you speak of will be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Can you bear that responsibility? He pressed again, his words striking at the core. Or would you rather gamble the entire safety of the leaf on Fugaku's illusory control and this child's, he pointed at Itachi, possibly already shaken will of fire? The atmosphere in the office grew even heavier. Danzo's words were like poisoned daggers, targeting not only the Uchiha, but also the third Hokage's authority and Itachi's position. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned ashen. He knew Danzo was right. The situation was sliding into an abyss. But he could not sign a massacre order against a clan that had contributed to the village's founding. That would violate his glorious image and the will of fire. These words could only be spoken by Danzo and the others. He looked at Itachi, his eyes carrying a final glimmer of hope and a barely perceptible plea. Itachi, what is your view? Is there still room for negotiation within the clan? Can Fugaku still? All the pressure and outlets were being channeled outward. I cannot act against the Uchiha, but you can. Itachi remained kneeling, not raising his head. The argument between the third and Danzo reached him, as if through thick glass, muffled, and before his eyes flashed the desperate yet trusting gaze of sure sway as he fell from the cliff, the complex, unreadable look of his father Fugaku at the assembly, the innocent carefree smile of Sasuke, and the increasingly maddening selfishness and narrow-mindedness of his clansmen. Room for negotiation. A way out. His heart had long since plummeted into the icy depths of the Naka River with his best friend the moment Shursui died. The future he saw was only a blood-stained darkness. Whether it was himself or his clan, they all seemed to be walking on the edge of a cliff toward destruction. And he, caught in the middle, was already shattered. He could not answer the third's question, nor could he persuade the third to agree with Danzo. In Itachi's view, the third would never consent. Clan leader Fugaku might still want to struggle, but against the torrent of the radical faction and Danzo's machinations, his efforts were like a mantis trying to stop a chair. The third and Fugaku could no longer be relied upon. They had the will, but lacked the power. Itachi, slowly pressing his forehead to the floor, performed the most respectful bow. His voice was low, yet it reached the ears of the two leaf elders clearly. Lord Hokage within the Uchiha clan. The radical sentiment can no longer be contained. Clan leader Fugaku finds it difficult to restrain them. He did not directly answer whether there was still room for negotiation, but these words nailed another coffin on the fate of the Uchiha. At the same time, it revealed his own stance. He chose to report the most truthful situation to the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. A cold gleam of triumph flashed in Danzo's single eye. He pressed his advantage, his tone growing more sinister. Hiruzen, even if we do not take the most extreme measures, we must immediately strengthen surveillance and restrictions on the Uchiha. The authority of the police force must be revoked at once. Increase barrier seals and ANBU surveillance around the clan compound. At the same time, he looked again at Itachi. We need someone inside to ensure they do not act rashly in desperation and to provide the most precise intelligence when necessary. The implication in his words could not be clearer. He wanted Itachi not only as an intelligence agent, but as a sharp blade thrust deep into the heart of the Uchiha, one that could be detonated at any moment. Itachi's voice remained steady. Yes. Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a long time, so long that the embers in his pipe had died out. Finally, Hiruzen waved his hand. Surveillance and restrictions. Proceed step by step. But Danzo, absolutely no unauthorized actions. Fugaku and I will not give up on a peaceful resolution. He looked back at the kneeling youth. Continue to closely monitor the clan's movements and report to us. I believe you and Fugaku can still find a way. These final words were less a command and more a burden. He once again placed the immense pressure and vague expectations upon the shoulders of this 13-year-old boy. Outsiders could not detect any hint of his turmoil, though Itachi only felt the radiant brilliance of the Hokage empathizing from the depths of his heart, eager to share and resolve the difficulties. Yes, Hokage-sama. Itachi bowed once more, then silently rose, donned his umbu mask, and turned to leave. Itachi left the meeting place, standing alone atop a high building overlooking the village he loved so deeply, his younger brother's adorable smile surfacing in his mind. His heart gradually hardened. The plan he had long contemplated was finalized. First, he must find allies. Although he had made ample preparations and contingencies, the Uchiha clan boasted many powerful experts. He could not afford any mistakes. Itachi thought of Danzo, and that man. Finally, a massacre conspiracy seemingly initiated by Uchiha Itachi, but in truth orchestrated by Konoha for years, began to unfold. Itachi first approached Danzo. Then, without anyone noticing, he sought out the masked man emerging from the cemetery. When the masked man learned of his plan to annihilate the clan, he was utterly stunned, his worldview shattered once more. Even a beast like Obito couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at the ruthlessness of Itachi's methods. From then on, Itachi left an indelible shadow in Obito's heart. This boy with tear troughs was too terrifying. For the sake of his grand plan, he must never cross him. This man was someone he absolutely could not afford to provoke. The next morning, inside the Uchiha clan's head family estate, Fugaku sat, with several clan elders savoring tea. Two radical elders incessantly pressed the urgency of the crisis. Now those masked ninja have nearly surrounded the clan grounds completely. There is no turning back, we must act. I refuse to believe that we, the founders of Konoha, could be driven to death by our own village. Exactly. If it comes to it, we'll start a war. There must be clear-minded people among the other clans and neutral ninja. A moderate elder took a light sip of tea. It's not that simple. Fugaku remained silent, merely refilling everyone's tea. A white-haired elder waved his hand, and the others ceased their arguments. It was evident that this aged elder held a high position within the clan. The old man sighed tremulously. If only Madarasama were here. He could have strutted out of the village gates without anyone daring to say a word. Another elder couldn't help muttering. What's the point of saying that? Point. The elder raised his eyebrows. The point is that Madarasama was right about everything. I truly regret. Why did I believe in Hashirama-sama back then instead of Madarasama? Bang! A radical elder slammed the table. Our Uchiha clan is still the strongest. We may not lose. How strong is the Uchiha? Admittedly, each of us can handle 3 opponents. The elder shook his head. But can one of us take on 10? The Hokage faction commands tens of thousands of ninja. Can our 200-odd ninja prevail? Not necessarily in a heated battle. We just need to quickly seize control of the Nine Tails and the key high-ranking officials. Someone countered in a low voice. In short, we cannot wait to be slowly eroded. If we continue like this, the Uchiha clan will wither away sooner or later. Fugaku remained silent, focusing on pouring tea. He knew deeply that the Uchiha clan had been pushed to the edge of the cliff with no retreat, and even no way to survive. Kill. A roar erupted. Uchiha Tianti jolted upright from his bed, drenched in cold sweat. Was it a dream? Tianti gritted his teeth, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the room. Toys were scattered across the living room. His sister with her cute ponytail heard the noise and looked up. Brother. What were you shouting just now? Nothing. Yayabigit'll go buy you some treats. Okay. Tianti left the house, his brows tightly furrowed, and asked in his mind, System, that teleportation you mentioned earlier, can it take others along? He truly had no other options. If he could save his family, he would have to risk death to try. The Uchiha clan had long stopped being assigned any missions outside the village. They only handled the village's police force duties. Lately, even civilians leaving the clan grounds were under surveillance. No can only teleport the host one way. Damn. Tianti wandered around the clan grounds, gathering some information. Several elders had been invited by the clan head for tea early this morning. His heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. The night of the massacre was likely imminent. He'll risk it. Even if it costs me 60 years of my lifespan, it's better than dying here. With his decision made, Tianti hesitated no longer. He returned home, grabbed the blood packs he had prepared long ago, and quickly wrote dozens of letters detailing the impending massacre by Uchiha Itachi. Whether anyone believed him or whether it would make a difference, he had to try. Without a word, he swiftly delivered the secret letters to the clan's strongest members. In truth, Tianti didn't hold much hope for them. After all, they had already been placed under genjutsu, making them very limited threats to Itachi. even if they believed it would likely be unable to prevent the outcome of the massacre night. Hopefully not tonight. Back home, Tion's forehead was covered in cold sweat. His powerful perception allowed him to clearly sense the killing intent enveloping the Uchiha clan grounds. At this point, the clan grounds were probably already completely surrounded by Root and Umbu. Those operatives, though unaware of the truth, would strictly follow the orders of the High Command. Forcing a breakout was impossible. They would likely be framed with some trumped-up charges. When Umbu and Root killed, most of the time the ones carrying out the act didn't know the reason or even who they were killing. Most of them were merely emotionless tools and weapons. Tianyi only hoped to obtain great power. If he could get Senju Hashirama's sage body, he would surely have a chance to save them. System. Teleport me to Tsunadeheim. At a hotel on the border of Xiong country. Swish. A beautiful woman with twin ponytails dashed back into the room, hastily. Only after sensing that the debt collectors had all left did the golden-haired, twin-tailed Tsunade finally pat her stunningly ample chest and let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally got rid of them. Haha, let's have a drink to celebrate. The young girl Shizun sighed helplessly. Tsunadesima. Before she could even pick up the sake bottle, the air in the center of the room suddenly twisted in an eerie distortion, rippling like water. The next second, a man clad in the Uchiha clan's attire appeared in the room without warning. It was none other than Uchiha Tiandi. Who's there? Shizun reacted swiftly, instantly drawing a medical scalpel and stepping in front of Tsunade, her voice sharp. Yet what she faced was a pair of rapidly spinning, Freedomo Sharingan eyes. Clang. The Jinjutsu was unleashed without warning and with overwhelming speed. The young Shizun, still in her girlhood, was far from mature in both strength and resistance against the Sharingan's illusions. She felt only a flash of crimson before her sight, and her consciousness instantly blurred. With a muffled groan, she collapsed limply to the ground. Although Tiandi had struck successfully, there was no relaxation in his heart. Instead, it grew even more tense. She furrowed her delicate brows, slightly a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes, but more than that it was displeasure at being disturbed, and she furrowed her delicate brows, slightly a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes, but more than that it was displeasure at being disturbed, and a sharp, scrutinizing gaze. Sharingan. She sized up Tion's attire and eyes, a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Sent by Konoha. No, at this age. As she spoke, she casually took off her green overcoat and tossed it aside, revealing the sleeveless beige top beneath and arms that looked pale and delicate, but harbored the power to shatter mountains and crack the earth. Crack, crack. Tsunade lightly flexed her wrists, and her knuckles emitted crisp, forceful sounds. Whoever you are, boy. Tsunade's voice turned cold, and a pressure befitting a top-tier powerhouse spread out instantly, making the air in the room feel heavy. You'd better have a convincing reason to explain why you appear before me like this and attack my disciple. Otherwise. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze like that of a lioness eyeing its prey. Even if you're a Konoha ninja, I won't go easy on you. Cold sweat instantly soaked Tiandi's back. Facing the pressure of one of the Sannin Heathen was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He had no doubt that if he made the slightest wrong move the next moment, those seemingly delicate fists would shatter his skull. He forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil, letting chakra circulate subtly within his body, ready to burst into speed at any moment. Tsunade, I need your strength. The Uchiha clan is on the verge of annihilation. I have no other choice. The Uchiha clan. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then let out a derisive laugh, as if she had heard an absurd joke. What nonsense. What force in the ninja world could wipe out the Uchiha clan? Even if the other four great nations joined forces, the Uchiha could still bite off a chunk of their flesh. Kid, if you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Her patience seemed to be wearing thin quickly, and she shifted her feet slightly forward, cutting off the routes Tiandi might use to dodge. Nothing is impossible. Tiandi spoke in a low voice while his left hand slowly reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist where the scrolls and blood bags he had prepared were stored. Wasn't the Senju clan powerful? Wasn't the Uzumaki clan formidable? Didn't they also? Don't move. Tsunade's combat instincts were razor-sharp. Tiandi's subtle movement immediately caught her attention. She shouted sharply, and in an instant her figure vanished from the spot. So fast. Tiandi's Freedomo Sharingan caught a blurry golden afterimage, but his body's reaction speed could barely keep up. The chill of death instantly enveloped his entire being. Almost purely by instinct from the dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan in the nick of time, he frantically poured chakra into his feet and teleported sideways and backward. He narrowly avoided the fist, its wind scraping painfully against his cheek. The gap was too vast. Tiandi's heart trembled in horror. Without the early warning and the Sharingan, he would never have dodged that punch. But using the momentum of his backward leap, his left hand finally succeeded in pulling out the specially prepared blood bags from the pouch, and he tore them open without puff, puff, puff. Several blood bags burst open in front of Tiandi at the same time. Crimson liquid like a small rain of blood splashed heavily towards Tsunade, who was about to pursue. This utterly harmless, yet bizarrely unexpected attack left Tsunade momentarily stunned. And in that brief moment of hesitation, the red filled her vision. This utterly harmless, yet bizarrely unexpected attack left Tsunade momentarily stunned. And in that brief moment of her calm, resolute eyes were now filled with fear and trembling from the depths of her soul. Her pupils contracted sharply, and everything in her sight seemed to twist into a hellish landscape of blood. 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 No. The imposing figure that Tsunade had been just moments before now seemed to have all its strength drained away. Her legs gave way, and she staggered backward, finally collapsing to the ground with a thud. She clutched her head tightly with both hands, her body trembling uncontrollably, emitting incoherent mumblings. Hemophobia. Activated. Success. A huge weight lifted from Tiandi's heart, but he dared not let his guard down. He knew this was only temporary. Given Tsunade's willpower, she might not faint and could counterattack at any moment. Tsunade, I'm sorry. I truly had no choice. Tiandi gasped for breath, the massive drain on his lifespan rapidly weakening him. He dared not be careless and quickly moved forward. Seeing Tsunade so fragile and helpless, a pang of guilt flashed through his heart, but it was quickly suppressed by a stronger will to survive and the obsession to save his family. He took out the prepared sealing scroll and swiftly applied basic binding techniques to the key chakra nodes on Tsunade's limbs and torso, temporarily restricting her movement and chakra flow. After doing this, he reached out and lifted Tsunade, who had lost all resistance due to her hemophobia. Clatter. Walking to the table nearby, Tiandi swept all the items off its surface. Then he laid the trembling Tsunade horizontally on the table. Looking at this legendary woman of the ninja world, Tiandi took a deep breath, his eyes becoming resolute beyond measure. Whether he could obtain the power to reverse fate, all depended on this one move. Tiandi climbed the pinnacle of the ninja world with his own hands, burying himself into the earth explosion TX. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the table, the sofa, the floor, the balcony. In front of the hotel, behind it. All were bursting forth from the ground. In the in-room, the fluctuations of chakra swept through like a hurricane. Tsunade's golden twin tails cascaded like a waterfall, and her fair skin flushed with an unusual crimson. Her consciousness had long since completely collapsed under the continuous waves of ecstasy. Those arms that could once shatter the earth with a single punch now hung limply over the edge of the table, her slender fingertips still twitching slightly. The mighty Sanin, the princess of the Senju clan, now did not even have the strength to open her eyelids. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tiandi stood in the center of the room. Underneath the skin, powerful streams of energy were spreading. That was the mark of Hashirama's sage body. Senju and Uchiha, Indra and Azura, two bloodlines that had opposed each other for a millennium, now coexisted within the same body. So this is the power of the all-encompassing. Tiandi raised his right hand, watching the chakra forming in his palm. He felt it. The quality and quantity of chakra had both leaped forward. Ugh! Tiandi's eyes felt a searing burn as the three tomo spun wildly in his pupils, the tomo gradually splitting and reforming. Buzz! The three tomo vanished. In their place, a brand new pattern appeared. It was three interconnected tomo encircling the pupil, forming a pattern similar to a three-way swirl. But each swirl had distinct flame-like patterns at its edges. Mangekyo Sharingan. This was a pupil pattern unique to Uchiha Tiandi, an eye born from the fusion of Azura's power and the obsession for extreme survival. Tiandi saw his own eyes clearly in the reflection of the glass window, and an indescribable shock surged in his heart. He could sense that the two eyes harbored different powers respectively. The left eye housed a certain obliterating dojutsu. The right eye gave him a mysterious perception of controlling the rules, as if he could see the trajectories, but for now, having just awakened, the dojutsu was not yet fully formed. However, it was enough. There's no time to delve deeper. Tiandi forced himself to calm down and turned to look at Tsunade, who was still unconscious. This legendary female shinobi had completely lost consciousness, with even a trace of glistening saliva at the corner of her mouth, her entire body in a state of extreme exhaustion. Tiandi was silent for a moment, then took off his own Uchiha clan jacket and gently covered her body with it. Sorry, Tsunade. When this is all settled, I'll give you an explanation. This woman at the most critical moment had become his only hope of reversing his fate. Bending down to pick up the ninja tool pouch on the floor, Tiandi glanced at Shizuka in the corner, who was still asleep under the genjutsu. This woman at the most critical moment had become his only hope of reversing his fate. Bending down to pick up the ninja tool pouch on the floor, Tiandi glanced at Shizuka in the corner, who was still asleep under the Konoha, the Uchiha compound. During the time he was away, were things still all right there? Tianti took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into his body. Hashirama Senju's sage body was not just about healing injuries and surging chakra. More importantly, he had gained Hashirama's nearly inexhaustible vitality and the ability to sense natural energy. Konoha, the Uchiha compound. During the time he was away, were things still all right there? Tianti took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness in. Let's go. He turned back, taking one last look at Tsunade. The body flicker technique activated and Tianti vanished from the spot, leaving the room silent again. Only Tsunade's steady breathing and the occasional bird song from outside the window. Shwa. Tianti transformed into a blurry black shadow, darting swiftly through the forest. He traveled while quietly familiarizing himself with the newly acquired power. At the same time, he was mulling over his plans and the war. Although he had gained power, the enemy was Konoha. It was a vast force backed by a great nation with tens of thousands of shinobi. Although most of the shinobi were stationed at various strategic points in the Land of Fire, if Konoha gave the order, those shinobi would respond at any time. This was the military power of a great nation. It was not simply a matter of a village's strength. Even though Konoha was no longer as glorious as before. To hell with it. They wiped out my clan, so it'll destroy Konoha. Tianti suppressed his thoughts and increased his speed. After obtaining the Sage Boda's power, even though his lifespan was limited, his condition became full. As for the fact that he wouldn't live long, Tianti didn't dwell on it. As long as he got through the immediate crisis, he could deal with the rest later. There were ways to change his fate and gain more time to live. For Tianti, who had an absolute advantage in information even, obtaining immortality was not impossible. The sun set and night fell. An invisible killing intent had descended upon the Uchiha compound. Yes, mother. Uchiha Itachi sent his mother away and stood up alone in the room. Clang. Itachi put on his Anbu armor and sheathed his short sword. He raised his right hand to touch the Konoha headband that made him so proud, his expression both sorrowful and resolute. Foolish clan, foolish little brother. Itachi murmured to himself, Shursui. Since you left, I at 13 have been so lonely and so tired. After thinking, he used the body flicker to head toward the Uchiha main gate. He had originally planned to kill his father first, since Fugaku was the strongest in the Uchiha, but if he couldn't take him down instantly, it would probably alert everyone. Then the difficulty of the plan would increase countless times. Moreover, killing from start to end was more convenient for action and counting. Anyway, with Danzo overseeing the encirclement, he only needed to focus on efficiency. Itachi activated his silent body flicker and entered the courtyard. His Sharingan emitted an eerie red light. The wooden door was pushed open silently. Ryuichi, who was organizing Itachi activated his silent body flicker and entered the courtyard. His Sharingan emitted an eerie red light. The wooden door was pushed open silently. Ryuichi, who was organizing study materials, looked up, and upon seeing Itachi, he showed a kind smile. Oh, it's Itachi-kun, please. Schlick. The cold light cut off his words, replaced by the sound of blood spurting. Ryuichi eat something before. Ryuichi's wife came carrying food and witnessed the bloody scene. Shwa. Another slash, and the woman fell straight into a pool of blood. From inside the house came a child's voice. A 3-year-old boy stood there holding a toy, staring blankly at his still bleeding relatives. Grandpa. Without the slightest hesitation, a flash of the blade and the toy and the small head fell together. Everything happened within seconds. The entire family was instantly wiped out. Uchiha Itachi did not pause for a moment, silently using the body flicker to move to the next house. Blazing flames. The torchlight flickered on the stone walls, casting 4 twisted shadows onto the cold, icy surface. Inside the secret chamber, a square table and 4 chairs stood. On the table lay a teapot and 4 teacups, the steam rising in the dimness. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat, the ember of his pipe glowing and fading amidst the smoke. His Hokage hat rested on the corner of the table, the bright red character fire glaringly conspicuous in the gloom. Across from him, Shimura Danzo sat upright, leaning on his cane. Bang! The cane struck the ground with a resounding thud. Hiruzen, we must go and assist. We cannot afford any mistakes. Danzo, how many times have I told you? Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe, his voice carrying a weary hoarseness, yet still maintaining that characteristic gentleness and resignation. The matter of the Uchiha must be resolved through peaceful means. Peaceful means. Danzo sneered, his cane thudding heavily against the ground again, producing another dull impact. Hiruzen, how long will you keep deceiving yourself? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were sorrowful. I did not authorize this operation. Danzo, you are going behind my back. Going behind your back, so what? Danzo stood up unyieldingly, his single eye shooting a sharp glare. Hiruzen, you are too indecisive. The Uchiha clan has completed all preparations for the coup. Fugaku can no longer control the situation. What are you waiting for? for them to release the Nine Tails and raise the entire Konoha to the ground. He stepped forward, pressing the issue. I will bear all the consequences. Bear them. Hiruzen raised his head. My plan is for the continuation of Konoha. Danzo struck the ground again with his cane. The Uchiha are an uncontrollable threat. Their Sharingan can control the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails rampage was their doing. Do you want the sacrifices of the fourth Hokage and Kushina to be in vain? There is no evidence for that. Evidence? Danzo's voice turned low. By the time evidence appears, Konoha will already be gone. Hiruzen, you are too naive. The two confronted each other only 3 paces apart. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe. No, we cannot lay hands on our comrades of Konoha. The light in Danzo's single eye did not yield an inch as he continued to quarrel with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was their daily routine. One stood in the light loudly proclaiming the will of fire, maintaining Konoha's surface harmony with a gentle and benevolent face. The other stood in the shadows, cleansing all potential threats to Konoha with iron blood and schemes. They argued, opposed, even hated each other. But no matter how they argued, the final outcome was always the same. The brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. Uchiha Koharu picked up her teacup, gently blew on the steam, and took a sip. This tea was brought back by the Sarutobi clan's merchant caravan from the land of tea, costing 8 million ryo per caddy. It left a lingering sweetness on the palate. Truly, her expression was as calm as still water, as if the heated argument happening nearby was merely 2 old friends discussing the weather. Midokado Hamura set down his teacup and adjusted his glasses. These 2 people. They had lived since the era of the first Hokage. They had experienced the glory of Hashirama Senju, witnessed the iron fist of Tobirama Senju, and accompanied Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, this pair of light and shadow, through most of their lives. They were not without a stance. Their stance was balance. Maintaining balance between light and shadow, maintaining balance between Hiruzen and Danzo. And the fulcrum of that balance was always minimizing losses and the vital interests of the 4 great clans. As for what that loss specifically referred to, who it was, or how many, it did not matter. Thus, when Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo argued, they would not take a clear side. But when the argument ended, they would definitely take a side. They would support the plan that, despite superficial differences, aligned with the inner intentions of all 4. And tonight that plan was to destroy the Uchiha clan, that great threat. The argument was necessary only because it was required. The opposition was necessary only because it was required. The final outcome never depended on the content of the verbal sparring, but on the ending that had long been acquiesced by everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally fell silent. He slowly sat back down, picked up his pipe, and took a deep drag. Danzo, only surround them to protect the village. Do nothing unnecessary. Danzo crossed his hands over the head of his cane, his single eye widening abruptly. Hiruzen, do you know what you are saying? How formidable are the Uchiha? If they— Danzo crossed his hands over the head of his cane, his single eye widening abruptly. Hiruzen, do you know what you are saying? Smoke swirled, blurring the old man's face. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was heavy with grief. It is all my fault. Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura exchanged a glance. Hiruzen, though Danzo is radical, what he says is not without reason. Smoke swirled, blurring the old man's face. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was heavy with grief. It is all my fault, and Fugakus. We failed to find a better way to handle the Uchiha clan. He paused and sighed. Issue the order. Enemy spies are active near the village border. Fully seal off the southeastern area. History is always like this. Years later, no one will remember the Uchiha clan members who died. No one will remember that they too were once founders of Konoha. After the wheels of history roll by, all that remains are the praises sung by the victors. This is the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and said no more. All he could do was continue to play the role of a Hokage who tried to oppose, but ultimately was powerless. Play the role of a kind old man deceived by Dan. Play the role of the 3rd Hokage who would leave a glorious image in history. This was his role. The brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. And he was that light. As for the blood in the shadows, that was Danzo's affair. Uchiha Koharu took another sip of tea. Tonight's tea seemed more fragrant than usual. At the same time, in the Uchiha clan's district, blood everywhere. At the front of the Uchiha district, a dark red liquid flowed along the cracks of the stone slabs, gleaming with a cold luster under the moonlight. A corpse lay in the middle of the road. It was a young mother. A kunai had pierced through her back, and her body lay in the pool of blood in a protective curled posture. Her arms clung fiercely to her chest. There a baby should have been. But now there was nothing. Beside the corpse lay a small blood-stained swaddling cloth. The blood moon hung high. Uchiha Itachi walked slowly. Fresh blood dripped from his blade, drop by drop, splattering dark crimson blossoms on the— His face was devoid of expression. Those Sharingan eyes were as cold as ice beads embedded in his eye sockets. The door of an ordinary Uchiha clan house was half open, a faint candlelight flickering from within. On the floor of the entrance, an old man lay on his back. A gaping wound pierced his chest, and his empty eye sockets stared straight at the ceiling. A trace of the shock he felt at the moment of death still lingered on his lips, and his gray beard was stained a dark crimson by blood. His name was Uchiha Shinzo, a retired jonin 73 years old, who had fought in many major wars for the village. He had a son and 2 grandsons. His son had already been dealt with by Itachi. Now it was the turn of his grandsons. Itachi stepped over the old man's corpse and headed for the inner room. In the room, a boy about 2 or 3 years old huddled in the corner. The boy clutched his knees, trembling violently, and large tears rolled down from his wide-open eyes. When he saw Itachi enter, a faint glimmer of hope flickered in the boy's eyes. He recognized him. This was the eldest brother of the clan leader's family, that very powerful ninja. Itachi, big brother Itachi. The boy's voice trembled. He reached out his small hand with that nearly instinctive will to survive possessed by children. Outside, there are bad guys. Go fight them. His voice grew quieter, because he saw that the blade in Itachi's hand was still dripping blood. Itachi raised the blade. Wah! The boy finally broke down, letting out a hysterical cry. No. Don't kill me. It'll be good from now on. Wah! His cries were futile. Itachi had brought an ANBU mobile barrier which blocked all sound. This was also why no one had noticed so many deaths. The blade fell. The cries stopped abruptly. Blood splattered on the wall, flowing in winding patterns along the texture of the tatami. Itachi withdrew the blade and turned to leave. His steps were steady with no hesitation. From entering to leaving it took less than 10 seconds. On to the next house. He continued deeper into the alley. Every door he passed he pushed open. Every room he inspected. Every person, regardless of age or gender, whether they had awakened the Sharingan or not, whether they possessed combat capability. Kill. The demon flickered through the area, each movement marking the extinction of a family. Just as Itachi had killed an awakened clansman, an old man rushed at him. The old man's hands gripped a rusty kitchen knife, his Sharingan gleaming in the dim candlelight. His eyes were only Tsutomu. The old man, frail with age, was the grandfather of this household, Uchiha Mariji. In his youth he had been a chunin and had fought in wars. But now old and weak, he needed a cane to move. At this moment the hand gripping the kitchen knife trembled violently, not from fear, but from rage. Young clan leader, Itachi. The old man roared in a hoarse voice. What are you doing? Those are your clansmen. Your family. Itachi did not answer. His figure flickered, and then he struck backhandedly with the blade. The old man groaned, lost his balance, and fell forward onto the threshold. But he was not dead yet. He grabbed the threshold, crawling inch by inch toward the inner room. His fingers left 10 bloody scratches on the wooden floor. Suzu, take the child. Run. Inside the inner room, an old woman in her 60s was tightly clutching her daughter-in-law, a young pregnant woman with a huge belly. The old woman trembled all over, covering the pregnant woman's mouth tightly to prevent her daughter-in-law from making a sound. She wept silently. She prayed to every god and Buddha she knew. Prayed that the demon-like young man would not find this place. Prayed that her daughter-in-law and the grandchild due in a month would survive this calamity. Footsteps approached, and the sliding door was pulled open. Please. Please. The old woman dropped to her knees. She did not resist. She could never defeat this young man known as the greatest genius of the Uchiha clan. She could only kneel, only beg. Young Master Itachi, Suzu is about to give birth. Please. Spare them. If you must kill this old woman. Please. Please. Itachi simply raised the blade. Then the blade fell. Itachi pulled out the blade and flicked it, scattering blood droplets as he vanished in an instant, leaving behind 2 corpses and 3 lives. This path was already set. Purge the Uchiha to prevent civil war. Protect the beloved Konoha. Protect Sasuke. As for himself, it no longer mattered. Itachi continued killing forward, the sound of dripping blood echoing in the empty alley. Behind him lay the street, already soaked in blood. Ahead more lights still burned and more threats awaited purification. At the periphery of the clan compound, chakra fluctuations arose from 4 directions simultaneously. It was the blockade squad of Root. They surrounded the entire Uchiha compound, ensuring no Uchiha could escape alive. This was the night of the clan massacre. This was the darkness beneath the light of the will of fire. And at the center of it all was a 13-year-old boy cutting down his own clan one stroke at a time. The ANBU ninjas stood at their posts, unaware of what was happening. Blood had become a river, the moon had been dyed crimson. Inside the Uchiha compound, the massacre continued. This ninja clan, which had once founded Konoha, was being annihilated by their own. Uchiha Itachi sheathed his blade. Before him lay 3 corpses. An old man, a woman, a child. None of them ninjas, just civilian members of the clan. So sticky. He wiped his hands, but the blood on the blade could no longer be removed. But it didn't matter. The moon silently watched everything from above. Speed is paramount. Dragging a little girl hiding in a wardrobe out and beheading her Itachi did not waste half a second flashing to the next house to kill. In truth, the Uchiha clan had many strong fighters, but they could not stop the slaughterer for a single step. This was because they were facing the Uchiha clan's top combat power, the strongest eyes, the Mangekyo. Their prize Sharingan was useless. They were completely defenseless while the killer had been planning and preparing for a long time. After all, this was Konoha. This was the Uchiha compound. The name Uchiha alone was enough to intimidate evildoers, let alone having the elite of the police force guarding it. This should have been the safest place. But they never expected that the clan would produce a filial son unparalleled in history, and the police force everyone had high hopes for. At this moment, the police force headquarters was equally in shambles. A masked man collected the last Sharingan eyes and slowly walked out of the building. What happened? What's going on? The masked man was puzzled. He had prepared to unleash his full power, but unexpectedly he succeeded with ease without even wasting much. Is this all the elite of the clan? Has the Uchiha's level fallen so low? What he didn't know was that the elite jonin of the police force were already deep asleep, while the strongest Captain Fu Yue was waiting for death at home. Swoosh. At that moment, several shuriken came flying rapidly, but the masked man ignored them completely. The shuriken had no effect, passing straight through his body. Oh, free Tomo. Barely enough. The masked man slowly turned his head to look at the girl not far away. Clang. A scarlet Sharingan bloomed beneath the mask, unleashing a powerful surge of ocular power. Uchiha Quan broke out in a cold sweat, realizing she was no match for this man. So she turned and fled, but the next second she was ensnared by the masked man's merciless iron chains. Quan struggled desperately, but to no avail. She was slowly dragged back. Death drew closer and closer. Quan's eyes filled with tears. You. Quick, save me. She murmured her boyfriend's name, her god, hoping he would appear and rescue her. However, no miracle occurred. The tiger-patterned masked man ruthlessly killed Quan with a single stab, then gouged out her eyes. I originally thought this was just a chance to collect enough Sharingan, but I never expected. It seems the Uchiha clan is truly doomed. The masked man snorted coldly. Forget it. This world doesn't matter anymore. He was pleased with this outcome, as it would weaken Konoha's strength and facilitate the smooth implementation of the final plan. This operation was a three-way collaboration. His task was to eliminate the Uchiha clan's elites. He was responsible for the entire clan's old and young, and Tuanzong was in charge of suppressing and reaping. Yu and Tuanzong wanted to use him, and wasn't he also thinking of using them? Originally, he only intended to collect enough eyes before proceeding with other plans. For example, after the war broke out, he could help the Uchiha counterattack Konoha. Or he could take the opportunity to divide Konoha's forces and deceive the Uchiha's high-level combat. Regardless of the outcome, he could severely damage and collapse Konoha, or even directly obtain the Nine Tails. At present, he had to guide Chongmin and control the Mist Village, which was already quite risky. He had no spare strength to confront Konoha at the same time. After all, the plan was most important. He couldn't reveal his information. If he clashed with Konoha, it would be tantamount to declaring war on half the ninja world. The Nine Tails was Konoha's lifeline. Therefore, even if he had the chance to obtain it, he couldn't make a move. It was not yet time. In fact, when he used the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, he also had the intention of driving a wedge between Konoha and the Uchiha. The more chaotic the ninja world, the more top-tier combatants died, and the greater the success rate of the plan. He never expected Konoha had rotted to such an extent that people kept jumping out to help external enemies eliminate dissidents. This world is indeed false. I will create a world with her. 391. You muttered the number of kills, moving swiftly and mechanically as if he were nothing but a heartless machine. By now it wasn't just his hands that were sticky, his entire body was covered in a slimy sensation. Too much blood, but it was far from enough. Although only about 200 Uchiha had awakened their Sharingan, including the ordinary members, the entire clan numbered nearly 1,300. Kill. He had to continue to kill faster. The blood moon was like blood. At Konoha's main gate, T crashed down from the air, staggering a few steps before regaining his balance. Who goes there? The two gatekeepers of Konoha, Gang Zitai and Shinyu Chuyun, immediately spotted the newcomer. T ignored them directly, using body flicker to rush into Konoha. Who goes there? The two gatekeepers of Konoha, Gang Zitai and Shinyu Chuyun, immediately spotted the newcomer. T ignored them directly. He raised his head and looked into the distance. In the clan compound, lights were lit one by one. It seemed normal. Just as a glimmer of hope rose in his heart, his perception detected an anomaly. No, his sage body perception instantly activated at full power. Two abnormally strong chakra sources were moving in the central area of the clan compound. One of them had a cold and enormous chakra carrying the characteristic cold aura of the Sharingan, but mixed with some power he was unfamiliar with. The other had a relatively smaller chakra volume, but was even more dangerous and terrifying, and that aura he was all too familiar with. Uchiha Tian's heart sank. Mother, Yao Yao. His perception reached the direction of his home, and his heart trembled, then his mind went blank. Gone. They were already dead. No. Uchiha Tian let out a long howl, and his Mangekyo Sharingan instantly activated. Had he returned too late after all? At this moment his heart was filled with regret. Why did this happen? No. There was still a chance that as long as he lived the power of all creation could not revive the dead. No, it was not impossible. In his perception the chakra within the clan compound was disappearing one by one. If he rushed there now he would surely encounter the resistance of Root and Umbu, and time was so precious at this moment. Moreover, if a war broke out in the clan compound it would only play into the hands of some old foxes. If a full-scale conflict erupted it would be almost a 100-tune war. How many clan members could survive? At this moment it was most important to ensure the Uchiha's combat power survived. To save the clan through a detour he would become the main force and launch a full-scale war. Kill. Since you want to kill, then let's kill to our heart's content. Die? All of you must die. The rage in his chest surged and erupted. Tian's eyes were blood red, and a ferocious grin appeared on his face. He had no time to capture the Nine Tails and use its power to cause chaos, nor time to find Uchiha's Wiju. The tactics he had prepared earlier were now useless. The situation was urgent. Boom. Suddenly an explosion occurred in the center of the village. A huge mushroom cloud of fire rose up, illuminating most of Konoha. A gigantic golden chakra giant appeared beneath the flames. Susanoo. And it was the fourth form, the Tengu, towering at 50 to 60 meters tall. Like an ancient war god descending, Susanoo punched and slashed instantly, overturning the earth and destroying large swaths of buildings. The Suntobe sleeping Konoha was suddenly ignited by the unexpected disaster. Help! Arun! What kind of monster is that? Countless villagers were terrified out of their wits and fled frantically. The ninjas on the other hand flickered and rushed to various places. Some tried to defend, others quickly rescued people and organized evacuation. However, Susanoo was faster and more ruthless. They could neither stop it nor escape. Bang! The giant chakra greatsword shattered a large group of ninjas along with the buildings. Tian manipulated Susanoo to continue charging toward the Hokage building. The night wind carried a thick scent of blood from the direction of the Uchiha clan compound. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood alone on the rooftop of a building, the embers in his pipe flickering in the darkness. Danzo would dispatch Root's elites to assist Itachi, while he, the third Hokage, stood here, helplessly gazing at the clan compound being drenched in blood. This was a dignified, impeccable position. A position that would allow him to say, "I did my best" afterward. He took a deep drag of his pipe, the smoke obscuring the expression on his face. In the distance, the lights of the Uchiha clan compound were going out one by one. It was not because people were falling asleep, but because lives were withering one after another. The third Hokage closed his eyes. Itachi, truly a fine candidate for Hokage. His voice was so soft that even the AMBU captain behind him could not hear clearly. Then he opened his eyes and prepared to turn around and go downstairs. Tonight he should stay in his office waiting for the AMBU to deliver an unexpected report. Then he would display shock and anger, order the pursuit of the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi, personally go to the Uchiha clan compound to inspect the scene and mourn the fallen comrades at the memorial stone. Sarutobi Hiruzen had walked this path for too many years, so familiar that he no longer needed to think. Yet boom! A golden light tore through the night sky. No, that was not golden light. It was a colossal chakra giant, breathtakingly immense, its entire body ablaze with golden flames rising from the very center of Konohagakure. It had a long Tengu-like nose and a fearsome mask. In its hand it held a chakra blade capable of splitting mountains. That is... The pipe slipped from the third Hokage's fingers, his pupils contracting sharply. Of course he had seen this before. Susanoo, how is this possible? The third Hokage's body uncontrollably stepped back, knocking over the chair behind him. Who was that? Which other Uchiha possessed such power? Boom. The Susanoo moved. The chakra blade swept down like a divine judgment. An entire street's buildings were lifted by the blade's wind, rubble, and wood chips tumbling through the air before being crushed into dust by the golden chakra. Help! Monster! Run! The screams came from the village center, still as clear as if right beside them despite the distance. The third Hokage's hands were trembling. He had lived for 68 years, experienced 3 great ninja wars, and witnessed the fall of countless brilliant and powerful figures. He thought he would never fear any power again. But he was wrong. At this moment, every slash and every step of that golden giant was tearing apart the order he had meticulously maintained for decades. Hokage. A dark figure flashed in and knelt on one knee at the edge of the rooftop. It was an ANBU ninja, his voice beneath the mask carrying uncontrollable panic. The village center is under attack by an unknown enemy. Casualties are severe. Requesting orders. The third Hokage did not answer. He remained frozen in place, watching the golden giant cleave a building in two with a single sword strike. Watching his most elite subordinates being flung away like ants, watching the giant's steps slowly and inexorably advancing toward the Hokage building. It's looking for me. The thought pierced the third Hokage's heart like a cold blade. Hokage. The ANBU captain's voice was almost a roar, finally pulling the third Hokage back from his daze. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sharp breath, forcing himself to calm down. His voice was aged but resonant, carrying the long-lost authority of the hero of the shinobi. Issue the order. Konoha Year Level 1 Combat Readiness. All active duty ninja report immediately. All ANBU members engage in battle. Notify all clan heads, gather all combat forces. Target, stop that Susanoo. At all costs. The ANBU captain was stunned. Level 1 Combat Readiness. This was the highest alert level never activated since the Ninetales incident. It meant the village was facing an extinction level threat. Yes, the ANBU captain and his men vanished instantly. The third Hokage took a deep breath and reached out to tear off his Hokage Hayori. The white Hayori fluttered in the night wind. The character's third Hokage stained crimson by the distant firelight. Beneath it, he wore old-style combat armor. For decades, he had always worn this armor. Because he had never truly put down his blade. Because his will of fire had always been forged with iron and blood. Summoning Jutsu Adamantine Staff. The third Hokage shouted. A jet-black adamantine staff flew out of the summoning formation and landed in his palm. He gripped the staff tightly. His aged joints let out a faint crack, but his gaze no longer trembled. He was Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was the personally taught disciple of Senju Tobirama. He was the professor of ninjutsu. He was Konoha's strongest Hokage. Bang! The third Hokage leaped into the air, cutting a sharp arc through the night sky as he sped toward the golden giant. Meanwhile, at the outer perimeter of the Uchiha clan compound, Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, stood on a high slope overlooking the compound. Beneath his feet was an invisible barrier set up by Root Ninja, tightly sealing off the entire Uchiha clan compound. Behind him stood 12 Root elites, the strongest combatants of Root, each a killing machine forged from the depths of death. For this day, he had waited too long. For decades, he had infiltrated every corner of Konoha. He had seduced, bribed, assassinated, and framed. He sowed discord, created incidents, making the Uchiha marginalized, suspect, and isolated. He led the Uchiha step by step to this night. In the 6 years after the Ninetales incident, behind every escalation of conflict between the Uchiha and the village, his hand was at work. Every anonymous tip-off letter, every decision to strip the police force of its power, every rumor against the Uchiha were all chess moves he had meticulously done. He was the true player of the game. The third Hokage was merely a puppet covering for him. Itachi was just a blade. Fugaku was merely a cowardly and useless catalyst. They were all pawns. And now the game was about to end. The Uchiha would be annihilated overnight, and all the Sharingan would fall into his hands. The Senju, the Uchiha, and the Ninetales, 3 supreme powers, will all be mine. Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen is old. It's time for him to step down. The next Hokage, Danzo-sama. A Root member appeared before him with a body flicker, kneeling on one knee, his voice urgent. The village center is under attack. An unidentified powerful enemy has appeared. The Hokage has ordered level 1 combat readiness. Susanoo. Danzo's single eye widened. He had certainly seen the commotion in the distance, but he never expected it to be Susanoo. The most supreme ocular jutsu in the ninja world appearing in the village center tonight. Danzo's mind raced, countless possibilities flashing through his thought. Despicable. Tuanzang slammed his cane heavily against the ground, the earth beneath his feet cracking under the force of his chakra. His single eye blazed with unprecedented fury and murderous intent. So close. Just this final step. After tonight, the Yuzhibo would be completely erased from history, and all the Sharingan would become his possessions. He could not bear it. He would never allow anyone to destroy his plan. Lord Tuanzang, what should we do? Asked a trusted subordinate wearing a strange mask. Tuanzang pondered for a moment, then spoke. Without my orders, no one is to act. Continue the mission. Behind him, a ninja with a dog-faced mask hesitated, but the others have gone to engage the enemy. The situation in the village is also extremely urgent. Are we really not joining the fight? What I mean is, if we don't suppress the uprising quickly, the losses to might become too great to bear. Lord Tuanzang Jia's concerns are valid. If this storm causes too much damage, the other great nations may take action. First the fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki died, then the strongest clan was annihilated. The other powerful nations had long been restless. The unequal treaty with Sunagakure and the recent humiliation of the Rishian clan by Yunin were all. When Mai had the fourth Hokage and the perfect Jinchuriki, would they have dared to act? Who would have dared to cause trouble? If this battle cannot be suppressed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tuanzang's eyes sharpened. No, none of it mattered. If he obtained enough Sharingan, the power of both the Senju and the Uzibo plus the Kodo Amatsukami of the Mangekyo Sharingan he would become the strongest. Then with the nine tails under his control, who in the shinobi world could oppose him? He was the root of the sun. Jia-e. Tuanzang spoke in a low voice. We must view all things from a higher perspective. It is precisely for the sake of the village for me to become Hokage that this must be done. What is a little sacrifice? It is necessary. His single eye turned fierce, and he raised his cane to point at the Uzibo compound. The most important thing is there. That is the source of all evil. We the root are the pillars of Mai. We must eliminate all threats to Mai until the last drop of blood. After a pause, Tuanzang continued in a low voice. Moreover, we must trust our Hokage a little more. He is the Hokage. Leave that side to Hiruzen. After all, he is the strongest Hokage in history. The elite members of Root behind Tuanzang were convinced by his words, feeling that the one-eyed man before them was as majestic as a god. The 12 elite members of Root answered in unison. Their movements were perfectly synchronized like puppets controlled by a single string. The firelight reddened half the sky. The golden Susanoo rampaged through the center of the village like a war god from legend. With every swing of its sword building, with every step, lives were extinguished. The screams and explosions intertwined, turning the strongest ninja village Mai into a burning hell. Whoosh! On the roof of the police department building, space suddenly twisted. A vortex appeared out of thin air, spinning and expanding. A figure in a black robe and a tiger-patterned mask emerged from the vortex. The masked man stood at the edge of the roof, his black robe fluttering in the hot wind. The Sharingan behind his mask reflected the distant golden Susanoo, his pupils contracting slightly. Who is that? His voice was so soft that it was completely swallowed by the distant explosions. Susanoo. And in its fourth form, the Kotengu. His mind raced through all the Uzibo intelligence he knew. Whose eyes were these? Fugaku. No. Fugaku, if he possessed such power, the Uzibo would not have come to this point. That clan leader had lost his edge, tamed by the will of fire into a house dog possessing formidable strength, yet willing to kneel before the Hokage and await death. Obito glanced at the distant Susanoo, burning with golden chakra, a mocking smile curling beneath his mask. It seemed Tuanzang's intelligence was as reliable as dog shit. He shifted his gaze from the Susanoo and quickly scanned the area below. The root forces were... The Umbu elites were also gathering. He had harvested enough Freedomo Sharingan for tonight. The gains were not insignificant. That guy has also stolen a considerable amount of power. The masked man muttered to himself, his voice full of sarcasm. He was referring to Tuanzang. He looked up at the moon, dyed blood red. Moonlight pierced through the smoke, falling on his mask, casting an eerie red glow in the eye holes. The masked man quickly assessed the situation. His thoughts raced as he glanced around. Here we have Itachi Tuanzang, and my identity cannot be exposed. Is this as far as I can go? The masked man knew when to stop. If he continued to be greedy, he would inevitably clash with both sides. Itachi would not allow him to act further, and Tuanzang would never let the Sharingan fall into another's hands. He might not even win the fight, and his identity would definitely be exposed. His intuition was certain. If he fought Itachi with his intelligence and cunning, would surely analyze his identity. That would jeopardize the plan. In truth, he was quite intimidated by Itachi. The two most powerful ocular techniques in terms of mental strength were in Itachi's and Tuanzang's hands. The masked man snorted coldly. His goal was the infinite Tsukuyami, to create a new world with her. For this goal he had endured for so many years, manipulating Kirigakure, guiding Nagato, laying schemes step by step in the shadows. He could not take risks here. Intelligence is the most important weapon in the shinobi world. If any shred of information about his abilities, his identity as Madara, or the Akatsuki were exposed, the entire plan would be severely impacted. Itachi was too smart. That 13-year-old boy had a depth of thought that even Obito found frightening. If they fought here, Itachi would surely analyze his identity through subtle details and even track down more information. Without 100% certainty, he absolutely must not strike at Itachi. After all, his main means of intimidating Itachi was his identity as Uchiha Madara. This intelligence must never be exposed in the slightest. It was the key to his manipulation of the shinobi world and his success. If he lost the identity of Madara, his deterrence and control would be completely lost. Would others still fear him? The leader of the Akatsuki, for instance, if he knew he was not Madara, would probably turn against him first. Well anyway, this world will eventually fall. And Obito took one last look at the golden Susanoo, then glanced toward the direction of the Uzibo compound. Time to retreat. The spatial vortex appeared again. The rooftop fell silent once more. Only the distant explosions and the smoke illuminated by the firelight remained. Itachi stood alone on a utility pole beside the clan leader's mansion in the Uchiha compound, his figure disheveled. His usual melancholy expression was now replaced by shock. The explosion of flames in the village cast his shadow in a grotesque light. His hand gripped the blade. On the edge, blood had coagulated into a dark red crust. Every blood groove was filled with minced flesh and bone fragments gleaming with a cold glint under the moonlight. He no longer remembered how many people he had killed. He didn't remember. He no longer cared. He lifted his head, gazing toward the center of the village. Their flames soared into the sky. A golden Susanoo burned in the night. The explosions were deafening even from this distance, and the screams merged into a chorus. Konoha was being torn apart. Itachi looked down at Uchiha Fugaku, who stood in the courtyard below. The man crossed his arms, his expression eerily calm, as if the ongoing massacre had nothing to do with him. Fugaku possessed the Mangekyo, but he never used it in front of anyone, not even Itachi. Why was this happening? Itachi had already resolved to sacrifice the entire clan. He had already killed 500 or 600 of his clansmen, so why had war still broken out? Itachi, we understand your decision. Do it. Fugaku spoke from below while his wife Mikoto wept uncontrollably nearby. In truth, Fugaku had already foreseen everything through his Mangekyo charm. He had sought secret talks with the third Hokage countless times, but neither could find a way to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. So he too gave up. Let the clan die. He had summoned the clan's elites to his home in advance and drugged them. This was for his son. He feared Itachi might not be able to defeat the entire clan, and he feared his 2 sons would be hurt in the conflict. He no longer cared about the others, nor about himself. He only prayed that his 2 beloved sons would survive. Don't hesitate. Compared to your pain, ours is but an instant. Mikoto also could not help but whisper softly, Itachi, my child. The golden light and the blazing fire of the explosions tore through the night sky. Every swing of Susanoo's blade made the earth tremble. The firelight reddened every window, every wall, every pair of eyes still alive. The target had been achieved. The massive commotion roused all surviving Uchiha, who grabbed their equipment and rushed out of their homes. Then they saw the bodies. Uchiha Yashiro lay at his own doorstep, his Sharingan gouged out empty sockets, staring blankly at the sky. His wife lay 3 steps away, a kunai still clutched in her hand, never thrown. His son lay at his feet, a clean hole pierced through his back. Uncle Yashiro. A young Chunin's knees buckled, and he knelt in the pool of blood. Trembling, he reached out to touch Yashiro's shoulder, the coldness of his fingertips jolting his entire body. Dead. The entire street was filled with corpses. Enemy attack. Finally, someone let out a hoarse roar, its hysterical sharpness echoing across the Uchiha compound. Everyone, take up arms. Protect the elderly and children. Notify the police force. Inform the clan leader and the elders. The shouts gradually faded, because more bodies were discovered. The elite with 3 Tomo Sharingan lay scattered everywhere. The backbone of the Uchiha clan, slaughtered in their sleep like chickens. Who did this? The question exploded among the crowd. Someone crouched to examine the bodies, finding no signs of struggle. No resistance. Impossible. Uncle Yashiro had 3 Tomo, and Inabi was a Jonin. How could they not resist? No, they were drugged. Drugged. Who could have drugged them? All eyes began to turn in the same direction. The clan leader's mansion. And at that moment, someone spotted the figure. Under the moonlight on the utility pole, Uchiha Itachi stood alone in the night. His blade was still dripping blood. His entire Umbu uniform was soaked through. His face showed no expression, no guilt, no sorrow, no anger. Only a blank, bone-chilling silence. Itachi, a young female ninja, looked up, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Quick. Help us. Her voice trailed off. Because she saw the blood on Itachi. She saw the blade. She saw those cold eyes devoid of any human emotion. Itachi. At the front of the crowd, an old ninja with graying hair let out a roar that was almost a scream. What happened? Why are you here? Why are you covered in blood? Itachi did not answer. He did not even lower his head. He was only staring at the golden Susanoo in the distance. From the crowd, a voice rose, tinged with an uncertain guess. Could it be that Itachi is under an enemy's Genjutsu controlled? Genjutsu. Yes. Yes. It could be Genjutsu. Someone has control over Itachi. Quick, help Itachi break the Genjutsu. Someone in the crowd began to form hand seals, attempting to dispel any possible Genjutsu control on Itachi. They had no choice. This was utterly inconceivable. In all of human history, who could have done such a thing? Don't bother. A middle-aged Jonin spoke in a low voice. His name was Uchiha Tetsuka, a 3 Tomo user, one of the elite who had escaped because he had not gone for tea. He had always disagreed with clan leader Fugaku, and it was this grudge that had saved his life. He stood at the front of the crowd, his 3-mo Sharingan activated, fixed on the figure on the utility pole. His voice was as cold as winter steel. Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu skill is among the highest in the clan. Who could control him with Jinjutsu? No one answered, because the truth was too cruel. Fugaku stood there, arms crossed. Everyone, he spoke, his voice not loud, but clear in every ear, stop guessing. It was me. I drugged them. I told Itachi to do this. The crowd erupted. Clan leader. What are you saying? Are you insane? How dare you? How could you do this? Yashiro and the others were your comrades, your brothers. How could you? For what? Uchiha Tetsuka's fists were clenched until his knuckles turned white, bloodshot veins bulging in his 3-mo Sharingan. Clan leader, tell us. For what? Fugaku did not answer. He just stood there like a stone statue that had long died, yet still stood. He knew what accusations he would bear. He knew how his clansmen would curse him. He knew how history would judge him. Traitor, coward, murderer of his own clan, a dog begging for favor from the Hokage faction. But he no longer cared. He only wanted his sons to survive. For the sake of Konoha, Fugaku spoke. Is that answer enough? Bullshit. Tekka roared, his Sharingan flaring to life. In his pupils the 3-tomo spun wildly, nearly splitting into a new form. Rage, grief, and the fury of betrayal. All emotions converged, shattering some barrier as his ocular power seethed. Not only that, many clan members who had not yet awakened, their eyes driven by extreme anger and fear, began to awaken. What is Konoha? It is the village built by us, Uchiha, the Senju, and dozens of ninja clans. It is the land watered by the blood of our ancestors. Now they want to annihilate us. As the clan head, you actually side with them? Clan members. Tekka roared, raising a kunai and pointing toward Fugaku's family. Fugaku's entire family has betrayed us. He betrayed the Uchiha. He defected to the Hokage faction. He wants to wipe us all out. He poisoned everyone. Itachi slaughtered clan members. He wants to offer the blood of us Uchiha as a tribute to their masters. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to die? The emotions in the crowd were fully ignited. More people awakened their Sharingan. Onetomo, Tutomo, 3-tomo. A sea of scarlet light merged, weaving an ocean of despair and fury beneath the blood moon. They were once the founders of Konoha. They were once the most fearsome warriors on the battlefield. They were once the sword and shield of the land of fire. Now they were merely cornered beasts pushed to the brink. Kill! Someone shouted first. Then countless shinobi tools flew from the crowd, shooting toward those once honored as clan head and young master Itachi. Fugaku closed his eyes. Mikoto tightly clutched the hem of his robe, burying her face against his shoulder. Itachi finally moved. He leaped down from the utility pole, spinning midair, his long sword arcing to deflect dozens of shuriken. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew. He landed before Fugaku and Mikoto, back to his parents, facing hundreds of furious clan members. And in the midst of this chaos, screams rang out. The sound came from the outer edge of the clan compound. An Uchiha ninja, maintaining a defensive stance with his back to the compound wall, suddenly felt a kunai pierce his heart. He looked down at the blade tip protruding from his chest, lips moving as if to speak, but only blood gushed out. Behind him, a figure wearing an animal mask slowly withdrew the bloodstained short sword. Enemy attack. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless black figures emerged from the shadows, pouring into the Uchiha compound like a swarm of locusts. Their numbers were overwhelming. 3 times, 5 times the Uchiha. Root. Umbu. All the masked, cold-blooded killers under Danzo's single order pounced. The Uchiha clan has rebelled. Kill them all. No survivors. Explosions of ninjutsu echoed throughout the compound. Kill. Uchiha Tekka roared as he charged into the enemy formation, the light of ocular power flickering in his eyes. He felt it. His 3-tomo was splitting, evolving toward the Mangekyo. Extreme rage, despair, and the pain of betrayal all transformed into ocular power, flooding those blood-stained eyes. Lord Tekka. Several young Uchiha followed behind him. Though their Sharingan were only 2-tomo, driven by fury, their movements were swifter than usual. Protect the elderly and children. Cover the non-combatants, retreat. Head toward the Naka River. There's a secret passage. Hurry. An old woman supported by her granddaughter fled from a burning house. Behind her, a root ninja's blade was already descending. Clang. A kunai flew from the side, precisely deflecting the blade. Grandma, run. The thrower was an 11 or 12-year-old boy, Uchiha Suzume, a newly graduated genin. His face still bore childishness, but his eyes were as sharp as an adult's. But the next moment, the root ninja's comrade struck from the flank, driving a blade into Suzume's abdomen. Suzume grunted, gripping the blade with both hands to prevent the enemy from pulling it out. His Sharingan spun wildly as he pulled an explosive tag from his pouch and pressed it onto the root ninja in front of him. Go! Now! Boom! The explosive tag detonated and the boy's figure along with two root ninjas vanished into the flames. The old woman was pulled away by her granddaughter, tears streaming like rain. Behind them more such scenes unfolded. Danzo stood on a high slope at the edge of the compound, leaning on his cane, coldly watching the hell below. Behind him only 4 root elites remained, the rest had been thrown into the battle. His single eye gleamed with the light of determination. Since Itachi has stopped, we must do it ourselves. He spoke in a low voice, kill them all, leave none alive. Collect all eyes into root. Danzo's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield and suddenly stopped at one direction. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Otsu. He turned to the dog-faced masked subordinate behind him, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. I must obtain them at any cost. Otsu vanished in a body flicker. Danzo turned back to watch the battle. For decades they had used every means to push the Uchiha to this point. Now his long-cherished wish was about to be realized. Danzo tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, his aged face brimming with rapture. Sensei Tobarama, I did it. Can you see? Just as his heart surged with emotion, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind him. A cat-faced mask umbu uniform. Silent as a wisp of smoke. Danzo's perception was among the best en route, yet at this moment, he did not sense the figure's approach. Until a kunai pressed against the back of his neck. The cold touch made his entire body stiffen. Hua. Danzo barked, his right hand jerking up. But the blade was faster. Countless flashes of cold light whizzed by in an instant, blood splattering. Danzo's body was slashed into pieces. Huff! Huff! Danzo's aged face was covered in cold sweat as he stumbled back a few steps. Genjutsu. When did? Not far away, the cat-faced masked ninja removed his mask, revealing Itachi's face. Clang! The Mangekyo Sharingan bloomed, unleashing overwhelming ocular power. I can come to you anytime. These eyes will always be watching you from the darkness. Don't forget what you promised me. Don't have any designs on my brother or else. The world warped and Danzo snapped out of the Genjutsu, nearly collapsing to his knees. He looked around. Only 4 subordinates remained nearby. Kill them all. Yes, sir. The 4 subordinates, though unaware why their leader had suddenly become strange, obeyed and charged out to fight. Kill. For our children, for the glory of our clan. The Uchiha clan, pushed to the brink completely, went berserk. Those with powerful ocular prowess saw the situation at the village center and let out rousing cries of encouragement. Look, that is the legendary supreme power of our clan, Susanoo. Oh, it's Uchiha Tianti. It's Tianti fighting for us. Fight. That pig dog Fuyue is no longer our clan head. Carve a bloody path. Our Uchiha clan fears no battle. Hundreds of Uchiha clan members roared in unison. Whether the elderly or children barely a meter tall, all grabbed their weapons. Boom. The golden Susanoo took a step on the burning, shattered streets. The earth cracked, debris flew, and a 3-story building that had yet to collapse was crushed to dust beneath the giant's foot. Tianti stood within the Susanoo, his eyes crimson like blood. He sensed it. The superhuman perception granted by the sage body allowed him to clearly see everything happening in the clan grounds. Those clansmen who had been startled from their sleep, those Sharingan that had lit up, those clansmen who were engaged in battle with the root ninja. In-released chakra was burning, and the Sharingan were evolving in waves. Crimson light flared across the clan grounds, the first awakening of those who had never opened their eyes, triggered by extreme emotional impact. The clansmen were awake. That meant he had only one mission. Tianti lifted his head, gazing at the dozens of chakra lights speeding toward him in the distance. Attack with all his might. Create the greatest threat, attract the most enemies. As long as he held off the main force of my here, the clansmen at the clan grounds would have more hope. And more time to organize resistance, and more people could survive the breakout. Well met. A ferocious grin twisted the corner of Tianti's mouth as he rapidly formed hand seals. The Susanoo raised its right hand, fingers spread, and golden chakra coalesced in its palm into a burning giant chakra sword. The powerful pulse emitted a hissing sound that devoured the air. The giant swept its sword horizontally, cleaving an entire commercial street in 2. Rubble shot into the sky, and flames dyed half the sky red. Countless civilians and ninja perished on the spot. Stop him. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Wind release, breakthrough. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Dozens of ninjutsu struck from different directions, slamming into the Susanoo. Flames, water bullets, and wind blades exploded against the golden chakra armor, but not even a single crack was left. Tianti snorted in disdain. The Susanoo's other hand clenched into a fist and slammed down, burying 3 umbu ninja who were too slow to dodge, along with the rubble beneath them, into the earth. Just then, stop! An aged roar exploded from midair. A figure clad in old-style armor descended from the sky, his adamantine staff extending abruptly, striking toward the Susanu's face with the force of thunder. Tian-Ti raised his left arm to block. The staff slammed into the Susanu's wrist, and for the first time visible cracks appeared on the golden chakra armor. But that was all. The cracks healed in an instant as if they had never existed. Yuanfei risen somersaulted and landed on the roof of a surviving building in front of the Susanu, his adamantine staff resting at his side, his headband fluttering in the hot wind. His breathing was slightly rapid, but his aged eyes remained sharp. Behind him, dozens of elite Umbu and the Hokage's direct guards arrived, one after another, forming a battle formation among the ruins. The third's pupils reflected the Susanu's ferocious Tengu mask, as well as the young man standing within its forehead. Uchiha Tian-Ti. Wasn't that the youth imprisoned in the dungeon? That madman who babbled nonsense before Jishui and Fuyue? That Tsutomu waste who barely survived under surveillance? But now he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, with a violent chakra fluctuation. His Susanu was rampaging in the heart of his power, burning the order that the third had spent decades maintaining. The third Hokage took a deep breath, suppressing his surging emotions. Tian-Ti, it's you. His voice was old and hoarse, yet carried a soothing. That was his signature tone as Hokage. The voice honed through countless diplomatic occasions, countless times of calming villagers, and countless disputes. It was like a cup of hot tea, a warm lamp, a kind grandfather admonishing a lost grandson. Stop now. Tian-Ti did not stop. He looked down at the third from above, his Mangekyo Sharingan, churning with undisguised hatred. Oh, stop. His voice transmitted from within the Susanu, amplified by chakra, into a metallic echo that resounded across half of my. Old man, are you talking to me? Or to those dogs behind you? The Umbu ninjas tightened their grips on their weapons, but no one dared to. They were all elites, and precisely for that reason, they understood the terror of the Susanu better than anyone. This was a power that could rival tailed beasts. That was the legendary ocular jutsu, an ultimate defense that might not be breached even if filled with lives. The third did not get angry. His face was filled with sincere regret, like an elder watching a younger generation err, his heart full of compassion, urging him to turn back. Tian-Ti, I understand your anger. The Uchiha clan has suffered unjust treatment. As Hokage, I have an undeniable responsibility. He took a step forward, spreading his hands to show he had no intention to attack. He left the adamantine staff behind him, his open arms resembling an embrace. But war is not the way to solve problems. Your Susanu is harming innocent villagers. Those people have nothing to do with the Uchiha's plight. They also have families, children, and just want to live in peace. The third's voice grew increasingly sincere, and his eyes even reddened slightly. Don't continue making mistakes. It's not too late to turn back now. I swear in the name of the third Hokage, as long as you stop, we can sit down and talk properly. I will convene a ninja clan meeting to re-examine the Uchiha status, and as for those scheming behind the scenes, I will investigate thoroughly and give you and the Uchiha an explanation. We people of the most important thing is the will of fire. Mutual understanding and mutual support are the only way to. Before he finished speaking, the Susanu moved, not with its sword, but directly raised its foot and stomped down toward the building where the third stood. Will of fire. Ha! Tian-Ti's mad laughter burst out from within the Susanu, the laughter laced with endless mockery and venom. You dare talk to me about the will of fire now? Did Uchiha Jishui have the will of fire? You drove him to death. Did Uchiha you have the will of fire? You made him slaughter his own clan. Did the 1,300 Uchiha clan members have the will of fire? They were all people who had abandoned the old clan leader and willingly stayed in my. Their blood hasn't dried yet, you hypocritical old dog. Boom. The buildings crumbled to dust beneath the feet of Susanu. The third Hokage vanished in an instant, reappearing at another vantage point. The feigned benevolence on his face finally cracked. His mouth twitched. His peripheral vision swept over the watching ninjas. He couldn't let him continue speaking. The third Hokage thought to himself. The truth about the Uchiha clan couldn't be exposed in such a setting. Kenny knew too much and said too much. If he kept talking, what would the other ninja clans in the village think? How would they view the Hokage faction? How would they see him, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Idiot. What do you think you're doing? The third Hokage barked, his voice stripped of all warmth, replaced by authority and reprimand. What am I doing? Obviously. Kenny grinned. Destroying Konoha. Stop making mistakes. The third Hokage raised his voice a few notches, still struggling to maintain the magnanimity befitting an elder. It's not too late to turn back now. Don't be impulsive. That would cause irreparable consequences. Let's sit down and talk it out. I'll try my best to ensure the village overlooks your rashness. This path will only make things worse. Have you forgotten Shizui's vision? Have you forgotten the true meaning of the will of fire? Surrender now, please. The third's inner monologue whispered. Let me subdue you quickly, or at least stall you. Once Danzo's net closes in and the remnants of the Uchiha are cleansed, it'll have plenty of ways to make you accept reality calmly. Tianyi said nothing. Suddenly he burst into laughter. The sound emanated from within Susanoo, amplified by chakra, causing the surrounding buildings to tremble and the Umbu ninjas to involuntarily step back. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeper. This laughter was too harsh, too unruly. In such a situation, when he as Hokage had already offered a way out, the other party should have taken the hint, at least shown hesitation. That was the politics he had known for decades, the reaction expected from a young man who understood the bigger picture. Tianyi gazed at the third's sincere, yet weary face, at every masterfully acted wrinkle, at the flawless regret and compassion. How many had once believed that face? How many had thought the third genuinely wanted to help the Uchiha, but was powerless? There is no truth in this world. Truth lies beneath the blade of my Susanoo. Old dog. Tianyi spoke, his voice savage. Come die. Susanoo's right arm shot up. Tianyi's Mangekyo spun violently. Chakra flames coalesced into a blazing giant arrow, forming and launching from Susanoo's hand. Earth released multiple earth-style walls. The third Hokage formed seals, rapidly summoning 3 thick earthen walls. But the giant arrow pierced through them, consuming the walls like paper. The third Hokage's pupils contracted sharply. He exploded with all his chakra and narrowly dodged sideways. The giant arrow grazed his left shoulder, leaving a scorched black mark, then struck the ground behind him, blasting a deep crater. Lord Third Hokage. The Umbu ninjas swarmed forward. The third Hokage clutched his burned shoulder, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He finally understood that this young man was no longer a pawn to be manipulated. He was here to fight to the death, and a man fighting to the death was immune to any rhetoric. Tianyi. The third's voice dropped, a trace of genuine complexity flickering in his eyes. Do you think I wanted the Uchiha to be annihilated? Do you think I don't feel the pain? He spoke with a weariness, as if a man burdened too long had finally revealed a sliver of his. I watched Itachi grow up. I watched Shisui grow up. Kagami was my comrade, closer than a brother. Do you think I felt nothing when I learned Itachi was about to act? Do you think I was indifferent when I saw the Uchiha come to this? His voice grew hoarse, but inside he thought brother time to take the blame. I couldn't stop Danzo. I couldn't keep my promise to Shisui. I'm not a good Hokage. But was the Uchiha tragedy entirely Konoha's fault? Your clan's arrogance and isolation, your obsession with power, your internal divisions. Did I cause those? The third Hokage looked up at Tianyi, his eyes reddening. What's done is done. No matter how many you kill, the dead won't come back. But there are still living Uchiha. They still have a chance. If you stop now, I promise. It'll guarantee their safety. It'll ensure the Uchiha won't be wiped out. We can start over. The Uchiha and Konoha can start over. His voice was low but sincere. So sincere that many ninjas present silently lowered their heads, so sincere that even the clan ninjas who had not intervened showed complex expressions. Tianyi was silent too, for a full 3 seconds. Then he laughed a light laugh, as if amused by a joke that wasn't funny. Start over. He savored the words, his smile devoid of warmth. The Uchiha people who strapped explosive tags to themselves to shield the elderly and children. Did you hear them? No. Why couldn't they wait for your start over? You want to buy my silence. You trade a few survivors for the 1,300 lives of the Uchiha. Do you think I'm as gullible as that fool Itachi? He paused, his smile freezing entirely. He raised his voice deliberately for all to hear, for the clan ninjas watching in the shadows. Old man, if I weren't here tonight, if I hadn't manifested Susanoo, if I hadn't exposed your tricks, what would the will of fire say? His voice suddenly turned soft, like a docile junior reciting an elder's lesson. The evil Uchiha demon, Itachi, slaughtered his entire clan. The will of fire stands against evil. Hunt the rogue ninja, Itachi. That's the script, isn't it? Oh, but now I've disrupted it. You'll change a few lines. The Uchiha clan attempted a coup, but Konoha discovered and eliminated, right? It's a tragic misfortune, but we must move on, right? Shisui Uchiha committed suicide, nothing to do with the village, right? Tianyi turned his gaze to the distant silent ninjas, scanning every face. And then you believed it, because it was spoken by the radiant Lord Hokage, because it was the great third Hokage who never lies. Without this Susanoo, what would you know? You answer me. You would know nothing. You would only lay a bouquet at the memorial stone, and tell yourselves the village has done its best. In the shadows, many ninjas' eyes grew solemn, lost in thought. Not everyone was a fool. At least the jonin and higher-ups of the major clans understood Tianyi's meaning. The clans oppressed in the Land of Fire were not limited to the Uchiha clan. The Hokage faction had deeply entrenched itself in Konoha for nearly 40 years, and all benefits and strategic allocations had long been claimed. In the large cities and prosperous areas of the Land of Fire, where were their families' forces not occupying? The Sarutobi clan had even grown so fat that they had trained thousands of clan ninjas. Border and dangerous missions were always handled by other ninja clans and civilian ninjas. Even surveillance, suppression, and exploitation fell upon other clans. Any genius in the clan would be taken away under various pretexts. The leaders of each clan knew it well, but they dared not speak out. Who would dare to act recklessly? Do you think the shinobi heroes' methods of stabilizing the outside and purging the inside were a joke? The Senju clan had too much potential. Experimented on until wiped out. The Hyuga clan was the strongest. For the sake of Konoha, the clan head must die. Even the Uchiha clan, which had shaken the ninja world for centuries, dared to show its fangs. Annihilated. Too many clans were wiped out. Of the nearly 60 ninja clans at the founding of Konoha, few remain. Powerful as the Senju Uzumaki, and even the Uchiha could not escape this fate. Who would not tremble? Except for the 4 great clans of the Hokage faction, who hasn't swallowed bitter tears. Why, after the battle has raged for so long, haven't those powerful clans dispatched any elite forces? Where is the Hyuga's absolute defense and the skyrending air palm? Where is the Aburame's overwhelming swarm of insects? It could be said that even if ninjas from other countries invaded Konoha, they would only go through the motions, happy to see the Hokage killed. In fact, if someone came to kill the Hokage, perhaps many in Konoha would be willing to cooperate. Leave it to Lord, 3rd Hokage. We must trust the Hokage. He is the strongest Hokage in history. T turned around and looked back, and those 1,300 lives became just a number in the archives. This is your will of fire. It illuminates all things, but never the Uchiha clan. Start over. Huh. Why don't you ask my sister? She is only 3 years old. Does she still have a chance to start over? Boom. Susanu's twin swords slashed together, clearing large obstacles. You didn't have a change of heart or compromise. You only put on that disgusting face because of Susanu, because of my power. The 3rd Hokage fell silent, his expression turning complex. Not guilt, not anger, but something more subtle. It was as if he felt troubled. This person refused to take the easy way out. This person did not play by the rules. This person had to be dealt with. The 3rd Hokage's voice finally turned cold. Konoha is not something you can destroy just because you want to. You are strong, but you are only one person. Konoha has tens of thousands of ninjas, elites from all major clans, and the legacy left by the 1st Hokage. T twitched his mouth, not falling for the trap. Who said I have to defeat everyone in Konoha? Susanu raised its hands again. Golden chakra gathered around the giant, layer upon layer, like a massive wave poised before a tsunami. I only need to kill you. Before the words faded, several golden lights erupted simultaneously. Susanu's hands grasped 2 burning giant swords and crossed them, slashing toward the 3rd Hokage's position. The 3rd Hokage swung the adamantine staff to block, but this time the force was stronger and fiercer than before. The adamantine staff let out a piercing scream upon contact with the giant sword. The 3rd Hokage was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing through 3 buildings before stopping. Lord Hokage. The Umbu ninjas sprang into action, unleashing dozens of jutsu at Susanu. T let out a cold laugh. Keep coming, all of you. His wild laughter echoed across the battlefield. I'm going to tear through Konoha today. Come on. His perception still focused on the direction of the clan grounds. The chakra glow there was intense. Without the support of absolute power, the root alone could no longer completely subdue the Uchiha clan. There was still hope. T gritted his teeth and activated the sage body again. Vast chakra surged into Susanu like a river. Susanu's form began to change. The golden Karasu Tengu armor grew thicker, and its size expanded again, approaching the edge of the complete form. Boom. With one strike, a section of the earth was overturned, and a destructive shockwave rolled outward. The 3rd Hokage struggled to rise from the rubble. He looked up at the golden giant, now 60 or 70 meters tall, and watched his elite subordinates being crushed beneath it. A hint of shock finally appeared in his eyes. This was the power of the Uchiha, a power that should have been used for Konoha. Now it was destroying Konoha. T. Do you really want everyone to be buried with you? Stop this sin, the 3rd Hokage rasped. T looked down at him. No, old man, this is not a burial. This is a judgment from the Uchiha clan. Susanu raised its chakra giant sword, aiming at the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Crash down. Boom. The earth collapsed. The Hokage rock trembled in the distance, the faces of past Hokage, silently watching all this under the moonlight. And above the burning ruins, golden light continued to spread, and screams persisted. The night of the clan massacre. No, this was the night of Konoha's destruction. At this moment, his fury and bloodlust had reached their peak. Bang! A sword light swept past, and the Hokage building in the distance was instantly shattered into pieces. How can he be this strong? Countless ninjas stared in shock at this breathtaking scene, at the Hokage building that no longer existed. That building, the symbol of Konoha's power, standing for nearly 60 years in the ninja world, had actually been destroyed. The dust gradually dissipated, revealing the shattered ground below. Sizzle! A lump of yellow mud surged on the ground and coalesced into the figure of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Earth release secret technique. Tian's eyes narrowed. As expected of the professor of ninjutsu, you've taken the 5 elemental techniques to new heights. Whoosh! The adamantine staff spun and flew, its powerful chakra shockwave blowing away all the dust. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the adamantine staff behind his back, pointing it diagonally at the sky and earth. Is there no choice but to fight? No other way. For Konoha, the will of fire, everlasting. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. For the leaf charge. The will of fire burns eternal. Sarutobi Hiruzen's roar thundered like a clap of thunder echoing across the blazing ruins. In that moment something seemed to ignite. It was the hearts beating in the chests of those shinobi. Stop him here. An AMBU member was the first to dash out from behind, cover hands forming seals. His ninjutsu like a dragon roared and slammed into the Susanu's ankle. Beneath his mask was a young face, lips trembling with a tension so intense it bordered on convulsion. He charged forward, and not only him. The emotions of countless shinobi were ignited, and they surged ahead. God or demon, it mattered not. The will of fire blazed fiercely, consuming all foes. That chakra form isn't invincible. Saturation attack. Don't. Another jonin barked out orders. He stood atop a pile of rubble, slashing his finger with a kunai, smearing blood on a sealing scroll, and summoning dozens of chakra light bullets. The light bullets rained down like a torrent. Behind him, more shinobi poured forth. For the will of fire. Protect Konoha. Kill. The radiance of jutsu wove into a net beneath the night sky. Fire style, wind style, lightning style, earth style, water style. The chakra of all 5 elements surged from every direction like a burst dam, a deluge that pounded against the Susanu from all sides. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions were as dense as drumbeats. Ripples spread across the Susanu's surface, and under the relentless assault, fine cracks began to appear in its golden chakra armor. Though each crack healed in an instant, the speed of healing was slowing. Standing within the Susanu, Tian looked down upon it all. He watched those shinobi who feared nothing, knowing they would die, yet still charging forward without hesitation. These madmen. He watched those pitiful souls brainwashed to the marrow by the will of fire. His eyes held no pity, only cold indifference. My will. Tian spoke, his voice like a death knell from the depths of hell. Is above you all. The Susanu spread its arms wide, and 2 burning chakra greatswords slashed horizontally. Golden arcs swept across the night sky like a scythe of death cutting through a rice field. The shinobi at the forefront didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies were severed in midair, and blood mist evaporated into crimson haze under the searing heat. One slash. Dozens perished. Don't stop. Keep attacking. A shinobi with one arm missing crawled up from the ground, using his remaining hand to form a final seal and spit out a fireball. The fireball exploded against the Susanu's visor, leaving not even a scorch mark. The Susanu raised its foot and stepped down. Squish. That shinobi, along with the earth beneath him, was crushed deep into the ruins. Senior Sato. A young kunoichi screamed, tears streaming from her eyes. But before she could recover from her grief, the Susanu's other foot descended. Boom. Her figure vanished, leaving only a deep crater. The Susanu continued to advance. With each step, fresh corpses piled beneath its feet. The chakra greatswords became a golden storm, and wherever they passed, flesh and blood flew, severed limbs falling like rain. Blades cut through buildings. Buildings collapsed. Blades cut through human bodies. Bodies shattered. Blades cut through ninja tools. Tools exploded. Nothing could stop this golden war god. Konoha's shinobi were like meat thrown into a grinder, layer by layer, being shaved away, crushed, and burned to ash. Screams merged into a single chorus echoing over Konoha, interweaving with the distant sounds of battle from the Uchiha compound, composing a tragic symphony written in blood and fire. Yet the shinobi kept charging. One fell, and the next stepped over his corpse. One batch perished, the next batch took their place. Even when fatally wounded, some shinobi still clung to explosive tags and charged at Tian. Their eyes were fanatical and resolute, as if fulfilling a sacred mission, as if death was the inevitable path to glory. Such was the terror of the will of fire. It could turn people into machines, into fuel, into mindless puppets that only obeyed orders without realizing it. It could make a normal person, after witnessing a comrade crushed into paste, still shout the will of fire and charge at the same enemy. It could even nurture people like Itachi and Fugaku. Unprecedented and unparalleled. This was Konoha of today. This was the truth of the will of fire. Light flickered in Tian's left eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan clearly captured every enemy's movement. He saw the ANBU member sneaking through the room. He saw the Jonin attempting a sneak attack from behind. He saw the ninja squads setting up ceiling formations, but he paid them no heed. His gaze was fixed on the old man, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the rear of the battlefield, his hands forming seals at lightning speed, his lips moving. Behind him, 5 shadow clones simultaneously formed seals, making 6 in total, including the original. Earth style, fire style, wind style. 3 types of chakra flowed, interwove, and merged among the shadow clones. The ground began to tremble, the air began to distort. Tiles from the remaining buildings started to peel off, drawn by an invisible force hovering in midair. Terrifying energy waves radiated outward from the third Hokage. That fluctuation made even Tian's Mangekyo Sharingan narrow slightly. This is... Boom. There was no time for Tian to think. The third Hokage's original body and all 5 shadow clones completed their seals at the same time. Combination ninjutsu. Boom. The earth surged into towering waves, wind fanned the blazing flames, which then turned into countless small meteorites that blotted out the sky. Earth as the bones, heavy as a mountain, crushing all obstacles. Fire as the flesh and blood, scorching as the sun, burning all things in the world. Wind as the meridians, sharp as a blade, piercing all defenses. The 3 elements perfectly fused, surging toward the Susanoo with devastating force. Where the vortex passed, the ground was torn up, buildings were shredded, even the air was burned away. Seeing this, the mass of shinobi responded to the Hokage. Hundreds of elite shinobi poured out their chakra to the fullest, launching a simultaneous attack. Take this, Uchiha Tianti. Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead veins bulged. His face flickered in the chakra light, and in those aged eyes was determination, killing intent. This is the will of fire of everyone. With his roar, the destructive torrent swallowed the Susanoo. The golden light was swallowed. The Susanoo's figure was swallowed. Between heaven and earth there remained only that chakra vortex of 3 fused elements spinning madly in a posture of absolute destruction, as if to tear space-time itself apart. All the shinobi held their breath. Did we get him? We got him. Under this attack no one could. Long live Konoha. Some were already unable to hold back cheers. Some had tears in their eyes, believing the nightmare had finally. Yuanfei Rizen's breathing was rapid and heavy sweat streaming down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained unwavering. He sensed it. He sensed something amiss. That wave of annihilation should have shredded the Susanoo into dust. But now, the technique was still spinning, still roaring, still advancing with the force of utter destruction. Yet its pace had slowed, as if something was devouring it. What a... Yuanfei Rizen's pupils contracted sharply. At the eye of the storm, the golden light of the Susanoo flared once more. Tianti stood within the Susanoo, eyes wide. The Mangekyo in his left eye was spinning. A trickle of blood seeped from his eye socket, trailing down his cheek, glinting dark red in the chakra's radiance. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, fierce and contemptuous. Gucci Ming Zhao. The Mangekyo in Tianti's left eye burst into full bloom. The power of his ocular jutsu erupted. The air trembled faintly, and around the Susanoo a barely perceptible dark halo rippled outward like water. The power of his ocular jutsu erupted. The air trembled faintly, and around the Susanoo a barely perceptible dark halo rippled outward. The power of his ocular jutsu erupted. The air trembled faintly, and around the Susanoo a barely perceptible dark halo rippled outward like water. Erased from existence. No explosion, no thunder, no earth-shattering collision. The halo spread, and the storm of techniques vanished. As if fire met an unignitable void, as if floodwater crashed into an abyss that did not exist in this world. The assault was erased. In the blink of an eye it vanished completely, leaving no trace. Even the air was wiped away, creating a momentary vacuum, and the air rushing in from all sides produced a dull, thunderous roar. The golden Susanoo stood unscathed in its place. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence for a moment. What just happened? The third Hokages and our techniques. Where did they go? This is impossible. What kind of ability is that? That inherently evil monster from the Uzibo clan. Fear crept onto the faces of the ninjas. It was a fear of the unknown, a fear of the incomprehensible. They could face death, they could face powerful enemies, they could charge at any opponent, shouting the will of fire. But what had just happened was beyond their understanding. The combined ninjutsu powerful enough to destroy a town had simply vanished into thin air. The third Hokage, Yuanfei Rizen, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Be careful. This is the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Gucci Ming Zhao. This was the ability of Tian's Mangekyo Sharingan, the ocular jutsu dwelling in his left eye. This ocular jutsu could annihilate and weaken all non-living matter and energy. The destruction storm moments ago, for instance, had been erased by Gucci Ming Zhao. The more severe the effect, the greater the chakra consumption. That attack was the Hokage's full power combined with the chakra support of hundreds of elite ninjas enough to level a mountain. Golden lights swept across the sky. Watch out. Fall back. But it was too late. Tian's assault was like a tempest tearing apart the fragile defenses the ninjas had managed to organize. Golden lights swept across the sky. Watch out. Fall back. But it was too late. Tian's assault was like a tempest tearing apart the fragile defenses the ninjas had managed to organize. Boom, 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 boom. The golden Susanoo flailed wildly. It plunged into the crowd of ninjas like an out-of-control war machine, leaving only blood and screams in its wake. Over a stretch of hundreds of meters, the bodies of my ninjas lay scattered, blood flowing like a river. Countless buildings turned to ash, once bustling streets reduced to rubble, and over a stretch of hundreds of meters, the bodies of my ninjas lay scattered, blood flowing like a river. Countless buildings turned to ash, once bustling streets reduced to rubble, and blazing flames painted half the sky crimson. And this was only the beginning. Kill. Since you want to kill, then let's have a slaughter. Anger burned fiercely in Tian's eyes as chakra poured endlessly into the Susanoo. With each enemy slain, the brutality in his heart grew thicker. The civilians who had died tonight, the puppets brainwashed by the will of fire, the ninjas used as pawns by Danzo and the third Hokage. They were not innocent. Whether intentionally or not, every one of them had contributed to bringing the Uchiha clan to this point. In an avalanche which Snowflake is innocent. They were accomplices in this twisted system. And accomplices deserve to die. Damn it. Don't underestimate the will of fire of everyone. Yuanfei Rizen's roar echoed across the ruins. He had already thought of fleeing, but he could not. He was the Hokage, the guardian of the embodiment of the will of fire. Yuanfei Rizen moved like a nimble monkey among the burning debris, his speed leaving only a blur in the air. I'm counting on you, Monkey King Enma. As the words fell, whoosh, the adamant staff shot outward. It did not just extend. It grew. I'm counting on you, Monkey King Enma. As the words fell, whoosh, the adamant staff shot outward. It did not just extend. It grew wildly, becoming thicker and larger. From a rod barely 2 meters long, it swelled in an instant into a terrifying pillar tens of meters tall. The indestructible pillar, like a battering ram, smashed into the chest of the Susanoo. Clang! A deafening metallic clash exploded, and a visible shockwave radiated from the point of impact, collapsing the few remaining buildings nearby. The ground trembled, cracks spreading like a spiderweb in all directions. The Susanoo, that unstoppable golden warrior, was forced back several steps by its giant feet, gouged deep furrows in the rubble. Tian's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly manipulated the Susanoo to grab the adamant staff with both hands. The third Hokage's roar rang out again. It's useless. The adamant staff resonates with my chakra. It is indestructible. Yuanfei Rizen's veins bulged on his forehead as his chakra poured out like a flood into the staff. The adamant staff swelled once more. Its diameter grew from several meters to over a dozen meters. Its length stretched from tens of meters to hundreds of meters. It became a true sky-supporting pillar, pushing the Susanoo backward with the force of moving mountains and overturning seas. Boom, 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 boom. The Susanoo could not stabilize itself against this immense force. It gouged deep trenches in the ground, sending soil and rubble surging like waves to both sides. My strength and chakra are still not enough. Tian murmured to himself. Although he had acquired the sage's physique and the Mangekyo, his chakra and ocular power were still far below the level of Hashirama Senju and Madara. Boom. Tian's Susanoo was forcibly pushed back over 1,000 meters, leaving a trail of horrifying gouges across the earth. Everything along the path was obliterated. Countless who failed to flee perished or were injured. Amid the rubble, crushed remains were exposed. Crimson blood seeped from beneath the debris. The survivors scattered their cries and wails, drifting through the wind-whipped flames, turning the entire hidden leaf into a hellscape. A grave look settled in Tian's eyes. The chakra-infused hands of the Susanoo gripped the Rui staff tightly, golden chakra clashing violently against the staff's radiance, producing a sizzling sound. Yet the Rui staff remained immovable. This weapon, transformed from the Monkey King, had attained a terrifying level of hardness and strength under the enhancement. The third Hokage stood at the other end of the Rui staff, his headband flailing in the violent gusts, robes billowing audibly. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remained sharp. Lad, I have led the hidden leaf for decades, not by age, but by strength. Tian, you are strong, truly strong. But you are not strong enough. You are but a child, blinded by ignorance, unaware of the hidden leaf's foundation, nor the power of the will of fire. Withdraw now. The third Hokage roared, erupting with chakra. Tian's eyes burned crimson. Hey, old dog, what can you do to me? The Rui staff shuddered with a hum, but the golden light of the Susanoo flared brighter. Boom. The shockwave flattened another cluster of buildings. Dust shot into the sky, blotting out the moonlight. The Hidden Leaf's rear mountain. On the night-shrouded peak, a lone figure stood accompanied by a half-emerged freak. A giant aloe-like plant stretched out its half-white, half-black, strange face, gazing down at the magnificent burning ruins below. Boom. The towering flames cast long shadows from the two figures. Oh, so that is the power of the ninja hero. Zetsu's voice carried a hint of awe. They say that in his youth Sarutobi Hiruzen could level a city with a single strike and send a tailed beast flying with his staff. Seems it wasn't all bluster. The masked man did not respond. His gaze pierced through the night and the battlefield dust settling on the youth within the Susanoo. So what? Just an old fossil. In response to Zetsu's jibe, the masked man's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. He was well aware of the third Hokage's strength. When he had manipulated the Nine Tails to attack the Hidden Leaf, it had been the full 9 tails. A single blow. That Rui staff had struck the complete 9 tails, sending the mightiest tailed beast flying over a dozen li from the village center all the way to the uninhabited fields outside. The power of that strike was still etched in his memory. Yet oddly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had only delivered that one blow, then seemed to stop. His movements had grown slow, his reactions sluggish, as if something had held him back. The masked man speculated that Sarutobi Hiruzen had intended for the other two to deal with the calamity. Otherwise, if the third and fourth had joined forces back then, he would have been in serious trouble. This had directly led to the sacrifice of Minato and Kushina. But the masked man's voice suddenly took on a hint of amusement. This time it seems he has no retreat. He turned his gaze toward the Uchiha clan compound. The battle there continued with Sharingan lights flickering back and forth, more Uchiha awakening. In his eyes, everything in this world was meaningless. The Uchiha were merely tools to be used. But if this pawn could annoy the third and Danzo a little longer, make the Hidden Leaf bleed more, he would be very pleased to see it. On the battlefield, the dust slowly settled. The impact of the Rui staff had pushed the Susanoo into the commercial district on the west side of the Hidden Leaf. This had once been one of the village's most prosperous areas with rows of shops and wide streets. But now it was a wasteland. Burning shops, collapsed signs, shattered glass, and corpses everywhere. Thud. After another clash, Ti's Susanoo staggered back a few steps. They want to move the battlefield outside the village. Ti's eyes narrowed as he saw the towering walls and barrier not far behind, understanding the enemy's intention. At the same time, countless Hidden Leaf ninjas rushed in from all directions. The power of the Susanoo is still too immature. A dangerous smile curved at the corner of Ti's mouth. He had to admit that this pair of monkeys was indeed formidable. But to control the rhythm of war, they were far from enough. Whoosh! The Susanoo dissipated and Ti's figure vanished from the center of the battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen retracted the Rui staff and immediately began gasping heavily, his body swaying as he nearly fell to his knees. Damn it! After exhausting himself so much, he still hadn't driven the boy out of the village. His face was filled with unwillingness. Was he truly too old, or was this brat simply too strong? Seeing the terrifying chakra giant vanish into the distance, the Hidden Leaf ninjas collectively froze, then erupted into thunderous cheers. No matter how one looked at it, the Hokage and everyone else had vanquished the calamitous demon. The will of fire had once again protected them all. Oh, it worked. Haha, serves him right, daring to underestimate the third Hokage. Indeed, the third Hokage is the strongest Hokage in history. Long live the Hokage. Thank goodness. The voices echoed over the ruins of the Hidden Leaf, rising higher and higher. Several elite Umbu flickered to guard Sarutobi Hiruzen. He waved his hand, his face not at all relaxed. Be careful. Several elite Umbu flickered to guard Sarutobi Hiruzen. He waved his hand, his face not at all relaxed. Be careful. The enemy is not wounded and may strike at any moment. His words trailed off, swallowed back. For the sky above the Hidden Leaf suddenly blazed bright as day. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. What is that? Is this also a ninjutsu? A colossal fireball appeared in the sky, its scorching flames evacuating the technique's range was immense. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the professor of ninjutsu, had never seen a fire release of this scale. After shock came a hysterical roar and orders. Defense. All water release ninjas, unleash your techniques. No, deploy every defensive jutsu. In an instant, the responding Hidden Leaf ninjas, including Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, cast water release with all their might. Countless water jets converged into a tsunami-like wave surging upward. Boom. Hiss. The ultimate clash of water and fire erupted, instantly generating a sky-obscuring mist that swept across the heavens. The explosive energy discharge ravaged the village's second line of defense, numerous earthen walls, destroying a large portion. The cries of many ninjas rose in anguish. The mist billowed, blotting out the sky and sun. The steam generated by the collision of water and fire swept across the battlefield like a tsunami, reducing visibility to less than 3 meters in an instant. The ninja's vision was completely sealed. Some looked around in panic while others instinctively stepped back. But it was too late. A shadow flickered out of the mist. A Konoha Chunin sensed the danger and instinctively tried to raise his kunai to block. But his arm only lifted halfway before a blade pierced his heart. He looked down and saw his own blood. In the last second of his life, he saw a face. A pair of crimson Sharingan eyes gleaming like ghostly flame. The blade was withdrawn and the body fell. That face had already vanished into the mist. This was only the beginning. Screams erupted from all directions. The massacre began amidst the mist. Tian's figure seemed to appear in every corner of the battlefield. I can't see him. I can't. Save me. Save. Every second someone was dying. The mist became the shroud of death, concealing Tian's figure completely, while his Mangekyo Sharingan could clearly see every cluster of chakras glow within the fog. He moved like a fish, freely navigating the ocean of mist. With every swing of his blade, a life was reaped. The screams in the mist merged into a single chorus, and fear spread through the crowd. The ninjas began releasing ninjutsu wildly. Fire style exploded in the fog, wind style churned it into chaos, and earth style walls blocked their own. Don't panic. Sarutobi Hiruzen's roar boomed through the mist. His adamantine staff spun in his hands, clearing a brief area of vision around him. The Sharingan can see chakra. It's a power that ignores illusions. Don't rely on sight, use perception. His voice was like a stabilizing pillar, calming the panicked ninjas slightly. Perception-type ninjas lock onto his location. All combatants follow the guidance of the perception-type ninjas. Don't attack blindly. You'll hit your own people. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued orders methodically. Under his command, the chaotic battlefield began to restore order. Found him. A Chunin suddenly opened his eyes. He's in the southwest. His voice was cut short. A kunai pierced through the back of his head and emerged from his body twitched, then collapsed limply. Behind him, his figure flashed and vanished into the mist. Damn it. No, he's too fast. Perception can't keep up with his speed. He's slaughtering our people. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his jaw. He hadn't expected that after dispelling Susanoo his threat would increase rather than decrease. That golden giant, though devastating, was a massive target and easy to concentrate fire on. Now T had transformed into a ghost in the mist, each appearance taking a life, each disappearance making the next death even more unpredictable. Squad 7. Squad 8. Squad 9. Form up on me. Sarutobi Hiruzen grunted. A dozen elite members appeared beside him in a flash, kneeling on one knee awaiting orders. Squad 7 seal the southeast. Squad 8 seal the northwest. Squad 9 follow me for a frontal diversion. Tighten the encirclement and force him to show himself. Yes. The ninjas departed to carry out their orders. In the mist, the hunt began. Just as T withdrew his blade from a Jonin's chest, he sensed chakra converging on him from all directions. His Sharingan shifted slightly, discerning the layout of the encirclement. You won't escape this time, Uchiha T. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low and resolute. T stopped. He held his blade horizontally before him, scanning the surrounding encirclement, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. Escape, eh? He laughed. A soft laugh, but eerily clear through the mist. Who said I was going to escape? Before the words faded, T struck first. Not toward the weak point of the encirclement, but straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Protect the third Hokage. The ninjas struck simultaneously. Ninjutsu kunai and shuriken rained down on T from 3 directions. T did not dodge. His Sharingan blazed with light as his body weaved through the barrage of attacks like a butterfly. A kunai grazed his cheek, a shuriken brushed his shoulder, fire style exploded behind him, wind style whistled past his ear. Not a single blow landed. His Sharingan had predicted every attack trajectory. Then he struck. One stroke. Umbu's throat was slashed, blood splattering on his comrade's face. Another stroke. Umbu's chest was pierced, the blade tip jutting from his back. A third stroke. Umbu's arm was severed at the shoulder, the limb and kunai flying into the air. Stop him. Sarutobi Hiruzen swung his adamantine staff. The massive shaft swept toward T. T did not meet it heat. He flipped in midair, touched the tip of the staff with his toes, used the momentum to leap, and drove his blade straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Clang. The other end of the adamantine staff swung back, just in time to block the blade. Sparks flew. T's gaze and Sarutobi Hiruzen's met at the point of impact. One blazed with burning hatred, the other with icy killing intent. Both pushed off simultaneously, each retreating. T somersaulted and landed steadily. And at that moment, thud. A blade stabbed into T's back and emerged from his chest. His body froze. Behind him, an Umbu wearing a dog-face mask slowly materialized. Got him. T looked down at the blade tip protruding from his chest. No. The Umbu tried to withdraw his blade and retreat, but it was too late. His body began to change. Not bleeding, not falling, not dying, but taking root, sprouting, growing leaves and branches. From his wound, countless fine wood fibers surged out, spreading like living things, entwining and strangling the Umbu. He struggled in terror, but the fibers were as tough as steel, tightening ever more. Under the gaze of everyone nearby, Uchiha had turned into a tree that was still growing. Roots plunged into the earth, the trunk rose higher, and branches spread through the mist. This is... Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. His lips began to tremble, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This is... Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. His lips began to tremble, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was the biological son of the third Hokage, a member of would release. A voice echoed from the other side of the mist. Heaven's substitute's true form emerged from the mist completely and scathed a sardonic smile plastered on his face. In his right eye, the pattern of the Mangekyo rotated slowly. That was the ocular jutsu dwelling within his right eye. It imbued the wood clone technique with perfect life force, rendering the clone indistinguishable from the original in quality. That's right. It's the very power of Hashirama you've all been dreaming of. Heaven's substitute spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes flew wide open, his pupils violently constricting. His adamantine staff nearly slipped from his grasp. Would release. The word struck his heart like a sledgehammer. The power that quelled the chaotic era, the power that founded the age of ninja villages, the power that subdued the nine-tailed beasts. That power had vanished with the first Hokage's passing. After the death of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, the Hokage faction had conducted countless secret experiments in an attempt to revive would release, but all had failed. They had labored for years on the Senju clan, carrying out countless human experiments. They believed that among the Senju clan members someone would be compatible with Hashirama cells, and thus they launched a nearly 30-year-long project to create a god. But all the Senju experimental subjects died. One after another they perished. The Senju clan dwindled. The cost of experiments grew ever higher. Yet they did not give up, because wood release was too powerful. Wood release was the very foundation of Konoha. Without it, the village seemed to lack something essential. They believed that if they could obtain wood release, Konoha would once again possess the power to pacify the world. But decades had passed. Decades of human experimentation. Decades of relentless effort. In the end, the Senju clan was all but eradicated, and wood release still had not reappeared. The only exception was the inferior experimental subject under Danzo's command. That was a flawed product, coincidentally successful from the remains of countless failures thanks to the rising genius, the prodigy Orochimaru. Though it was called wood release, it was worlds apart from the first Hokages, barely fit for civil engineering. Even so, Danzo treasured it like a jewel. When the third Hokage learned of this, he forcibly took the subject from Danzo and incorporated him into his own direct ANBU. That was their only harvest. But now, a second person with wood release had appeared, a second Hashirama Senju. And this person was an enemy of Konoha. An inherently evil Uchiha, a madman bent on destroying Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a surge of blood in his chest, a metallic taste in his throat, and more blood seeped from the corner of the few ENBU behind him stood frozen in shock. How is this possible? Would release. Is that the first Hokage's would release? Impossible. Impossible. This is a nightmare. It must be a nightmare. Heaven's substitute grinned. That's right, I am your nightmare. Hiruzen Sarutobi lifted his head slightly, knowing that if the old men in Konoha heard this, they would cough up all the blood of their lifetimes. Outside the ruins of the Hokage's advisory office, Konoha Year and Hamiura Kado were being evacuated under the protection of their guards. When an ANBU appeared before them and reported the news, Konoha Year's aged face turned deathly pale in an instant. Hamiura Kado clutched his chest, gasping heavily. If not for the guards supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Would release. What did you say? Would release. Konoha Year's voice was as shrill as fingernails scraping glass. Uchiha Heaven's sub. He used would release. The ANBU repeated with difficulty. Hamiura Kado spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed limply. Danzo, who was collecting Sharingan, heard the news. His single eye nearly popped out of its socket. Would release. Danzo's hands began to tremble. No, his entire body was shaking. He looked down at his right arm wrapped in bandages, at the Sharingan embedded in his flesh, at the trophies he had acquired through countless sacrifices. Then he thought of the former the inferior product. The inferior product that the third had forcibly taken from him. And now, true would release had appeared. In the body of that inherently evil brat who wanted to destroy Konoha, Danzo's face alternated between pale and green, finally twisting into a nearly grotesque contortion. At all costs. At all costs. He roared, slamming his cane into the ground with such force that it gouged a deep crater. Uchiha Heaven's substitute must be captured alive. His body must be brought back intact. Would release. That is my would release. On the battlefield, Heaven's substitute's laughter grew louder and more unhinged. Ha ha ha. You old dogs, you want this, don't you? He clapped his hands sharply. A wave of chakra erupted like a tsunami. That wave was no longer cold or violent, but brimming with life force. Life force enough to nurture all things. Would release deep forest emergence. Rustle. The ground trembled, cracked open, and countless thick roots surged from the fissures. Those roots, like giant pythons, burst from the earth, growing and spreading wildly. Countless giant vines and trees drilled out from below like ancient beasts awakening from slumber, expanding in all directions with overwhelming force. They tore through streets, overturned ruins, shattered earthen walls, and devoured flames. In the span of a breath, they wove an impenetrable wooden ocean, transforming the entire battlefield into a primeval forest. Konoha ninjas retreated in terror, but the trees grew faster than they could run. Roots coiled around their ankles, and in the next instant they were dragged into the thicket. Their screams abruptly ceased. Earthen walls crumbled under the assault of the roots. Water release was absorbed by the trees, only making them flourish even more. Wind release severed several vines, but more grew from the severed ends, even thicker than before. Fire release attempted to ignite the wood, but the density of the timber was astonishing. The scorch marks vanished almost before the eye could blink. It was as if a primordial forest was expanding wildly at the center of Konoha. Houses were split apart by roots, streets were consumed by vegetation. What is this? Is this the power of the first Hokage? Konoha ninjas stood dumbfounded, forgetting to flee or resist. Their eyes were filled with awe and reverence. The reverence for a god. The reverence for the god of shinobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi smashed several vines that lunged at him, his body swaying slightly, his face so grim it seemed on the verge of collapse. He understood one thing. Heaven's substitute was not the second Hashirama Senju. He was unworthy of comparison with the first Hokage. The first was a sage with the world in his heart. But the man before him was a demon consumed by hatred, yet setting aside all allegiances. Would release itself was one of the most terrifying powers. You old dogs, the Hashirama power you long for is in me, but unfortunately. Heaven's substitute stood atop the canopy of a giant tree, looking down at Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Mangekyo in his right eye rotated in a steady rhythm, maintaining absolute control over this sea of trees. None of you are worthy of it. T stared at Uenfei Risen, determined to use this power to make every member of Konoha present pay for the Uchiha clan. None of you are worthy of it. His roar echoed through the sea of trees, shaking loose pebbles and debris. Uenfei Risen, leaning on his Rui staff, panted heavily. His headband had long since come undone, his graying hair disheveled and draped over his shoulders. The old-fashioned armor was riddled with cracks and scorch marks. He was analyzing. As a professor of jutsu, he knew that every technique had a weakness, every enemy had a flaw. The Uchiha T before him might be formidable, but he was far from invincible. Would release Susanoo, and that eerie left-eye ability, ancient radiance of Mingqi, which could erase or weaken non-living matter and energy. This was the intelligence they had gathered so far. As for why they knew Tian's left-eye dojutsu was ineffective against living beings, it was because Tian could not weaken the power of the Rui staff. To confirm this, Uenfei Risen had tested it multiple times. The Rui staff was Enma, a living creature. But if it were merely would release, why was it so overwhelmingly powerful? Uenfei Risen's gaze fell on Tian's right eye. That Mangekyo Sharingan continued to spin ceaselessly, releasing chakra and ocular power. So that's it. Uenfei Risen murmured to himself. The truth gradually pieced together in his mind. This sea of trees covering vast areas of Konoha could not have been spawned by a mere youth. It was those eyes. The left eye was annihilation. The right eye's ability, if his guess was correct, was some kind of empowerment or enhancement. He had used his right eye's ocular power to amplify would release, pushing its scale and might to this level. This was both good and bad news. The good news was that Tian's own power was likely far inferior to Senju Hashirama's. The terrifying effect of would release came at the cost of overdrawing ocular power from his Mangekyo Sharingan. The bad news was that as long as his ocular power remained, Konoha would still struggle to cope. All units hear me. Uenfei Risen barked. His chakra is depleting rapidly. Do not engage him, Hiden. Wear him down. Intelligence ninjas relay useful information. The war raged on nearly a full night. The sky began to brighten at the edge. Tian stood atop a treetop, his chest heaving slightly. Yuanfei Risen's analysis was correct. His chakra was being consumed at an alarming rate. Though the sage body was formidable, maintaining the deep forest emergence and continuous use of Susanoo had drained a massive amount of his chakra. And in his perception, although Konoha had suffered heavy casualties, the number of Konoha shinobi on the battlefield had not visibly decreased. On the contrary, more chakra signatures were converging from all directions. Ninjas from nearby outposts and experts returning from missions, they were all coming back to reinforce. The vast war machine of Konoha was slowly awakening. Yuanfei Risen sensed the approaching reinforcements, a glimmer of light reigniting in his eyes. He straightened his back, his voice growing. Tianti, do you see? Konoha's reinforcements are coming. Your chakra won't last much longer. It's not too late to turn back. His voice once again carried that tone of magnanimity, like a kind grandfather admonishing a wayward grandson. I know perhaps the Uchiha suffered some injustices. I know that. But hatred cannot solve anything. The will of fire was never about destruction. It is about protection, mutual understanding, and mutual love. As long as you lay down your weapon and surrender, I promise, your clan will be safe. And you will be safe too. The most important thing for us Konoha ninjas is forgiveness. Only love can dissolve hatred. Only understanding can achieve peace. He spread his arms as if embracing a child who had erred. Come back, Tianti. Use your power to serve Konoha. Use what release to make Konoha great again. Isn't that better? Tianti was silent for a few seconds. Then he laughed a derisive laugh. Forgiveness. He savored the word, his smile utterly devoid of warmth. You say? Forgiveness. His voice was not loud, but every word pierced the ears of everyone present. Tianti's Mangekyo Sharingan churned with undisguised venom. You want me to serve Konoha? Use what release to make Konoha great again. Ha ha ha. Are you going to say next that this is all for my own? Let me use Hashirama's power to protect you. Senju Hashirama founded Konoha. He left behind would release. And what did you do to his descendants? Yuanfei Risen's expression changed. What are you saying? What am I saying? Tianti's voice thundered across the battlefield. I'm talking about the Senju clan. Hashirama's own clan. The founders of Konoha. Where did they go? In the past 40 years you've sent the Senju one by one into the laboratories. You implanted Hashirama's cells into their bodies. You watched them die one after another. For a phantom god-making project you wiped out the entire Senju clan. This is how you repay the first Hokage. This is the forgiveness of the will of fire toward the founders. And you, Yuanfei Risen. You even stole his merits, styling yourself the strongest Hokage of all time. You are worthy. Without the Konoha shinobi army, a mere junior like me, far inferior to the first Hokage, could slaughter you like a pig and a dog. Every word was shocking, every sentence cut to the heart. Tianti exposed the ugliest face of the third Hokage. He laughed uproariously, his laughter dripping with scorn. Many clever ninjas began to realize something. Yes, both sides said Uchiha Tianti's power was inferior to the first Hokage's. Just how powerful must the first Hokage have been? Why was the third called the strongest Hokage? Why with his entire army could the strongest Hokage not defeat an enemy weaker than the first Hokage, and instead suffered countless casualties? A flood of memories surged, awakening deeper consciousness. Many ninjas were not stupid, they simply lacked sufficient intelligence and insight. The situation before them was self-evident. Some ninjas, when they looked at Yuanfei Risen again, suddenly realized that this towering third Hokage seemed not so towering after all. He was that short. He was that ugly and gaunt. Only as tall as 3 piles of cow dung. Building a perfect image takes countless years and endless propaganda, but its collapse takes only an instant. Many were stunned into realization. In the eyes of some ninjas, memories and subjective consciousness awakened and changed. Scenes of the third Hokage speaking appeared in their minds aback. Then everything he said seemed so sacred. Now looking back, those words seemed like nothing but empty rhetoric and posturing. Tianti had no idea how much his words had affected some people. He fought the will of fire. You dare speak of the will of fire? That was Hashirama's will. You've trampled it underfoot long ago. In the distance, many ninjas who had not joined the battle changed their expressions. The head of the Aburame clan pushed up his sunglasses and remained silent. The Inuzuka ninja hugged his ninkin, his eyes flickering. The Yamanaka sensory ninja lowered his head, avoiding his comrades' gazes. The elders of the Hyuga and other clans sneered silently. These were clans that had been suppressed by the Hokage faction for years. Though they didn't know the full truth of the Senju clan's extinction, they were aware of some things. The corner of Yuanfei Risen's mouth twitched. Nonsense. The Senju clan volunteered. They also wanted to. They volunteered to walk into the laboratory. Tianti sneered. Or did their will of fire make them sacrifice themselves? Not good. He had been tricked into revealing information. Yuanfei Risen opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Tianti couldn't be bothered to waste more words with him. While maintaining the wood release to slaughter the Konoha forces, he extended his perception in all directions. He was searching for a specific chakra signature. Then he found it. That chakra was in the northwest of the battlefield, leading a small squad toward this area. It was a chakra at the Jonin level with the sharp attribute characteristic of wind release. That face. Tian-Ti had seen it countless times in the archives. Yuan Fuyasama. He was the biological son of the third Hokage, a member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, one of Konoha's youngest Jonin. Tian-Ti's lips curled slightly, a curve devoid of any warmth. He was the biological son of the third Hokage, a member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, one of Konoha's youngest Jonin. Tian-Ti, don't forget it was you who said to forgive. You said to tolerate, you said to use love and understanding to resolve hatred. Tian-Ti's figure vanished from the treetop. A residual shadow streaked across the night sky, heading straight northwest. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils sharply contracted. Where is he going? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes bulged, and he shot out like an arrow from the string. But no matter how fast he was, he could not outpace Tian-Ti, who possessed the sage body. Asuma was leading several ninjas who had just returned from outside the village, moving along the edge of the ruins toward the center of the battlefield. His wind release cleared the vines along the way, and the flying swallow spun in his hand, slicing through all obstructing branches. What happened to the village? Why is it like this? Captain Asuma, a team member exclaimed. A black shadow rushed over at incredible speed. So fast that Asuma's battle instinct only allowed him to half-step sideways. Puff! A blade pierced through his chest. It entered mercilessly at the heart and emerged from his back. Asuma looked down at the blade in his chest. So fast. He tried to say something, but only blood gushed from his mouth. His flying swallow slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground, bouncing twice, then lay still. The surrounding ninjas finally rushed forward to save Asuma, but they were instantly killed by protruding wooden spikes. Tian-Ti's left hand pressed on Asuma's shoulder like an old friend catching up. He whispered a sentence in Asuma's ear. The voice was so soft that only Asuma could hear it. Your father owes my Uchiha clan 1,000 lives. You are the first payment. Then he drew his blade. Asuma's body collapsed softly, falling among the rubble and splintered wood less than 200 meters from his father. You said you would forgive me. You said you would embrace and understand me with love. He raised the head, even higher, the light of the Mangekyo Sharingan, blazing. Third Hokage, old dog. Tian-Ti's roar shattered the entire battlefield. He held Asuma's head aloft, standing atop the burning ruins so that everyone could see. You said you would forgive me. You said you would embrace and understand me with love. He raised the head, even higher, the light of the Mangekyo Sharingan, blazing dazzlingly in the night. Fine. I killed your son. Now forgive me. Now embrace and understand me. Come on, old dog. Love me with your will of fire. All eyes on the battlefield focused on that head. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra exploded. Asuma. The sound Sarutobi Hiruzen made was no longer human. The adamantine staff lengthened with a boom and smashed toward Tian-Ti. This attack had no technique, only pure savage power. Tian-Ti dodged with a body flicker, and the adamantine staff struck the ruins, pulverizing the entire remaining building. He'll kill you. He'll kill you, old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen lunged at Tian-Ti like a mad demon, his hands frantically forming seals. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. The fire dragon carrying the earth dragon roared and rolled toward Tian-Ti, propelled by the Tian-Ti's left eye rotated slightly. Ancient mystic illumination. The triple combo ninjutsu quietly dissipated as if it had never existed. But Sarutobi Hiruzen had already charged to Tian-Ti's front, the adamantine staff, swinging down at his head. Clang! Tian-Ti blocked with his blade, flipping twice in the air before landing gracefully on a giant tree branch. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered back 3 steps before steadying himself. Clang! Tian-Ti blocked with his blade, flipping twice in the air before landing gracefully on a giant tree branch. Meanwhile, that direction was the Sarutobi clan compound. Although the Sarutobi clan was spread across the major cities of the Land of Fire, most of the Hokage's Tian-Ti's figure flashed at the edge of the battlefield, heading toward. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen's cry pierced the night sky. That direction was the Sarutobi clan compound. Although the Sarutobi clan was spread across the major cities of the Land of Fire, most of the Hokage's direct lineage remained in Konoha. Tian-Ti's speed was extreme. The chakra of the sage body surged wildly within him. The forest of trees parted to make way, and vines formed. He was like a black lightning bolt leaping over enemy blockades, over burning streets, and collapsed walls. The Sarutobi clan compound was one of the most prosperous areas of Konoha. It was vast with exquisite buildings and deep courtyards. Thousands of Sarutobi clan members lived here, including ninjas, civilians, the elderly, women, and children. They were the third Hokage's clan, the largest and most powerful family in Konoha. and now they were Tianti's targets. Boom. Tianti crashed down onto the central plaza of the Sarutobi clan compound. Hundreds of Sarutobi clan members had already gathered here, non-combatants who had rushed from all directions after the alarm the last group to seek shelter. There were women holding infants, old people leaning on canes, and children with terrified faces. When that blood-soaked, crimson-eyed figure appeared in the center of the plaza, screams erupted. It's the inherently evil Uchiha. Protect the elderly and children. Run, run. The guards brandished their weapons and charged forward. Tianti glanced at them. With just a look, his Mangekyo spun slightly. Those weapons suddenly flew up of their own accord and turned to attack their owners. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of Chunin died on the spot, blood and torn flesh splattered everywhere. Huh. And these are called Chunin. Family privilege. Tianti grinned. These Sarutobi clan members who had never known hardship had never seen such a hellish scene. Cries, screams, and pleas for mercy echoed through the Sarutobi compound. Tianti stood in the center of the blood pool, looking up at the chakra signatures, frantically approaching in the distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra was at the forefront. That old man was rushing back recklessly, followed by dozens of Umbu ninjas, all desperately trying to catch up to Tianti. To achieve mutual understanding, one must feel it firsthand. Tianti reached out and grabbed a long blade appearing in his hand. Then he used the body flicker technique and began a massacre. Blade up, blade down. Blade up, blade down. With each strike, one or a row of Sarutobi clan members fell dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen. His voice was not loud, but the sound waves amplified by chakra spread clearly for miles around. I grant you forgiveness. A blade flashed and blood splattered onto his cheek. I grant you tolerance. Another strike. I grant you love. Another strike. You chose this, these are what you taught us. Around him, ninjas kept trying to stop Tianti, but they were all killed by him. By the time the Konoha forces arrived, the Sarutobi compound was strewn with corpses. Behind Tianti, the Sarutobi clan compound had become a sea of fire. Buildings were burning and corpses lay strewn across the plaza. Those Sarutobi clan members who couldn't escape, men, women, old, young, ninja, and civilian alike, lay in pools of blood. Tianti turned and looked at the Sarutobi clan's ancestral hall. This strike. Boom. The Sarutobi ancestral hall vanished in golden light. This is for the Uchiha. And the Susanoo skeleton formed a giant chakra magatama flying out. This strike. Boom. The Sarutobi ancestral hall vanished in golden light. This is for the Uchiha. Everything happened too quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally arrived. He stood at the entrance to the compound on the blood-soaked ground, staring at the scene before him. Tianti turned around, the first rays of dawn shining on him. Old dog, don't let your will of fire disappoint me. After understanding me, you must love me and forgive me, right? Lord Hokage. Hundreds of ninjas arrived, surrounding the battlefield, and more were still pouring in. Kill him. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, his eyes bloodshot and savage. Demon, kill this demon. Bang. He sidestepped the massive Vajra staff, sweeping his Susanoo arm to send over a dozen Konoha ninjas flying. Tianti stood amidst blood and fire, a sinister smile on his blood-streaked face. The firelight illuminated half his face, the other half veiled in shadow, only his Sharingan blazing with an eerie brilliance. He gazed at the hysterical Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then Tianti tilted his head, as if suddenly recalling something. All right. His voice was soft, as if chatting with an old friend. Pity I didn't get to see your grandson Konohamaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body stiffened. He's not in the clan compound. Tianti scanned the surrounding carnage, his tone carrying genuine regret. I suppose so. After all, being the Hokage's grandson, he'd be among the first evacuated. He stepped forward a couple of paces, meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen's bloodshot eyes at eye level. No matter. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. I have all the time in the world. I have all the time in the world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body began to tremble, not from fear, but from an uncontrollable spasm welling up from the marrow of his bones. His fingers dug into the diamond Rui staff, nails breaking, blood seeping from the tips. His voice squeezed out from the depths of his throat like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. You dare. Me. Dare. Tianti spread his arms, as if showcasing the sea of fire behind him. Old dog, take a look around. I'm already standing here. What do you think? Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra exploded, as if he no longer cared about any consequences. It was no longer a simple burst, but a terrifying wave of full-scale eruption, like a volcano. Chakra flames enveloped his entire body, constantly radiating outward. He raised his head, eyes bulging, lips curling back to reveal saliva mixed with blood. He'll kill you. Sarutobi Hiruzen launched himself from the ground, moving with a speed utterly unlike a man nearing 70. One sweep of the staff tore the air, producing a sharp sonic boom. Tianti dodged to the side, But before he could land, Hiruzen was already upon him, the staff, shrinking to a length ideal for close combat, raining down blows. Clang, 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 clang. Each strike was heavy and powerful. Tian blocked with his blade. His left eye spun slightly, activating his dojutsu to erase a sneak attack from an Anbu ninja. Bang! Then a chakra skeletal hand sent Sarutobi, Hiruzen, flying crashing heavily into the ruins. The assembled Konoha ninjas lamented the missed opportunity. That was a perfect moment, a coordinated strike by numerous elites alongside the Hokage, yet it fell short. Was the Uchiha truly so formidable? Hokage-sama, third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's frenzy caught everyone off guard. The arriving Anbu and reinforcements had already formed an encirclement around Tian, but Hiruzen completely disregarded the formation, charging ahead alone, disrupting the entire arrangement. The Anbu ninjas were forced to follow again, providing cover with ninjutsu. For a moment, flames, wind blades, water bullets, and shuriken rained down on Tian from all directions. The forest surged once more. Countless vines rose from beneath Tian's feet, weaving an impenetrable wooden barrier. Ninjutsu slammed into the barrier, sending wood chips flying, but more vines grew madly, constantly filling the gaps. Behind the barrier, Tian grinned. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed from behind the wooden wall, making the entire Sarutobi compound vibrate. I'm just using the same methods you used on me on you. Why can't you take it? The wooden wall was smashed through by the staff. Hiruzen burst out from the splintered wood, his face twisted like a demon. Where's that righteous tone of yours now? Tian laughed while retreating, evading attacks from elite ninjas. You said you'd embrace me with love, forgive me, understand each other. Now, do you understand? Have you forgiven? Have you embraced? They'll kill you. Arg. Sarutobi Hiruzen's staff came down again, smashing the branch where Tian had stood, snapping the giant tree limb in two, but not even touching Tian's clothes. Tian flipped onto a higher canopy, looking down at him. Aren't you the embodiment of the will of fire? Aren't you supposed to lead Konoha to peace with love and understanding? Aren't you supposed to protect everyone in the village? My clan and yours have been slaughtered. Why can't you embrace me? The battlefield fell silent for a moment. Everyone heard the sarcasm in those words. With Tian's sudden upheaval, the truth about the Uchiha clan could no longer be hidden. Tian's accusation was like a needle piercing into the hearts of each of them. But they were ninjas and Bu of Konoha. Obeying orders was their duty. They didn't need to think, only to execute. Wind released vacuum serial waves. A special Jonin Anbu attacked from the flank, wind blades like knives aimed at Tian's back. Without turning his head, Tian's left eye spun slightly, and the wind blades vanished before touching him. Then he thrust his blade backward, piercing through the Anbu's eye socket and out the back of his head. Withdrawing the blade, the Anbu fell, and Tian lunged at his next target. Fire release Phoenix fire technique. 3 fireballs flew in a triangle, sealing his front. Tian didn't dodge, his figure was engulfed by the fireballs, flames exploding. But the next second he emerged from the flames unscathed. A golden skeletal frame surrounded him, and the flames left not even a scorch mark on it. He grabbed a ninja's throat, lifting him like a chicken. Crack! The sound of a snapped neck was crisp and clean. He dropped the corpse casually, looking at Sarutobi. This is just the beginning. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. Don't worry, old man. I won't stop after killing just these people. You'll learn your methods well. Starting today, I'll hunt down every member of the Sarutobi clan across the entire ninja world until you're extinct. He paused, his Mangekyo Sharingan swirling with undisguised glee. How long can you hide your grandson? One day you'll find him, and one day he'll uproot the entire Sarutobi bloodline. By then, every person named Sarutobi will reunite with you down below. Not a single one left. That's your way, isn't it? He'll make your clan taste the same bitterness as my Uchiha and the many fallen clans. And when that time comes, I hope you can sacrifice for the ninja world, embrace it with love and understanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was shaking violently. His lips trembled, his fingers trembled, his entire soul trembled. He had fought countless battles and faced countless enemies, but never an opponent like this. This wasn't an enemy, this was retribution. He charged forward. No ninjutsu, no tactics, no form. He swung the staff like a street brawler, each strike with all his might, leaving no retreat. Tears and saliva flew from him, his throat emitted a bestial roar. He had completely lost the dignity of a Hokage. He must kill this man, even if it cost his life. Even if it's mutual destruction, Sarutobi Hiruzen could still retain some dignity, ending as a hero remembered for ages. But if Tian lived, he could foresee how miserable his own end would be. He wasn't afraid of death. What he cared about was his glorious image and a dignified exit. Tian seized another chance to strike down the third Hokage, but he was only one man fighting an entire village. Every opportunity was thwarted by the elite ninjas. Three elite Jonin unleashed a combined ninjutsu. Earth release altered the terrain, dragging all the roots beneath TNT into the swamp. Wind release compressed the air into high-pressure spheres, hurtling toward Tian's chest. Fire release ignited the oxygen within the air spheres, creating a fiery storm capable of melting steel. The Mangekyo in Tian's left eye spun rapidly. Ancient dark illumination. His dojutsu activated, drastically weakening the firestorm, reducing its might to mere heat waves. But the moment the radiance faded, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already charged through the flames, swinging the Rui staff in a full arc. TNT had no time to use his left eye and could only block with his blade. Clang! The force of this blow far exceeded any previous attack. TNT's longsword groaned under the weight of the Rui staff, the blade shattering completely. The Rui staff smashed through the broken blade and struck TNT's chest with undiminished momentum. TNT was sent flying, tumbling several times through the air before crashing heavily into a remaining house of the Sarutobi clan. Wood chips and rubble erupted skyward, dust obscuring the view. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not pursue. He leaned on the Rui staff, gasping for breath. His robes were tattered and scorched, a large patch of his hair burned away, his face covered in soot and bloodstains. Yet he was smiling. He had finally landed a solid blow. From the dust, TNT rose. As expected of the shinobi no Kinsei, he rolled his shoulder, producing a cracking sound. His perception extended toward a distant point. After a moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. The clan members had already broken out of Konoha, but Danzo seemed to be still in hot pursuit. In his perception, at least several hundred ninja were still moving while fighting. It appeared Danzo had staked everything, mobilizing nearly every force available. Yet since they had escaped Konoha, the remaining Uchiha forces should be able to break free. After all, the two traitors had withdrawn, and the third Hokage, along with Konoha's strength, were occupied by him. Yet in the next instant, his figure appeared at the edge of the ruins. Act! A series of screams rang out as TNT forcibly tore through the encirclement, thinking thus he began to move. Rumble! The combined ninjutsu struck his position, sending dust skyward. Yet in the next instant, his figure appeared at the edge of the ruins. Act! A series of screams rang out as TNT forcibly tore through the encirclement, shining toward the Shimura clan compound. Bang! No one could stop TNT's advance. Lord Hokage, what are your orders? A Jonin flashed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side and asked. Gasping for breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to recall his esteemed status. He waved his hand and began directing. Issue an emergency summons. Recall all ninja on missions to Konoha at full speed. This is a top priority directive. Abandon all current tasks. Yes. Pausing, Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed the blood in his mouth. Go find the two advisor elders. Tell them to order all clans to join the battle. This is also a top priority directive. No refusals on any grounds. Prepare barrier and sealing techniques. Issue intelligence. The enemy is already at the level of a tailed beast disaster, or even higher. One after another ninja departed to carry out orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a vial of medicine and swallowed it, his eyes turning fierce again. All remaining combat personnel, attack with everything you have. Kill the enemy at any cost. Protect Konoha. Yes. Rumble. On a distant peak, the masked man still stood, watching the nearly destroyed Konoha from afar. Oh, amazing. Is he going to wipe out the Shimura clan compound? I never expected he could go this far. Zetsu emerged from the ground. White Zetsu's exaggerated voice rang out. Haha, that Uchiha seems stronger than you. Back when you had the Nine Tails, didn't you achieve this much? Black Zetsu spoke darkly. It's best if Konoha collapses. Saves us a lot of trouble. No. The masked man said softly. Is Konoha really that simple? Even if you completely destroy the current village, it won't harm Konoha's foundation. White Zetsu's voice was surprised and exaggerated. Eri, isn't it just a village? It's already been beaten to this state. Black Zetsu, shut up, White Zetsu. Yar, the Sharingan in the masked man's hollow eye sockets gleamed. That's just a village. Konoha has nearly 30,000 ninja, and over 20,000 are usually away from the village. They are stationed at key points, cities, and borders across the land of fire. Many elites are also absent, and even Root's base is not in Konoha. That's national power, not just a simple village. As long as the will of fire remains, as long as the land of fire and the daimyo's office still exist, they can rebuild a new Konoha anytime. That's national power, not just a simple village. As long as the will of fire remains, as long as the land of fire and the daimyo's office still exist, they can rebuild a new Konoha anytime. White Zetsu muttered quietly. Didn't they commit suicide? Bang! The golden Susanoo erupted once more. In the Shimura clan compound, all clan members who hadn't fled to shelter were mercilessly crushed. Bang bang bang. Nearly 1,000 Konoha ninja arrived and launched wave after wave of attacks against Tian's Susanoo. Everyone was bloodshot and battle-crazed. The intensity of the war escalated to a higher level. The battlefield had turned into a meat grinder. The golden Susanoo was peerless, its sword light sweeping through flesh and blood. Splash. For massive barriers of light rose surrounding Tion to Susanoo. Ninja Art 4 Red Sun Formation. Currently Konoha was only maintaining the barrier with a group of Jonin. Its power was not that terrifying. Legend said that if 4 Hokage-level shinobi performed, currently Konoha was only maintaining the barrier with a group of Jonin. Its power was not that terrifying. Legend said that if 4 Hokage-level shinobi performed this technique, it could trap several tailed beasts. For Konoha charge, Sarutobi Hiruzen swung his staff and shouted, "Don't stop attacking. He's almost done. Kill him. Kill. For the children. See you, evil-born Uchiha. This is our will of fire." Wave after wave of ninja charged into the barrier heading for Tion Tiz Susanoo. They shouted slogans undaunted by death. In their hearts, sacrificing their lives for the will of fire was a small matter. Even if all their loved ones perished, they would still feel proud. Such was the terror of the will of fire. Do you think you're the only ones with children? Tion T also roared, manipulating the Susanoo to sweep across all directions. Crack. Outside my village. The land that was once a forest was blazing fiercely. Looking around, the land for thousands of meters was devastated, leaving only flames and corpses everywhere. Among the corpses were Uchiha clan members and masked ninjas. A twisted distortion appeared out of nowhere, and Tuanzang's body. Not far away, a charred Tuanzang along with his blood eerily vanished, as if erased by an eraser. His right hand was clenched into a tight fist, and on his bandaged right face, Ji Shusai bulged. Tuanzang's breathing was heavy and rapid, cold sweat pouring down. He looked back at the way he came, the smoke from the village still rising. Damn! Tuanzang punched a fist into the rock wall beside him, sending mud splattering. He lowered his head and glanced at his right arm. Embedded in his flesh were countless Xiaolunian, and among those eyes another had closed forever. Yixianaki. The ultimate pupil technique of the Uchiha clan, which transforms death into a dream at the cost of permanently losing the light of one Xiaolunian. Each use meant that one precious Xiaolunian was lost forever. What angered him even more was that even so he still failed to capture the Uchiha. They escaped. Tuanzang gritted his teeth and spat out these words. In his plan, the forces of Jinbu were enough to crush the leaderless Uchiha. Those experts had been taken down early by Ban, and you leaving only Tugyu and 3 Gu ninjas along with the elderly and children. The Jinbu elites against this rabble should have been like cutting through vegetables. But things did not go according to his script. Those Uchiha awakened in the face of rage, grief, and the despair of betrayal. All emotions converged, breaking through the barriers of Xiaolunian evolution. One after another, they opened their eyes in battle. 1 Gu became Tugyu, Tugyu evolved into 3 Gu, and 3 Gu spun wildly, almost splitting into a new form. And this was not the worst was Fuyu. A flicker of wariness passed through Tuanzang's single eye. That man had been acting all along. He claimed to outsiders that he only had 3 Gu, concealed his strength from his clan, and feigned compliance with the village. But when he finally made his move, those eyes. Wanwading Xiaolunian. Fuyu's Wanwading Tuanzang had seen it with his own eyes. If Fuyu had not held back, if Fuyu had helped the Uchiha from the very beginning. Plus Tianti Yuji Shui and Ban, if the Uchiha had united and joined forces, could the Hokage faction have stood a chance? Tuanzang did not continue thinking. Lord Tuanzang. 2 figures emerged from the dense forest, kneeling on one knee before him. 2 Jinbu ninjas, both his direct confidants, bore signs of fierce battle. Report the situation. Tuanzang took out a cane and stood up, his voice returning to its usual coldness. The remnants of the Uchiha have broken through our encirclement and are retreating toward Nanhekwan. What are our losses? Combatants. Losses over 70%. The Jinbu ninja's voice trembled slightly. Uchiha Taihua awakened the Wanwading Xiaolunian in battle and led the breakout. Also, many Uchiha have evolved their pupil power and chakra. Uchiha. As Tuanzang uttered these 3 syllables, he clenched his teeth. There is one more thing. The Jinbu ninja spoke, his voice tinged with barely concealed fear. Uchiha Tianti. He. What happened to Tianti? Tuanzang turned sharply to him. He didn't die. He broke through the My Village encirclement and stormed into the Ji Cun clan's compound. Tuanzang's body stiffened. The Ji Cun clan's compound. He opened his mouth to ask something, but before he could speak, another figure stumbled out of the den. That was a Jonin of the Ji Cun clan, covered in blood, his face smeared with soot and dried tear streaks. The moment he saw Tuanzang, his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. Clan leader, speak. Tuanzang's voice was as cold as an ice cellar. The compound was destroyed. That Jonin's lips trembled violently. Uchiha Tianti. He turned into a golden giant. His sword. All the buildings in the compound were razed to the ground. The clansmen who stayed behind. All of them. He didn't finish. But there was no need to finish. Tuanzong stood there like a stone statue. His single eye was wide open, bloodshot, with his pupils contracting violently. His hand holding the cane began to tremble. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of blood surged from his throat, trickling down the corner of his mouth, dripping onto his arm, onto that forever closed Xiaolunian. Tianti. He killed Uchiha massacred the Yuan Fei clan's compound and massacred the Ji Cun clan's compound. Lord Tuanzong. Several Jinbu ninjas simultaneously stepped forward to support him. Tuanzong pushed them away. He raised his hand, wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve. His movements were very slow, very steady. When he lowered his hand, the expression on his face had returned to calm. It was a calm that was almost terrifying. For the will of fire for my village to become Hua Ing, this sacrifice was nothing. It was a calm that was almost terrifying. For the will of fire for my village to become Hua Ing, this sacrifice was nothing. Issue the order. His voice was hoarse as sandpaper. Stop pursuing the remnants of the Yujibwa. Lord Tuanzong. We can't catch up. Tuanzong closed his eyes. The Jinbu losses are too great. Both Fu Yu and Taihua have awakened Wanwading. Continuing the pursuit will only increase casualties. And Tianti is still alive. He is still in the village. If the Jinbu exhaust their forces here, they will have no strength left to deal with him. After all, enough Xiaolunian stock had been collected. Tuanzong opened his eyes, a complex light surging within them. That was anger, resentment, humiliation, a deep-seated hatred, and a trace of something he himself was unwilling to admit. Fear. Yujibwa Tianti. This man does not play by the rules, is bound by no regulations, and makes no compromises. He repays an eye for an eye, blood for blood, and clan genocide for clan genocide. Tuanzong had schemed in the shadows for decades, eliminating countless opponents with cunning plots, but he had never encountered such an enemy. All the means he could think of seemed pale and powerless before absolute power, before true madness. And the Yujibwa clan had survived. Tuanzong knew this clan too well. It was an inherently evil clan. They were a clan of absolute emotions. Having nearly been exterminated, they would definitely retaliate wildly. Retreat. He glanced in the direction of my village, where the flames lit up half the sky. Faintly, sounds of explosions and shouts could still be heard. Dozens of miles away from my, pairs of crimson eyes gleamed in the darkness. They were Yuzebo's shinobi. Not far from them, groups of elders, women, and children were fleeing in desperate haste. Captain Tiahua, a Threedemo shinobi, flashed in with several others. The pursuers from Mai have been driven back. No one is following us for now. After instructing the shinobi to protect the civilians' retreat, Tiahua turned and said, "Do not let your guard down. The main force of Mai has not yet moved. They are merely being held back by Lord Tianti. Yes, our people are monitoring the enemy's movements." An elder of the Yuzebo stepped forward and asked, "What should we do now? Lord Tianti has not yet. Let's fight our way back, Captain." "Yes, that's right. Let those scoundrels of Mai witness the true power of the Yuzebo. We cannot abandon Lord Tianti." The surrounding Yuzebo shinobi spoke one after another, their expressions enraged and frenzied. The Yuzebo clan valued bonds above all else. This was a trait etched into their very souls. How could they endure the agony of having their clan bathed in blood? Had it not been for the insistence of the captain and elders to first protect the surviving clan members from death, they would have already fought to the bitter end. Moreover, they had already lost the clan leader and Jishui. If they were to lose Tianti, their ultimate combat strength. Even if the Yuzebo survived, they could not endure in this cruel shinobi world. Having severed ties with Mai meant losing the protective barrier of a great nation. So-called bloodline limit clans were nothing more than fat sheep in the eyes of countless predators. Besides, Mai will be the first to show no mercy. Tiahua growled in a low voice, "Enough. This is the chance Tianti fought tooth and nail to earn for the clan. Do you want his efforts to be in vain?" Seeing the crowd fall silent, Tiahua continued, "The Yuzebo clan will never abandon any of its own, and least of all Lord Tianti." As he spoke, he tossed several spatial storage scrolls to the elder who had spoken. "Elder 9, these are the bodies of our clan members we managed to retrieve, including Lord Tianti's mother and sister. The remaining clan members are to be escorted by you to the border stronghold. I will take my men back to support Lord Tianti." Elder 9's face flushed with indignation upon hearing this. "What are you saying? Do you think I fear death? I will use a forbidden technique and perish together with them." Hearing this, many clan members immediately expressed their desire to join. This is not about fearing death. Tiahua raised his voice, a powerful surge of dojutsu bursting from his eyes. "The safety of the clan is equally important." Before anyone could argue, he continued with his arrangements. The shinobi who had been assigned to protect the retreating clan members all wore reluctant expressions. They all wished to fight back and follow Tianti into battle to avenge the clan. Thud. Tiahua fell to his knees, the sound silencing the scene. "The Yuzebo clan is at a precipice of life and death. I beg of you all, the honor and safety of the clan. I entrust them to you." He pressed his forehead deeply to the ground. The scene fell silent for a long time. After a moment, the elder turned and walked toward the direction of the clan's retreat. We understand. As for Lord Tierney, we leave it to you. You must return alive. The remaining shinobi silently moved their feet. They all knew well that the Uzibo clan now numbered only a few hundred. They had to ensure the survival of these few hundred. Nearly 100 Uzibo shinobi split into two groups. One group departed away from Mai, while the other turned back toward the war-torn village. In the village, boom, the barrier Mai had erected was forcibly broken. A golden Susanoo rampaged across the ruins of Mai, its chakra giant swords sweeping through the air, each swing bringing a shower of blood. Two would-release clones each supported a slightly smaller Susanoo, locking Yuanfei Risen and Mui's main force in a stalemate from left and right. Flames raged, buildings crumbled, and the screams of the dying blended with the roar of battle, turning Mai into a living hell. Tiante's real body disengaged from the battlefield. With light steps on the remnants of rooftops, he used each landing as a springboard to leap forward, dashing toward the Hokage rock at an astonishing speed. The wind whistled past his ears as he raised a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, feeling the blunt trauma in his chest healing rapidly. The sage body continued to repair his injuries, but the pace had noticeably slowed. No matter the constitution, it was all linked to chakra. Without chakra, even Zhujian himself could not heal wounds. His chakra had been depleted too much in the previous fierce battles. Yet the madness in his eyes had not diminished, instead it burned even more intensely. Stop him. His target is the Hokage rock. Don't let him near the shelter. Several Sharpie Jonin discerned Tiante's intent and charged from the flanks, attempting to intercept him. Clang. Tierney turned his head, his left Mangekyo Sharingan spinning slightly. The dark aura of the ancient calamity's shadow spread behind him, absorbing the chakra attacks like mud into the sea, vanishing without a trace. He slashed with his blade in a backhand stroke. A flash of light and a line of blood appeared on the necks of several elite shinobi as their bodies spun and fell from the air. Before the remaining interceptors could act, Tierney had already passed them by. The Hokage rock, the symbol of Mai, the site of the statues of successive Hokage. Beneath these four colossal statues lay several vast underground shelters. They were Mui's last bastions for protecting non-combatants during past wars and disasters. Outsiders were unaware of this intelligence, but as Mui's founding clan, the Uzibo naturally knew the village's evacuation plans and facilities. At this moment, the shelters were packed with people. The elderly, women, children, students from the ninja academy, the wounded who had just been transferred from the hospital. Densely packed, tens of thousands strong. They were Mui's most vulnerable group, its future and its last hope. Above them was only a thick layer of rock and a steel door reinforced by sealing techniques. When that blood-soaked figure charged toward the Hokage rock, the shinobi guarding the shelter all stepped. There were over 100 of them, most of them Jonin. All units hear me. A Jonin drew a kunai, his voice hoarse but resolute. We are the last line of defense for the shelter. Behind us are our children, the future of Mai. Even if we die before them. The inherently evil Uzibo will be stopped by us. Yes. Tierney stood atop a pile of rubble, lifting his head. His gaze passed over the ready defenders and landed on the shelter behind them. His Mangekyo Sharingan could clearly see the chakra behind that door. A slow grin crept across his lips. To destroy Mai, raising the village was useless. The vital point must be severed at the root. And if the shelter were destroyed with countless civilians dead, Mai would lose the people's hearts, a true crippling blow. That was a loss that no amount of wealth or combat strength could remedy. Ask yourself, could a village that could not even protect its own people still be considered a great ninja village? The people of the Land of Fire would lose their respect and trust for Mai, shunning it at all costs. Losing the people's hearts meant not only would no one dare to move into Mai, but even mission requests would likely be directed elsewhere. And that was precisely Tiante's goal. Tiante. A hoarse roar filled with extreme intensity erupted from below. Yuanfei Risen broke free from the battlefield, his robes completely charred. His left eye was caked with blood, the Rui Bang propped at his side, his entire frame swaying precariously. What else do you possibly want? Yuanfei Risen's voice was torn, hoarse, and barely recognizable as human. You have already killed a Sama. You have already destroyed the Yuanfei clan. What else do you want? There are only civilians and children there. They have done nothing to offend the Uzibo. They know nothing. They are innocent. Tiante interrupted Yuanfei Risen's words. A nearly deranged smile spread across his face. Ha ha. The laughter echoed through the sky, reverberating off the rock walls, spreading layer upon layer, clear to every soul hidden in the shelter. Wasn't it about killing? Wasn't it about leaving no survivors? Wasn't it about annihilating the Uzibo clan to the very last? He spread his arms wide as if embracing the entire Huiying rock. Good, good, good. Let us slaughter to our heart's content. His Mangekyo spun wildly and golden chakra erupted once more from his body. Chakra flames surged into the sky, condensing and expanding around him. The golden Shuzwa Nunghu stood again upon the earth. I will. Tianti stood within the forehead of the Shuzwa Nunghu, his eyes blood-red, chakra burning fiercely within him. He poured all his power, all his fury into the Susanoo, and in the hands of that golden giant of burning chakra greatsword coalesced. Completely destroy my. The Shuzwa Nunghu grasped the greatsword in both hands, raised it high, then swung it down. An unmatched chakra sword chi detached from the blade, howling toward the direction of the shelter. Wong. Before the sword chi even arrived, the ground had already split, gravel showered from the rock walls, and the air was compressed into a sharp shriek. Despair painted the faces of the guarding ninja. Some closed their eyes, some spread their arms to shield their comrades, some knelt and clutched their heads. Yuan Fei Risen tried to rush forward, but his legs would not obey. His chakra was spent, the Rui Bang slipped from his grasp, and he could only kneel there, mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. Just as that devastating sword was about to fall, and the Mai Ninja were collectively drowning in despair, an anomaly descended without warning. Summoning tech, a resonant voice exploded from the heavens, followed by a sky-covering white smoke that burst open before the shelter. Within the smoke, a colossal toad of unimaginable size materialized out of thin air. This toad was entirely crimson, its belly swollen like a drum, and on its back it bore a shield even larger than itself. The shield was inscribed with secret defensive techniques passed down through generations of the Toad Sage clan. Boom! The chakra sword chi of the Shuzwa Nunghu struck the giant shield with brutal force. Golden light and crimson barrier clashed violently, and a blinding white light exploded. The shockwave spread from the point of impact, causing enormous chunks of rock to peel from the Hoying rock, the ground to crack into countless fissures, and nearby trees to be uprooted and hurled into the sky. The giant toad's legs were driven deep into the earth by the immense force, and the patterns on the shield began to show visible fissures under the pressure of the chakra. The cracks spread like a spiderweb, the shield groaning under the strain. Hey, hey, hey! The giant toad's terrified voice rang out. Is this kind of high-level battle something I should be involved in? You little brat are trying to get me killed. As the words left its mouth, the shield shattered with a thunderous crash. The giant toad let out a scream, and the entire frog, along with the shattered shield fragments, was blasted away by the remaining impact, vanishing in midair, its fate unknown. But that chakra sword chi, powerful enough to annihilate the entire shelter, had its most critical force blocked by the shield, its direction and might greatly diminished. Nevertheless, the residual waves of sword chi continued to advance. The rock face of Hoying Rock was sliced like tofu by the waves, and rubble rained down upon the steel gate of the shelter. The guarding ninja were knocked over by the blast, some slammed into walls, some tumbled off platforms, screams rising on all sides. Sage Art Mountain splitting. A figure shot into the air like lightning. It was a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. White hair wildly whipping, face markings of blazing red. The collision of powerful sage arts unleashed a second wave of impact. The 3-headed 6-armed figure was sent tumbling twice in the air, a thick torrent of water erupting from its mouth. That was no ordinary water release. It was a torrent infused with sage chakra, as dense as a flowing wall. A water curtain sprang up from the ground, blocking every remaining wave. Sage art torrent wall. Boom! The water flow and the lingering sword chi dissipated together, and the mist in the air refracted sunlight into a rainbow spanning the Hoying Rock. Beneath the rainbow, the 3-headed 6-armed figure landed steadily on the platform before the shelter, revealing a tall, imposing white-haired man. He wore a red Haori wooden sandals on his feet, and his white mane rustled in the wind. On his shoulders, 2 toads crouched, one on each. Both toads stared gravely at the golden Shuzwa Nunghu ahead. Lord Zilayi. A trembling, exultant cry came from among the guarding ninja. It's Lord Zilayi who has returned. Great! Great! We are saved. It's the Toad Sage of Miyaboku and Lord Zilayi. Cheers erupted from both inside and outside the shelter. Zilayi. Tian's expression flickered with surprise. Chua? A ninja flashed into existence behind Zilayi. Lord Zilayi. Zilayi, with 2 toads on his shoulders and the sage's face markings blazing with rage, demanded, "What happened? Why has the village become like this?" It's the inherently evil Yuzhibo. They want to destroy the village. The enemy is called Yuzhibo Tianti. Lord Zilayi quickly killed this wicked Yuzhibo. Our Lord Second was absolutely right. Such a naturally evil clan should never have been taken in. Many my ninja shouted in fury. Bang! In the distance, a wood-release clone Susanoo was surrounded by my ninja and fell. Zilayi's gaze locked onto Tianti. Yuzhibo boy. You dare to do something like this, eh? Tianti ignored Zilayi and paid no heed to the clamorous curses around him. His perception detected more and more chakra returning to Mai. Those were the ninja continuously streaming back from outside the village. Continuing to fight would only mean being worn down to death here. For now, the clan members had successfully escaped the vortex of war. The diversion battle is over time to change the approach. The extermination battle begins. Zilai. Tianti stood within the Susanoo, gazing down at the white-haired sage below. One of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage of Myamu Mountain. These were true powerhouses, not the insignificant fish that could be crushed underfoot. But that was all there was to it. Stand in my way, and you die. The Susanoo raised its chakra greatsword once more, pouring all its might into the blade, and charged toward the shelter with the most savage. Boss! Lady Boss! Zilai bellowed. Got it. Both Toad Sages responded in unison, unleashing their combined Sage technique to block the assault. The oil cloak of Sage mode rustled in the wind, and the wooden clogs under Zilai's feet shattered the ground as he shot toward the Susanoo like a cannonball. Sage Art Hair Needle Samban. Zilai's white hair suddenly lengthened, countless strands shooting out like steel needles, each entwined with Sage chakra tearing through the air with sharp sonic booms. The hair needle sunban rained down upon the golden armor of the Susanoo, producing a dense cacophony of impacts. The barrage of tens of thousands of needles abruptly slowed the Susanoo's advance. Sage Art Giant Rasengan. A massive spinning sphere of chakra coalesced in Zilai's other palm, radiating a dazzling blue-white light. He leaped, using the momentum to slam the giant Rasengan into the Susanoo's Tengu mask. Boom. The Rasengan exploded against the mask as Sage chakra furiously corroded the Susanoo's chakra structure. Tian's pupils constricted. Sage chakra could actually inflict tangible damage upon his Susanoo. Visible cracks appeared on the golden mask. Yet the cracks healed almost instantly under the ocular power of his Mangekyo right eye. It's not over yet. Zilai and the two sages formed hand seals simultaneously. Sage Art Gomen. 3 mouths opened at once, and under the fusion of Sage chakra their 3 powers merged into a torrent of flame that could boil the seas and burn the heavens, engulfing the entire Susanoo. The Susanoo sizzled within the flames. Bang! The golden Susanoo burst through the Sage technique, charging onward toward the shelter. Just then a crimson radiance exploded before the shelter. Scarlet chakra surged skyward like magma spewing from the depths of hell. That light was utterly different from Tian's golden Susanoo. The radiance solidified into ribs, the ribs expanded into armor, and upon the armor emerged a Tengu mask. A crimson Susanoo stood before the shelter like an impassable wall of blood. Within the Susanoo, Uchiha Yu's eyes bled. Yet he stood tall and straight, his gaze piercing through the battlefield to meet Tian's golden Susanoo. Tianti, your eyes are quite impressive. Yu's voice was hoarse and weary, but it carried clearly to Tian's ears. Stop this. Your hands are already drenched in too much blood. Tianti snorted coldly. This he was still putting on an act, playing the villain who coveted his eyes. He was telling everyone that he had come only for the eyes, not for. That way Mai could be absolved of all blame, and every sin would be laid upon Uchiha Yu's shoulders. Only thus could he protect his beloved younger brother. Tianti gazed at the crimson Susanoo, at the executioner who had slaughtered most of the Uchiha clan, and suddenly he laughed. You've finally shown yourself. Tian's voice was devoid of any warmth. You didn't blink when you killed your own clan, yet now you come to protect Myui's civilians? Are those civilians more noble than the Uchiha? Are the lapdogs of the third Hokage and Danzo more worthy of life than your parents and kin? The more he spoke, the more he refused. You did not answer. But his Susanoo raised its right arm, conjuring a massive shield wreathed in crimson flames before him. That legendary spirit shield possessed the ability to reflect all attacks. Zilai landed nearby, firmly guarding the shelter behind him. He glanced at you, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. What is going on with you, Uchiha? Uchiha, Tianti, answer me. Why are you doing this? Tianti cast a sidelong glance at Zilai, a trash with more ambition than ability, and you dared. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words on this slave of the toads. This man had wasted half his life chasing a so-called prophecy, turning a blind eye to Myui's darkness, yet dreaming of saving the darkness of the entire ninja world. Unlike the other two Sannin who had also been disillusioned with my Orochimaru, and Tsunade chose to leave. But Zilai always played the role of Myui's savior, while allowing it to wallow in its own misery without lifting a finger. Bang! Their sage techniques clashed, and Zilai gritted his teeth. You've strayed onto the wrong path. Then I'll cut you down right here. Sage Art Swamp of the Underworld. Whoosh. The earth transformed into a flowing quagmire, unleashing a powerful suction. All my shinobi fall back. Leave this to us. Shinzua the Toad Sage used his long tongue to rescue several shinobi caught in the area, shouting loudly. Bang! Great splashes of mud erupted, but Tianti could not break free. The golden Susanoo was sinking steadily. It's useless. Zilai formed hand seals, surging sage chakra flowing out. This is a grand technique fused with sage power. Without a foothold you'll sink 1,000 meters into the earth. Tianti snorted coldly, his hands moving rapidly through seals. Don't even think about it. You seized the opportunity to strike, his crimson chakra sword streaking across the sky, like a meteor slashing straight at the crown of Tianti's Susanoo. Tianti manipulated his Susanoo to parry with its sword, but that only accelerated his sinking. Wood release with technique. Boom. Wooden pillars sprouted from the earth, bracing the soles of Tianti's Susanoo. Before Tianti could escape, several masters attacked simultaneously. Bang! The Susanoo's sword shattered. Though it was only a weapon of condensed chakra, it could be reforged as long as Tianti's chakra remained. But that brief opening was enough for powerhouses like you and Zilai. The crimson sword of Tatsuka was drawn from the Yata mirror, its blade wreathed in sealing shadow clone technique. 5 Zilai clones simultaneously formed different seals, sage chakra coalescing in each palm into a giant Sharingan launched like 5 meteorites. The sword of Tatsuka pierced the chest armor of Tianti's Susanoo. 5 giant Sharingan slammed into the Susanoo's limb joints at the same time. The golden Susanoo trembled violently, cracks spreading from its chest across its entire body, collapsing inward at the joints, and finally shattering with a thunderous roar. Golden chakra fragments dissipated in midair, revealing Tianti's figure within. His body was hurled by the force of the sword of Tatsuka, tumbling out of the shattered Susanoo and crashing heavily into a pile of rubble beneath the Hokage rock, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. Then cheers erupted across the ruins of Mai. We did it. Lord Zilai and the sages have defeated him. Mai is saved. The shelter is saved. Ha serves him right. Die, you evil Uchiha. Shinobi wept with joy as some shouted bonsai, others collapsed to the ground panting, and a few clasped their hands in gratitude to the heavens. On the distant battlefield, the shinobi, still fighting the wood release clones, also showed expressions of elation. Zilai landed on the ground, breathing heavily. The continuous use of sage techniques had taken a heavy toll on his body. Huff, that kid is really troublesome. Zilai wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at you not far away. Was he assessing whether this man was friend or foe? The dust slowly settled. In the ruins, Tianti's body lay motionless among the shattered debris. His chest bore a horrifying penetrating wound, and his limbs were twisted at unnatural angles. Clearly Zilai breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could speak, a small fist tapped his shoulder. Little Zilai, look clearly. Zima's voice was sharp and urgent. Zilai was stunned, looked down at Jima, then looked up at the Tianti that was transforming in the ruins. His pupils suddenly constricted. That was wood release clone. Zilai's exclamation exploded across the battlefield. Under everyone's gaze, Tianti, tree. Why did he suddenly have a bad feeling? Yuanfei Risen, who had retreated to a safe distance, felt a twinge in his heart. Having seen Zilai and you successively make their moves, Yuanfei Risen quietly retreated, placing a group of escorting shinobi in front of him. He had thought as usual to leave the danger to the rising stars. But this time Yuanfei Risen seemed to sense that he was being watched all along. His heart pounded like a drum, cold sweat beating on his... He sensed it. A vast suffocating chakra was gathering above their heads. Above. But it was too late. The golden Susanoo had somehow reformed and was now positioned far from the previous battlefield. It was even larger, more solid, and more dazzlingly golden than before. Susanoo raised its hands above its head, crossing 2 blazing chakra greatswords into a cross, then slashed down simultaneously. It was even larger, more solid, and more dazzlingly golden than before. Susanoo raised its hands above its head, crossing 2 blazing... Yuanfei Risen. Decapitation plan. Success. Yuanfei Risen stood in the center of the battlefield, looked up, and saw the golden slash. Time seemed to slow down to an extreme. He saw his escort shinobi rush forward, trying to use their bodies to block the sword for him. He saw Zilai charging frantically from afar, sage chakra burning on him like a meteor, but the meteor's speed could not catch up to the slash. He saw the golden giant and the crimson eyes on its forehead. Then he thought of Asuma. He thought of the head held in Tianti's hand, the flames in the clan's territory, and everything he had done over the decades. Those political deals, those power balances, those truths he had personally buried. His lips moved as if to say something. But no sound came out. In the end, he could only let out a furious roar. No. If only he had known, he should have used forbidden techniques to die together with this bastard. Yuanfei Risen had acquired thousands of ninjutsu over the decades, including various secret and forbidden techniques. But he always believed that the power of Konoha could capture the enemy, and he kept waiting for someone to step forward. Yuanfei Risen had acquired thousands of ninjutsu over the decades, including various secret and forbidden techniques. But the earth was torn apart in an instant, a bottomless crevice spreading wildly from the impact point, devouring everything in its path. The shockwave spread in a ring, leveling everything within hundreds of meters. A giant mushroom cloud rose from the impact point, mixing gray-white dust and golden chakra remnants rolling straight into the sky. The explosion could be heard for dozens of miles, as if heaven and earth were trembling. All Konoha shinobi stopped at that moment. They stared blankly at the direction where the mushroom cloud rose. That was the direction where the third Hokage Uenfei Risen had last stood. The smoke slowly cleared. A huge crater, nearly 100 meters in diameter, appeared on the ground. At the bottom of the crater, a broken body lay quietly among the rubble. Uenfei Risen. His right arm was gone from the shoulder, the stump charred black, with no blood left to flow. His left leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, completely shattered below the knee, his chest collapsed, and countless ribs broken. The third Hokage Uenfei Risen. Dead. Though he used the body flicker technique at the last moment, he ultimately failed to fully dodge this long plan. Lord Hokage. Old man. Zillai and many shinobi cried out in grief. Naturally evil brat, what have you done? Hamawenta without a word drew his sword and slashed at Tieni. Clang. The golden Susanoo casually raised its arm and blocked the strike. Hamawenta without a word drew his sword and slashed at Tieni. Clang. The golden Susanoo casually raised its arm and blocked the strike. Hama Guang drew his twin swords and prepared to join the fight. Little Guang. Guard the Hokage rock, prevent any changes. Alright, got it. Boom. 3 sage arts slammed into the Susanoo, exploding chakra burst forth. Tieni chuckled lightly and manipulated the Susanoo to counter it. Just as he repelled Hamawenta and Zillai, a red Susanoo attacked. Hand over the Mangekyo Sharingan. You coldly shouted. No need to pretend you. Tieni dodged the Totsuka sword and kicked the red Susanoo back. The Uchiha and Konoha will forever nail you to the pillar of shame, you lackey of the Hokage faction. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 Susanoo clashed violently. Yu's Susanoo was clearly much smaller than Tiantis, and even with divine weapons it was beaten back step by step. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 Susanoo clashed violently. Yu's Susanoo was clearly much smaller than Tiantis, and even with divine weapons, many Konoha shinobi showed puzzled expressions. The Uchiha clan fighting among themselves, for each other's Sharingan. Indeed a naturally evil, little Zillai, child's mother. Shinzua stopped Zima's words. Anyone could see that Uenfei Risen, little Zillai, child's mother. Shinzua stopped Zima's words. Anyone could see that Uenfei Risen was beyond saving. Several medical jonin appeared on the battlefield and quickly took over Uenfei Risen. Lord Zillai, what should we do now? The EMBU captain looked at Zillai beside him. Zillai gritted his teeth, withdrew his gaze from the treatment, and looked at the distant battle. Notify the intelligence headquarters to take over the command system, start mobilizing everyone to organize tactical plans. We cannot let either of those 2 escape. We must capture them all. Yes. The ENBU left to carry out orders. Zillai scanned the devastated Konoha, grinding his teeth. What was happening? How could Konoha be reduced to this by a single Uchiha? How could the military power of a great nation be so weak? The Uchiha were indeed formidable, but certainly not to the point of sweeping through Konoha. What about the experts of the secret technique clans? What about the experts of the secret technique clans? Though Itachi's Susanoo was far inferior to Tiantis, it managed to hold its ground with the aid of the Yata mirror. The battle between the 2 chakra giants tore up. Though Itachi's Susanoo was far inferior to Tiantis, it managed to hold its ground with the aid of the Yata mirror. The battle between the 2 chakra giants tore apart the terrain, leveling vast stretches of woodland. Smoke and the residual waves of chakra surged skyward. From within Konoha, all that could be seen were 2 massive masses of light clawing at each other. Tianti maneuvered his Susanoo to slash back Itachi's crimson giant, then leaped backward, landing in a clearing deep within the forest. Itachi followed, and the 2 Susanoo faced off once more. But this time Tianti did not strike immediately. His Mangekyo Sharingan rotated slightly as his perception spread outward. The nearest Konoha shinobi were 2 kilometers away, organizing a defensive line. No one was pursuing. Perhaps they intended to let them exhaust each other first. They finally had a moment alone. Tianti naturally understood that Itachi's purpose was to lure him out of the village. He himself also needed to retreat. After a day and a night of battle, his chakra was severely depleted. So Tianti played along. Life. He must live. Tianti kept telling himself. He was still young with vast room for improvement. As long as he lived, he could accomplish anything, whether it was utterly destroying Konoha, resurrecting his sister and mother, or ending this twisted shinobi world. Tianti shrank his Susanoo, no longer maintaining that overwhelming violent form. Instead, he condensed it into a skeletal frame of chakra hugging his. Tianti shrank his Susanoo, no longer maintaining that overwhelming violence. Itachi also withdrew most of his Susanoo, leaving only a skeletal ribcage to protect his body. His breathing was rapid and heavy blood continuously seeping from his eye sockets dripping down his cheeks onto the soil beneath. Itachi spat out a mouthful of blood staring intently at Tianti. Don't bluff. Your chakra is almost gone. Tianti averted his gaze and sneered. So what? Look at yourself. Your body has already collapsed, hasn't it? Hearing this, Itachi's pupils constricted slightly. Tianti's eyes were bloodshot as he continued speaking. You used forbidden techniques to preemptively arrange the clan's elites, didn't you? Abusing such forbidden arts must bring backlash. Your body is already on the verge of terminal illness, isn't it? Sunlight filtered through the shattered canopy, drawing a line of light and shadow between them. Itachi did not answer. He leaned against the tree trunk, head bowed, chest heaving violently. Tianti watched him, a smile slowly spreading across his lips, a grin that hovered between mockery and rage. Look at you ruining yourself like this for slaughtering your entire clan, bearing the stigma of a rogue ninja, living as neither man nor ghost. How many years of life do you have left? 5 or 6? Itachi finally lifted his head. His face was smeared with blood, but his Mangekyo Sharingan shone with startling brilliance. This was my own choice. Your choice? Ha ha ha. Tianti threw his head back in laughter. When he had laughed enough, he lowered his head, his gaze turning cold. Your choice? Or the path that old third Hokage and his ilk paved for you? What did they tell you? This is for the village. You are the only one who can save Konoha. Tianti certainly hated Itachi and Obito, but he was not in a hurry to kill him. People like them, brainwashed by self-deception, cared nothing for their own lives. To make them truly suffer was the real revenge. Itachi was silent for a moment, then said hoarsely, the third Hokage. He didn't want the Uchiha to be annihilated. He was always seeking a peaceful solution. It was my own unilateral action. The third Hokage did his best. The smile on Tianti's face vanished completely. He stared at Itachi expressionlessly for 5 full seconds. Then he suddenly jumped down from the tree branch, landed on the ground, and walked toward Itachi step by step. He stopped only when he was less than 3 meters away. At this distance they could clearly see each other's eyes. Did his best. Tianti's voice was soft, but each word was like a knife. My God, 13 years old isn't that young, yet you were brainwashed into such a pathetic state. Tianti took 2 steps sideways, turning sideways to Itachi, his gaze falling on the distant flames burning in Konoha. You know, Shursui said something to me before he died. Itachi's body trembled slightly. He told me to be careful. He didn't trust the third. He said that if something happened to him one day, I shouldn't entrust this matter to anyone, including you. Shut up. Itachi's voice suddenly turned icy. Shut up. Now you feel the pain. Tianti turned around, staring straight into Itachi's eyes. You know better than I do how Shursui died. How did his eye end up in Danzo's hands? Did the third Hokage know about this? He knew about Danzo taking Shizui's eye, but he did nothing. The third Hokage wasn't there at the time. Of course he wasn't, because he's never there. He wasn't there when Shursui died. He wasn't there when the Uchiha were ostracized. He wasn't there during the clan massacre. He wasn't there when the Senju Uzumaki Uchiha Nara Yamanakara Kimichi. Dozens of clans were annihilated. He was never there. All the dirty work was done for him. All the blame was borne for him. He always stood on moral high ground, hands clean, mouth full of the will of fire. You tell me that such a crafty old fox did his best. Itachi was silent, his body trembling slightly. You willingly bore all the blame, deceiving yourself that it was to protect the village for the will of fire. But what did you protect? The third Hokage you protected is now lying in that deep pit split in 2 by me. The Konoha you guarded has been burned to ashes. A beast like you naturally doesn't care about life or death, but because of me, Uchiha Tianti, your entire family. A beast like you naturally doesn't care about life or death, but because of me, Uchiha Tianti, your entire family will be forever infamous. Tianti's voice grew louder until he was almost roaring. He took a deep breath, and when he spoke again, his voice had returned to its previous calm. Your self-righteous sacrifice was a script written by others from beginning to end. The third Hokage and Danzo played the good cop and bad cop, manipulating you like a puppet. You were nothing but a pawn. The most convenient pawn, because you were strong, because you were loyal, because you were willing to sacrifice. Itachi stood within the ribs of the Susanoo, his face flickering in the crimson chakra light. He opened his mouth several times before finally forcing out a hoarse sentence. No. The third Hokage was not wrong. He was simply lacking in ability. The village itself is not wrong either. Good heavens. It seemed impossible to break such a person's spirit. This Itachi was in the terminal stage of the will of fire. Every single cell of his was will of fire. Tianti stared into Itachi's eyes. The will of fire, a truly miraculous technique. Oh, by the way, I wonder where Sasuke is hidden. At the mention of Sasuke, Itachi's gaze froze. Tianti caught the change. He smiled, a smile devoid of any warmth. Sasuke. He savored the name as if tasting something delicious. Tianti tilted his head, looking at Itachi. Is your little brother still in Konoha? Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan spun violently, and the Susanoo instantly expanded, its crimson chakra surging skyward like flames. Tian-Ti, if you dare to touch a single hair on Sasuke's head what will you do? Tian-Ti's figure remained motionless, a sinister smile on his face. Are you saying you'll kill me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bang! Itachi once again manifested the Susanoo, its strike devastating a vast expanse of land. Despicable! What fault does a child have? Tian-Ti's voice suddenly turned cold. What right do you have to say that? He appeared nearby in an instant, looking up at Itachi, standing within the... Tian-Ti's voice suddenly turned cold. What right do you have to say that? He appeared nearby in an instant, looking up at Itachi. She was only 3 years old, hadn't even awakened her Sharingan. Tian-Ti's voice was steady without a tremor or sob, terrifyingly calm. But it was this very calmness that made Itachi's body begin to tremble. Tian-Ti, this variable, had created a fatal flaw in his plan. Itachi's Susanoo slowly retracted, the crimson chakra armor peeling off layer by layer until only a thin skeletal ribcage remained. His face was streaked with a mixture of blood and tears. Those Mangekyo Sharingan stared straight at Tian-Ti, his lips quivering. You're right, I have no right. My hands are stained with the blood of my own kin. I am unworthy of the Uchiha name, unworthy as a son, and even more unworthy as a brother. My entire life has been a failure from start to finish. It's enough for me to suffer in hell alone. Itachi paused. Tears mingled with blood seeped from beneath his closed eyelids. My entire life has been a failure from start to finish. It's enough for me to suffer in hell alone. Itachi paused. Tears, but Sasuke is different. He knows nothing. He's just an 80-year-old child. He knows nothing. What fault does he have? Itachi's voice finally rose uncontrollably. Take it out on me. Let me bear all the sins, let me suffer all the retribution. He raised his hand, wiping the blood and tears from his face with the back of his hand, but the gesture only made his face more disheveled. But Sasuke. He's just a child. Heh. Tian-Ti no longer felt anger. For such an inhuman being, words were useless. He smiled eerily. Then you'd better protect your beloved little brother well. Let's see if you can protect him. Boom. Crimson chakra erupted. Itachi formed hand seals rapidly. He had to kill this Uchiha Tian-Ti no matter what. Summoning technique. Poof. A crow soared into the air, circling around Itachi. That's... Tian-Ti's eyes narrowed. He spotted the Sharingan in the crow's eye socket. Haha. So eager to fight to the death. Tian-Ti formed hand seals and split into 10 would release clones, their figures flickering and dispersing across various positions within the golden Susanoo. So fast that even the Mangekyo couldn't discern the real body. Despite his bravado, Tian-Ti couldn't afford to be careless. That was the 2 most powerful mental-type ocular jutsu in Uchiha history. Clearly that crow carried Shizui's Mangekyo, Kotoame Tsukumi. Caught. The crow's eye spun momentarily, unable to locate its target. Itachi gritted his teeth. Damn it, how does he know so much about me? Bang. Tian-Ti, you should die. The 2 Susanoo clashed, sending shockwaves. Your caliber is too low. Your eyes see only your clan, nothing more. Ha, clown. Tian-Ti deflected a sword beam. Caliber. Vision. A pitiful, self-intoxicated clown. Your so-called caliber is false and narrow in my eyes. My vision encompasses the entire shinobi world, all of humanity, the races, and the stars and seas. What? At that moment, a massive shadow descended from the sky. Boom. An enormous toad crashed into the battlefield, sinking the surrounding hundreds of meters into the ground. Kill. Seize those 2 inherently evil demons. Countless Konoha ninjas surged out from the village. No longer chaotic as before, they formed orderly waves of formation. Sealing and medical squads prepared their respective duties. Uchiha Tian-Ti surrender. Jiraiya stood atop the toad's head, sage chakra surging. Tian-Ti appeared atop a low hill with a body flicker, panting as he looked at the overwhelming ninja army. Itachi's figure had vanished. Swish. Tian-Ti and his would-release clones charged into the Konoha ninja forces. The fierce battle erupted again. His Sharingan spun, predicting every enemy's movements. He was like a war god on the battlefield, dancing madly among countless ninjas, leaving a trail of wails and screams wherever he passed. Not using jutsu or Susanoo anymore. Is his chakra running dry? Fukusaku Sennin on Jiraiya's shoulder mused, take him down now. Right. Jiraiya responded and joined the battlefield with a body flicker. The setting sun cast a blood-red dusk over the battlefield, blurring the line between blood and light. Bang. Another Tian-Ti was knocked to the ground. Another would-release clone. Looking at the woodinized clone at his feet, Jiraiya raised his head to search. Boom. A massive wooden dragon soared into the sky, absorbing the chakra from a wave of ninjutsu. Tian-Ti stood atop the dragon's head, speeding away from the battlefield, leaving only the bodies of Konoha ninjas scattered on the ground. Too many annoying pests. Tian-Ti glanced at the last struggling would-release clone. Though the battlefield was littered with slain Konoha ninjas, he knew he had to break out. Bunta! Jiraiya roared. The giant toad leaped with Jiraiya instantly crossing 1,000 meters and landing directly atop the wooden dragon's head. Oomph! Tian-Ti snorted. The golden Susanoo rose from the ground. Bang! The Susanoo clashed with the giant toad's blade, the shockwave repelling the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Your chakra is almost depleted, right? The Susanoo is much weaker. Jiraiya stared intently at Tian-Ti. So what? Let's see who falls first. You all die or I collapse. Tian-Ti showed no sign of backing down, forming a single hand seal. The wooden dragon surged forth, coiling around Toad Bunta from below. Bang! Both Jiraiya and Tian-Ti were knocked backward. Looking at the devastation around him, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Stop this, Tian-Ti. You have already demonstrated such power. No one will underestimate the Uchiha anymore. We should seek a path of peace. Let Konoha no longer be stained with blood. Tian-Ti looked at the gathering ninja army. Jiraiya, it's not the Uchiha who want this. It's Konoha. We had no choice. How many people has Konoha sacrificed under the slogan for the village? How many clans have been sacrificed? Now there is only one path left. Either the Uchiha die or Konoha falls. Are you leading the Yuzhibo clan to destruction? Zillai raised his voice, his expression turning fierce. Yuzhibo is indeed strong, but can it rival the power of a great nation? How many ninjas do you have? Your ninjas can fight one against many, but can they fight one against 100? Don't let ignorant naivety blind you. Tian-Ti grinned. Stop putting on an act here, it's disgusting. Can't I single-handedly fight your entire Maya? Why put on that facade? If I didn't have such power, you wouldn't speak a single word of nonsense to me, and my Yuzhibo clan would have long been erased from this world. Of course. If I had enough power, I would not exist, and you would not be worthy of speaking a single word before me. In power, of course. If I had enough power, I would not exist, and you would not be worthy of speaking a single word before me. But my path has just begun while my is already terminally ill. Shwa shwa shwa. Several jonin flashed and appeared beside Zillai. The inherently evil Yuzhibo, he is a true demon. Upon hearing this, my people were all burning with rage, and they began to the inherently evil Yuzhibo, he is a true demon. Upon hearing this, my people were all burning with rage, and they began to denounce him one after another. Yuzhibo Tian-Ti. He killed the third fire shadow, he destroyed my. Avenge the third fire shadow. Kill him. Avenge the fire shadow. The predecessors were right, the evil of the Yuzhibo is innate. They are born demons. The roars rose and fell. The news spread. The third fire shadow, Yuanfei risen, had fallen in battle. He died at the hands of Yuzhibo Tian-Ti. The entire Mai was trembling, burning with anger and ablaze. The fire shadow was dead. Their fire shadow was dead, killed by this person before them. Zillai gritted his teeth silently, his words of dissuasion drowned in the waves of condemnation. These fellows. Could they really not see the situation? Although Tian-Ti's chakra was severely depleted, he was the one who once pushed Mai to the brink of destruction and could take the fire shadow's head amidst 10,000 troops. If the battle continued, even if Mai could win, they would likely pay an unbearable price. Moreover, Mai had suffered such a great upheaval, the strongest clan had defected and fled. If this intelligence leaked out, wouldn't other great powers seize the opportunity to cause trouble? Huh? Tian-Ti sneered. See, prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain as strong as Yuzhibo Ban Shinsho Jujin, and the six paths immortal cannot move it. With that, Tian-Ti began to slowly retreat. He sensed the most critical people in my village had returned. At this moment, he didn't even have the forbidden techniques of the Yuzhibo clan, so he couldn't continue to take risks here. Thinking of this, Tian-Ti couldn't help but curse Fuyu's entire family again. They said it was forbidden techniques, but they were firmly held by the clan leader's family, becoming the exclusive domain of the powerful. So-called forbidden techniques are merely meant to forbid others from learning. The fact that you learned so many forbidden techniques is the best proof. Roar. Kill him. The will of fire burns eternally. My ninjas erupted in jutsu attacks. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Hundreds of jutsu were unleashed simultaneously, chakra of 5 natures interweaving in the air into a destructive torrent. Like a colorful curtain of death, it poured down towards Tian-Ti from all directions. Tian-Ti looked up, watching the overwhelming torrent of jutsu. His left eye narrowed slightly, and the Mangekyo began to rotate. Gucci Ming. Ugh. The dojutsu did not activate. The sharp pain from overusing the Mangekyo interrupted Tian-Ti's technique. After all, he did not have the eternal eye. Although the sage body would reduce the side effects of the Mangekyo, it couldn't withstand the intense use for a full day and night right after awakening. Shinzua sage with keen perception saw Tian-Ti covering his left eye, and his frog eyes lit up. Oh. There's a chance we can do it. Just as the destructive attack was about to descend. Whoosh! A sea of fire surged from the dense forest behind Tianti. It was not an ordinary fire release. The flames were a deep red like blood, and the temperature was so high that the air began to distort. The sea of fire surged and roared as if alive, meeting the torrent of jutsu from my ninjas. Boom! The two forces collided in midair, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion. Flames and wind lightning tore at each other. Earth and stone and water evaporated into white steam under the intense heat. The shockwave spread wildly in all directions, uprooting all trees within several kilometers. The firelight reddened half the sky. Smoke and dust mixed together, forming mushroom clouds. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. The Mai ninjas looked up, staring at the dense forest behind Tianti. Then their pupils suddenly contracted. 1 pair, 10 pairs, 50 pairs, over 70 pairs. Crimson lights flickered in the smoke like the eyes of wolves gleaming in the night. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, and Mangekyo. The light of the Sharingan formed a continuous expanse, weaving into a field of crimson stars amidst the smoke and firelight. The smoke completely cleared. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan walked out from the dense forest. They still bore the bloodstains and wounds from the breakout, their clothes tattered, many with makeshift bandages wrapped around them. But their eyes, those eyes were burning. Hatred, rage, the humiliation of betrayal, the killing intent triggered by desperation. All emotions were transformed into the most primal chakra within the Sharingan. Uchiha Tiahua stood at the front, the newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, in his eyes slowly rotating. A fierce grin twisted his lips, his voice hoarse and dangerous. Lord Tianti, we have come to help you. Tianti did not show any surprise, clearly having already sensed their arrival. He lowered his voice and asked, "How are the clan members? My sister and mother." Casualties were heavy. Our Uchiha clan was nearly wiped out last. But Lord Tianti, the remaining clan members have escaped danger. Your sister and mother. Taiyuo's eyes closed slightly. They did not survive, but their bodies have been recovered and taken away. He tilted his head, looked at Tianti, then turned and grinned at the clan members behind him. Clan members. He raised the kunai in his hand, pointing at the Mai ninjas opposite. It is these bastards and their accomplices who killed our parents, our wives and children, our brothers, and they said we are born evil, that we deserve to die, that they would exterminate our clan. His voice grew louder, the light in his Mangekyo Sharingan growing stronger. Now, the kunai gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Tell me, what should we do? Over 70 Uchiha ninjas erupted in a simultaneous roar. The sound shook the earth itself, causing the Mai ninjas to involuntarily step back. Kill. Tiahua tilted his head, casting a glance at Tianyi, then turned to face his clansmen behind him with a grim smile. My clansmen. He raised the kunai in his hand, pointing it at the Mai ninja opposite. It is these scum, the accomplices who slaughtered our parents, our wives and children, our brothers and sisters. They claim we are born evil, that we deserve death, that our clan must be annihilated. His voice grew louder, and the light in his Mangekyo Sharingan burned ever brighter. Now, the kunai glinted coldly in the moonlight. Tell me, what should we do? Over 70 Uchiha ninja roared in unison, their voices shaking the very earth, forcing the Mai ninja to involuntarily step back. Kill. Over 70 figures shot forth like arrows loosed from a bow. No hesitation, no pause, no tactical discussion. The Uchiha clan ninja, like a pack of wolves starved for 7 days, finally spotting their prey, howled as they lunged at the Mai ninja army. Their Sharingan left trails of crimson afterimages as they moved at high speed, like a meteor shower streaking across the night sky. Kill. Kill, 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 kill. Uchiha Tiahua charged at the forefront. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun violently, and an invisible surge of ocular power crashed like a tsunami into the Mai ninja line ahead. The dozen or so Mai ninja at the front suddenly stiffened, the pattern of the Sharingan appearing in their eyes. Jinjutsu. Before they could even scream, they all collapsed rigidly, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth. But Tiahua did not stop. He charged straight into the enemy formation, his kunai slicing across the throat of a jonin, blood spraying across his face. He did not wipe it off. Instead, his grin grew more savage as he drove the kunai into the eye socket of another ninja. This one is for my daughter. An Uchiha ninja roared as he plunged his long sword into the chest of a Mai ninja, the blade emerging from the back with shreds of flesh and bone fragments. His 3 tomo Sharingan spun madly, the power he had awakened during the breakthrough at the clan compound. He pulled out the blade, blood splattering his face, and lunged at the next enemy. The Mai ninja frantically began forming hand seals for a counterattack, but the Uchiha ninja's Sharingan had already read their movements. Before their seals were complete, their hands were pinned to their own chests by kunai. This is for my father. A young Uchiha Kunoichi joined her hands and seals, unleashing a sea of fire that engulfed 3 Mai chunin. Her eyes held only 2 tomo, but the power of her fire release far exceeded the level of an ordinary chunin. Tears still stained her cheeks. Her mother had been killed by a root ninja during the breakout, right before her eyes. Now she only wanted to burn them all. The Mai ninja attempted to fight back. A jonin formed seals, releasing a water release that extinguished the flames, but in the next moment a kunai pierced through the back of his neck and emerged from his throat. He never even saw who killed him. This is for my little brother. Uchiha K, the youth who had used exploding tags to take down root ninja during the clan compound battle, had somehow crawled out of the pile of corpses. His body was wrapped in bandages, one eye obscured by blood, but the tomo in his other eye spun wildly, evolving at a furious pace. He wielded a broken blade longer than his own arm, hacking at anyone in sight, each swing accompanied by a guttural roar. For my mother. For my older brother. For the Uchiha. Every slash was paired with a roar, and every roar claimed another life. The Mai ninja, terrified by his suicidal ferocity, retreated in disarray, unable to mount an effective counterattack. The Mai ninja army vastly outnumbered the Uchiha, at least 300 ninja on the front line, while the Uchiha had only 70-odd. Yet the battlefield told a completely different story. The Uchiha ninja were like tigers among sheep, leaving a trail of blood and corpses wherever they passed. In contrast, the Mai side, despite their numbers, was being pushed back step by step, their formation shattered. The reason was simple. The Sharingan. In the battle at the Uchiha compound, the rage and grief of their desperate situation had caused their Sharingan to evolve. Those who had not awakened gained 1 tomo evolved into 2 tomo into 3, and among the 3 tomo elite some had awakened the Mangekyo. Now the surviving Uchiha, though only 70-odd, were all elites tempered by blood and hatred. Their Sharingan could predict enemy movements, copy enemy techniques, and use Jinjutsu to instantly shatter the enemies while the fight. And the Mai side, the continuous fighting had drained their stamina, Tianni had killed too many of their elites, and the death of the third Hokage had thrown their minds into chaos. More importantly, the power of the Uchiha clan was never a legend. It was a fear carved into the bones of the entire shinobi world. On the battlefield, every Mai ninja who looked at those crimson eyes felt an uncontrollable chill deep in their hearts. Don't look into their eyes. A Mai chunin shouted, but as his voice died, a blade thrust through his mouth from behind. Behind him, an Uchiha ninja coldly withdrew the sword and kicked the corpse aside. In unknown direct combat, no one could rival the Uchiha. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water formation wall. The Mai ninja tried to stabilize their line with defensive techniques. But the earth wall barely rose before it was shattered by the Uchiha's great fireball technique. The water wall had just formed when it was pierced by a lightning release copied by the Sharingan. No formation could withstand the onslaught of these 70-odd Sharingan users. This was the strength of a clan that had dominated the shinobi world for a millennium. Jinjutsu, great plunder. Another dozen Mai ninja froze in place, their lives swiftly reaped. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Tiahua joined his hands in seals, and with the boost of his Mangekyo the fire spewed forth like the flames of hell, incinerating an entire squad of Mai ninja. The heat was so intense that even the ground began to melt. The Mai ninja were forced to retreat, leaving behind a field of charred corpses. Don't retreat. They're just putting up a desperate fight. A root squad leader shouted hoarsely. Boom. A massive slash descended, engulfing several Uchiha. Jiraiya stepped in, waving his hand. Reform the formation. At least 4 per group, and be careful to dispel Jinjutsu and defend against fire release. Don't panic. Our numbers are enough to crush them. Yes. With a commanding voice, the Mai ninja quickly steadied their formation and began to counterattack. The setback of the vanguard meant little. Mui's strength was ultimately 10 times, 100 times greater than the Uchiha's. It's them. That man. Tianni glanced at the battlefield, then toward Mai, and shouted his orders. No lingering. All retreat. Tiahua appeared before a severely wounded clansman, reaching out to stop him from sacrificing himself. Lord Tianti commands, retreat. You go first, I'll hold the rear. He'll stay and fight. Huh. My wife and child are dead. I have nothing left to live for. I'll cover the retreat. He'll stay too. And I. Tiahua roared. Anyone who disobeys will be deemed an accomplice of Fuyue and guilty of treason against the clan. Move. The Mai ninja were also bloodthirsty and unwilling to let them go. Shuriken and exploding tags rained down like a storm on the retreating Uchiha. The Mai ninja were also bloodthirsty and unwilling to let them go. Shuriken and exploding tags rained down like a storm on the retreating Uchiha. Lord Tianni, you go ahead. Tiahua turned around alone to face the onslaught, his Mangekyo focusing sharply. Suiyu Gyoku. Clang. The power of the Mangekyo surged forth in the torrent of attacks, suddenly slowed, only regaining speed after a brief moment. But that brief moment was enough for the others to put considerable distance between them. Boom, 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 All the attacks missed, striking the earth. Don't chase. Jiraiya summoned the great toad to block the way. This is a civil war. If we continue, the land of fire and Mai will truly fall into dire. Return, compile intelligence, and consolidate our defense plans. The Mai ninja glared with rage, but had to obey the command. Jiraiya himself wanted to eliminate the threatening Uchiha, but he knew it was no longer possible, or rather the cost now was too great. They were just over 100 ninja, a great nation like Mai had many ways to deal with them. This was not the time to fight Mai Heiden. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Deep within the dense forest, over 70 figures darted swiftly among the treetops. Moonlight fragmented by the leaves spilled over them, illuminating their blood-stained clan robes, and the Sharingan eyes still blazing with crimson light. No one spoke. Only the sound of footsteps on branches and muffled gasps drifted through the night wind. Uchiha Tiahua lingered at the rear of the formation, his Mangekyo Sharingan sweeping warily into the darkness behind them. Blood still oozed from the corner of his left eye, the price of wielding Mangekyo Dojutsu. He raised his hand and made a few gestures. Several Uchiha ninja on guard duty at the rear immediately dispersed, melting into the shadows on either side. Then he quickened his pace, catching up to the middle of the column in a few bounds. A Uchiha Chunin responsible for sensing doubled back and reported a few words in a low. Tiahua nodded, accelerated again, and caught up to the figure at the very front. Lord Tianti. He landed beside Tianti, racing shoulder to shoulder through the treetops. The Konoha pursuers haven't followed. It seems we've temporarily escaped their surveillance range. Tianti nodded without turning his head. His gaze remained fixed ahead, and his footwork never slowed. He had deactivated his Sharingan, restoring his pitch-black pupils, but his sage body's perception was still fully extended, monitoring every movement within a radius of several miles. The bloodstains on his body had dried, and the blunt wound on his chest had healed under the sage body's regeneration, leaving only a faint purplish bruise. I know. Tianti's voice was calm. Speed up. Everyone must reach the stronghold before dawn. Then he added, is the new stronghold secure? Tiahua replied, it's an ancient hideout known only to the Uchiha upper echelons deep in the mountains on the border of the land of fire. It's been abandoned for at least, except for the successive clan heads and a few elders, no one knows its exact location. But Fugaku. His voice faltered at the name, and a flash of hatred gleamed in his eyes. It's fine. As long as it's safe for now. Tianti didn't dwell on the subject. Tell everyone to hold on a little longer. We can rest once we reach the strong. Tiahua nodded and was about to relay the order when suddenly a sharp gust of wind sounded from behind. An Uchiha Jonin caught up from the rear of the column. His face still bore scorch marks from the battle, and his 3-demo Sharingan glinted with unwillingness. He must have been dealing with the trailing enemies. He hesitated, then couldn't help speaking. Lord Tianti. Tianti turned his head and glanced at him. His gaze was calm, simply waiting for the man to speak. The Jonin gritted his teeth and finally blurted out what was weighing on his mind. Konoha clearly wants to regroup and use their overwhelming power to counterattack. They have tens of thousands of ninja, the backing of the daimyo's government, and the entire land of fire's resources. If we let them catch their breath, they have plenty of ways to deal with us. His voice was not loud, but the eyes of the surrounding Uchiha ninja turned toward him. Clearly this question wasn't his alone. Those eyes held doubt, reluctance, and barely suppressed hatred. They had just endured the night of the clan massacre, witnessed their parents, wives, and children fall under the blade. They had obeyed the order to retreat because they trusted Tianti now. But that didn't mean they weren't confused, didn't want to know. Why retreat? Why not keep killing while the third Hokage was dead and Konoha was in chaos? Even if they fought to the last man, wouldn't it be worth it to drag a few more Konoha scum down with them? Tiahua also turned to look at Tianti. He knew more than the ordinary clansman, but some questions remained unclear. You said they on the battlefield earlier. Who were you referring to? Tap. Tianti halted. He landed on a thick branch of a giant tree, his heaving chest betraying the immense toll he had taken. He turned around to face his clansmen, whose eyes were red with vengeance. The night wind blew, lifting the blood-matted hair from his forehead, revealing the Sharingan that had just deactivated. He didn't activate the Mangekyo, but the calmness in his eyes carried a power that could not be ignored. They want to regroup. Don't we too? His voice was not loud, but it reached every Uchiha clansman. I know what you're thinking. You're wondering why we don't strike back now. Why not stay and die with them? The Hokage is dead. Konoha is in chaos. If we don't kill more, wouldn't that be letting them off easy? Tiahua Dahake, the young Kunoichi, whose mother died on the escape route, the Chunin, who lost his daughter, the boy wrapped in bandages, who still Tiahua Dahake, the young Kunoichi, whose mother died on the escape route, the Chunin, who lost his daughter, the boy wrapped in bandages, who still asked if they could fight back. Every face, every Sharingan, everyone who had lost everything on the night of the massacre. If Konoha catches its breath, it's a great power. That's what you're thinking, right? Tianti answered his own question. Yes, Konoha has nearly 20,000 ninja, the daimyo's support, and all the resources of the land of fire. But he paused, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. My goal is to completely destroy the ninja village system, the entire ninja world. Konoha is just the first step. That is the ambition and aspiration worthy of the strongest clan. The Uchiha ninja exchanged glances, of fire ignited within them, fists clenched until knuckles cracked. If the old Tianti had said this, everyone would have called him crazy. But now it was different. The Tianti who fought Konoha alone for a day and a night, saved the clan, killed countless Konoha ninja, and was a god. The new god that the Uchiha truly believed in. Even if he farted, they would believe it without question. Tianti pulled a soldier pill from his pouch, tossed it into his mouth, chewed, swallowed, and continued. My preparations and power are still far from enough. I caught them off guard this time. But if we had stayed there, we would have died without a doubt. Konoha's real power never showed itself. Tiawa nodded. But next time they won't underestimate us. They will mobilize all their forces, prepare sealing techniques and tactics against the Sharingan, put elites like Jiraiya on the front line, and recall all Jonin from the borders. So what? The Uchiha fear nothing. As long as I can accumulate more power and prepare more thoroughly. Tianti raised a hand to cut off Tiawa. Besides, don't worry too much. Konoha is riddled with internal diseases, already riddled with holes. The Uchiha will not be isolated. The Uchiha Jonin spoke up. Oh, what do you mean? Tianti chuckled. Have you noticed? In all this fighting, the elites of the Hyuga, Aburame, and Nara clans never joined the battle. The ones who want the four great clans dead are not just the Uchiha. The people in Konoha. Danzo is still alive, those two old advisors are alive, the ones who participated in suppressing the Uchiha and the clan massacre plan are alive. The blood debts they owe are still unpaid. Tianti's voice was soft, but every word seemed squeezed through clenched teeth. We are only withdrawing from the battlefield, not from the war. I promise, not a single enemy will escape. Tianti turned back to face the front, his voice suddenly rising. Now everyone speed up. We must reach the stronghold before dawn. There's still a long way to go. Yes. Ooh. The clansman's eyes lit up. No longer doubt, no longer confusion. Those eyes rekindled with flames. Doused with oil, fed with wood, burning brighter than ever. Even Tiawa couldn't help grinning, slapping the Jonin beside him on the shoulder. Did you hear that? Move faster. Don't slow me down, you bastard. On the official road outside my village, four figures were dashing at full speed. Their forehead protectors reflected a cold metallic gleam under the moonlight. The leaf emblem of my now coated with dust and sweat was blurred and indistinct. We're here. A ninja carrying twin blades growled, his voice scattered by the oncoming gale. No one answered. They had been traveling for a full day when they received the emergency recall order from Mai during their mission. The messenger hawk carried a highest-level red scroll on its leg indicating a catastrophe, threatening the very existence of the village. Catastrophe. Mai, the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages with tens of thousands of ninjas and countless powerful figures stationed within its walls. What kind of disaster could warrant a red scroll? They dared not think. But the closer they drew to the village, the more intense their unease grew. The air was thick with a scorched odor, not of campfires or cooking smoke, but of ashes from burning buildings mingled with the stench of charred flesh and blood. The wind blew from the direction of the village, carrying that smell along with faint, indistinct cries of grief. The last stretch of forest was left behind them. The view suddenly opened up. Then they saw it. This is... The ninja with twin blades halted in his tracks. His feet seemed nailed to the ground, his entire body frozen stiff. His mouth gaped open, but no sound could escape. The Mai village where he was born and raised, the one he always saw brightly lit from afar when returning from missions, the one that filled him with pride when he stood atop the Hoang rock, the one he had sworn to protect with his life. The ground was scarred with deep, bottomless fissures. And the bodies. Bodies everywhere. Some lay sprawled on the streets, others half buried under rubble, still others ablaze, emitting a... The ground was scarred with deep, bottomless fissures. And the bodies. Bodies everywhere. Some lay sprawled on the streets, others half buried under rubble, still others ablaze, emitting a sizzling sound. Blood pooled into rivulets, trickling through the gaps of the wreckage, casting a dark, crimson gleam under the firelight. On the Hoang rock, the 4 faces, symbolizing Mai's glory, were battered and broken. The statue of the 3rd Hokage had been slashed diagonally, leaving a jagged scar-like cross-section. In the distance, several buildings still burned, their flames reflected against the clouds, dyeing half the sky a deep crimson. Survivors moved through the ruins, some searching for traces of their loved ones, others carrying the wounded, and many simply sitting in a daze, staring vacantly at the devastation before them. The 4 stood at the edge of the ruins like stone statues. No one spoke. No one moved. The ninja at the forefront wore a green jumpsuit beneath a Mai, thick eyebrows, large eyes, a bowl-cut hairstyle, and bandaged fists. Meitikai. His expression was shifting by the inch. That face always adorned with a radiant smile, the face that could shout youth. Even on the most perilous battlefield, the smile vanished. Then the expression itself vanished along with it. His countenance turned colder than ever before. His lips pressed into a tight line, the muscles of his jaw twitching violently, his eyes now wide and blazing. Who? His voice was low, barely squeezed from the deepest recesses of his throat. No one answered. Kakashi stood beside him, his silver hair covering half his face. The exposed right eye was fixed on the ruins, pupil contracting, palms sweating, but he did not move. His mind raced. This scale of destruction was no ordinary war, no ordinary enemy. Although they had received some intelligence on the way back, seeing it firsthand delivered an impact that no speculation could match. This was an elite squad of 4 jonin, led by Kakashi and Meitikai. They had been dispatched from the village a few days prior on a mission. In fact, not only them. Many ninjas with firm resolve, sharp minds, or those who had understanding and tolerance toward the Uchiha clan, were sent away on various pretexts and missions before the night of the clan's annihilation. The true purpose was left unspoken, but the ninjas remained utterly unaware. They believed it was merely routine deployment. This was only a small step in the grand plan to exterminate the Uchiha. For such a massive event, the Hokage faction had laid the groundwork for years, considering and arranging every aspect. Kai calmed down. Kakashi spoke, his voice striving to remain steady, but the slight quiver at the end betrayed him. We don't know the situation yet. Let's gather intel first. Before he could finish, Meitikai abruptly turned and grabbed the shoulder of the ninja behind him. Zaichuan. Rishiang Zaichuan's shoulder went numb from the grip. He looked up, his buy-in already activated, veins bulging at the corners of his eyes. Report the situation. Where is the enemy? Meitikai's roar exploded over the ruins. Without hesitation, Rishiang Zaichuan's buy-in vision turned the entire My Village into a chakra map. He swiftly swept over the scattered chakra signatures among the ruins, survivors, the wounded ninjas conducting search and rescue. Then he turned his gaze further southeast. There, Rishiang Zaichuan pointed toward the southeast, the veins of his buy-in pulsing at his temples. A massive concentration of chakra is gathering in the southeast of the village. It seems a battle is happening. Boom. Before his words died away, a thunderous blast erupted from where he stood. It was no ninjutsu, no explosion. It was a sonic boom. At the spot where Meitikai had stood, the ground cracked into a 3-meter-deep crater. He had opened the 6 gates and launched himself forward. The shockwave blasted away the surrounding rubble and dust. Kakashi's silver hair whipped back in a gale. Rishiang Zaichuan staggered 2 steps before steadying himself, while the other ninja was knocked to the ground. A green streak of light was racing southeastward. Green chakra steam erupted from every pore of his body, forming a blazing green aura around. His skin turned crimson, his hair stood on end from the chakra's impact, and the ground beneath his feet shattered into dust with each step. His speed was absolute, so fast that debris along his path was swept up by his wake, forming a long trail in the air like a green meteor streaking across Mai's ruin. Kai! Kakashi's shout was left far behind. He neither heard nor cared to listen. He had only one thought now: find the enemy, and then fight. Naturally, Meitikai found nothing. The battle had already ended. By the time he arrived, only the ninjas handling the aftermath and the wounded receiving medical aid. The dangerous chakra that Tianyi had sensed earlier was exactly them. After all, Tianyi did not know his own limits. Without the clan's forbidden techniques and life-saving arts, he truly dared not gamble. It was an exceedingly frustrating feeling. Tianyi's strength clearly surpassed every great expert, yet he could not accomplish many things. This was a matter of foundation. The tragedy of being born into an ordinary family, unable to access any of the truly secret arts. Those arts classified as forbidden techniques were tightly held in the hands of a few high-ranking individuals. The night was as dark as ink, with a cold moon hanging high. The flames of my village, after burning for nearly 2 days and nights, finally began to gradually. The once prosperous village, stretching for over 10 miles, was now nothing but charred building skeletons and wisps of lingering smoke. The search and rescue team was still digging through the ruins. Every corpse carried out was covered with a white cloth, and when white cloth ran out, they used curtains, bedsheets, or any fabric they could find. On the original site of the Hokage building, only melted steel beams and shattered foundations remained, like the skeletal remains of a giant beast whose innards had been hollowed out. On the Hokage rock, half of the 3rd Hokage's face was slanted off, leaving a cross-section that gleamed with a pale white light under the moonlight. The civilians from the shelter gradually emerged from the underground bunker. When they saw the ruins before them, sobs rose and fell, merging into a single corpse. The mortgage on my wasn't paid off yet, and now the house was gone. Combined with the ominous signs of the Hokage and the Hokage rock, many civilians were gripped by fear and silently chose to keep their distance. This was a very bad omen. The top brass immediately began devising a public relations campaign overnight to salvage Mui's image and the people's morale. The war had temporarily come to an end. Some were elated, others dejected. For Mai and the Uchiha there were no victors. Mai had lost its Hokage, lost thousands of ninjas and civilians, and lost the foundation of the village cultivated over nearly 60 years. The Uchiha had lost their clan grounds, lost nearly 80 of their clan members' lives, and lost their last foothold in the ninja world. Both sides lay in pools of blood, gasping for breath, licking wounds that were deep enough to see bone. But regardless, the masked man was very satisfied now. How wonderful! If the other great nations could also step in. Among the distant mountains on the peak with the best view, the masked man stood with his hands at his sides. The night wind rustled his black robe, but he stood motionless, gazing down from above at the still smoking ruins. His mask concealed all expression, but the one exposed Sharingan eye shone brighter than ever. How wonderful! The third Hokage was dead. Mai had been beaten to this sorry state by Uchiha Tianti. The remnants of the Uchiha were completely at odds with Mai, and an irreconcilable blood feud had been forged between them. As for Danzo, that old fox was still alive, but his root had suffered heavy losses. The Shimura clan was slaughtered, and his foundations in Mai had been severely crippled. A stalemate had been broken. He had been racking his brains over how to advance his plan under the noses of the 5 great nations, but now Mai was too busy attending to its own affairs, needing at least several years to recover. And although the remnants of the Uchiha had fled, given the madman Tian his personality, he would not stop there. Now what Mai faced was a vengeful wielder of with style, and the Mangekyo Sharingan, along with an Uchiha remnant army driven by hatred. If the other great nations caught wind of this and moved, triggering a great ninja war, that would be even more perfect. Not far behind him, a twisted aloe-like plant emerged from a crack in the rock. Its half-black, half-white face looked particularly eerie under the moonlight. Zetsu did not speak to disturb him, but quietly stayed by his side like a loyal shadow. The masked man withdrew his gaze, turned around, and looked toward the edge of the cliff. Another person stood there. Uchiha Itachi stood at the very edge of the cliff, the night wind blowing from behind him, stirring his jet-black hair. His hands hung at his sides, his Sharingan retracted, revealing those fathomless pupils. He was gazing at Mai in the distance. The village he had once sworn to protect with his life, the village he had nearly slaughtered his entire clan for in one night. Now it had still been consumed by war. He had sacrificed everything, borne all the sins, cast himself into hell, all for the peace of Mai, to save his younger brother's life. But in the end, the third Hokage was dead, Mai was destroyed, and the Uchiha remnants had fled. Everything he had done seemed to have become a meaningless self-sacrifice. No, it was not meaningless. The Uchiha clan had been nearly wiped out. They could no longer threaten Mai. He had prevented the worst-case scenario. 3 scarlet Sharingan eyes gleamed brilliantly in the night. Itachi stared at Mai where the smoke of war had not yet dissipated, his eyes filled with an inexplicable sorrow. What should he do now that this had happened? Not only had the Uchiha not been completely eliminated, even the third Hokage seemed to be gone. Take Sasuke away. No, that wouldn't work. It would be safer to leave him in Mai with his own deterrent presence. Danzo and the others would have to protect Sasuke. Sensing the masked man stepping forward 2 paces, Itachi subtly concealed the thoughts in his eyes. Itachi, the matter of Mai is over. Now it's time for you to come with me for the true dream of the Uchiha. Sensing the masked man stepping forward 2 paces, Itachi subtly concealed the thoughts in his eyes. Itachi, the matter of Mai is over. Now it's time for you to come with me for the true. After a long while, he finally spoke a sentence that seemed unrelated to everything before. Everyone is the same. We come into this world, we leave this world. And do you know, what is the meaning of life? His voice was very soft, almost carried away by the night wind. Silence lasted for a moment. The Sharingan under the mask shifted slightly, fixing on it. He thought for a moment, then gave an answer, one he truly believed. Itachi, life has no meaning, and this world has no meaning. Only the new world I am about to create has meaning. Itachi did not respond. He still gazed at Mai, at the ruins he had bought with his entire life. Itachi lifted his head slightly, revealing his pitch-black eyes. There was nothing in those eyes. Even sorrow had faded, leaving only a nearly transparent emptiness. After a long time, he finally turned around to face the masked man. Then I accept your terms, and will go with you. He paused, and his Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly blazed in the night, its crimson light like 2 burning blood. But you must not lay a hand on Mai. The masked man looked at him, silent for a few seconds, then let out a light snort. Interesting. But the masked man turned around, his black robe drawing an arc in the night wind. Never mind. Villages and clans mean nothing to me. I agree. The aloe-like plant slowly sank into the rock crevice and disappeared. Itachi took one last look at Mai at that direction. Sasuke was still there. Perhaps in some shelter, perhaps crying, perhaps staring blankly, perhaps hating him. Hatred was the right thing. Hatred could make an Uchiha strong, could make Sasuke survive, could make Sasuke one day kill him with his own hands, avenge the entire clan, and then become a hero of Mai. This was the last thing he could do for his brother. Itachi withdrew his gaze. The crimson light of his Mangekyo slowly extinguished. Foolish little brother. Grow up quickly so that you may inherit everything from me and become the strongest. Then Mai and the clan will be entrusted to you. Foolish little brother. You must grow up quickly so that you may inherit everything from me and become the strongest. Then Mai and the clan will be entrusted to you. The Konoha hospital blazed with lights. It was one of the few large buildings to survive the war, now repurposed as an emergency medical center. The corridor was packed with people. Ninjas covered in blood leaned against the walls while wounded with severed limbs lay on stretchers groaning. Medical staff weaved through the crowd, their white coats stained with layers of fresh and dried blood. The air was thick with a mix of disinfectant, burnt fabric, and the metallic scent of blood, each breath churning the stomach. Beep beep. The red light above the third emergency room had been glowing for over 10 hours straight. At the end of the corridor in front of the operating room door stood a group of Konoha's elite ninjas. Kakashi leaned against the wall, his silver hair covering half his face, his exposed right eye fixed intently on the door. Beside him, Mike Kai sat on the bench, head bowed, fists clenched tightly on his knees. Many others stood in the corridor outside. Inoichi Yamanaka, Shikaku Nara, and Chozora Kimichi, the three clan leaders of the Ino Shikacho trio, wore grim expressions. The dark glasses of Shibi Aburame revealed no emotion, but the buzzing of the parasitic insects on his shoulders was noticeably faster than usual. Sum Inazuka's ninja hound whimpered with its tail tucked between its legs. She stroked its back repeatedly with her rough hand. And there were more representatives of other clans, captains of the Umbu squads, and a host of jonin. No one spoke. The corridor was filled only with the sounds of breathing, the beeping of machines, and the occasional groans of the wounded in the distance. Creak. The operating room door opened. An elderly medical ninja in a mask emerged. His surgical gown was drenched in blood and sweat dripped down his temples. He removed his mask, looked at everyone in the corridor, opened his mouth, but long hesitated to speak. The third Hokage was too severely injured. We did our best, but... He lowered his head and bowed deeply to all those waiting in the corridor. The third Hokage has died a heroic death. Silence. Then, whether genuine or not, cries of grief erupted. Some closed their eyes, lips trembling silently. Others turned around, pressing their fists against the wall, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Damn it. Mike Kai still kept his head down, his shoulders heaving violently. Kakashi looked up at the ceiling, his exposed eye emptier than ever. The Hokage is dead again. Cries from villagers came from the end of the corridor, and then the news spread quickly from outside the hospital across the ruin. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dead. The ninja who had sat on the Hokage seat for nearly 40 years, the old man regarded by countless as the spiritual pillar of Konoha, the Radiant Will, had fallen under the blade of Uchiha Tianti. Unease echoed through the night, and grief shrouded the entire ruin. Of course, many secretly wore smiles twisted with delight. In the corners of the hospital, in the shadows of the ruins, in the dark places masked by the sounds of sorrow, some quietly suppressed the curve of their lips, others lowered their heads to hide the glint in their eyes, and some exchanged meaningful glances with their companions. The third's will of fire had illuminated Konoha for decades, but the brighter the light, the deeper the shadows. Those clans suppressed for years, those ninjas who died silently at the border under the squeeze of for the sake of Konoha, those widows who still couldn't find the remains of their loved ones. They would not weep, they wanted to laugh. But at this moment, the one who would react most loudly was on his way. Deep in the underground base of Konoha's root, Danzo stood with his cane in the operations command room, a crumpled map of Konoha spread before him. The map was densely marked with red crosses, each representing a key facility destroyed by Tianti. Behind him knelt 4 trusted Root members reporting the casualty list of this battle. More than half of Root's combatants had fallen. The Shimura clan's compound was leveled to the ground. But there were gains like a wall full of Sharingan eyes and countless Uchiha corpses. Danzo's face was as dark as if it could drip water. The losses were too great. He had spent decades building Root, from an Umbu subordinate unit into Konoha's most powerful secret force. He had spent decades laying plans to collect so many Sharingan eyes and decades cultivating his own power within the Hokage faction. In one night it had been riddled with holes by that mad Uchiha. He now wished he could tear Tianti limb from limb and wipe out the remnants of the Uchiha clan. Lord Danzo, a Root ninja, flashed in from the door, knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with barely concealed emotion. A message from Konoha Hospital, the third Hokage. Rescue efforts failed. He has been confirmed dead. Danzo's body stiffened. He remained motionless, still looking down at the map. His single eye bulged wide, veins throbbing at the corners, and his lips began to quiver slightly. The kneeling Root ninjas exchanged uneasy glances. Was Lord Danzo overwhelmed with grief? But then Danzo abruptly raised his head. The gloom on his face was swept away in an instant by some intense emotion, revealing beneath it a twisted old face brimming with ecstasy. Oh ho, bam! Danzo slammed his cane onto the map with a dull thud. Excellent. Excellent. Hiruzen is finally dead. Ha 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 he. He threw his head back in laughter, the sound echoing off the metal walls of the underground base, reverberating layer upon layer. That laugh was sharp, hoarse, carrying the unbridled release of decades of suppression. 40 years. Do you know how I've lived these 40 years? I, Danzo Shimura, have outlived the monkey's disciples, outlived his disciples' disciples, and now finally outlived the monkey himself. Teacher Tobirama, your choice back then was not swift enough, not ruthless enough. I, Danzo Shimura, am the true chosen one. I am the only and correct choice for Konoha. He laughed until old tears flowed, his cane thumping on the floor, his whole body rocking back and forth. If not for the cane, he would have fallen. The kneeling root ninjas were collectively petrified. They stared at their boss, laughing like a madman, their mouths opening and closing, unable to utter a single Danzo-sama. The root ninja at the front spoke tentatively, his voice full of bewilderment. Danzo's laughter stopped abruptly. He straightened up, his face switching from ecstasy to grief in the blink of an eye. The speed so fast one would wonder if he had a switch on his face. His eyes reddened, the corners of his mouth pulled down, and his voice became hoarse and trembling. Let's go to the hospital. He turned, his cane striking the ground. The sun of Konoha is about to rise. Back in the corridor of Konoha Hospital, the sound of grief still echoed. Medical ninjas were pushing the third Hokage's body out of the emergency room, heading to the temporary wake. A white cloth covered the shattered body, revealing only gray hair and a corner of charred clothing. The ninjas in the corridor spontaneously formed 2 rows, bowing their heads in silent mourning. Some sobbed uncontrollably, some clenched their fists, some knelt on the ground with their foreheads pressed against the cold tiles. At this solemn, almost frozen moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Hiruzen. Danzo stumbled out from the corner of the corridor. His headband was half undone, his bandages scattered messily. His eyes were red as if he had been crying all night, a few teardrops rolling down the wrinkles of his face. His cane tapped rapidly on the tiles, and he was almost supported by the root ninjas behind him to keep from falling. My beloved friend Hiruzen. His voice was hoarse, trembling, and heart-wrenching. You can't die. Everyone in the corridor was stunned by this sudden wail. Danzo pushed away the root ninja supporting him, staggered toward the emergency room, grabbed a medical ninja by the shoulder, tears streaming down his single eye. Where is Hiruzen? Who said he's dead? Hiruzen cannot die. He is the ninja hero. He is the Hokage of Konoha. How could he die? The medical ninja, shaken by his grip, could only point numbly toward the emergency room. Danzo turned his head and saw the body covered with the white cloth, saw the wisp of gray hair protruding from under it. His body stiffened sharply, then he pushed the medical ninja aside and threw himself onto the body, grabbing the edges of the gurney, pressing his forehead against the cold metal rails. His shoulders heaved violently, his back rising and falling, sobs squeezing from the depths of his throat, suppressed and anguished. Tears slid down his nose, each drop perfectly timed for everyone in the corridor to see. You're gone. You just left me alone in this world. Hiruzen, we fought together on this land for decades. How could you leave so suddenly? Danzo lifted his head, his face streaked with tears and mucus, his voice choked with uncontrollable grief. You cannot leave all the hope of Konoha to me alone. The corridor fell silent for a moment. Then someone began to sob softly. Danzo's grief was too real, though every detail was flawless. He was an old man who had lost his lifelong friend, an elder struck down by sudden sorrow, a veteran stepping up to shoulder responsibility in Konoha's darkest. Several young medical ninjas couldn't help but shed tears along with him, and some chunin directly crouched down, hugging their knees and crying. Grief is contagious, and Danzo, with the most exquisite acting, was channeling everyone's sorrow in a direction that benefited him. But not everyone in the corridor was crying. An elder of the Hyuga clan stood near the window, arms crossed, watching Danzo's performance with a detached gaze. When Danzo wept about all the hope of Konoha left to me alone, the elder turned his head slightly and whispered a few words to the Hyuga clansman beside him. What perfect timing! His voice was very low, audible only to those close by. But those words were like a stone thrown into a calm pond, sending ripples spreading through the corridor. Indeed, Danzo had now appeared. But where was he during the most intense fighting? Where was Root when everyone was risking their lives? Everyone fought to the death for Konoha, but what about Danzo? What about Root's elites? Now that the war is over, the dust settled, and the third Hokage died a hero, you jump out. You shout louder than anyone, you act more convincingly than anyone. Many turned their scrutinizing eyes toward Danzo. Shikaku Nara's gaze was calm and sharp, as if analyzing a complex tactical problem. Inoichi Yamanaka crossed his arms, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze fixed on Danzo's back, without moving. Shibi Aburame's dark glasses revealed no expression, but the parasitic insects on his shoulders had stopped buzzing, all quiet. Danzo felt those stares. His face was still buried in the gurney rails, but the muscles in his back tensed slightly under his robe. Of course he knew what these... They were wondering where Danzo had been earlier. Why had Root's ninjas been absent throughout? Why did you show up only after the war ended? These words were not spoken, but those silent gazes were more piercing than any accusation. Yet he did not turn around. He maintained the posture of overwhelming grief, his fingers digging into the gurney edge, knuckles white. What could he say? That Root was encircling the Uchiha. That he was gouging out the Uchiha's eyes. That he led the entire Root to seize Sharingan only to be routed by the Uchiha remnants. If he spoke such words, he would be the first culprit of this disaster. Everyone would place the blame on him, and he would become the greatest villain in Konoha's history. But Hiruzen was dead. The dead cannot defend themselves. Everything could be blamed on Hiruzen. The extermination plan was approved by Hiruzen. The order to transfer a large number of elite ninjas was issued by Hiruzen. All commands and arrangements were the Hokage's decisions. And he, Danzo, was merely the loyal executor of the Hokage, a faithful follower of the Hokage's, while an unsung hero, silently guarding Konoha. The wheel of fortune turns. It's time for someone else to carry the blame. Thinking this, Danzo almost couldn't help laughing. He quickly buried his face deeper, forcing a sob from his throat, and suppressed the uncontrollable curve of his lips. He lifted his head, his trembling hand stroking the white cloth covering Hiruzen's body, squeezing out a few more tears from his single eye. Hiruzen, rest assured, I will carry on your will. I will protect Konoha for you. The will of fire will never be extinguished. After saying this, he slowly stood up, turned around, and faced all the ninjas in the corridor. Danzo's eyes were still red, but his back was straight, his chin slightly raised, as if he had found new strength. In the distance, Kohara Utatane and Hamuramito Kato had also arrived at the hospital at some point. The two elder advisors stood at the corner of the corridor, watching Danzo's tearful performance, their expressions indescribable. Hamura's mouth twitched, and Kohara's gaze turned a few degrees colder. They knew Danzo too well. Decades of working together, they understood better than anyone what kind of person this old classmate was. But what could they say? Everything Danzo said was plausible. He was Hiruzen's old classmate, a Hokage advisor. He was grieving. He was expressing his intention to inherit the will of fire. All of this was true, at least on the surface. Exposing Danzo would drag them down as well. So they could only remain silent, watching Danzo win hearts in the corridor, stepping on Hiruzen's corpse toward the Hokage seat. In the corridor, Danzo stood straight with his cane. He saw those moved by his performance, and also those inspecting him with calm, critical eyes. He didn't care. As long as enough people believed his tears, that was sufficient. The rest would be left to time and political maneuvering. He lowered his head and wiped the tears from his eyes with his sleeve. Beneath the sleeve, the corner of his mouth finally curled up. Everyone, the Hokage has fallen. I know your hearts are heavy, but... Danzo's gaze was firm, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Konoha cannot be without a Hokage for even a single day. The village urgently needs a person of high prestige to shoulder this great responsibility. This person must have sufficient seniority, top-tier strength, and cannot lack in skill and experience. Konoha cannot be without a Hokage for even a single day. The village urgently needs a person of high prestige to shoulder this great responsibility. This person must have sufficient seniority. In terms of seniority, I am the leader of Root, the direct disciple of the second Hokage, and the unspeakable underground partner of the third. Who in Konoha can compare to me? Strength, skill, and political experience. Need I elaborate on the methods and achievements of Mishimura Danzo? May I ask a question? At that moment, a low voice sounded, drawing everyone's attention. Kakashi slowly raised his left hand in greeting, indicating that it was indeed him who had spoken. Hayashi Hyuga nodded slightly. Oh, Kakashi is an outstanding talent, repeatedly praised by both the fourth and third Hokages. Naturally, he is qualified to speak. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly, but then quickly relaxed. Kakashi was indeed one of their candidate Hokage selections. He was extraordinarily talented, proficient in all 7 chakra natures, and the only person in history capable of bearing the power of the Sharingan with just his physical body. This talent surpassed even that of a young Hiruzen Sarutobi. If not for the precautions already in place, he would likely have been Danzo's greatest worry. But Kakashi was still too young, and with his current overexerted constitution, how could he compare in the slightest to my body, which combines the power of Hashirama and the Uchiha? Seeing Danzo and the others silently allow it, Kakashi stared intently at Danzo and spoke. What exactly happened with this disaster? And why haven't Lord Danzo and Root shown up until now? Oh, that's true. Could it be that Root for some purpose deliberately preserved their strength in? Indeed suspicious. Murmurs arose around them, and many cast suspicious glances at Danzo and the Root ninja. Bang! The cane struck the ground with a thunderous noise. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Danzo's expression was solemn. Do you think I am a coward who fears death? Do you think I and Root have been sitting idle watching the fire? No. I have been leading Root in bloody battle on the front lines from the very beginning. His single eye swept over the elders and Jonin. Need I explain how monstrous, powerful, and terrifying the Uchiha are? Why do you think the full force of the Uchiha clan did not appear on the Konoha battlefield? It was because of me. Entrusted by the third Hokage, I alone led Root in holding back the entire Uchiha clan. As he spoke, Danzo staggered 2 steps and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth at just the right moment, making it clear to all that he had truly endured a great battle. For this, hundreds of Root's elite ninja have been more than half dead or wounded, and even I nearly perished. Only then did we finally suppress that inherently evil clan and drive them out of Konoha. If they had joined TNT in launching a rebellion, how immense would Konoha's losses have been? Pity me wholeheartedly protecting Konoha, fighting for the village. Danzo spat out another mouthful of blood, and 2 Root ninja quickly stepped forward to support him. He glanced around with his peripheral vision, and seeing that more than half of the surrounding ninja wore solemn expressions, clearly moved by him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. All the credit is mine, but all the orders and decisions are the third Hokage's. Truly, life is full of unexpected twists. In the past, Ishimura Danzo bore all the infamy, but now it's old brother Hiruzen's turn to take the blame. Fame truly has its pros and cons. The past is the past, and now is now. I am fine. For Konoha, even death in battle is nothing. Danzo pushed away his subordinates, his expression firm and selfless. Oh, as expected of Elder Danzo, who has assisted Lord Third for decades. Lord Danzo has truly worked hard. Thanks to you. Many ninja were deeply moved and nodded in recognition. Even many Chunin began to applaud. A Tokubetsu Jonin was so moved that his blood boiled, and he waved his fist and shouted, I want to join Root. I want to fight for Konoha. Danzo wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve, inwardly gloating, as expected of me. My acting is superb, absolutely perfect. I do not care how others see me, but I will never allow anyone to doubt Root's will of fire. You there, yes you. Danzo pointed at the ninja who had just waved his fist to join Root. Not bad. You are good, excellent, possessing true will of fire. I have high hopes for you. Old man. Outside the building, the white-haired Jiraiya let out a long sigh alone. He cast a deep look back, his silhouette desolate, then turned to leave. Jiraiya. 2 figures appeared behind Jiraiya and called out to him. Jiraiya turned slightly. Hokage advisors. I want to be alone for a while to mourn my teacher. What do the 2 elders want? Konoha Year narrowed her aged eyes. Konoha is in turmoil now. As a member of Konoha, you can no longer stay away from the village as you did before. That's right. Hamura Mitokado nodded. Jiraiya, we will not pursue the matter of your long absence from the village. But from now on you must fulfill your duty to the village. Honestly. Jiraiya let out another long sigh. I'm used to being carefree and don't like staying in a village full of rules. Besides, I have things I must do. Jiraiya. Konoha Year raised her voice and interrupted him. You are one of the Sannin and ninja of Konoha. Oh. Jiraiya's expression darkened and his aura spread outwards. Even the powerful advisor elders couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Haven't I made myself clear? Or do you think you can discipline me? Hamura Mitokado adjusted his reading glasses. You and Tsunade have both left Konoha for over a decade, staying away for years. We could have let it slide. But now Konoha needs you, everyone needs you. Seeing Jiraiya calm down, Hamura Mitokado continued. You used the excuses of bringing back Orochimaru and seeking the answer to peace to stay away from Konoha, but what have you achieved? You are already old and you have achieved nothing. Konoha Year chimed in. Konoha has suffered such great upheaval. Not to mention the threats from Itachi Tini and others. Other great nations may not miss the chance to attack. The village is in deep trouble. Then why is the village in deep trouble? Jiraiya muttered, then sighed again. So, what exactly are you trying to say? You should become the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya. Only your name combined with the 9 tails can deter the other nations. The 2 spoke in perfect coordination, leaving Jiraiya no room to argue. Moreover, keeping Jiraiya meant keeping the sacred land of Mount Myaboku. Thus Konoha's security would be strengthened by 2 layers. A flicker of impatience passed through Jiraiya's eyes, and he waved his hand. A person like me, how could I be Hokage? I can't stand that office for even a single day. The 2 advisor elders stared at him expressionlessly. TCH. Jiraiya sighed in resignation. I understand. I will help Konoha deal with the crisis and bring back Tsunade. She is more suited for that position. Konoha Year and Hamura Mitokado exchanged a glance, a barely noticeable smile flickering in their eyes. Their goal had been exactly this, to force Jiraiya to contribute while Tsunade was their true candidate. Tsunade was not only highly capable, her medical ninjutsu, the best in the ninja world, could rival an entire army and directly determine the outcome of a war. Moreover, her status was extremely noble, and she was called princess by the high-ranking officials of the 5 great nations. When the nation and village were first established, there were marriages between the Senju and the daimyo's household. More than one Senju woman married into the Fire Country's daimyo's mansion, and it was even said that the current daimyo's mother was Tsunade's aunt. If Tsunade became Hokage, everything would be secure. The daimyo's mansion would surely support Konoha with all its might, and with national strength backing it, how could Konoha fail to prosper? As for the insignificant Uchiha, we could just throw a few billion ryo at them and hire mercenaries and assassins to wipe them out. As for Danzo, let him continue as a deputy. If Danzo took the top position, the two of them felt they might be used as mere tools. Koha Udatane remained expressionless but still frowned, and said, Jiraiya, you child, are really impossible to deal with. Very well, we agree. But make no mistake, if you fail to bring back Tsunade, you must take on the responsibility. Lanji Town. This small town was no different from hundreds of border towns in the Hoji country. The townspeople rose with the sun and rested at sunset. Occasionally a wandering artist would pass through, marking the liveliest moment in town. No one would spare a second glance. The townspeople rose with the sun and rested at sunset. Occasionally a wandering artist would pass through, marking the liveliest moment in town. No one would spare a second glance at the endless mountain ranges beyond the town. Those mountains were too deep, too dense. Even the most experienced hunters would not venture far. There were no paths in the mountains, only trails trampled by wild beasts with ancient trees intertwining to block out the sky. But if anyone could penetrate the layered, dense forest, they would find a rock face covered in vines deep within the mountain belly. That rock face looked no different from the surrounding cliffs, but beneath the vines was a door carved from a single piece of rock. This was a secret stronghold established by the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. The stronghold was not large, not comparable to a clan compound in my village, but it was enough to accommodate hundreds of people. The artificially carved dome hung high, and the rock walls were covered with techniques passed down through generations, isolating chakra fluctuations perception and all external prying. The artificially carved dome hung high, and the rock walls were covered with techniques passed down through generations, isolating chakra fluctuations perception, but now this stronghold, silent for decades, was no longer quiet. The moans of the wounded echoed between the stone walls. Those responsible for medical care shuttled among the bedding spread on the floor. When bandages ran out, they tore clothes to replace them. In the shadows by the wall, an elderly woman who had lost all her relatives held her granddaughter's belongings, her lips moving in a soundless murmur. A few children huddled in a corner, staring wide-eyed at everything before them. They did not fully understand what had happened, but they knew they could never go back. The base was now a scene of utter misery with wounded everywhere. Over 300 people. The great Uchiha clan, over 1,300 strong, had been reduced to just over 300 overnight. No mourning, no farewell. The bodies of those who died on the night of the clan massacre still lay in the ruins of my village, uncollected. Their Sharingan eyes had been gouged out by enemies, and their names hadn't even been engraved on the memorial tablet. The atmosphere in the base was oppressive, stemming from the fact that everyone was still reeling from the shock of nearly being annihilated. A 1,000-year-old clan, over 1,000 people, had suffered such a horrific massacre overnight. Even during the chaotic Warring States period, at the most critical moment of the Uchiha clan, such a thing had never happened. Not dying on the battlefield, not sacrificing gloriously in a great war, but being drugged and slaughtered by their own people in their sleep. This kind of death was a disgrace to a clan that had been passed down for 1,000 years. But the Uchiha did not collapse. Because they were the Uchiha. Anger and grief were the most powerful catalysts. For the Sharingan, even more so. Although the Uchiha lost most of their elite combat power that night, many clan members awakened their eyes in the desperate situation, so the clan's combat power actually showed a trend of increase. Looking around, the stronghold, clan members with crimson light shining in their eyes were everywhere. Those who had not awakened before awakened with 1 tomo, and those with 1 tomo evolved to 2, and those with 2 to 3. They had all completed their transformation in the face of despair. This was the terrifying aspect of the Uchiha clan. If one could not exterminate them completely, a crisis would only cause the clan to burst forth with even more astonishing potential, growing stronger with every wound. The meeting hall of the stronghold was located directly under the dome, a hall hollowed out of a single rock. Whoosh! The surroundings were filled with braziers and torches illuminating the hall as bright as day. The Uchiha ninjas gradually arrived from various places, soon filling the hall to capacity. Some leaned against the walls, some sat cross-legged, some stood in the shadows with arms crossed, the light of their Sharingan twinkling in the dimness like a pack of wolves. Tiawa stood on the platform at the front of the hall, his back against a stone pillar supporting the dome. His left arm had been cut by a wind release during the breakout and was wrapped in bandages hung in front of his chest, but it did not affect his standing straight. Captain Tiawa. A voice rang out from the crowd. The speaker was Uchiha Yang, a three-tomo jonin in charge of intelligence. There was a hint of unease in his tone. Lord Tianni has been in seclusion for 3 days and we. He did not finish, but everyone present understood his meaning. Tianni was their backbone. On the night of the massacre, without Tianni restraining the third Hokage and the main forces of Mai in the village, they could not have broken out alive. Even without the warning from Tianta's eruption, they might have died without knowing what happened. That man had single-handedly pulled these 300 people back from hell. But now Tianni had been in seclusion for 3 days. As soon as they returned to the stronghold, Tianni took all the forbidden technique scrolls from the supplies brought out from the clan and entered the deepest chamber of the stronghold. That stone door was sealed from the inside. No one knew what he was doing inside, and no one dared to knock on that door. Tiahua frowned slightly and raised his right hand to indicate that everyone should stop. He could feel the unease among his clansmen, an unease like an undercurrent beneath the surface, invisible but omnipresent. He stepped forward 2 paces, stood at the edge of the platform, and spoke in a voice that was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. Lord Tianni said before going into seclusion that we should wait for him to come out. Before that, we can't just wait idly. Today I called everyone together to discuss how we should proceed. Please share your thoughts. There was a moment of silence, then voices rose like a tide. First, intelligence. The jonin from the intelligence department reported to everyone the situation around the stronghold. 3 nearby towns, Lanji Chisaka and Yuanjian, had been secretly controlled by them. Key positions in the towns had been replaced with Uchiha people, and the supply of medicine and food was temporarily no problem. During the chaos, Tianni had used shadow clones to loot a large amount of wealth from Mai, which allowed them to exchange for supplies, ninja tools, and medical supplies. There would be no shortage of materials in the short term. Then came intelligence analysis. The death of the third Hokage of Mai had been confirmed. Tuanzang was actively maneuvering to succeed the Hokage position, but there was considerable opposition to him in the village. The daimyo's palace and Mai had officially declared the Uchiha a traitor clan, listing dozens of charges. The Uchiha were now the embodiment of evil and Mai denounced by everyone. Bounty notices would soon spread across the Hoji country. So Uchiha Yang summarized, once the new Hokage of Mai takes office and the internal consolidation is complete, they will definitely organize a full-scale purge against us. We must find a way out before that. We must find a way out before that. Way out. The word was like a stone thrown into water, exploding the entire meeting hall. I proposed defecting to the Yanin village. Uchiha Inari stepped forward, his newly awakened 3-tomo shining coldly in the dim light. Yanin and Mai are hereditary enemies. The third Tsuchikage Liangtianxing Daimyo hates Mai to the bone. If we defect to Yanin with the Mangekyo and Yui's military intelligence, they have no reason to refuse us. Then we can borrow Yanyan's blade to counterattack Mai. His words were immediately followed by someone echoing, right. We only have 300 people now, including the elderly and children. Those who can fight are only about a. This little force would be suicide against Mai. But if we defect to Yanin, we become part of Yanin. Then Mai would have to think twice about the cost of starting a ninja world war to move against us. Defecting to Yanin is better. Another person also chimed in. Yanin is the strongest. The fourth Reikage is straightforward, not as twisted as Inoki. And Yanin has been collecting bloodline limits and ninjutsu. Our Uchiha heritage is profound. This is our bargaining chip. Clatter clatter. Footsteps echoed through the dark corridor. A figure slowly approached the assembly hall. This chakra. It feels like. Taihua was the first to sense it. Ignoring the arguing clan members, he turned to look at the corridor. The silhouette gradually became clear, and moments later it appeared under the firelight. Lord Tianti, murmured the nearest clan member. The Uchiha all turned to look, and there stood Tianti himself. Oh, it's Lord Tianti. No, we should call him clan leader. All right. Clan leader. Lord clan leader. Tianti suppressed the weariness in his eyes and scanned everyone. After days of continuous battle followed by relentless cultivation of forbidden techniques, combined with the massive loss of his lifespan, even the sage body was feeling the strain. Tianti walked to the front of the assembly hall under the admiring gazes of all. Taihua respectfully yielded the main seat. Lord Tianti, you have finally emerged. Nodding, Tianti began. I heard your discussion just now. Hearing this, the clan members who had just proposed ideas were filled with pride, obviously believing their insights were unique and had been recognized. The clan member who had just proposed joining Kumogakure stepped forward, his 3-tomo Sharingan gleaming. Alliance with external forces is our most promising course. Please decide, clan leader. Exactly. Let those trash from Konoha know that the Uchiha can survive without them. With our clan's heritage, why worry about a way out? Tianti raised a hand to quiet them, and instantly everyone fell silent. Since you all have honored me as the clan leader, I will bear the fate of the entire clan. I hope everyone will follow my orders. The crowd responded with raised fists, shouting their loyalty. But Tian's next words silenced them again. In that case, first put away your pathetic coward. Moreover, he looked at the clan members who advocated defecting to the great nations. You treat the Sharingan and our heritage as bargaining chips. Moreover, he looked at the clan members who advocated defecting to the great nations. You treat the Sharingan and our heritage as bargaining chips, but they treat the Sharingan as trophies. The Wagakure Kumogakure, which great nation doesn't devour people without spitting out bones? With our current numbers, if we enter a Wagakure, do you think we'll be allies or experimental subjects? Kumogakure would do anything for secret techniques and strategic resources. Why would they show mercy to us, Uchiha? Don't forget how did powerful clans like the Senju Uzumaki and Shiryu fall. Tian's cold words shattered the optimistic thoughts of most. Indeed, the Uchiha were warlike and they had offended people all over the shinobi world. Moreover, even without enemies, a wandering clan was like a piece of fat, and the Uchiha were a huge piece of fat, who wouldn't want to take a few bites to nourish themselves. Other villages would only exploit the Uchiha more ruthlessly than Konoha. Uchiha Dawa frowned. But, if we don't show sincerity, why would the great nations help us fight Konoha? Without giving something, how can we make them fight for us? Giving and selling yourself are two different things. After they've used you up, they'll only dissect you for research. In their village, you won't even have a place to run. Tian shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his eyes, disappointment in his clansmen. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Then what should we do? Yes, relying only on ourselves, how can we stand against tens of thousands of shinobi in the daimyo's office? Clang. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan erupted an unparalleled aura, overwhelming the entire hall, causing everyone to straighten their backs. The Mangekyo pattern in Tian's eyes slowly rotated. What kind of existence is the Uchiha? Looking back at history, we are recognized as the strongest in the shinobi world. We are a clan whose words can command the 8 directions. Together with the Senju, we could sway the entire shinobi world. Who would dare disobey? He slowly scanned the crowd. Now is the time. I will lead the clan back to its peak. For this we will fight. Fight here in the land of fire, in the shinobi world, in the sacred lands, in every decaying, determined place. Fight, even if we must overturn the earth, burn the sky, and the divine tree. At the front of the crowd, Tian raised his right fist. Make the Uchiha great again. Tian was the first to raise his fist in response. Uchiha Taiho pledges to follow the clan leader to the death. Oob. Pledge to follow the clan leader to the death. Tian was the first to raise his fist in response. Uchiha Taiho pledges to follow the clan leader to the death. Oob. Pledge to follow the clan leader to the... Tian took in everyone's reactions. When the scene gradually quieted, he continued. If anyone does not trust me, you may leave now, change your name, and live a peaceful life. No one left. Even the small minority quickly concealed their worries. After a moment, seeing no one move, Tian spoke again. Everyone rest assured. Our situation is not that hopeless. The Uchiha cannot rely on anyone. There are many we can cooperate with. Hearing this, everyone showed a glimmer of hope. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Konoha's enemies are definitely more numerous than the Uchihas. At this, a look of disdain appeared in Tian's eyes. Moreover, I, Uchiha Tian, have never taken Konoha seriously. Taiho, I am here. Tian looked at Taiho beside him. Can you find connections to the black market and the bounty exchange? No problem. Good. Tian nodded. Sell all of Konoha's intelligence and the ninjutsu in our hands. Do your utmost to gather funds. Assign more people to this task. Taiho hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously, all of them. A jonin also spoke up. Clan leader ninjutsu are the trump cards of every clan. If it's fine. Tian's gaze was firm. The Uchiha have the Sharingan, which can copy any ninjutsu. We are not highly dependent on these resources. Yes. How much money can we get? Taiho pondered for a moment. At least 500 million ryo. 500 million ryo, an astronomical figure. But for the Uchiha, it was indeed within their reach, for in terms of ninjutsu, the Uchiha clan probably had the most in the entire shinobi world. Although they rarely used other ninjutsu, the countless techniques copied by the Sharingan could still be transcribed. However, Taiho spoke softly. Clan leader, we are not really short on supplies right now. Why gather so much funds? Tian frowned slightly. Are shinobi's IQs really this low? Do they have any brains aside from combat intelligence? No wonder that even with absolute power, they have long been ruled and controlled by the fathead nobles. From birth, they had never received any formal education. Their entire upbringing revolved around physical. From birth, they had never received any formal education. Their entire upbringing revolved around physical training, chakra exercises, and various combat techniques. Whether in the ninja academy or within the village, they were constantly drilled in ninjutsu and specialized abilities. Even the limited literacy lessons were only meant to help them decipher intelligence reports and ninjutsu scrolls. Under such an all-encompassing, nurturing environment, shinobi across the ninja world were generally naive, or rather simple-minded. Whether intentional or not, this was a cognitive cage, a vicious cycle that confined their awareness and worldview. Even the most prodigious talents whose cognition and thinking were shackled within the framework of ninja could not break free. Even when they became powerful, even when they became Kage, it remained the same. Otherwise, why would they have fought for 1,000 years only to still serve the powerless nobles and daimyo kneeling before the absurd daimyo man? Chakra was an extraordinary power. Even a mere child of a genin armed with chakra and techniques could easily defeat a group of ordinary adults. Tianta-sama, seeing Tianta's prolonged silence, Tiahua called out softly. Huh. Tianni let out a light sigh. Tiahua, learn well and work hard by my side. Tiahua nodded gravely. Yes, clan leader. The power of intelligence is immense. I need not elaborate on the benefits of selling Konoha's secrets. As for money, glancing at his eager clansman, Tianti continued, money is power. This is an eternal truth wherever you go. With money we can place bounties on Konoha's ninjas, making assassins and mercenaries work for us. With money we can sway any faction, purchasing manpower, intelligence, and resources. Taihuo's eyes lit up. Oh, I see. The Uchiha's wealth can surely be exchanged for enough funds. I will devote myself to this endeavor. Tianni thought to himself, just as I suspected. Given Taihuo's reaction, the earlier mention of 500 million Rio was clearly a very conservative figure. He was probably reluctant to sell truly powerful techniques. Arrange it. Do not begrudge resources. Double the bounties and hire people to work for us. Yes. After a moment's thought, Tianni added, Konoha will surely clamp down on intelligence. Use this opportunity to claim bounties on Konoha ninjas at the black market and the bounty exchange. Get whatever you... The black market and the bounty exchange were independent forces outside the 5 great nations, having existed for centuries. Their depth and power could not be ignored. After giving his instructions, Tianni and Tiahua made their way into the base. Everywhere they walked, they saw a wounded and dispirited clan. Look, it's the clan leader. The clan leader is here. Oh, it's clan leader Tianni. The previously dejected clansmen, upon seeing Tianti, revealed expressions of respect, as if new hope kindled in their eyes. Tianni waved, acknowledging each one, his face radiating a reassuring calm. Arriving at the treatment area for the severely wounded, he crouched before a middle-aged man whose eyes had been gouged out. He recognized this man, once the clan's most formidable fighter apart from the Mangekyo, an elder of the radical faction named Uchiha Shinquan. Tianta-sama, Taihuo-sama, clan leader. The severely wounded around them spoke up, and Tiahua urged them not to move. Oh, Tianni. Shinquan struggled to sit up, but Tianni pressed him down. Elder, lie still. Everything will be fine. Tianni, it was our fault for being blind and foolish back then, ignoring your warnings and cautions. As he spoke, tears of blood trickled from Zuanquan's empty eye sockets. Tianni, I am filled with hatred. Itachi murdered my entire family. Danzo plucked out my eyes. What reason do I have to live? Itachi murdered my entire family. Danzo plucked out my eyes. What reason do I have to live? Tianni turned to Tiahua behind him. We recovered quite a few Sharingan from our clansmen, right? We have some preserved. Good. Elder Shinquan has recovered enough. Use medical ninjutsu to transplant a Sharingan into him. Yes. After comforting the severely wounded, the two continued deeper into the base, soon arriving at a secret chamber. Inside, dozens of stone platforms covered in mysterious runes held dozens of corpses. Tianni approached 2 stone platforms, his eyes trembling slightly. Before him lay the bodies of a woman and a young girl, his mother and his little sister. Yao. He reached out to touch his sister's adorable face, but stopped midair. Clan leader, be careful not to disrupt the formula. I know. Tianti withdrew his hand, turned, and swept his gaze over the dozens of corpses around. Their bodies were well preserved, as if they had just died. This was the effect of a secret technique combined with Taihuo's time-based dojutsu. Taihuo's Mangekyo ability Suei-Yu was a time-type dojutsu. This dojutsu could control the flow of time within a certain range, and it was this power that kept the bodies in a state as if they had just perished. Tiahua sighed softly, then asked, but, clan leader, do you really have a way to revive them? After all, dojutsu had its limits. Even slowed, the body's time would eventually erode. Of course, but not yet. Tianni cast one last glance at his little sister, who lay quietly, as if merely sleeping. Although you have learned the clan's forbidden technique Izanagi, that technique requires recording events in advance with the eye and cannot alter what has already happened. Tiahua warned, thinking Tianni might try to use the forbidden technique to revive everyone. Izanagi was indeed a divine technique, but it could not change this kind of outcome, and the cost was too great. It would directly cost him one Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan could not allow Tianyi to make such a sacrifice. Seeing Tianyi's silent Tiahua clenched his teeth, Izanagi is a Mangekyo forbidden technique. You cannot take this risk. No, it's not Izanagi. Rest assured I'm not that foolish. And besides, Tianyi finally turned around. Izanagi can be used not only with the Mangekyo. What a... Tiahua was startled, but the clan records state that this technique can only be performed with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Tianyi shook his head. Using Hashirama's power can enhance one's ocular prowess. Those who possess both powers can use Izanagi with a 3-tomo Sharingan, though the effect only applies to oneself and is very limited in duration. The sky over the border of Huaji country was overcast, exuding an oppressive aura. In the past few days, the entire ninja world had caught the scent of blood. My village's intelligence network was like a sieve riddled with holes. Classified documents appeared one after another on the display tables of the underground, exchanged, their prices escalating higher and higher. The border forces of Leiji country, Tuji country, and Shueiji country were mobilized as frequently as if they were playing a fast-paced game of chess. The ninja villages wedged between the small nations grew restless, each seeming eager to tear off a chunk of fat before this dying beast completely. With the leakage of various intelligence from the entire ninja world stirred with agitation undercurrents and schemes surging in every direction. Yet this was not the greatest headache for the high command. What truly troubled them was the rampant occurrence of brutal massacres and land destruction across Huaji. The four great clans, Shimura, Sarutobi, Uchiha, and Midokado, had developed rapidly over the decades, spreading their influence throughout the prosperous cities and key towns of Huaji country. But now the territories of the four clans were under relentless retaliatory attacks. This left the high command unable to sleep or eat in peace. At first it was a small town. Dozens of Chunin and a single Tokubetsu Jonin stationed there by the Shimura clan were slaughtered overnight without even a chance to send a warning signal. Next, a mine controlled by the Uchiha clan was hit. 18 guards along with their dozens of family members, none survived. Then a key grain depot town of the Sarutobi clan in the north was burned to the ground. By the time Mai's reinforcements arrived, they found only charred ruins and hundreds of corpses. Within a few short days, over a dozen clan strongholds were eradicated. The network of power held by the four great clans in Huaji country was torn to shreds. By today, more than half of the prosperous towns once marked with the emblems of the four great clans on the map of Huaji country had turned into blood-red crosses. In the underground meeting room of my village, dim candlelight flickered, casting shadows on several iron-gray faces. Danzo's knuckles struck the table one after another, each blow as if trying to gouge a hole in the wood. Uchiha Koharu's complexion was even more pallid than her white hair. Midokado Hamura's tea had long gone cold untouched. This morning the Mingji castle downstream of the Hechuan River was attacked. Midokado Hamura spoke, his voice hoarse. That was our Midokado clan's last stronghold in the south. How many were stationed in the castle? Sarutobi Toru's voice was low and weary. He was the newly appointed clan head of the Sarutobi family. 3 Tokubetsu Jonin, 14 Shunin, and 21 Genin. Midokado Hamura closed his eyes. Plus 9 direct lineage members of my Midokado clan and 42 collateral members. The meeting room fell silent as a tomb. Again, everyone. Uchiha Koharu let out a bitter laugh. 2 days ago, our Uchiha clan's post at Luoxiao Valley was attacked. Over 80 people, only 3 survived. One of them went mad, and the other 2 could say nothing except repeating red eyes. Red eyes. Sharingan. Uchiha. Everyone knew it in their hearts. This was revenge from the Uchiha. This was the consequence of not uprooting the evil. Why was this happening? They had orchestrated the Uchiha extermination plan for so many years, simulated it countless times. It should have been flawless. Danzo finally stopped tapping the table. His single eye swept across everyone present, his gaze as sinister as a hawk's. The territories of the four clans within Huaji country have shrunk from over 300 to just over 100. The losses of these past few days equal the accumulation of the past 20 years. He tossed a scroll onto the table. The branch families are panicking. Several have already submitted requests to withdraw to the main compound. I've suppressed them using wartime regulations, but I can't hold out much longer. Suppress. Sarutobi Toru smiled bitterly. You can suppress requests, but can you suppress the hearts of the people? The clansmen outside have already started fleeing back with their families. Panic spreads like a plague. The common people of Huaji country are saying, if Mai can't even protect its own, who can it protect? Then contract. Danzo's voice was as hard as iron. Since being scattered outside makes us targets, bring all the power back. With Mai as the core and the 3 major cities in the heartland of Huaji country as strongholds, abandon all peripheral outposts and concentrate our forces for defense. Uchiha Koharu jerked her head up. Those territories' resources, mines, trade routes. Abandon them just like that. They are the foundation built with the blood and sweat of generations. If you don't abandon them, do you intend to let your clansmen be slaughtered like chickens? Danzo retorted, his tone dripping with undisguised sarcasm. Or do you have the ability to bring that Uchiha Tianti's head before me? Uchiha Tianti. That name was like a poisoned kunai stabbing into the heart of everyone present. Udatane Koharu opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. They had sent people, but those sent had all died without a trace. Mai then issued the highest level wanted notice declaring Uchiha Tianti and his remaining Uchiha followers as shrank missing nin. Danzo sneered. If you continue to hesitate and refuse to fully support me as Hokage, how can we stabilize our positions? Hearing this, none of them responded. Whether for the sake of Mai or for themselves, no one wanted a man like Danzo to become Hokage unless absolutely necessary. They could cooperate, support each other, but the position of Hokage carried too much influence. With Danzo's unscrupulous nature, if he took power, their own clans would likely suffer. The two elder advisors truly missed the fourth Hokage, a man of unparalleled strength and talent, yet heeded the words of the elders. When would Mai produce such an outstanding figure again? While the Mai High Command was in agony on the far western plains of Huaji country, a city was burning. That was once the proud city of the Sarutobi clan, Fian City. Stationed in the city was the full strength of an entire Sarutobi branch family, 7 Tokubetsu Jonin, over 100 Chunin, and a cluster of warehouses storing vast strategic resources. Among the peripheral strongholds of the 4 great clans, Fian City ranked among the top 10. And now that city had become a colossal furnace. A mushroom cloud of orange earth slowly rose, rolling waves of fire scorching half the sky into a dark crimson. Thick smoke coiled upward like a black dragon blotting out the sun. The shockwave of the explosion shattered city walls, houses, and watchtowers. At the epicenter, temperatures were so high that even steel melted, let alone flesh and blood. On a distant cliff, a tall figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. The mountain wind ruffled his long hair, and the hem of his clan robe, on which the redand white fan emblem was vividly illuminated by the flames. He watched the city being destroyed in silence, his expression indifferent. In his eyes, 3 black tomo rotated slowly, as crimson as blood. This was the archfiend detested by Mai, Tianti. Shua. A figure appeared behind Tianti, using the body flicker technique, kneeling on one knee. The newcomer had a resolute face with a headband bearing the newly embroidered Uchiha clan crest tied around his forehead. It was Uchiha Tetsuka. Patriarch, the Fian City has been completely destroyed. All enemy clan members have been eliminated. The resources stored in the city have been sealed into storage scrolls, while the rest was destroyed on site. Tetsuka's voice was steady and powerful. Our side suffered 3 casualties and 21 wounded. The loss of combat power remains within manageable. Tianti didn't turn around, just nodded slightly. Well done. Don't blame me for being cruel. Battle is the only path for them to grow. Tianti only sent a wood-style clone to assist, deliberately honing the power of the Uchiha clan. Although this would cause casualties, it would also temper true warriors. No, the clansmen have no complaints at all. They are very satisfied to take revenge with their own hands. Tetsuka stood up and stood shoulder to shoulder with Tianti, his gaze fixed on the burning ruins. The 4 great clans are already evacuating, gathering toward the heartland of the whole country. It won't be so easy for us to strike again. Konoha has also issued a wanted notice for us, proclaiming the evil name of the Uchiha. Tianti frowned. So fast in their response. The 4 great clans would indeed be hard to attack if they grouped together, or it would require countless times more effort. After all, the combined shinobi of the 4 great clans amounted to a massive number. After a moment of silence, Tetsuka spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. Patriarch, I came alone because there is something else to report. Tianti noticed the change in his tone and finally turned around. His face was young, appearing no more than 20, but something in those Sharingan eyes seemed to have lived to the end of its days. Tianti wiped the still damp blood from between his fingers left over from when he personally destroyed a Shuhoman clan stronghold. The battle there was even more brutal than the Fian City, with many shinobi stationed there by the Shuhoman clan. Unfortunately, before the Mangekyo Sharingan, those struggles only prolonged their agony. Speak. Tianti casually tossed the bloodstained cloth over the cliff. Tetsuka gritted his teeth, as if the following words required all his strength to speak. Intelligence reports that the bodies of our deceased Uchiha clan members, 973 in total, on the Konoha side. Not a single one was allowed to be buried. Tianti's movement froze. Tetsuka continued. Danzo and others, under the pretext that the Uchiha clan committed the crime of rebellion and does not deserve the right of burial, ordered the detention of all the deceased's remains. Not only that, he clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. including the graves of the Uchiha ancestors. The clan's cemetery upstream of the Nanga River, all were dug up. The cliffs suddenly fell silent. The wind stopped. Only the crackling of the fire, the rumbling of collapsing walls in the distance, and the roar of billowing smoke remained. At this moment Tetsuka felt the hairs on his back stand on end, the instinctive reaction of a creature facing a superior being. 973. T repeated the number. The resting places of our ancestors. Even the ancestral graves have been dug up. He suddenly laughed. The smile was faint, the corners of his mouth slightly raised an elegant and restrained curve. Danzo. T softly uttered the name. What do they want? Using the Uchiha remains for experiments, digging up graves, scattering bones to ashes. Or are they trying to find something? To replicate the Uchiha's power, to find a way to counter our strength. His voice grew even softer, as if talking to himself. Tetsuka held his breath. Turned around, his Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming fiercely in the firelight. He stepped forward, heading toward the dense forest behind the cliff. Tetsuka followed closely, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Not out of fear, but because he had detected the unspoken meaning in the patriarch's words, the order that every Uchiha had been waiting for. Did not look back, his voice steady as a blade slowly drawn from its sheath. Tetsuka, sir, spread the word. His steps did not pause. The dappled moonlight in the forest fell on his shoulders, coating the redandwhite fan emblem with a frosty silver sheen. Gather all combat squads currently in the field. Use the location of the main Uchiha force as the assembly point. Complete the integration of all combat power. Tetsuka's breath suddenly quickened, and he replied in a low voice, yes. Stopped, turning his head slightly. The moonlight illuminated half his face and that blood-red eye. To reclaim the Uchiha's remains and dignity, we will attack Konoha again. Whoosh. The wind howled once more, sweeping up leaves and ashes. Had never intended to fight only guerrilla warfare. His targets had never been mere outposts, nor the territories and resources of the four great clans. Those were merely appetizers, pawns to force Konoha to shrink its forces, a hunter's whip to drive the elites of the four great clans into the same place. And now the prey had obediently huddled together in the same cage as he intended. Looked up toward the east, toward the end of the land shrouded by night, the direction of Konoha. A cold arc curled on his lips, the smile appearing eerily resolute in the moonlight. Danzo, wasn't it the Sharingan you wanted? His voice dissipated in the wind light as a death god's whisper. Then I'll deliver it to you myself, so you can see what true Uchiha power is. And the others sped through the mountainous terrain, the chakra concentrated under their feet, crushing mud and rock. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Patriarch. Captain Tetsuka. Several figures flashed in and followed the two. Tetsuka spoke softly. Report. Yes. All active squads are gathering as ordered. A total of 63 clansmen, with half already arrived nearby. A middle-aged clansman's Sharingan spun. Patriarch, are we going to Konoha? His speed did not decrease, steadily leading the way ahead. Oh, that's right. The name of Konoha originated from our Uchiha. It's time to take it back. Upon hearing this, everyone showed excited expressions, their Sharingan lighting up simultaneously. Yes. Whether to reclaim the Uchiha clan's remains, or to ensure the survival of the Uchiha remnants, had to risk enough. If they gave Konoha time to catch its breath, the Uchiha would face all kinds of conspiracies and hunts. The Uchiha's few people could not afford attrition, nor did they have the capital to haggle with the whole country's Konoha. They must turn passive into active, striking a few more blows at the great tree of Konoha. If the plan went smoothly, it would collapse on its own. My village, Ryuseong clan's territory. Outsiders only know that the Hyuga family's rules are strict and its gates are many, but few know that beneath the main mansion of the main house, there is a secret chamber known to very few. Stone steps extended downward, and the air was filled with the scent of aged timber and dust. Ancient sealing formulas were carved on the walls, isolating all means of detection. In the secret chamber, Ryuseong Rizu sat at the only table with a plain teapot and 5 teacups before him. His movements were very slow, as if he were performing a task that required full concentration. He lifted the pot, poured tea, and divided the cups. The scalding tea was poured into the cups one by one, and steam rose gracefully in the dim candle. The secret chamber was empty, with no one else besides him, but the 6 cups were neatly arranged on the table, each corresponding to an empty seat, as if waiting for someone. He did not raise his head, and his face showed no expression. The dignity and composure of the Ryuseong clan leader seemed carved into his bones. Even with no one around, his back remained straight as a rod. Buzz. The faint sound of wings came from the corner. That sound was too soft, so soft that a normal person would not notice it. But Ryuseong Rise's hand holding the teapot paused slightly, then he continued to fill the last cup, and said calmly, "You're here From the almost invisible crack in the corner, a black flying insect squeezed out. Then a second, a third. The buzzing sound amplified at an extremely fast speed. Dense black specks surged out from the wall cracks, the gaps between stone bricks, and the dark areas of the wooden beams overhead, like a flowing, ink-colored cloud converging toward the center of the secret chamber. For anyone else, this sight alone would be enough to make one's scalp tingle. But Rizu simply put down the teapot and calmly watched the swarm of insects. The flying insects gathered thicker and thicker, and amid the buzzing, a blurry humanoid silhouette emerged from the center of the swarm. Those insects, as if finding their home, quickly merged into his body, burrowing into his sleeves, collar, and pant legs. The buzzing sound fell silent within a few breaths. Yunuzhiwei pushed up his sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, his voice hoarse and flat. Your barrier spell is indeed good. I spent some effort to find the entrance. If it could be entered easily, then this secret chamber would have no reason to exist. Rizu made a gesture inviting him to sit. Please sit, the tea is freshly brewed. Yunuzhiwei sat down opposite, his gaze sweeping over the 5 teacups on the table. The eyes behind his sunglasses showed no discernible emotional fluctuation. He did not speak, but the silence itself was a statement. Rizu did not explain either. The two sat facing each other like this, with the tea steaming, and the secret chamber fell silent again, so quiet that one could hear the faint crackling of the candle flame. Time passed bit by bit. Rizu's gaze remained fixed on the few teacups that no one had come to take. His expression was calm, yet it felt as if something heavy was pressing down in a deep pool of water. Finally, he reached out and picked up the cup of tea in front of him, taking a shallow sip. The tea in those few cups had long lost its warmth. It seems the others still dare not come. Rizu put down his teacup, his voice a few degrees lower than before. When he said this, there was no anger nor blame, only a statement. A calm statement that had long been expected. Yunuzhiwei let out an ambiguous snort from his nose. He reached out and took a teacup from the opposite side that had long gone cold, showing no disdain, and drank it all in one gulp, then set the cup down heavily on the table. To be honest, I didn't want to come either. His tone sounded like a complaint, yet also like self-mockery. The sunglasses hid his eyes, but the slight downward curve of his mouth revealed his true emotions. Your Rision clan is now their primary target. Rizu, you are the most prudent. Why would you make such a low-level mistake? Rizu did not respond. He simply picked up the teapot again and refilled his empty cup. He naturally knew what Yunuzhiwei was referring to. Not long ago, Rision Chutian had frequent contact with Xuanhua Mingren. This was clearly a normal mutual attraction between two children, but in the eyes of those higher-ups, it was a quite sensitive incident. The suspicion of the Rision clan wants to get their hands on Jiawei was thus pinned on them. No matter what Rizu did, he could not clear the suspicion because the higher-ups simply did not believe that with hundreds of buy-in of the Rision clan watching, something like the young lady getting lost could happen. Moreover, she just happened to walk up to the Jiawei Renzali. What is Jiawei? It is their most valued weapon and trump card. Anyone who dares to touch it will be. Why did the Ujibwa clan suffer such a bloody disaster? One of the main reasons was that the Xiaolinian could influence Jiawei. Yunuzhiwei stared at the cup that had been refilled for a moment, then finally sighed. The slight resistance and irritation in his tone seemed to have been quenched by this cup of hot tea. Now, I only hope that Lady Gangsho can return smoothly to take over as Fire Shadow. He paused, then his voice lowered a few degrees. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. After these words the secret chamber fell completely silent. This silence was different from before. The previous silence still held waiting and a faint, imperceptible hope. But now the silence was solid, oppressive, as if the 4 walls of the secret chamber were simultaneously pressing inward. Rizu looked at his own reflection in the tea. That face remained calm, still expressionless, but his hand unconsciously tightened around the teacup. Since the death of the 3rd Fire Shadow, Tuansong had been active both openly and covertly, maintaining close contact with other ninja clans in Jonin of Mai, using both carrot and stick methods, all to canvass votes for his election as Fire Shadow. As the clan leaders of Risyong, and you knew they naturally received much attention. Tuansong promised many benefits and conditions, urging them to support him. In their hearts, they certainly did not want to. No one was unaware of Tuansong's character and methods. They had just dared not speak out for decades. The genius ninja of the Yunu clan had been conscripted by Tuansong under the guise of for the village, while the Risyong clan, due to the rift between the main house and the branch house, had even more elites transferred to the subordinates of the Fire Shadow faction. That was still when Tuansong was not the Fire Shadow, and the clans were already suffering so much. If Tuansong became Fire Shadow, what would that be like? The death of the 3rd Fire Shadow was both an opportunity and a change. Everyone's heart was in their throat. On the surface, Mai was still the same Mai. But beneath this glossy surface, the undercurrents had surged to the point of nearly breaking through. Song's intentions were becoming increasingly undisguised. He sent people to visit various ninja clans, held talks with key jonin, and even some retired veteran ninja received greetings from Root. There were many methods. Sometimes promises, sometimes hints, sometimes naked threats. Danzo had lived too long, operating in the shadows for too long. He knew everyone's weaknesses and the lifeblood of every clan. He knew where to cut deepest and what conditions would most easily sway a person. No one was unaware of what kind of man Danzo was. Yet precisely because they knew, their silence grew heavier. Hayashi Hyuga subconsciously touched his forehead. The gesture was light, like an unconscious habit, but Shibi Aburame noticed it. Shibi did not call attention to it. He simply picked up his teacup, took another sip, and said in a flat tone, "Danzo used Shino to threaten me. I've already informed the clan if Danzo's people contact Shino again, I'll go speak with Danzo personally." His voice remained calm, but Hayashi could sense the weight behind those words. The Aburame clan was known for its reticence, but every word they spoke had been weighed 1,000 times. For a clan head to say, "I'll go speak with Danzo personally," was already a declaration that placed the blade at his own throat. Hayashi Hyuga was silent for a long moment before speaking slowly. "None of the elite Hyuga members who were transferred have returned. Every time I ask, the answer is the village needs them." He raised his eyes, the distinctive white pupils of the Hyuga clan appearing especially cold in the candlelight. The day before yesterday, he demanded 10 jonin from the branch family to reorganize the Umbu. I said I needed to consult the other clans, so he backed off for now, but only for now. He will come again. Shibi Aburame said, "I know. Next time, how will you respond?" Hayashi did not answer immediately. He picked up the teacup, but did not drink, merely feeling the warmth radiating from the cup. After a long pause, he spoke, his voice low, but carrying a determination pressed to the breaking point. "Before the 5th Hokage is confirmed, the Hyuga clan will not send another person out." Shibi Aburame glanced at him. Across the table, across a stretch of silence, across decades of humiliation and forbearance endured by both clans, they reached an unspoken understanding in that moment. From above the secret chamber came the faint sound of footsteps, likely the Hyuga clan's routine patrol. The candle flame flickered slightly, and the shadow on the wall swayed with it, as if something was stirring in the dark. Hayashi Hyuga picked up the teapot again, poured out the cold tea in both cups, and refilled them with fresh hot tea. "Let's stall for now." He pushed the cup toward Shibi. "Lady Tsunade's matter is already being handled by Lord Jiraiya. Until then, we delay as long as we can." Shibi took the tea, remained silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "There is something I've never asked you." "Go ahead. Can the caged bird be undone?" Hayashi's hand holding the tea froze in midair. The question was too direct, so direct, that even the candlelight in the chamber seemed to dim. For the caged bird was the deepest secret and the deepest rift within the Hyuga clan. For decades, no one had ever asked this question because everyone had accepted its immovability. But now in this secret chamber, in this moment of only 2 people, Shibi Aburame had voiced it. Hayashi Hyuga set the teacup back on the table, his movements gentle, as if placing a fragile object. He did not answer yes or no. He simply raised his eyes, the white pupils reflecting the dancing flame. The Hyuga clan's affairs must ultimately be resolved by the Hyuga themselves. But before that, we must ensure the Hyuga clan can still exist. The words were subtle, but Shibi understood. Danzo wanted not only votes, not only the position of Hokage. He wanted a Konoha he could completely control, a Konoha where all power was clenched in his fist. The Hyuga's Byakugan, the Aburame's Kakachu, the Nara's intellect, the Akimiki's battle strength, the Yamanaka's perception, and the secret techniques of other clans. In his eyes, these bloodline limits and secret arts passed down through generations were merely tools to be gathered and claimed. When the 3rd Hokage was alive, the Hokage hat had pressed down on them. And although Danzo's reach was long, there was still a limit. Now that hat was empty, the great mountain that had weighed upon everyone was lifted, replaced by a net spreading from the darkness. Shibi Aburame suddenly found it somewhat ironic. They were the ninja clans of Konoha, one of the cornerstones that built the village, yet now they sat in this secret chamber, like a group of downcast conspirators needing to set up a barrier just to speak a few more words. What if Lady Tsunade doesn't return? It was a question no one wanted to think about, yet one they had to consider. Hayashi Hyuga drained his cup, his atoms, apple moving, as if swallowing something bitter. "Then we can only rely on Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya won't become Hokage." "I know." They fell silent again. This silence was longer than any before. Hayashi suddenly spoke. Shibi Aburame looked up. "What did Danzo say when he approached you the 3rd time?" Shibi was silent for a moment, then spoke, his voice carrying a suppressed chill. "He said the Aburame clan's secret techniques are irreplaceable on the battlefield, and the village greatly needs such talents. If I were willing to publicly express support for him, he could guarantee the Aburame clan's position in the system and share power with them after he became Hokage." He paused, a bitter twist pulling at the corner of his mouth. "He also said that if I was unwilling, Konoha's insect users are not limited to the Aburame alone. The Kamizuru clan may have declined, but given enough resources they might rise again. The Kamizuru clan. That was the family that had once competed with the Aburame for the position of Konoha's insect users. Having chosen the wrong side, they never recovered after several great wars, now reduced to the fringes of the fringe. Danzo's meaning was clear. You are not irreplaceable. We can support the Aburame, and we can support others. Hayashi listened silent for a long time. He knew Danzo's methods were dirty, but every time he heard them firsthand, it still left a tightness in his chest, as if something was blocked. Finally, he said in a low voice, "Hold on a little longer." Shibi Aburame nodded. How long a little longer was neither could say. The candle flame flickered again. On the wall of the secret chamber, the shadows of the untouched teacups stretched, long, lonely reflections cast upon the stone. Hayashi Hyuga stood up, walked to the wall, and pressed his hand against the stone engraved with sealing formulas. Chakra flowed from his palms, spreading along the pattern of the technique. Shibi Aburame also rose. He looked at Hayashi and suddenly said, "Next time I come, brew me fresh tea." Hayashi turned to him. "Since when did you become so particular?" "It's not about being particular. It's about having something to look forward to. Fresh tea means I'll live long enough to see you again." Hayashi chuckled lightly. "Shibi, don't be so pessimistic. They're not having an easy time either." Gurgle. The temperature of the dissolving liquid was so high that even the air warped scorching trenches into the metal floor as it passed, while the walls on both. "Perhaps we won't even need to exert ourselves, and they will fall." As soon as the entrance to the secret chamber's stone steps cracked open, the cool air from underground surged upward along the passage. Riseong Rise's hand, still pressed against the stone wall, suddenly froze. He did not turn around, but his white pupils contracted sharply in the candlelight. In the Byakugan's field of vision, within the shadow of the chamber's corner, a chakra network was slowly illuminating, as if someone had been standing there all along, deliberately suppressing their presence, only now relaxing the concealment. Buzz. A few insects on Yunu Jiwei's body burst into chaos in the same instant, their buzzing growing sharp. The swarm spontaneously poured out of his sleeves, forming a barrier in front. His face, hidden behind dark glasses, abruptly turned toward that corner. "Who's there?" Riseong Rizu and Yunu Jiwei exclaimed almost simultaneously, both mobilizing their chakra in vigilance. The two were deeply shocked. The Riseong clan's foundation was immensely powerful. Their perception had reigned supreme in the ninja world for a millennium. This was also the confidence that allowed them to gather here, under countless Byakugan who could spy on them. The intruder was no ordinary person, far from it. Moreover, that chakra was unlike any they were familiar with. Who was it? If it were someone from the Hokage faction, they would be in deep trouble. "Don't be nervous." The voice came from the shadows, neither loud nor soft, carrying a strange calmness. The tone was like that of a long-overdue guest who had finally found the moment to speak. A figure emerged from the shadows. He was not wearing any standard Mai uniform, but a dark, high-collared robe embroidered with a small Uchiha clan crest. That emblem was recognized by everyone in Mai. "Uchiha." Riseong Rizu turned around, his expression as dark as water. He did not ask how the other had entered because he had already seen the answer. At the man's feet, the sealing formula on the chamber floor bore 3 cracks, as if cut by something extremely sharp. The cracks were fresh, so fresh that the cross-sections were still faintly glowing. To be able to cut through the barrier formula of the Riseong main family secret chamber without triggering any alarms, such strength and ocular power were rare even among the entire Uchiha clan. Riseong Rizu stared at the Uchiha crest, and after a moment slowly spoke, "Uchiha. Tieni. Are all Uchiha so bold? You still dare to appear in Mai? How exactly did you enter the village and infiltrate this place?" Tieni nodded, slightly acknowledging his identity. "The village's barriers and arrangements we Uchiha know very well, don't we?" The insect swarm on Yunu Jiwei's body settled on his shoulders and arms like a layer of flowing black armor. He sidestepped half a step to avoid direct eye contact with the Sharingan. When dealing with Uchiha, any tiny adjustment in positioning could determine life. "Uchiha Tieni." Yunu Jiwei's voice was very low. "Why are you here?" "I came to attend the meeting." Tienti said it as if it were a matter of course, as if it had been prearranged. Chief Rizu set out 5 cups. Wasn't he inviting 5 clan leaders? They didn't dare to come, but I Uchiha dare. With that, he walked straight to the table, picked one of the remaining seats, and sat down. His movements were casual, as if in his own living room, yet his seated posture carried that unique pride of the Uchiha clan. He picked up a cup, twirled it in his hand, glanced at the tea stain at the bottom, and set it down again. "But I'm not here for tea." Rizu activated his Byakugan chakra, surging within him. "Now that it's come to this, what do you, a rogue ninja, want by appearing here? What is your purpose?" "I came to offer you a way out. I had intended to persuade you properly, but it seems that's unnecessary. You don't seem to have many choices left." "A way out? What do you mean?" Riseong Rizu seized the key point. Kenny nodded. Leave Mai and join the Uchiha. Rizu interrupted Tiante's words. Self-deception. Tianni, we know you are strong, but you underestimate Mai too much. Haha. Clang. The ocular power of the Mangekyo Sharingan erupted. Tianni stared directly at Risyang Rizu. Don't be too arrogant. I Uchiha only came to offer you a clear path out of consideration for the bond of building Mai together. This feeling. How could it be so strong? Rise's forehead broke out in cold sweat, and he involuntarily took a step back. After Zhiyun Tuanzang takes power, what future does your Rixiang clan have? You're exaggerating, aren't you? Although Tuanzang is difficult to get along with, everyone is for the village. For the village, sure. Tianni sneered. For the village, the Qian Shou Xian, Wu Boy Yuli Huyu. One clan after another and countless ninjas have been sacrificed. One ninja clan after another and countless ninjas have been sacrificed. Won't you be next? Remember, when Mai was founded, there were nearly 60 ninja clans. Now, how many are left? Do you think Tuanzang will spare your Rixiang clan? Will he believe that your Byakugan haven't discovered his secrets and intelligence? Rizu gritted his teeth inwardly. Tianni was right. If it weren't for the hope that Tsunade and Jiraiya would break the power system of the Hokage faction, he would have acted long ago. How could he not know about Tuanzang's body, right eye and arm? Even if he pretended not to know, Tuanzang wouldn't believe it. Nothing could be hidden under the Byakugan. Think it over yourselves. The Uchiha await your reply. Tianti knew when to stop and said no more. He had never expected to turn them against their own side so easily, abandoning a great nation and the mighty tree of Konoha to become rogue ninja. That was utterly impossible. Such a move would be nothing short of walking into a dead end. The shinobi world is bloody and brutal. Without the shelter of a great tree, even a clan as powerful as the Uzumaki would struggle to survive. Such a move would be nothing short of walking into a dead end. The shinobi world is bloody and brutal. Without the shelter of a great tree, he didn't expect the other Konoha clans to aid the Uchiha, but at least they might refrain from supporting the four families. Buzz. At that moment, a dense chorus of insect chirps erupted around them. The walls of the secret chamber had turned into countless insect barriers without warning. Tianti glanced down at his feet, and his pupils involuntarily. Even the ground was beginning to be overtaken by the swarm. Uchiha Tianti, you've been too careless. This place is now my domain. Aburame Shibi, who had remained silent until now, spread his arms wide as chakra surged forth, sending the insect swarm into a wild frenzy. Tianti, however, remained utterly calm, as if completely unbothered. Go ahead and try. Enough. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Hyuga Hayashi stepped between them, raising a hand. Hayashi, the Uchiha are now desperados. Their threat is no less than Danzos. Shibi, if we strike here, our secret meeting will be exposed. Hayashi suppressed Aburame Shibi's impulse and gave him a meaningful glance. There were some words he left unsaid. The man before them was someone capable of fighting an entire village single-handedly. Tianti took note of their every. If you want to earn merit for Konoha, then make your move. We've already killed so many from the four families. The Uchiha won't mind exterminating one more clan. The candle flame in the chamber flickered violently, as if crushed by some invisible force. Are you saying? Aburame Shibi spoke, his voice dry as sandpaper scraping. The recent massacre? It was the Uchiha. That's right. Tianti admitted it without any pretense, his tone carrying a hint of undisguised satisfaction. The Uchiha are inferior to no one. We are destined to rule over the shinobi world even after losing the power of 3 Mangekyo wielders. With every word he spoke, Aburame Shibi's swarm grew more agitated. Other ninja might not know the truth about the Uchiha, but as clan heads, how could they be? This clan was almost demonic. Nothing was impossible for them. Hyuga Hayashi remained silent for a long time. He watched Tianti, observing the almost serene madness on this Uchiha man's face. It wasn't lunacy, nor was it loss of control. It was a vengeance honed to the sharpest edge of lucidity. The Uchiha clan had never trod a gentle path in history. Their love and hate were both too intense. Hyuga Hayashi finally spoke, his voice deep, as if placing an extremely heavy weight on a scale. What exactly do you intend to do? Tianti looked at him and said, take back everything that belongs to the Uchiha, including the very name Konoha. Put an end to the four families and this system that always sacrifices others. Aburame Shibi's face darkened abruptly. You're insane. This is tantamount to declaring war on all of Konoha. Konoha. Tianti looked down at him, and in those black eyes a suppressed flame finally blazed up uncontrollably. Aburame Shibi's face darkened abruptly. You're insane. This is tantamount to declaring war on all of Konoha. Konoha. Tianti looked down at him, and in those he turned his gaze to Hyuga Hayashi. Clan head Hayashi, the caged bird curse seal. Whether it was left by the Hyuga ancestors or forced upon them by outside powers. Let's set that aside for. But after your branch family members were transferred away, how many ever came back? How did Hyuga Hisashi die? Hyuga Hayashi's fingers clenched abruptly, his knuckles turning white. Hisashi. That name felt like a knife stabbing into his chest, then twisting. T did not back off because of his reaction. Instead, he stepped closer. I came here today not to ask for help. The Uchiha clan has no habit of begging. But I want to tell you something. The Hokage faction, from the 3rd Hokage to Danzo to the Council of Elders, has been doing the same thing for decades, dismantling the shinobi clans and concentrating all power into their own hands. The Ino Shikacho are tied to the Hokage's belt, the Hyuga are split in two by the caged bird, and the elite of the Aburame have been fed to the root. His voice remained calm throughout, yet every word seemed to be ground between his teeth before being spat out. The Uchiha are cutting down the Hokage faction, and also all those who cling to Konoha and the will of fire. In the new world, the Uchiha will create. The Hyuga won't have to hand over their members, the Aburame won't have to send their children to root, and everyone can stop being cannon fodder. Easy words, Aburame Shibi interrupted him. How do you plan to fight? With your Sharingan against all of Konoha's ninja? Even if you kill all your targets, what then? Will the Land of Fire's daimyo stand by and do nothing? Will Konoha's allies just look on? No matter how strong the Uchiha, or can they fight a full-scale war? And if we don't, will appeasement bring about the desired outcome? His voice remained calm. Hyuga Hayashi's breath hitched for a moment. Not from fear, but because he grasped the true meaning behind his words. Uchiha T had no intention of becoming a new Hokage faction. What they wanted was a completely different order, a structure that Konoha had never seen. This was the kind of thing only a madman would conceive, uprooting the very foundations of the Land of Fire. But Hyuga Hayashi had to admit that at the moment he heard those words, something long suppressed in his chest stirred slightly. Was this era truly good? For a minority, it was indeed excellent, even a paradise. But for the vast majority of ninja and clans, it was terrible. No era, not even the most chaotic warring states period, had ever been so terrible and cruel. Shinobi clans and ordinary ninja were being swiftly and silently eliminated. The bloody warring states period, which raged for centuries without destroying the clans, saw them vanish one by one in Konoha. Could the next one really not? Hayashi said nothing, and Aburame Shibi said nothing either. T watched their silence and did not press them. He turned his robes, stirring a faint breeze as he moved, causing the candle flames to flicker wildly. The eyes of Hyuga Hayashi and Aburame Shibi gradually changed, but he did not call them out on it. Instead, he chuckled lightly. We will meet again before long. If you wish to avoid being drawn into war, then plant the tree in your clan grounds. Wait, Hayashi quickly interjected. The 4 families now have a large number of ninja returning to Konoha. Don't act rashly. Crackle. However, before he could finish his sentence, his body turned woody and in the blink of an eye became a continuously growing green tree. Could it be just a wood-release clone? Hyuga Hayashi and Aburame Shibi sat back down motionless. So powerful. Had they really just deluded themselves into thinking they could fight such an existence? The 5 teacups sat quietly on the table. The one in the center, which T had adjusted, seemed to command the other 4 in a dominant arrangement. The silence lasted a long time. Finally, Aburame Shibi stood up, his swarm slowly retreating beneath his robes. He walked to the exit back facing Hyuga Hayashi and suddenly said in a low voice, Hayashi, what he said. I know. Hyuga Hayashi cut him off, his voice calm to the point of cruelty. He stood up and one by one placed the 5 teacups back onto the tray. The Uchiha have their hatred, their reasoning, their blade. But the Hyuga and your Aburame cannot afford to gamble. Aburame Shibi did not turn around. After a moment of silence, he dissolved into a swarm of insects, their buzzing fading away above the stone steps. Hyuga Hayashi stood alone in the center of the secret chamber, gazing at the 5 cups on the tea tray. His Byakugan had long since been deactivated, but he could still see the countless surging undercurrents beneath Konoha's night sky, see the blood and fire about to erupt from beyond the horizon. The Uchiha had already raised their blade. Tsunade and Jiraiya were still nowhere to be found. The night was as dark as ink. Dozens of miles from Konoha hidden village, a nameless valley lay quietly nestled among the mountains. From the outside, it appeared merely an ordinary desolate wilderness overgrown with weeds and strewn with jagged rocks. However, the chakra flow in this area was eerily distorted. A barrier technique that completely sealed off all signs of the valley's interior from the outside world. Within the barrier, a different world unfolded. Several dark gray military tents were scattered along the mountain slope. In the center, a leveled clearing held a few crude wooden tables covered with maps, scrolls, and intelligence documents marked with various symbols. Dozens of Uchiha clan members in deep blue clan attire moved among them, swift and silent, each with eyes sharp as blades. Uchiha Tiewa stood at the central wooden table, his hands resting on the edge, his gaze sweeping like an eagle over the full territorial map covering the entire tabletop. The map was densely marked with red and blue symbols indicating shifts in Konoha's troop deployments. The strongholds of the four great clans once proudly marked on the map had now been largely crossed out with glaring red cinnabar strokes. The 3rd Combat Unit has arrived at the designated position, lying in ambush 15 li southeast of Mount Kikyo, awaiting the signal. A young female ninja stood beside Tiewa, her finger moving swiftly across the map. They are well supplied with 300 high-quality explosive tags and enough soldier pills to sustain intense combat. Tiewa nodded. What about the 4th Unit? The 4th Unit is en route and not far off, but they lost one member in a previous battle. Who is it? Taihuo's voice dropped low. Uchiha Yenji, 17 years old with a Tsutomu Sharingan. The female ninja's voice trembled with a barely perceptible quiver. His body was cremated according to clan rites, and his ashes are carried by the 4th Unit. Tiewa fell silent for 3 seconds, then slowly closed. Keep the ashes safe, Tiewa said, opening his eyes, his voice steady again. After this battle, well, take them home. Yes. Tiewa took a deep breath and was about to inquire about the other units. Suddenly his Sharingan flared to life, its 3 tomos spinning rapidly. A familiar chakra fluctuation came from the barrier. Almost at the same instant, every Uchiha in the camp sensed the chakra and stopped their work in perfect unison. The air at the barrier's entrance rippled, and a tall, slender figure silently passed through the invisible barrier, landing on the gravel at the edge of the camp. It was Uchiha Tieni. The camp fell silent for a moment, then all Uchiha clan members simultaneously set down their belongings, faced the newcomer, placed their right hand over their left chest, and bowed slightly forward. Clan leader. Tianta's gaze slowly swept across the faces of his clan. He saw an elder over 50 with graying temples, yet the tomo in his Sharingan remained sharp. He saw a prime-aged elite Jonin, his clan robe stained with blood, yet to be washed clean, whether from enemy or ally unknown. He saw a young woman with a resolute face, a bulging ninja tool pouch at her waist, a posture ready to march at any moment. He also saw several half-grown children, the youngest barely over 10, their childish innocence still lingering on their faces. Yet those eyes already held the crimson of the Sharingan, a sign that they had endured agony sufficient to shatter the soul. Tienti withdrew his gaze and strode toward the central wooden table. Tiewa had already vacated the spot for him, handing over a neatly organized intelligence scroll with both hands. Clan leader, this is the summary of all current intelligence. Tieni took the scroll, but did not unroll it immediately. Instead, he glanced at the map on the table. First, tell me what you consider most important. Tiewa was prepared. He pointed to Konoha's position on the map and drew a circle around its perimeter. Konoha's contraction is faster than we anticipated. The outlying strongholds of the 4 great clans have converged, forming a protective arc around Konoha. Within a radius of 80 li, there are 3 defenses. Just a bunch of cowards seeking Konoha's shelter. Danzo is still Danzo. Everyone is a tool in his eyes, even his own clan is no exception. Tienti said calmly. He has gathered all the elites of the 4 great clans into these 3 rings, preserving their core strength, while turning them into Konoha's shield. Tiewa nodded, tapping several points on the map. Some are difficult to breach. These strongholds coordinate with each other. Any disturbance at one point will alert the entire Konoha system. Tienti unrolled the intelligence scroll, his eyes quickly scanning the dense text and data while asking, what about the defenses of Konoha itself? The Umbu ranks have been tripled and Danzo's root organization has been fully transferred to the open combat order. Dozens of watchtowers have been erected outside the village, and the sensory barrier is fully activated. As the intelligence was relayed, the surrounding 3 Tomo elites wore grim expressions, feeling the immense pressure. If not for the clan leader's super combat power, they felt that attacking Konoha with just these dozens of people would barely make a ripple before being crushed by this. The silence lasted a moment. Tienti lifted his gaze from the scroll and swept it across the group. No need to worry. Tienti put away the intelligence scroll. Konoha's power is immense, but that also gives rise to many flaws and problems. I will lead you all to victory. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Tiewa, what about the matter I instructed earlier? Tiewa shook his head. We haven't gathered any intelligence on Uchiha Sasuke and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Since the 3rd Hokage's death, they haven't appeared in public. Probably secretly protected by Danzo. Hearing this, Tieni frowned slightly. These 2 were among his primary objectives for this mission. The Nine-Tails could be detonated as a tremendous war asset, while Uchiha Sasuke was the trump card to control the clan traitor ninjas Fugaku and Itachi. Clearly, Konoha's high command also understood the absolute strategic significance of these 2. But it didn't matter. Goals could be achieved step by step. For now, the most important thing was to further defeat Konoha and reclaim the nearly 1,000 Uchiha. The Nine Tails was just a combat asset, not indispensable. Moreover, Uzumaki Naruto had no grudge against the Uchiha, so he wasn't necessarily to be killed. If he had survived 2 calamities, that was his luck. Anyway, he had no intention of possessing the Nine Tails now. Doing so would bring no benefit to the Uchiha, only making an already dangerous situation even more perilous. Kenny did not want to offend the great nations while also provoking the Rinnegan and the Akatsuki. They wanted to use the Uchiha. Why couldn't the Uchiha use them? This was a game about the world's order. With that thought, Kenny stopped dwelling on the matter and called the Freedomo elites to gather around the map to begin planning and discussion. T finished his instructions, and Taiho spoke again. Clan leader, are we really not going to use the power of the other great nations this time? If we were to leak the intelligence to them? No. The Hokage and Tsuchikage are not fools. They want charge in as a third party when the Uchiha and Konoha are at war. They will wait for us and Konoha to weaken each other and then reap the rewards. Moreover, this battle relies on surprise. We cannot risk any information. He paused, and a slight smile curled at the corner of Tian's mouth. But it doesn't matter. Our goal has never been to win a great ninja war. It's not time yet. Taihor looked into Tian's eyes and suddenly asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. Clan leader, what about Konoha? Those clans, will they really act according to the agreement? As his words fell, several core Uchiha members around them also turned their gazes to Tian. This question was too crucial. It directly determined the success or failure of the entire battle plan. If this matter was reliable, then the Uchiha's blade of vengeance could precisely pierce the heart of Konoha's high command. If it was not reliable, then these dozens of Uchiha clan members charging into Konoha's defensive perimeter would be like moths flying into a flame. The strength of the various clans of Konoha was not a mere decoration, and their understanding of the Uchiha was also profound. If it was not reliable, then these dozens of Uchiha clan members charging into Konoha's defensive perimeter would be like moths flying into a flame. The strength of the various clans of Konoha was not a mere decoration, and their understanding of the Uchiha was. The entire camp waited for his answer, so quiet that only the faint crackling of the campfire could be heard. Taihua, Tian finally spoke, his voice unhurried. What do you think Konoha is? Taihua was stunned. He had not expected Tian to counter with such an ostensibly irrelevant question. He opened his mouth, but for a moment did not know how to. What is Konoha? It is a ninja village, the core of the Fire Country's military power, a place where they had once devoted their efforts, and also the enemy that slaughtered their entire clan and desecrated their ancestral graves. Konoha has never been a monolithic block. Tian answered his own question, his tone like peeling back the layers of an onion. When the first Hokage founded Konoha, he raised the banner of one village, one country, but in reality, it was a coalition of interests. Tian answered his own question, his tone like peeling back the layers of an onion. When the first Hokage founded Konoha, he raised the banner of one village, one country, but in reality, it was. He raised his hand, his slender fingertips lightly tracing across the map, stopping at the location of Konoha village. And now Konoha, because of us Uchiha, because of me Uchiha Tian. This fragile balance has been shattered. The 4 great clans have expanded wildly over the past decades, encroaching on the interests of other clans and ruining countless ninjas and ninja clans. How many of the numerous clans are left after fighting to the death? Even the promotion paths for their outstanding talents have been monopolized by the 4 great clans. Taihua's brows gradually furrowed, then slowly relaxed. He understood. Rifts like this are like underground rivers. Tian's Mangekyo Sharingan glowed in the darkness, reflecting the firelight, eerie and profound. On the surface it seems calm, but in reality it has already carved thousands of ravines beneath the soil. All we did was find those cracks and give them a gentle push. You ask, will these clans really cooperate? Tian repeated Taihua's question, then raised his head, his Mangekyo Sharingan shining with a cold and resolute light. They don't need to cooperate with us, Taihua, but they all need one thing. An opportunity to make the 4 great clans pay. He placed his hands on the table, leaning forward slightly, his gaze sweeping over every clan member present. The 4 great clans have been lording it over others for decades, and they have offended far more people than we can imagine. They thought they were the pillars of Konoha, thinking that as long as they stuck together no one could shake them, but they forgot that pillars can also be hollowed out. The more frantically they gather power, the more those they gather realize a fact: in the eyes of the 4 great clans, all other clans and ninjas are just cannon fodder, expendable pawns. So when they see us attacking, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Tian's mouth. Even if they don't help us, they will only do one thing. Taihua's eyes suddenly lit up. Stay put. He murmured the answer. Tian nodded. That is enough. As for what they do afterward, it doesn't matter. What matters is that now they and we are aligned in interest. Footsteps sounded. Several Uchiha walked through the barrier. Clan leader, the 4th Combat Squad reports. The leading Jonin quickly stepped forward and bowed. Taiho's Sharingan scanned the newly arrived clan members. No one outside discovered your Captain, rest assured. We received the clan leader's orders and were very careful along the way. Even when encountering ordinary people, we carefully avoided them. Tian nodded. Good work. Everyone should be almost here, right? Taiho looked at a Jonin beside him. The Jonin in charge of overseeing all personnel replied in a deep voice. Except for the fallen clan members and the special action team, everyone is here. Good. I leave the command here to you. Remember your tasks and my instructions. Do not reveal anything until you receive my signal. Yes. After giving the orders, Tian vanished from his spot. Just as he was about to leave the barrier and head to Konoha again, Taiho caught up. Clan leader. Taiho, what is it? Taiho's eyes were worried. Clan leader, are you really going alone? Even if you bring 1 or 2 elites along. He was naturally extremely worried. Tian always took on the most dangerous missions alone. Tian was now the pillar of the Uchiha. How could he be at ease letting him take such risks? No need. Others would become my burden. Tian waved his hand. Do your own tasks. Rest assured I won't die. How could I die? There are still so many enemies to kill, and my sister is still lying in that cold surgery room. How could I possibly die? In the early morning of Konoha, Tian, leveraging his knowledge of the barrier's secrets and his Sharingan, slipped into the village with ease. He changed into a different attire. The garment was a pitch-black hooded robe, long and flowing. A dark crimson mask concealed his entire face, leaving only his eyes visible. At that moment, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes had dimmed its brilliance, reverting to the most basic Freedomo state. Since no one was likely to glimpse his form, there was no fear of being caught in suspicious gazes. As for why he didn't use the transformation technique, the reason was simple. The transformation technique was, after all, a basic ninjutsu taught at the academy, sufficient to deceive ordinary people and samurai. But any moderately skilled ninja could see through it. In a place where elite ninjas were present, using the transformation technique was akin to announcing one's own suspicious nature. It would only backfire. Is it there? Tian's figure turned into a blur, vanishing soundlessly into the air. Without a Hokage to unite the hearts of the people, the village of Konoha was far. Though the village was being rebuilt, its population had clearly dwindled. The faces of those who remained were heavy with grief. The entire settlement had yet to emerge from the shadow of destruction. Ever since the Uchiha's revenge campaign began, this place, once hailed as the most peaceful ninja village in the shinobi world, had lost its former tranquility. Umbu patrols flitted like ghosts across rooftops and alleys. Training ground no. Free. These past few days the training ground should have been deserted, but today was an exception. 2 figures clashed rapidly under the sun, kunai and shuriken colliding with piercing metallic screeches, each impact sparking tiny bursts of fire. One of them was tall and lean, with silver-white hair streaming in the wind. His headband was tilted, covering his left eye, while the exposed right eye gleamed with intense, sharp focus. Hataki. His opponent, however, was even more conspicuous. Not for any other reason, but for his blindingly green jumpsuit, and a voice that never knew the meaning. Konoha Hurricane. Might Guy's right leg sliced through the air, sweeping toward Kakashi's waist with a howling gust. Kakashi's body bent backward at the last possible moment, Guy's foot grazing his clothes. The force of the wind whipped the silver hair at his forehead into a wild frenzy. Enough, Guy. Kakashi flipped back, spinning the kunai in his right hand with a lazy flourish, his tone as languid as if he had just crawled out of bed. All the high-ranking ninjas in the village had attended the grand funeral held by Konoha, but Kakashi was not among them. Fearing that his friend might sink into despair, Might Guy had sought him out alone, insisting on a duel between eternal rivals. Ooh. As expected of my eternal rival Kakashi. Guy's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He kicked off the ground, his body surging forward again at an incredible speed, fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. Then how about this? Kakashi's left eye twitched abruptly. It was not the instinctive reaction of the Sharingan to a high-speed attack, but a strange sensation he had never felt before. It was as if an invisible thread extended from that eye, connecting to some direction in the void, and that thread had just been violently plucked by something. His movement slowed by a fraction due to the sudden anomaly. Guy's fist grazed his shoulder, tearing a gash in the fabric of his Jonin vest. Guy, wait. Boom. Before Kakashi could finish, a surge of chakra erupted from the edge of the training ground. It was no ordinary chakra. Ordinary chakra is like flowing water, blazing fire, or crackling lightning. Any form of energy that can be described and defined. But this chakra that now flooded the training ground felt like the abyss itself. It was cold, heavy, and viscous, as if the entire training ground had been plunged into the ocean floor 10,000 meters deep. Every inch of air was compressed to a suffocating density. Guy's mid-air motion froze abruptly. His body instinctively executed an emergency, stop his feet gouging two deep furrows in the ground. Amidst flying gravel, he landed steadily beside Kakashi. Both of their eyes locked onto the edge of the training ground. Beneath the shadow of a century-old tree, in that shadow stood a figure. He wore a hooded black robe, the hood pulled low, his face entirely concealed by a dark crimson mask. Light fell upon him, but seemed to be repelled by some ancient power, creating a faintly distorted halo around his silhouette. His hands hung naturally at his sides, the right hand clad in a black glove. His posture was as casual as if he had strolled by and paused to watch a sparring match. But the chakra emanating from him was unmistakable. Umbu. No, there's no one like that in the Umbu. Who are you? Kakashi pushed up his headband, revealing his Sharingan. He could feel every hair on the back of his neck standing on end, his heart pounding, as if it might burst from his chest. Throughout his long career as a ninja, from the bloody battlefields of the Third Great Ninja War to the dark days of the Umbu, he had faced countless life-or-death crises and encountered all manner of formidable foes. But never before, not even in a single glance, had the mere release of an opponent's chakra inflicted such overwhelming pressure upon him. Guy felt it too. His combat instincts were sharper than any sensory jutsu, and at this moment those instincts screamed frantically, danger. Danger. His body had automatically entered a state of maximum combat readiness, every muscle tense to the limit, chakra surging and roaring through his meridians. Guy, don't be rash. Kakashi's voice dropped to a low whisper as he stretched out a hand to block Guy's advance. Guy said nothing. On that ever-enthusiastic face there was now not a trace of a smile. His thick brows were knitted tightly, his eyes blazing like torches fixed unwaveringly on the dark figure. The power within him stirred restlessly, but Kakashi's hand remained firmly in front of him, preventing any further action. Who are you? Kakashi's voice echoed through the empty training ground. His hand had already slipped into his ninja tool pouch, fingertips brushing the cold metal ring of a kunai, but he did not draw it. Without ascertaining the identity and abilities of the opponent, one must not act rashly. This was the first survival rule his Umbu career had taught him. The figure in the black robe slowly raised his head. Clang! A crimson Sharingan flared to life, its terrifying abyssal dojutsu radiating outward, 3 tomo rotating slowly. Uchiha! The words burst from Guy's mouth. He stepped back half a pace, lowering his center of gravity, arms slightly spread, poised to unleash a full power strike. Are you an Uchiha traitor? Kakashi shook his head. No, impossible. The intelligence on the Uchiha just arrived today. They are still operating on the border of the Land of Fire. T tilted his head slightly, his 3-tomo gaze sweeping over Guy and landing on Kakashi's face. He spoke in a deliberately altered voice. Might Guy Hatake Kakashi, relax. You are no match for me. Guy's teeth clenched. He had seen arrogance, but never such audacity. Yet the moment his eyes met that 3-tomo Sharingan, a primal tremor deep within his abdomen told him. This man was not lying. The oppressive pressure of that chakra intensified like an invisible mountain pressing down inch by inch. His muscles quivered faintly, not from fear, but a physiological response to sheer, overwhelming force. I am not here for you, Might Guy. His gaze shifted to Kakashi, the 3-tomo Sharingan gleaming with an unfathomable light. Kakashi, I am here for you. You're looking for me. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, the Sharingan in his left eye continued to spin uncontrollably. Single eye immense dojutsu. He truly couldn't recall ever meeting someone like this. I don't remember us having any ties. Of course you don't. T gave a soft laugh laced with an inscrutable undertone. But what's inside your left eye should remember me. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. The Sharingan. He meant the Sharingan. This eye was entrusted to him by his best friend Uchiha Obito during the Third Great Ninja War. Yet this complete stranger struck at the heart of the matter with his first words. Who are you? Kakashi's voice dropped, the laziness gone, replaced by the cold sharpness of Anbu elite. Hatake Kakashi, state your name. T remained relaxed and composed. The wind billowed his black robe, casting his shadow long and stretched across the training ground stone floor like a rift from another world. I am Uchiha Madara, for words uttered lightly. Yet their weight was enough to chill anyone to the bone. Kakashi froze. That name detonated in his mind like a delayed explosive tag, shattering the depths of his consciousness. Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja who co-founded Konoha with the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. That name was repeated in Konoha's textbooks, discussed countless times in Ninja Academy lessons. The greatest hero and the most fearsome rogue ninja in shinobi history. And this man claimed to be Uchiha Madara without flinching. Madara. Who's that? I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Guy's large eyes were filled with confusion as he struggled to recall. But Kakashi's eyes trembled uncontrollably. Impossible. Madara died long ago. Who knows? This world is full of unknowns. People always judge reality with their limited understanding, unaware of how laughable that is. Tian-Ti tilted his head, a faint, meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Life and death are merely two facets of all phenomena. There are many undying and immortal beings in this world. Isn't that the case with the three great sacred lands that Konoha is connected to? His tone was as casual as catching up with an old friend, but there was no trace of mirth in his Sharingan, only a bone-chilling scrutiny. Death or life? It's but a thin line. I have grasped the boundary between them. Just as your Raikiri can split rock, but cannot open the gate of life and death, Kakashi. You should know this best. After all, that eye of yours came from one you call dead, didn't it? Kakashi's body stiffened for a moment. Tian-Ti gave him no time to digest those words, continuing in a flat tone as if stating a trivial fact. Not only am I alive, but I've been active right under the noses of certain people in Konoha for many years. Shimura Danzo. That name is familiar to you, is, and Uchiha Itachi. Nonsense. Kakashi cut him off, his voice cold as a blade. He knew Itachi, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan who had followed him in ENBU for a long time. Kakashi had once treated that boy as a younger brother. Itachi had slaughtered his entire clan on that night of massacre, then defected from the village. Kakashi still couldn't believe it. Nonsense. Tian-Ti's voice turned colder. He clasped his hands behind his back, chin slightly lifted, looking down on them. Do you think Itachi Uchiha alone could kill nearly 1,000 Uchiha clan members in one night? Among them were dozens of Jonin, hundreds of Chunin, and countless Sharingan wielders. Itachi's strength is indeed astonishing, but no matter how powerful, he could not have done it alone. Unless... He paused, his Sharingan flickering slightly. Someone cooperated with him, like me or the Hokage and Danzo. The words were like a bucket of ice water pouring over Kakashi's head. He had never considered this. Everyone had accepted the narrative of Itachi Uchiha single-handedly massacring the clan and the Uchiha rebellion against Konoha. But thinking carefully, was it really plausible? Nearly 1,000 Uchiha, including many trained ninja and Sharingan users. Even if ambushed, they couldn't be completely defenseless. This was not a task that could be accomplished by a single top-tier expert. Kakashi's mind raced, fragments of information colliding, splicing, and reassembling. Why were all ninja related to the Uchiha dispatched on the night the conflict erupted? Why was there a three-way chaotic battle among Itachi, the Uchiha, and the... His right hand unconsciously covered his left eye. It seems you've thought of something. Tian-Ti's voice pulled him back from the vortex of thoughts. The exposed Sharingan was now fixed on him, unblinking like a fly struggling in a spider web. But I came to see you today not to discuss Danzo and Itachi, but someone else. He took a step forward. At that single step, the gravel on the training ground all jumped in unison. Guy's 8 gates instantly burst, from the first to the 5th green chakra aura surging from his... But Tian-Ti didn't even glance at him. His eyes remained locked on Kakashi, as if seeing another person through him. Kakashi, have you ever considered... Tian-Ti's voice suddenly lowered, so soft it was like a whisper, yet every word was crystal clear. The Sharingan in your left eye, why has it not lost its vitality after all these years? A transplanted Sharingan typically deteriorates over time, with chakra consumption multiplying and vision steadily declining. You must have felt it over the years. Yet it still functions, still saves your life at critical moments. Tian-Ti made up these words naturally, though they were far-fetched. There was no way to verify. Because in the entire ninja world, no one besides Kakashi had successfully transplanted a Sharingan. In terms of control difficulty, the Sharingan was second only to Hashirama cells. Those who transplanted Hashirama cells would have their bodies explode, while those who transplanted a Sharingan would have their chakra drained, turning into mummies. One was supremely yang, the other supremely yin. Only a prodigy like Kakashi, who mastered all 7 chakra natures, had succeeded. Since there was no comparison, who could tell truth from falsehood? Tian-Ti extended his right hand, his index finger pointing at Kakashi's left eye from a distance, yet that finger seemed to directly press against Kakashi's heart, because it is connected to its original owner. That person is still alive. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Kakashi's pupils contracted to the size of... A flash of white light exploded in his mind, and countless fragments from nights jolted awake by nightmares surged up all at once. The cave at Canopy Bridge, the boulder that fell from the sky, Obito's words, I give you this eye, and the unceasing strange sensation in his left eye all these years. It wasn't pain. It was a vague, distant feeling, like looking at the world through frosted glass. Sometimes, even in his sleep, he would see fragmented images. He had always thought it was a side effect of the Sharingan transplant, a sensation from rejection. But now, Obito. Kakashi's lips parted slightly. For the first time in over a decade, that name escaped his mouth, his voice hoarse, like sandpaper on glass. You mean Obito? Tian-Ti did not answer, but the curve of his lips deepened by a fraction. It worked. Impossible, Kakashi, don't believe him. Kai could no longer hold back. He clenched his fists. Obito died long ago. He was a hero of Konoha Uchiha. What was it? Never mind, take this. Kai. Kakashi suddenly reached out a hand and firmly grasped Kai's wrist. His 5 fingers pressed so hard that his knuckles turned white, his nails almost digging into Kai's bracer. Kai could feel Kakashi's hand trembling slightly. Not from fear, but from something more complex and profound than fear. Kakashi raised his face, his left Sharingan staring straight at Tian, the scar extending from beneath his forehead protector, standing out starkly. That scar had once been the deepest mark in his heart, reminding him of every detail of his tragic life. How do you know? Kakashi's voice was low and restrained, but Kai could hear the torrent of emotions about to burst beneath that restraint. Because that eye was once my eye. Tian said calmly. That sentence contained too much information. Too much for Kakashi to digest all at once. He said once, not now. He said my eye, not my clan's eye. Did that mean he once possessed Obito's Sharingan? Or more precisely, that there was some connection between him and Obito far beyond blood? Obito is alive. Tian repeated the words, his tone resolute and unquestionable. He is now in a place called Chaluo Town on the border of the Land of Water. Land of Water. Chaluo Town. Kakashi repeated the place name as if carving it into his bones. Go if you want to confirm. Madara, what is your purpose in telling me this? Purpose. Tian thrust his hands back into his black robe and turned to walk toward the edge of the training ground. His steps were unhurried, the hem of his robe dragging. Tian thrust his hands back into his black robe and turned to walk toward the edge of the training ground. His steps were unhurried, the hem of his robe dragging a faint trace on the ground. But I must warn you, Kakashi, when you truly meet him, you'd better be mentally prepared. The Obito you knew died long ago along with Rin. Stop! Kai roared, but Kakashi's hand still gripped him tightly. Kai, he has no reason to lie to me. Kakashi's voice finally trembled uncontrollably. Tian's steps did not pause. His figure walked toward the edge of the training ground, gradually merging into the shadows of the ancient trees. The dark shadow completely dissipated along with the suffocating pressure of chakra, as if it had never existed. The training ground returned to silence, the breeze still rustling the leaves of the ancient. Kakashi released his grip on Kai's wrist and lowered his head. His silver-white hair covered his face, obscuring his expression. But Kai saw it. Kakashi's other hand, the right hand hanging by his side, its fingertips were trembling uncontrollably. Kakashi. Kai dropped his combat stance, the green chakra of the 8 gates slowly dissipating. His voice became soft for the first time. Do you really believe him? There was a long silence. I don't know, but my instinct tells me he isn't lying. Kakashi's voice was muffled, as if something was caught in his eye. This Sharingan has never reacted like this before. It's resonating, Kai. It's responding to his words. He raised his face. The Sharingan in his left eye was silently weeping, and he wasn't even aware that he was crying. If Obito is really alive, why? Kakashi didn't finish the sentence. Kai didn't press either. He silently walked to Kakashi's side and placed a broad, heavy hand firmly on Kakashi's shoulder. No words of comfort were spoken, because in such moments any words were futile. He just stood there conveying a message through his strength, no matter what happens to him here. After a long while, Mike Kai finally spoke again. Kakashi, no matter what we need to... What was it? Oh, Madara. We need to report the news of Madara's appearance to the elders. No. Kakashi shook his head, looking sincerely at his friend. Madara left the Uchiha long ago, and... I want to go and confirm it myself. I'm begging you, Kai. Mike Kai was simple-minded and couldn't grasp many things. But Kakashi, how wise was he? Tell whom? The Elder Council might have already collaborated with Madara. Moreover, if Obito was not dead, what role had he been playing all these years? Was he involved in those many horrifying incidents? If he reported now, would Konoha directly execute Uchiha Obito? He had to find him and figure out what was really going on. The sun was setting. Tian did not leave Muyi. After leaving the 3rd training ground, he moved like a phantom through the streets and alleys of Muyi, evading all Umbu patrol routes, and finally stopped on the top floor of a building. This building was once the office of the Yuzhibo Police Department. After the night of the clan's extermination, Muyi sealed it under the pretext of security hazards. To this day, no one has approached it, nor dares to approach it. Rumors say that cries are heard here every night, and the commoners of Muyi claim it is the vengeful spirits of the evil Yuzhibo clan. Tian stood in the shadow of the 6th-floor balcony, leaning against the mottled wall. His Xiaolunian had long been retracted. His gaze passed through the broken glass window and fixed on the direction of Muyi's main gate. He was waiting. Given Kakaxi's personality, he could not remain indifferent upon hearing news of Dai 2. Tian had already calculated all possible outcomes. The first possibility, Kakaxi forcibly suppressed his emotions and reported the intelligence to Tuanzang and other high-ranking officials. This was the worst-case scenario, but the probability was extremely low because Kakaxi was unlikely to have any goodwill toward Tuanzang. The second possibility, Kakashi was skeptical and chose to wait and see secretly investigating while maintaining normal mission status. This was the most likely scenario. The third possibility. They actually went out. T murmured to himself, his tone carrying a hint of genuine surprise. His perception sensed it. Just moments ago, two strands of chakra shot out from the direction of Mu Ye's main gate, at incredible speed, one behind the other, racing along the official road leading to the east coast of Fire Country. The chakra in front was sharp as a blade. It was Chimu Kakashi. The chakra behind was like a burning flame. It was Maite Kai. The two chakras, one ahead and one behind, were no more than 2 li apart, both racing eastward. T was silent for a few seconds, then let out a soft, it was not a sneer nor a mockery, but the heartfelt chuckle of a chess player when his opponent makes a move that is entirely unexpected, yet precisely what he had hoped for. He had spent much thought in orchestrating this war. From the pace of gathering forces from the 4 great clans to the secret communications among them, every step had been simulated hundreds of times. Yet this very link, the one he had thought the least certain, succeeded in one go, and the effect was far better than he had imagined. Kakashi had directly left the village, and Maite Kai, the strongest taijutsu ninja of Mu Yi, whom T had marked as the greatest variable in the entire battle plan, immediately chased after him without a word. T leaned against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, fingers lightly tapping his elbow as he quickly reviewed every word he had said and every subtle move he had made. Many of the things he had mentioned were true. Tuanzang had indeed made deals with Yu and Ban, and the action on the night of the clan's extermination was itself the result of tacit approval by Mu Ye's higher-ups. He had even deliberately imitated the characteristics of the masked man. Even if Kakashi and the others reported it, there would be no effect in the short term. He had mentioned that Yu's strength was insufficient to carry out the extermination alone. This was also true. Any rational person, upon careful thought, would realize the oddity. Then he embedded the name Dai Tu into this crack of truth, using all the preceding real groundwork to lay the fuse for the final bomb. The most brilliant part was not what he said, but what he left unsaid. He did not specifically describe Dai Tu's current situation, nor did he provide any verifiable details. He only gave a place name. A vague destination was more motivating than detailed intelligence. Because the human mind would automatically fill in the blanks, Kakashi's guilt would help T complete the rest of the persuasion. Over the past decade or more, every time Kakashi stood before the memorial stone, every time he awoke in the dead of night, every time he felt the strange sensation from his left eye, all of it would become the driving force urging him to rush to Chaluo town at this moment. Is my acting so impressive? T commented as if to himself, his tone devoid of pride, only a calm, almost cold attitude of review. Originally his purpose was only to see if he could break Kakashi's will. If successful, Kakashi would either fall into a dangerous state or go seek Dai Tu, but his fundamental goal was still to use Kakashi to restrain Maite Kai, preventing him from unleashing his full power in the war. Yet he never expected things to go so smoothly. The most troublesome person in Mu Yi had been lured away. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Then he gently shook his head, temporarily setting aside this unexpected delight, and turned to the next judgment. Kakashi had left, and Kai had left as well. Mu Yi's 2 major combat forces had been removed from the center of the battlefield in the coming. This was certainly a huge advantage. The power of the 8 gates, the strongest forbidden taijutsu technique in the ninja world, was something no rational person would underestimate. Back then, Maite Dai, a lifetime genin, had forcefully inflicted heavy casualties on the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist by opening all 8 gates. The achievements of that battle remain the ceiling of taijutsu in the ninja world to this day. And Maite Kai's talent and strength far surpassed his father's. If he opened all 8 gates, the combat power he unleashed would be enough to kill any. Although T had already prepared a forbidden technique to counter the 8 gates, whether Kai was present or not would not change the plan. But avoiding a fight with him was naturally the best outcome. After all, if Maite Kai went berserk, even if he could handle it, the other Yuzhibo members might suffer. But now none of these needed to be considered. T put a scroll back into his robes, and his gaze, passing through the broken window, once again fell on the direction of Mu Yi's main gate. That 2 strands of chakra had already faded beyond the range of perception. The light shone on the lintel of Mu Yi's main gate, that emblem of Mu Yi, a spiral-shaped leaf. In the twilight, it appeared a dim gray, like a withered, fallen leaf. That Wanhuating Xyalunian. T said in a low voice. Then let it remain with you a while longer, Kakashi. T had never intended to seize the Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye at this moment. It was indeed a Mangekyo Sharingan, and not an ordinary Mangekyo. The space-time ocular jutsu Kimui, a top-tier ability integrating offense and defense. Such power would stir desire in anyone's heart. His Mangekyo ability leaned toward war advantages, making him nearly invincible in frontal combat, yet it lacked in mobility. If he could claim Kimui for himself, his strength would be further elevated. But he did not plan to seize the Kimui Sharingan now, for doing so would be tantamount to openly confronting the masked man and Akatsuki. At that point, the two sides would become mortal enemies. Tianti had never forgotten his existence. That enemy who had slaughtered his clan. That man would never allow his secrets to leak out. If Tianti captured the Kimui Sharingan, now the masked man would detect it immediately. There existed a resonance between paired Mangekyo. Tianti understood this common knowledge better than anyone. At that time, the masked man would abandon all his plans and exhaust every effort to completely erase the Uchiha remnants, especially Tianti himself, from this world. Tianti feared no one, but he needed time. The Uchiha had only these few people left. Each one was precious. He could not rashly provoke a super powerhouse before completing his revenge. The game of Ninja World could not be rushed. Nor could the Uchiha clan afford to recklessly clash with the Madara faction and the Rinnegan in such a predicament. Allowing that masked man to continue indulging in his ridiculous plan and making enemies of the world was the most advantageous situation for Tianti. However, Tianti withdrew his gaze from the direction of Konoha's main gate and turned toward the staircase. One day I will drag you out from behind that mask along with your bloody life. Burned to ashes. Time had passed since the war. Yet the air in Konohagakure had not grown lighter with the passage of time. Tianti suppressed all his chakra fluctuations and restrained his Sharingan to the most ordinary black pupil state. He wore a bamboo hat he had casually picked up by the roadside, pulled down the brim, and walked along Konoha's streets like an ordinary traveler. The scenes along the streets were even more shocking than the intelligence reports. The bulletin board on Konoha's main street was plastered with wanted posters, with the one of Tianti and Itachi placed in the most prominent spot. The face in the portrait bore an 80% resemblance to him, but his brows and eyes were deliberately drawn to be more ferocious and bloodthirsty, like a demon ready to devour anyone at any moment. Below the wanted poster, large vermilion characters read, "Sclass Rogue Ninja, Village-Destroying Demon, Extremely Dangerous," followed by a bounty with a long string of zeros, enough to tempt any bounty hunter. Beside it were also posters of Uchiha Tetsuka and several other core clan members. A few half-grown children gathered around the bulletin board. One sturdy boy picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Tianti's portrait, hitting it squarely in the forehead. The watching children erupted in cheers. The boy stood proudly with his hands on his hips. "When I grow up, I'll definitely catch this demon myself. Tie him to the Hokage rock and let the whole village see what happens to villains." "You..." Another child curled his lip in disdain. "That's Uchiha Tianti. Even the Hokage-sama couldn't beat him. If you go, you probably can't even touch a single finger of his. Then he'll join the ANBU. The ANBU specializes in killing rogue ninjas like him. I wanted to." The children chattered and ran off, leaving the poster with a hole torn by the stone fluttering in the wind. Tianti walked past the bulletin board. His gaze, hidden under the bamboo hat, lingered on the damaged portrait for a moment before moving away. He continued walking along the street, the noise growing louder. A few middle-aged people gathered in front of a grocery store carrying vegetable baskets, while chattering incessantly about the current situation. A woman with the loudest voice spoke with spittle flying. The Sarutobi family in Fian City were completely wiped out by the evil Uchiha. And that's a major city. What a sin. Another person clasped his hands together. How can the Uchiha clan produce such heartless madmen? That Uchiha Itachi killing his own clan wasn't enough, and now another Uchiha Tianti appears. Is he determined to kill everyone in the Land of Fire? Tell me, why did the first Hokage allow the Uchiha to join Konoha back then? Isn't that like inviting a wolf into the house? If you ask me, from the day Uchiha Madara defected, this clan should have been wiped out entirely. Keeping them until now, who suffers? That's right. My husband says people of the Uchiha clan are naturally messed up in the head. The more Sharingan they awaken, the crazier they become. Itachi awakened the Mangekyo and went mad. Tianti also awakened the Mangekyo and went mad. That's the curse of their clan. This inherently evil race deserves to be annihilated. Good riddance. But it wasn't thorough enough. Letting these remnants escape has made us live in constant fear. Even going out at night to buy soy sauce, we're afraid of being caught by Uchiha and having our eyes. Along the way, he encountered similar abuse and curses. Tianti's steps did not falter, nor did his expression change. Now Konoha was filled with nothing but voices denouncing the Uchiha. Through the deliberate guidance of the village's higher-ups, the Uchiha had become infamous. Clan-murdering psychopath, village-destroying, demon-traitorous villain. They were practically synonyms for evil. Everyone in the village wished to exterminate this wicked clan to the last. Konoha's propaganda machine operated at full force, portraying the Uchiha as the embodiment of innate evil and whitewashing the village's actions as a righteous housecleaning. Meanwhile, Danzo, the third Hokage, and others were cast as tragic heroes who made agonizing decisions under duress. The truth. It was insignificant before the torrent of public opinion. He continued forward, crossing several newly repaired streets and entering the southwestern district of Konoha. The streets here became wider, and the buildings on both sides were more solemn and imposing. In the distance, the faint sound of a bell echoed deep and long, reverberating through the twilight sky. His gaze passed through the row of pine trees at the end of the street and saw the direction of the memorial stone. A grand funeral was being held there. It was a massive collective memorial ceremony on a scale so vast that T, after living in Konoha for so many years, had never seen before. The square in front of the memorial stone was packed with countless ninjas, a dense crowd stretching from the monument to the tree-lined path at the edge of the square. All were dressed in black mourning clothes with white paper flowers on their chests trembling gently in the evening breeze. T slowed his steps and stopped under a ginkgo tree about 300 meters from the edge of the square. This position was far enough to draw no one's attention, yet close enough for him to observe every detail in the square. Before the memorial tablet, rows upon rows of spirit tablets stood in black characters on white backgrounds, densely packed, countless in number. And at the foremost central position among all the tablets, one black spirit tablet sat a full size larger than the others. That tablet was surrounded by white flowers with a thick layer of incense ash accumulated before it. The smoke curled upward, slowly spiraling in the lingering glow of the setting sun. The spirit tablet of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At the front stood Konoha's high-ranking officials. Shimura Danzo leaned on a crutch, his body wrapped in thick bandages, the single exposed eye filled with sorrow. Behind him stood the elite members of Root, in orderly rows, all in black uniforms and black masks like a row of silent stone statues. Konoha Year and Hamura Mitokado stood on either side of Danzo, their faces marked with deep grief. But no one noticed that Konoha Year's fingers were constantly twisting a string of prayer beads. The rhythm of the movement was too fast, not like prayer, more like a cover for inner anxiety and unease. Behind them were the elders and core members of the four great clans. Sarutobi Takeru stood at the front. This current head of the Sarutobi clan was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His eyes held an unmistakable utilitarianism, more like a politician who had spent half his life navigating the corridors of power than a true shinobi. The expression on his face was a facade of grief, but the light in his eyes never dimmed for a moment. The third Hokage was dead. How would the new power structure within the Sarutobi clan be reshuffled? That was the real question occupying his mind at this moment. Beyond the four great clans stood the other shinobi clans and ninjas of Konoha. The Hyuga family stood at the far left edge. Hyuga Hayashi stood expressionless in an inconspicuous spot, his white eyes revealing no emotion. Beside him stood his two daughters. Hyuga Hinata hid behind her father, her eyes redrimmed, whether from grief or nervousness. Hyuga Hanabi stood straight, already possessing a sharp aura despite her young age. Hyuga Tenjin of the main family stood 3 steps behind Hayashi, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Hayashi's back. Tenjin's lips moved slightly. In Hyuga Tenjin's gaze there was something impossible to conceal waiting. This was a signal representing the will of many shinobi clans. Tenjin's lips moved slightly. In Hyuga Tenjin's gaze there was something impossible to conceal waiting. This was a signal representing the will of many shinobi clans. Had made far more enemies than allies. Now that the third Hokage was dead, this seemingly sturdy edifice of power was already riddled with internal fissures eaten away from within. As long as the position of Hokage fell into other hands, everything would be different. Then the clans could rally behind a new Hokage, and the treatment and circumstances they would receive would never be the same as before. Just as Tenjin was gazing at the distant funeral, a black figure appeared silently behind him. Tenjin did not turn around. It was a clone identical to himself. A wood-release clone. The wood-release clone slowly merged into the original body, transforming into wooden fibers, leaving only a spatial storage ninjutsu scroll. Her remains. Finally obtained. Tenjin put away the spatial storage scroll and turned his gaze back to the distant funeral. Hiruzen Sarutobi was neither a good man nor a purely evil one. He might have once been a true hero among shinobi, but he was also a weak-willed man. He had sat in the Hokage seat for too long, perhaps so long that he no longer knew when he had started to forget his original aspirations. He possessed the greatest power and strength in the shinobi world, yet under the tide of the times, he chose compromise, choosing the path of his old friends and clansmen. Now he was dead, lying beneath the memorial tablet, surrounded by flowers and incense, mourned by countless people, inscribed with the title, Great Third Hokage. But the countless ninjas and clans sacrificed while he turned a blind eye. No one remembered them anymore. The Uchiha clan members buried by his incompetence and tacit approval, their bones dragged into Root by Danzo, their ancestral graves exhumed, and left unburied, cursed by the common folk of the Land of Fire as inherently evil demons. The Uchiha clan members buried by his incompetence and tacit approval, their bones dragged into root by Danzo, their ancestral graves exhumed, and left unburied, cursed by the... He cared nothing for these empty reputations. The names carved on stone for the dead, the tears shed before those stones by the living. All were utterly meaningless. When I ascend to the summit and stand above the heavens, great scholars shall come to debate for my Uchiha clan. The funeral's conclusion slowly faded into... The chanting of the ceremony dissipated in the wind, and the last lingering note of the bronze bell was swallowed by the evening breeze. Black mourning garments merged into a flowing darkness under the setting sun's afterglow. Everyone moved with deliberate quietness, as if afraid to disturb the spirits resting beneath this soil. Yet beneath those lowered eyelids not all was sorrow. A very few were plotting something, while others simply wondered what to eat for dinner. Danzo stood before the spirit tablet, slowly raising his head. Now the restoration of Konoha was largely complete. With money and power, many things became very simple. The Uchiha legacy combined with the daimyo's support made it easy for the already wealthy Konoha to rebuild the village, even to hold such a grand funeral immediately. The greatest impact of this disaster on Konoha was on Shimura Danzo himself. Not only had the elite of Roots suffered heavy casualties, but the Shimura clan had also faced devastating revenge. Danzo's heart was bleeding. But strangely today, Danzo felt no pain in his heart, only a hint of excitement and anticipation. On his bandaged face, his single eye blinked with effort, trying to squeeze out a few tears. The muscles around his eye socket twitched, but no matter how hard he tried, not a single drop of liquid flowed from that dry eye. So Danzo chose Hiruzen, my old partner. He buried his face in his sleeves, his shoulders heaving, and from between his fingers squeezed out a series of hoarse howls. My comrades, rest in peace. I will surely protect your will. Most ninjas, seeing Danzo's grief-stricken appearance, showed sympathy on their face, but the Root members standing behind Danzo remained motionless like a row of silent stone statues. They knew their leader too well. Danzo-sama's tears were more precious than a spring in the desert, because they simply did not exist. After letting out a few cries, Danzo slowly lowered his hands, took a deep breath, and turned to face the crowd in the square. His expression shifted in an instant from overwhelmed with grief to solemn determination. Leaning on his cane, Danzo walked step by step toward the makeshift podium in front of the memorial stone. Each step was heavy. The end of his cane struck the stone pavement, producing a crisp yet muffled sound. My fellow Konoha citizens. Danzo's voice was hoarse, carrying a deliberate solemnity. Standing on the podium, his single eye slowly swept across the crowd below. Today we gather here to bid farewell to the third Hokage and the countless victims who perished. His voice dropped low, laced with a forcibly suppressed tremor. Hiruzen. He was my old friend, my comrade, who fought alongside me for decades. Together we took over the flame of Konoha from the first and second Hokage, experienced 3 great ninja wars, and witnessed every step of Konoha's prosperity. He paused here, lifted his single eye to gaze toward the Hokage rock. Hiruzen, he left too soon. Danzo's voice suddenly rose as if shouting to the heavens. You never saw the day when Konoha would purge its traitors, never saw the day when the remnants of the Uchiha would be utterly annihilated, never saw the day when the Land of Fire would return to peace. The impassioned words echoed in the square for a few seconds before abruptly ceasing. From the crowd below, low sobbing began spreading like a contagion through the... Female ninjas pulled out handkerchiefs to wipe their eyes, while younger disciples wept uncontrollably. Whether Danzo's grief was real or feigned, their sorrow was genuine. Sensing that the atmosphere had been sufficiently cultivated, Danzo abruptly shifted his tone from grief to cold severity. But our Hokage is gone, and Konoha's enemies still live. They are burning and killing across the lands of the Land of Fire, slaughtering our ninjas in our cities and glaring at us from our borders. His cane struck the ground with a resounding thud. Uchiha Tenkai. That name is familiar to everyone here. Danzo's voice rose sharply, his single eye gleaming with cold light. This born demon has massacred countless of our strongholds in the Land of Fire and killed thousands of our comrades. The city of Crimson Flame was reduced to ashes overnight, and the mountains of Konoha ninja corpses in The city of Crimson Flame was reduced to ashes overnight, and the mountains of Konoha ninja corpses in Fiery Blaze City remain unburied. These are blood debts owed by the Uchiha remnants. The crowd stirred, some clenched fists, others gritted teeth, and a few had flames of anger burning in their eyes. Danzo's words struck precisely at the pain points of everyone present. Nearly everyone here was a ninja. All had lost friends or family in the recent attacks, and all harbored deep fear and hatred toward the Uchiha remnants. But that's not all. Danzo's voice grew even more intense, his single eye scanning the square as if unveiling a shocking conspiracy. According to the latest Root intelligence, the border forces of the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Water have been unusually active. The security of the Land of Fire, the survival of Konoha, and the homes of every one of you here face unprecedented threats. The crowd erupted completely. Panic and anger intertwined like boiling oil, and Danzo kept adding fuel to the fire. Even those clan members who had remained expressionless now exchanged uneasy glances. They could coldly watch the Uchiha remnants as a problem for the four great clans, but if other villages invaded it would threaten everyone's interests and safety. Satisfied with the crowd's reaction, Danzo took a slight breath and played his final card. His voice lowered, but every word was heavily emphasized. Konoha cannot be without a Hokage even for a day. The third has departed, the fourth fell long ago, and the position of the fifth cannot remain vacant. Surrounded by powerful enemies beset with internal and external troubles, Konoha needs someone to step up, unify command, consolidate strength, and lead us through this battle of survival. He paused his single eye, turning to the two elder advisors standing beside the memorial altar, Konoha Year and Hamura Mitokado. The entire crowd followed Danzo's gaze toward the two white-haired elders. Konoha Year and Hamura Mitokado exchanged a glance. They were the last remaining elders of Konoha, having witnessed every rise and fall of the village from the time of the first Hokage. They knew well what Danzo was scheming, and that he had long coveted the position of Hokage. But in the current situation, with the third Hokage's sudden death, the four great clans severely depleted, and the Uchiha remnants pressing ever closer, who else could hold the line besides Danzo? Though Danzo was cunning in terms of strength and capability, he was the only one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the third Hokage. After all, Danzo had once been a strong candidate for the third Hokage. Konoha Year spoke slowly, her voice aged and hoarse, yet carrying an imposing authority. Elder Danzo is right. At this critical moment of survival, Konoha must have someone to lead the overall situation. Elder Danzo has long served as the commander of Konoha's route, and as an advisor to the Hokage, he is most familiar with the village's defense and enemy intelligence. Hamura Mitokado and I both agree. She paused, her gaze shifting slightly away from Danzo out toward the crowd in the square. That momentary hesitation went almost unnoticed, but Danzo caught it. His single eye narrowed slightly, and the muscles beneath his bandages twitched. That Shimura Danzo shall temporarily serve as the acting fifth Hokage, fully responsible for Konoha's defense. Once the situation stabilizes, we will notify the daimyo to convene a Jonin assembly to formally decide the fifth Hokage. Acting. That word pierced Danzo's eardrums like a thorn. His expression remained unchanged, but the fingers gripping his cane tightened abruptly. Acting Hokage. Not the fifth Hokage, not a formal Kage, but a temporary replaceable acting position. All the elaborate groundwork he had laid, the decades of painstaking maneuvering and waiting. For all of this he was rewarded with only an acting role. Oh cruel heavens, why are you so unfair to me? I am clearly more capable than Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Danzo was Danzo. In an instant he suppressed the displeasure surging in his heart, and his bandaged face regained its calm. A chill gleam flickered in Danzo's solitary eye, then swiftly softened into a humble expression, even tinged with a hint of flattered surprise. He leaned forward, slightly bowing to the two elder advisors. I am deeply honored by your trust, advisors. I shall spare no effort to fulfill this heavy responsibility. After the Uchiha remnants are eradicated, the Jonin Council will deliberate on the appointment of the fifth Hokage. Oh, excellent. Acting Hokage-sama will surely lead Konoha to stability. We entrust our hopes to you. A chorus of voices echoed from the crowd. What Hiruzen Sarutobi achieved in his time, Danzo will surpass. Once I have taken the head of Uchiha Tensei, let me see who dares to utter a single word of what Hiruzen Sarutobi achieved in his time, Danzo will surpass. Once I have taken the head of Uchiha Tensei, let me see who dares to utter a single word of dissent in that Jonin Council. His gaze swept across the faces in the crowd. The anticipated opposition did not arise. Hayashi Hyuga stood expressionless on the far left, his Byakugan revealing no emotion, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Shikaku Narao remained as impassive as ever, hands tucked into his sleeves, not a single curve of his lips changing. Sum Inuzuka twitched the corner of her mouth slightly, but in the end she only let out a soft snort, so faint that only the Ninken behind her could hear. No one voiced opposition. Not because there were no objections, but because everyone knew that at this critical juncture opposing Danzo was utterly meaningless. The third Hokage's body was still warm. The military strength of the four great clans was entirely in Danzo's hands. The Anbu of Root lurked in every corner of Konoha, while the executioner's blade of Uchiha Tensei hung over everyone's heads. Who would dare to stick their neck out at such a moment? Even if they opposed, what good would it do? Would the Council of Elders listen? Silence was the most rational choice for the Konoha shinobi at this moment, but Danzo interpreted it as tacit consent and submission. A barely concealed gleam of triumph flickered in his solitary eye, the exhilarating release of an ambition suppressed for most of his life. Danzo stepped forward again, leaning on his cane, and stood at the forefront of the podium. The evening wind billowed his gray sleeves. He cleared his throat and spoke again, his voice now louder and more fervent. Since the advisors have entrusted me with this heavy burden, I shall announce my first order as the acting 5th Hokage. He raised his cane and pointed it straight toward the main gate of Konoha. The Uchiha clan, this inherently evil bloodline, is the root of all calamities. Decades ago, Uchiha Madara defected from Konoha, instigated the Battle of the Valley of the End, and caused the death of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. For years, the Uchiha have controlled Konoha's security, persecuting countless shinobi and villagers. And now, Uchiha Itachi massacred his entire clan, committing heinous crimes beyond imagination. Uchiha Tensai has been slaughtering cities and villages across the Land of Fire, killing our countless compatriots. They murdered the Hokage, rebelled against Konoha, destroyed the village, seized power, and committed countless blood-soaked atrocities. The second Hokage once warned that the Uchiha psyche is inherently flawed, but Konoha did not abandon them. The village accepted and understood them, hoping to reform them with love and understanding. But what was the result? My teacher, the second Hokage, was right. They are a clan born of evil. Danzo's voice thundered across the square, hammering into every angry heart. Roars of fury erupted from the crowd, converging from all directions like a brewing thunderstorm. Beasts born of evil. The Uchiha are the root of all evil. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Avenge our fallen comrades. As long as the Uchiha exist, Konoha will never know peace. Danzo spread his arms as if to embrace the tidal wave of rage. His voice rose again, now hoarse from excessive strain, yet every word still clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Yes, the Uchiha are the source of all evil. They betrayed Konoha's trust, tarnished the glory of the will of fire, and repaid the land that nurtured them with blood and slaughter. They are unworthy to be called shinobi, unworthy to be called human, even worse than beasts. Every day they live is an insult to the dead, a threat to Konoha, and a trampling of peace. He raised his cane high. I, the acting 5th Hokage Danzo Shimura, hereby swear before all Konoha shinobi and the spirits of the departed. His voice reached its peak, imbued with a maddening fervor. The crowd below was completely ignited. Waves of furious roars rose one after another. Countless fists thrust into the air, countless faces twisted with rage, countless eyes burning with the same fire as Danzo's. Those who had lost comrades in the war, those who could not sleep at night for fear of Uchiha Tensei's name, those who had been demonizing the Uchiha under the relentless bombardment of propaganda. They had found a unified outlet, a sanctioned reason to hate and to kill. Danzo raised a hand to press down, and the boiling crowd grabbed. Konoha will mobilize all its forces to launch a full-scale extermination campaign against every Uchiha remnant. Regardless of life or death, regardless of means, regardless of cost. We will use their blood, their heads, to console the souls of all the fallen. With our actions we declare. His voice reached its zenith, every word like molten lava erupting from the depths of his chest. Those who dare to harm Konoha will be punished no matter how far they flee. Konoha declares total war against the Uchiha. Bang! The cane slammed down heavily onto the stone floor, sending fragments flying. The sound struck the square like a giant hammer, crushing all noise into a brief silence. Then a volcano erupted. Destroy the demons. Kill. War. Avenge the third Hokage. Slay all evil Uchiha. Long live Danzo-sama, the son of Konoha. Countless voices converged, countless fists rose like a forest of fury. The dark mass of the crowd below was like a powder keg ignited. No one thought about the truth anymore. No one wondered why a clan that once stood alongside the Senju to found Konoha had come to this. Only a few members of the ninja clans remained silent, hidden among the clamorous crowd. Danzo stood on the podium, looking down at the sea of rage he had ignited. The last ray of sunset fell on his bandaged profile, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. But the next moment that smile froze. At some point an enormous shadow had already enveloped him. The roaring shouts of the Muyi ninjas had not yet subsided, and the ninjas kneeling before the memorial tablets had not yet wiped the tears from their faces. Then a shadow descended from the sky. At first it was merely an unusual patch of darkness sweeping across the ground. Several ninjas with keen perception instinctively looked up, and their pupils suddenly contracted, their mouths opened, but no sound emerged. More people noticed their strange behavior, followed their gaze upward, and then one by one, like a contagion of statues, they froze in place. Fear spread across the entire venue in an instant. Above the Muyi cemetery, beneath the clouds, something was coalescing. It was a blurry golden halo, and then that halo began to expand and stretch rapidly. The radiance of chakra pierced the twilight, dyeing the entire sky into a strange golden hue. Massive ribs emerged from the void one after another, and then golden chakra like a living entity coiled around the bones, weaving layers of tendons and fibers. A visible shockwave of chakra radiated from the giant, sweeping across the surroundings. The tiles of the houses were lifted, the branches of the trees were cleanly severed, and the people in the square felt their knees buckle under the invisible pressure. Countless people experienced the same instinctive shudder at the same moment. It was the fear etched deepest in the genes, the kind that arises only when humans face a natural disaster. A voice emerged from the crowd, not loud, trembling slightly. "That is Suzwenung." The whisper instantly triggered a chain reaction. Panic spread visibly through the crowd, and the ninjas in the front row subconsciously took a step back. Even the highly trained Umbu members instinctively assumed combat stances. Tuansong reacted faster than anyone. His single eye locked onto the dazzling golden light in midair the moment Suzwenung, who began to coalesce, and his pupils contracted sharply. At the same time, a roar erupted from the direction of Suzwenung, who, "Ayujibwa, accept the challenge." The sound was like a thunderclap shaking the entire Muyi village. Tuansong did not wait for the echo of the roar to fade. He slammed his black cane hard against the ground, and the wooden staff, unable to bear the force, cracked with a snap and split into two. Tuansong casually discarded the broken cane. Before the sound of it hitting the ground could reach his command, had already resounded across the square: "Enemy attack. Everyone defend." The first military order from the acting Hokage instantly ignited a blaze of passion across the venue. The crowd, frozen by fear, sprang to life, not that they regained their reason, but that the will of fire was ignited, and their well-trained muscle memory took over their bodies. Tuansong's single eye stared fixedly at the golden giant in midair, his expression under the bandages a mixture of anger, excitement, and an almost pathological Suzwenung, who completed its final coalescence amidst the terror of everyone. Tianti stood at the core of Suzwenung, who, his hands crossed over his chest, his black robe wildly flapping in the chakra storm. The hood had been blown off, and his black hair danced wildly behind him. His face was cold and chiseled, and the light in his Wan Hua Tong Xiaolin Yin grew brighter and brighter, almost spilling out of his eyes. Tuansong. The right hand of Suzwenung, who rose, and a massive chakra blade traced an arc through the twilight. Where the blade passed, the air was compressed into visible white waves rolling to both sides, producing a piercing sonic boom. Everything happened too fast. From the arrival of the calamity to the fall of the attack, only a few breaths passed. In the square, Tuansong's single eye bulged to its limit. Engaged. Tuansong's roar exploded almost at the same moment Suzwenung, who began to swing its blade. His reaction was undeniably fast, his judgment undeniably accurate. The Earth-released ninjas present almost instinctually performed hand seals simultaneously, and dozens of earth walls rose from the square ground. In an instant they piled up into a fortress of earth and stone over 10 meters thick. The water-released ninjas followed closely, and a blue water curtain flowed rapidly over the rock wall, attempting to neutralize the impact with softness. Yet when that chakra blade truly fell, all defenses appeared so pale and feeble. Boom. The moment the blade landed, the earth leaped. The entire square ground exploded outward from the round platform as the center. Gravel and soil, broken stone slabs, and shattered memorial tablets were swept into the air by the shockwave. Cracks extended from the platform to both ends of the square. Bang! A thick cloud of dust surged into the sky, and countless weaker ninjas were flung away by the blast. In an instant, a large number were dead or wounded, and agonizing screams filled the air. Kaiten, Hakusho Kusho. The dust was blown away by chakra. Various defensive measures appeared on the shattered ground, a dark swarm of insects, solid chakra barriers, massive summoning shields, and so on. All stood firm on the battlefield. But the expected fierce counterattack did not erupt. Many turned and ran toward the severely wounded ninjas, while others shouted various slogans and disappeared into the dust. Spread out. Someone is seriously injured here. Hold on, I'll take you for treatment. Enemy attack. Notify the whole village. The scene was chaotic and busy. In the confusion, no one noticed anything unusual. With a crash, Suzwenung, who pulled out its giant sword, bringing up a large chunk of earth and rock. Protect the lords. A shower of kunai wrapped with explosive tags flew towards Suzwenung, who in bursts of fire erupted. 5 or 6 masked ninjas, undaunted by death, leaped directly at Tianti to launch their jutsu. Bang! Suzwenung, who ignored the explosive attacks and backhandedly swatted several ninjas who had rushed forward. Tianti did not look at the wailing ninjas around him. His pair of Xiaolin Yin scanned through the dust, searching for something. That strike had caused enough destruction and casualties, but at the most critical position it had been blocked for a moment by dozens of defensive jutsu. Summoning technique. Poof. At that moment a cloud of white smoke dispersed, and a huge long-nosed monster charged out, slamming into Suzwenung. That was the legendary creature Mangmo. Tuansang's figure appeared atop the long-nosed monster. Yujibwa Tian T, you have come seeking death. Very well, I will take your eyes now. Tian T snorted coldly with you. Bang! Bang! Suzua Ning, who swung its arm repeatedly, driving back Tuansang's summoned beast. Just as it was about to raise its sword to slay it, two massive golden chakra chains shot up into the sky, radiating a powerful sealing force. With a clatter, the chains wrapped around Suzua Ning's arm and waist in the blink of an eye. This is the bloodline power of the Xian Luo clan. Tian Tiz Xielin Yin focused, tracing the chakra chains to their source. An old woman was kneeling on one knee before a massive unrolled scroll, and the golden chakra chains extended from that huge scroll. Zhuanqin Xiaochun. Tian Tiz Sharingan pierced through the smoke and dust, locking onto the old woman kneeling before the enormous scroll. Her hands clasped together, chakra surged like a tide from her withered fingertips into the scroll, where densely packed incantation characters were glowing. That was the bloodline power of the Whirlpool clan, adamantine sealing chains. Golden chakra chains shot out from the scroll like two living pythons, tightly coiling around the arms and waist of Susanoo. Every link of the chains was imbued with sealing power. The moment they touched Susanoo, they blazed with dazzling light, furiously suppressing the chakra structure. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Tian Tiz's mouth. The power of the Whirlpool clan, I see. Is this one of the benefits you gained from the annihilation of the Whirlpool clan? You. Zhuanqin Xiaochun suddenly lifted her head, a grimace of distortion flashing across her wrinkled face. She shouted sharply, whisper of the demon. This is the legacy Lady Shu who left to Konoha. Legacy. Tian T savored these two words, unbridled sarcasm surging in his Mangekyo Sharingan. The legacy left by Whirlpool Shuehu. Why wasn't it given to her own clan? When the Whirlpool nation was destroyed, where were the reinforcements? When the Whirlpool clan was massacred, why didn't this legacy protect them? Whoosh. Susanoo's other arm swung out, smashing a group of charging ninjas into a bloody mist. Yet the ninjas' attacks could not breach Susanoo's defense in the slightest. Whirlpool Shuehu. She was the supreme powerhouse of Konoha. Her vitality rivaled that of Qinsho Zhujian. Her Kagura mind's eye perceived all things, and her chakra was even more vast than the Nine Tails. The complete Nine Tails was like a pet in her hands. She could freely control its chakra. She was truly the strongest in Konoha besides Ban and Zhujian, a being before whom even Qinsho Feijian. Zhuanqin Xiaochun's face turned pale. Her lips quivered a few times, but failed to produce a sound. Enough. Tuanzang's angry roar cut off this war of words. He stood atop the Baku, his robes wildly dancing in the chakra storm, murderous intent spilling from his single eye. You inherently evil brat, all you know is the sharpness of your tongue. Bang! Susanoo forcibly raised its sword, the golden chakra and sealing chains grating violently against each other, emitting a piercing metallic shriek. The incantation characters on the chains flickered madly, attempting to suppress Susanoo's power, but Tian Tiz's chakra reserves far exceeded Zhuanqin Xiaochun's endurance limit. The chains began to show fine cracks. Cold sweat beaded on Zhuanqin Xiaochun's forehead, her withered fingers trembling violently over the scroll. Huh. A trivial trick. Does it have even a tenth of Shuehu's power? Don't even think about it. Tuanzang's roar exploded, and he waved his sleeve. Attack. The moment his words fell, chakra light blazed from all directions. Don't even think about it. Tuanzang's roar exploded, and he waved his sleeve. Attack. The moment his words fell, chakra light blazed from all directions simultaneously. Dozens of elite ninjas emerged from the smoke, their positions precisely forming a massive circular formation around Susanoo. All of them performed hand seals simultaneously, each movement perfectly synchronized like a mirror image. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless shuriken flew from their hands, trailing dense arcs in the twilight, spinning madly around Susanoo like iron filings attracted by a magnet. The tails of the shuriken were all tied with extremely thin chakra wires. Those wires interwove at high speed into an impenetrable giant. Tian T turned his head to scan the surrounding rain of rotating projectiles, and just as he prepared to launch an attack, Susanoo suddenly halted. In just a moment of pause, countless chakra wires had already coiled in from all directions. The chakra nature attached to the wires was extremely special, wrapping layer upon layer, like vines, strand after strand, coil after coil. In an instant, countless strands bound Susanoo. Crack, crack, crack. Susanoo's armor emitted a harsh screech. Tian T discovered with astonishment that those chakra wires were actually absorbing Susanoo's chakra to strengthen themselves, tightening more and more, forming a self-reinforcing vicious cycle. His Sharingan rotated slightly, sweeping over the winding paths of the wires, the positions of the ninjas, and the enormous spell formation on the ground. I see. The shuriken and wires were just a setup. The real sealing technique was the spell formation under the feet of those elite ninjas. Every single ninja was a node of the formation, their chakra connected through the wires, converging all their power into a complete sealing system. Sealing technique, 1,000 pulling, 10,000 threads binding. Dozens of ninjas shouted in unison, the sound waves shaking the ground. Roar! Tuanzong rode the Baku, striding forward, each step of the long-nosed beast cracking the earth. The battlefield shook as the earth quaked, the Baku's long trunk raised high, emitting a deafening roar. Tuanzong stood atop the Baku, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Did you think we were unprepared? That we would fall into the same trap twice? His voice was as cold as winter iron, his single eye gleaming with sinister light. Don't underestimate me, you inherently evil brat. Honed by Zhuanxin Xiaochun's golden chakra chains and countless chakra wires, they pressed down on Susanoo like a mountain. The chains locked Susanoo's arms and torso from the front, while the wires wrapped around every joint and every inch of armor from all directions. The two sealing systems coordinated and reinforced each other, forming a cage that even Susanoo could not easily break free from for the moment. Zhuanxin Xiaochun's breath was rapid and heavy, cold sweat on her forehead forming streams, yet her hands still pressed firmly on the scroll, refusing to loose. The faces of the elite ninjas were also flushed red from exertion. Maintaining such a high-level sealing technique consumed their chakra enormously as well. But they held on. They had truly managed to temporarily suppress this golden war god that had turned Konoha upside down. Seeing this, the curve of Tuanzang's smile deepened. Brat, your Susanoo is still too green. Do you think you're Uzibo-ban? He paused, a sickly greed flashing in his single eye, his gaze fixed on the pair of crimson Mangekyo Sharingan within Susanoo. When you die, those eyes will be mine. In the distance, Rishiang Rizu and Yunu Jiwei gazed at the terrifying battlefield. Seeing Susanoo temporarily suppressed, their hearts skipped a beat. Yunu Jiwei's face changed. Did they have arrangements and preparations in place? What should we do, Rizu? If we continue to stand by, won't it give Tuanzong a chance and a handle to deal with us later? Rizu was silent for a moment, then spoke gravely. What are you talking about? When did we ever stand by? What casualties did the attack just now cause? We are rescuing the wounded. We are organizing evacuation. We are protecting Konoha. Yunu Jiwei froze for a moment. Hinata Rizu continued to raise his voice, making sure many nearby ninja could hear. Trust Lord Tuanzang, he is the acting Hokage. Oh, for the will of fire, speed up the rescue and raise the alarm. Yunu Jiwei reacted. War is coming, act quickly. We must do our utmost to repel the enemy and protect the villagers. Outside Konoha, in the shadow of the dense forest, the sun had completely sunk below the ridge line, and the last trace of twilight was swallowed by the crescent moon had not yet risen, and the world should have been plunged into darkness. But at that moment, a golden radiance burst from the sky above Konoha like a second sun igniting in the night. All the lurking Uzibo elites raised their heads at the same instant. The light pierced through the gaps in the canopy, illuminating the surging crimson in every pair of Xiaolunyan. The time has come. Kiahua flashed to the front of the group, his Wanhuating Xiaolunyan glowing astonishingly in the golden light. He turned around, facing dozens of Uzibo ninja, who had long been ready, a ferocious grin twisting his lips. Clan members. Fight! Yes! Dozens of Xiaolunyan lit up simultaneously, the crimson glow forming a continuous sea in the dense forest. No unnecessary words, no pre-battle rallying, everyone shot out according to their pre-assigned tasks. Like dozens of arrows loosed from the bowstring, they dove straight toward Konoha from different directions. And at almost the same moment, several groups of bounty hunters and rogue organizations launched attacks on key strongholds near Konoha. They were all desperados who had taken on high commission tasks in the black market. Boom. In a large town where the Yuanfei and Jitsuan clans gathered, figures in red clouds and black robes suddenly descended, and with a wave of a hand, an entire street was directly blasted apart. Who are you? How dare you attack us? We are Konoha ninja. We take money and solve problems. Who we are is not important. Main battlefield, Konoha Cemetery. Shuzhua Ninghu was double suppressed by Qianin Wan Sifu and Jin Gang Fengsaw, with cracks spreading all over its golden armor, extending from the chest to the limbs, from the shoulder blades to the Tiango mask. Chakra fragments continuously peeled off from the cracks, dissipating into tiny specks of light in midair. Zhuanxin Xiaochun knelt before the scroll, veins bulging on her forehead, sweat dripping from her graying temples. The elite ninja's hands maintaining the hand seals had begun to tremble uncontrollably, but no one let go. They felt they were about to win. Tuanzang stood atop the Meng Mo, the light of excitement in his single eye growing more intense. He saw that the right arm of Shuzhua Ninghu already had a huge crack running from the wrist through the elbow, saw Tianta's body slightly hunched inside Shuzhua Ninghu, and saw that the light in that pair of Wanhuating Xiaolunyan had dimmed somewhat. Just a little more, just the last bit. Put in more effort. Tuanzang's voice held an irrepressible ecstasy. His chakra can't hold out. Today I will personally. His words were cut short. A miserable cry came from behind the formation. The voice was hoarse and piercing, filled with disbelief and agony, like an old crow stabbed through the throat. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads toward the sound. Zhuanqin Xiaochun was still kneeling in place, her posture unchanged, her hands still maintaining the action of pressing on the scroll. But on her chest there was an extra blade. The tip of the knife protruded from her chest, carrying bits of flesh and blood gleaming with a cold, icy light. Blood gushed out along the blood groove of the blade, dyeing her advisor's robe red, dyeing the scroll beneath her knees. Her lips quivered violently, as if she wanted to say something, but only blood bubbles emerged from the corners of her mouth. The handle was gripped in a hand. The owner of that hand stood behind her, his black robe fluttering slightly in the chakra storm. It was Tianyi. Old bastards, you sure can live long. Tian, his voice was not loud, but in this suddenly dead silent battlefield, every word clearly reached every. From the first to the fifth Hokage, you've held power for decades, gnawing at the village, unwilling to yield even a bit to the younger generation. Zhuanqin Xiaochun finally snapped out of shock, the excruciating pain twisting her aged face into a grimace. Her hands lifted from the scroll, flipping to form hand seals at a bizarre angle, chakra condensing into a violent whirlpool in her palms. Innately evil brat died. Tianyi gave her no chance to counter. The long knife suddenly pulled sideways and slashed diagonally, cutting off half her body along with the arm that was forming seals. Red and white matter splattered all over, staining the soil, staining the trouser legs of several root ninja nearby. Zhuanqin Xiaochun's aged eyes bulged wide, her lips still moving, but she could no longer make any sound. Stop! Tuanzang's roar exploded across the square, but it was too late. His single eye bulged as he watched Zhuanqin Xiaochun's mutilated corpse fall to the ground, her fingers twitching twice before falling silent. Tuanzang whirled around to look at the crumbling Shuzhua Nenghu, then at Tianyi standing beside Zhuanqin Xiaochun's corpse, his teeth grinding audibly. Damn it! Set up a clone in advance. Tianyi casually flicked the blood off the long knife. The droplets of blood traced an arc in the air, splattering on the ground into a string of dark red spots. He didn't look at the corpse on the ground, but raised his eyes to gaze at Tuanzang, standing atop the Mengmo. Not understanding the gap in power, you dare challenge the third power of the Uzibo. My intelligence surpasses yours, you have no chance of victory. Tuanzang's face was as gloomy as if it could drip water. His single eye stared fixedly at Tianyi, his pupils churning with anger and unwillingness and a hint of wariness that even he himself was unwilling to admit. He had originally thought that by mastering Tianyi's intelligence he could capture this fiend in the setup, but he never expected him to be this powerful. No wonder he could topple Konoha and kill the third Hokage. But in less than 2 seconds, that trace of wariness in Tuanzang's eyes was overtaken by a more intense killing intent. Don't be afraid. His Shuzhua Nenghu is already finished, give me. However, before he could finish his words, a change occurred. Tianyi's Wanhuating Xiaolunyan suddenly hardened. Guqi Mingzhao. Clang. A surge of powerful dojutsu poured out, instantly erasing the Jingang Fengsuo that had lost Zhuanqin Xiaochun's control. Bang, bang, bang. The golden Shuzhua Nenghu straightened its wargod-like body, the countless chakra wires snapping. No, not good. The seal is breaking. At the same time, crash. A second Shuzhua Nenghu instantly rose from the ground, activated to its third form. Tianyi's cold voice rang out. These are the elites your 4 clans painstakingly selected, aren't they? I wonder if all of them die here. Tianyi's cold voice rang out. These are the elites. Boom. As the second Susanoo erupted from the ground, the entire floor of the ceiling array blasted apart. The Susanoo blazed with golden chakra flames, its arms gripping a great sword likewise engulfed in flames. 2 Susanoo, one ahead and one behind, one left and one right, sandwiched all the elite ninjas of the ceiling array within their attack range. 2 Susanoo. How can his chakra be so formidable? Before screams could even escape, the 2 great swords fell simultaneously. The Susanoo in the east swept its sword in a horizontal arc, cleaving 5 or 6 root ninjas, maintaining the 1,000-pole myriad thread, binding along with the technique arrays beneath their feet into minced flesh. The Susanoo from the other direction lifted its foot and stomped down, crushing the ceiling squad, led by Zhuanqin Xiaochun, into bloody pulp. The scroll bearing the adamantine ceiling chains turned to ashes in the chakra flames. Within a few breaths, over half of the dozens of elite ninjas were dead or wounded. The survivors scattered in all directions, and the formation collapsed completely. Fear finally flickered in Danzo's single eye. He rode the Baku as it retreated hastily, his hands forming seals in a frenzy. The long-nosed beast roared and whipped its trunk like a giant python, coiling toward the main Susanoo of Tianyi. Tianyi did not even turn his head. The main Susanoo struck back with a single sword thrust, the chakra greatsword entering through the Baku's mouth and exiting through the back of its neck. Roar! The Baku let out a short mournful cry as its massive body burst into a cloud of white mist midair, the summoning technique forcibly dispelled. Danzo fell from the white mist, landing awkwardly among the ruins. Just then the Leaf's ninja forces finally completed their assembly under the command of the High Command. Countless ninjas shuttled through the streets and alleys, converging endlessly toward the battlefield. Fast ninjas tie them down. Everyone focus on defense cover and rescuing the wounded. The Susanoo cannot be challenged hidden, but it consumes considerable stamina and chakra. Wear it down. Ceiling and barrier squads look for an opportunity. The orders from headquarters were precise and ruthless. The Leaf ninjas regrouped into formation and hundreds of ninjutsu rained down from all directions upon the two Susanoo. Though unable to pierce the Susanoo's defense, the dense attacks did slow Tian's advance. Tian paid no heed, maneuvering the Susanoo to slaughter the last batch of elite from the 4 clans. Uchiha Tian, I will kill you. Just then a grief-stricken, furious voice rang out. A red figure shot through the smoke toward Tian. The woman was Shiri Hong, a Leaf Jonin. Hong, don't act recklessly alone. Tian did not even spare her a glance. The Susanoo casually swung its arm. Bang! Shiri Hong was blasted into a blood mist midair. Moi! In the next instant the blood mist scattered into countless pink petals. Damn it, hurry up and support Jonin Hong. But it was already too late. The Susanoo thrust its sword into the void. Blood burst from the empty space as Shiri Hong materialized, her body pierced clean through. Tian's Mangekyo Sharingan was as cold as snow, showing off Jinjutsu before me. Shiri Hong shuddered, her breath fading clearly beyond saving. Pay back Isama's life. The Susanoo shook its blade, and Shiri Hong's body split apart. Ruthless. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks from the surrounding ninjas descended once more, but the Susanoo blocked them all with its arm. Over there. Boom. The Susanoo spun on the spot, crushing a remaining 3-story building underfoot, and charged straight toward the direction Danzo had retreated. The Leaf ninjas in its path were sent flying by the greatsword, crushed underfoot, or burned to ashes by chakra flames. No one could stop the Golden Giant's advance. Danzo was caught. Still a little short. Notify combat units to engage fully. Bang! Before Danzo could finish, the Susanoo's enormous foot descended from the sky, like a meteor, smashing into him. His body twisted and ruptured under the immense force, crushed deep into the earth with blood and mangled flesh seeping from the edges of the Susanoo's soul. Lord Danzo. A few nearby root ninjas let out desperate screams. Yet a strange thing happened. Danzo's shattered body, including the blood splatter, began to dissipate like dreamlike bubbles. Not decay, not evaporation, an eerily silent fading. At the same moment, atop the ruins dozens of meters behind Tian, a perfectly intact figure emerged from the void. Danzo stood there, his robes clean, his bandages as fresh as new. His hands had already finished forming seals. Wind release, super vacuum serial waves. Several high-pressure wind blades like razors shot from Danzo's mouth, shrieking as they tore through the air toward Tian's back. This was his strongest wind technique, enough to cut through steel fortresses. Yet before the wind blades had traveled a few meters, a golden fist came crashing down. The Susanoo had turned around without warning, its Tengu-like mask looming over Danzo, the golden light in its eye sockets like the gaze of death. Impossible. You. Danzo's single eye widened in disbelief. His technique was instantaneous, his position was a blind spot, the timing was the moment of least vigilance after Tian had crushed him. But Tian seemed to have known all along that he would appear there. The Susanoo's fist slammed down without hesitation. Danzo's body was once again crushed into a meat pancake, blood splattering everywhere. Yet after only a few breaths, the blood and flesh faded like dreamlike bubbles once more. Danzo appeared intact on the roof of a damaged building several dozen meters away, his face slightly pale. You shouldn't know about my technique. His voice was hoarse, his single eye churning with incredulous wariness. Tian did not pursue. Standing within the Susanoo, he crossed his arms over his chest, his Mangekyo Sharingan rotating slightly. In the distance, Leaf ninjas were locked in fierce battle with the wood clones. Susanoo, the sound of shouts and explosions, rising and falling firelight reddening how. Tian withdrew his gaze and fixed it on Danzo. His expression was calm, a calm that chilled Danzo's spine more than any rage. Your technique? Tian spoke, his voice not loud, but piercing through all the clamor of the battlefield. That is the Uchiha's technique. Danzo's pupils contracted sharply. Boom. The great battle erupted across the newly rebuilt Leaf village. Tian manipulated both Susanoo to attack simultaneously. One continued to occupy the Leaf ninja forces, while the other, with the force of thunder, hurtled straight toward Danzo. Danzo turned and fled, weaving through the ruins, gathering all root ninjas still capable of fighting along the way, trying to buy a respite with numerical advantage. But Tian would grant him no respite. The Susanoo brandished its chakra greatsword rampaging through the streets of the new village. Every swing of the sword brought a rain of blood. Every step crushed a building. Fire and wind techniques rained from all directions, but were all deflected by the Susanoo's armor. Danzo fought as he retreated. His guards grew fewer and fewer while Tian's assault grew fiercer and fiercer. Izanagi. That's the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. You seem to wield it quite adeptly. Tian's voice emerged from within the Susanoo dripping with cold sarcasm. But since they're not your own eyes, you can only use it for 1 minute each time, right? How many more times can you die with those eyes on your arm? Danzo's heart shuddered. How could this inherently evil brat know such a thing? He shouldn't. Unless. Danzo suddenly recalled Tian's earlier words, "My intelligence surpasses yours." It seemed no empty boast. He truly knew. Bang. The Susanoo's giant blade fell once more. Danzo rolled away in a desperate dodge, but the shockwave still flung him against a crumbling wall. He struggled to his feet, blood spilling from his mouth. The bandages on his right arm completely unraveled, revealing the row of Sharingan embedded in his flesh. Standing within the Susanoo, Tian looked down at Danzo's figure scrambling from the rubble. He did not pursue immediately, but turned his gaze slightly toward the distant Hokage rock. The four faces remained jaggedly embedded in the cliff, the third Hokage's statue half shaved off, the remaining half gleaming pallidly under the moonlight. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Tonight he would not take Danzo's life, but would further destroy the four great clans. Just as they had treated the Uchiha. Rumble. In the distance, a massive mushroom cloud rose. Tian's other Susanoo had fallen under the relentless assault of the ninja forces. Yet Tian paid it little heed, merely a clone of Shadow. When the newly appointed clan leader of the Sarutobi arrived with hundreds of ninjas, the battlefield was already a scene of devastation. The golden light of the Susanoo shone like a beacon in the night, drawing all eyes. Yuan Fei Tsuli, the man newly thrust into the clan leader's position, stood atop the ruins and waved his hand. Everyone of the Sarutobi clan, follow me. Yes. Fire release, great flame technique. Hundreds of Sarutobi ninjas weaved hand seals simultaneously, their fire release chakra merging into a sea of flame under the night sky. Meanwhile, Danzo, along with the remnants of the clans and root ninjas, executed wind release techniques. The wind fanned the fire, and the fire rode the wind. The two forces fused into a sweeping storm of flames that engulfed the entire battlefield. The golden radiance of the Susanoo was swallowed by the fire, replaced by a blinding crimson that became the sole color on the battlefield. "Ha, serves you right." A young special jonin beside Yuan Fei Tsuli was filled with excitement, his voice piercing through the roar of flames. "Inherently evil Uchiha, don't underestimate our will of fire." He really thought he was invincible, challenging our 1,000-strong ninja force alone. Finally, is he done? The Konoha ninjas erupted into thunderous cheers. Yet the cheers lasted barely 3 seconds. Within the flames, a golden silhouette slowly emerged. First the Tengu mask, then the shoulder armor, then the entire form of the Susanoo. It emerged from the sea of fire, flames licking its armor like water. The golden Susanoo strode slowly from the inferno like an ancient god of war. Tian stood within its forehead, his black robe fluttering in the heat, his skin burned by the intense heat instantly healing. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "I've been waiting for you. Saves me the trouble of hunting you all over the map." The smiles on Yuan Fei Tsuli and his men froze. Tian's relentless pursuit of Danzo was never about taking his life. Danzo was the acting Hokage, the highest commander of the four great clans. By chasing him, he would continuously summon reinforcements. And as long as the elite ninjas of the four great clans came in waves to support Tian wouldn't need to hunt them across the land of fire. They would deliver themselves to him, gathered together, making it convenient for him to eliminate them all at once. And once too many elite ninjas of a clan died, destroying that clan became much simpler with far less cost. Danzo was never the prey from the start. He was the bait. And Yuan Fei Tsuli, leading over 300 clansmen, had eagerly splash. Tian weaved hand seals chakra, erupting from his body like a tsunami. 6 figures split from his back. 6 would release clones shot forth in all directions, each carrying chakra identical to the original. 6 golden pillars of light shot into the sky, exploding into 6 Susanoo, including the original 7 golden giants, stood on the battlefield, encircling the hundreds of ninjas brought by Yuan Fei Tsuli and Danzo's remnants. 7 massive chakra blades were raised simultaneously. Then they fell together. Rumble. The ground shattered into 8 pieces under the 7 strikes, and the shockwave flattened all structures within hundreds of meters. The Sarutobi clan ninjas, unable to scatter in time, were swallowed by the blade light. Their defensive formations were like paper before the Susanoo. The reinforcements from the Mitarashi and Uchiha clans, arriving without even seeing the enemy's direction, were flung away by the shockwave. Scatter. Quickly scat. Yuan Fei Tsuli screamed hoarsely, but no one heeded his command, for everyone was already fleeing for their lives. Their fire released their great flame techniques, their vaunted will of fire. Before the seven Susanoo, they amounted to less than a single spark. Bang! Rumble! A brutal slaughter unfolded, blood and fire igniting the rage of Konoha's ninjas who charged the Susanoo in waves heedless of death. No sooner had Tian-Ti slain most of the four clans' members than more Konoha ninjas arrived. Various techniques clashed with the Susanoo's attacks, plunging the newly rebuilt village once again into destructive war. Countless cries of anguish rose amid the flames, from ninjas and civilians who had failed to evacuate. A group of civilians fled to the edge of the battlefield, their faces etched with terror. What's happening to Konoha? Run, run. This village is cursed. They'll never come to Konoha again. Yet they could not escape. A massive curtain of chakra light rose into the sky. Ninja Art 5 Seal Barrier. The barrier prepared by Konoha was deployed. Tian-Ti cut down a group of ninjas with a single slash and looked up at the barrier rising around him. He showed no panic. This was expected. With Konoha's abundant resources and battle readiness, how could they lack contingency plans? Over 1,000 ninjas flooded into the barrier, various units coordinating with the barrier team to besiege Tian-Ti and his clones. Tian-Ti consolidated his lines, 5 or 6 Susanoo working in concert, mercilessly reaping Konoha's ninjas. Kill. The will of fire burns eternal. 7 or 8 ninjas, their bodies covered with high-quality explosive tags, roared as they charged toward a Susanoo. Bang, 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 bang. The clone Susanoo staggered under the bombardment, and the barrier team seized the opportunity to spread a massive sealing barrier over. Boom. Tian-Ti struck with all his might, cutting down dozens of ninjas along with his own clone. As the war raged on, fierce battles erupted simultaneously in other parts of Mai. A full-scale war had already unfolded. My intelligence department building. This was one of Mui's nerve centers, housing the archives of all the village's ninja mission records, cipher teams, and intelligence analysis groups. The Umbu ninja guarding here had just received a distress signal from the main battlefield, and were hesitating whether to dispatch reinforcements when the alarm barrier on the rooftop exploded with a bang. Dozens of Sharingan gleamed from the darkness. Clang. Uziquin Douha struck first, his invisible ocular power surging into the building like a tsunami. The Umbu ninja on both sides of the corridor froze simultaneously, Sharingan patterns appearing in their eyes, then they fell in unison. The Uziquin ninja stepped over their bodies and descended the stairs, looting all scrolls and equipment in their path. My first shelter. The heavy steel door, bombarded by detonating tags more than a dozen times, finally twisted and collapsed with a loud crash. The civilians behind the door let out desperate screams. Uziquin Zhong led several clan members into the shelter and engaged the guard ninja in fierce combat. My forbidden technique archives. This was one of Mui's most heavily guarded locations, with layers of sealing formulas and elite, but at this moment most of the elite here had been dispatched to reinforce the main battlefield. The warehouse of Mui's strategic supplies and funds. This was Mui's newly built underground warehouse, storing vast amounts of supplies. The guard ninja resisted desperately, but Uziquin Yan's great fire annihilation turned the entire warehouse entrance into molten lava. When the Uziquin ninja withdrew with bulging ceiling scrolls, only charred shelves and ashes remained. Move faster, the 4 great clans' warehouses are still waiting for us. Meanwhile, at Mui's rear mountain, away from the clamor of the main battlefield, the dense forest was exceptionally silent in the night. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patches on the ground. Tiahua stood on a branch of an ancient tree, his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating, fixed on the seemingly ordinary rock face ahead. Behind him, a dozen Uziquin elites held their breath, waiting for orders. They had stood before the rock face for a full 5 minutes, not out of hesitation, but because Tiahua was confirming the structure of the sealing formulas on the rock face, the exact location of the entrance, and the number of chakra fluctuations inside the root base. Just as I expected, Taihuo's lips curled into a smile that held no warmth. They had deliberately let several groups of root ninja heading to my pass by all to trace the. This was the main target of the war. Tiahua drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and the power of his Mangekyo began to concentrate. Move quickly. Kill everyone inside, no survivors. Find the bodies of our clansmen. Bring them all home. Yes. Dozens of Sharingan lit up simultaneously. Tiahua hurled the kunai in his hand, the blade tip, wrapped in ocular power, precisely piercing the core node of the sealing formula on the rock face. This was the power of time erosion. The sealing formula rapidly dimmed in an instant, then shattered like broken glass, disintegrating inch by inch. Bang! The rock face split open with a roar, revealing a pitch-black underground passage entrance. Tiahua charged in first, followed closely by the dozen Uziquin elites. The guards of the root base didn't have time to sound the alarm before being silenced by the genjutsu of the Sharingan. The remaining root ninja rushed out from both sides of the corridor only to be met by the already prepared attacks of the Uchiha elites. Uchiha proceeded down the corridor, his Mangekyo Sharingan piercing through walls locking onto the deepest part of the base. There was an underground cold storage protected by multiple seals. He raised his hand and formed seals, unleashing the power of his Mangekyo. The seals were torn apart like paper. The cold storage door burst open, and a wave of chilling air rushed out. Uchiha stood at the doorway staring at the rows of neatly arranged corpses inside the cold storage. His Mangekyo spun wildly, and he clenched his fists. Found our clansmen. Hurry, take them all home. Boom. Yes. A sea of fire swept through the base, and several young Uchiha quickly flashed into the cold storage, taking out space-time ninjutsu scrolls to rapidly collect the remains of the Uchiha clansmen. Uchiha turned and walked outward, taking down several root ninja, who arrived then joined the other Uchiha elites in a bloody purge of the base. The fierce battle caused the dark world beneath my village to tremble. Crack. Inside the intelligence department building, a rearguard Uchiha ninja had his neck snapped in one twist. Tuanzang, with a grim expression, reached out and gouged out his eyes. Ignoring the blood on his hands, he installed the new eyes into his right arm, while saying, "Restore intelligence communication functions, fully connect all ninja." Yes. A group of ninja quickly returned to their instruments and devices and began working. A masked ninja emerged from the shadows. He did not bow to Tuanzang. "Lord Tuanzang, the situation is dire. The enemy is too strong. Mui's ninja forces have suffered heavy casualties." Tuanzang showed no displeasure. Sufficiently powerful subordinates earned his respect. Even if he didn't respect them, there was no choice. This person's strength and resolve gave him no reason to fear Tuanzang of the Shimura clan. Because Root could not do without him, just as it could not do without himself. "Lama." The masked ninja responded softly. "Your subordinate is he. You will also join the battle. Use up all the reserves we have stored over the years if necessary. Bring back Tiana's eyes. All the intelligence has been given to you. Don't worry. Though Uchiha Tiani is strong, he is ultimately just one person. His power is far from reaching the level of Madara." "I understand." Before the words faded, the masked ninja's figure had already vanished from the spot, as if he had never existed. Beep beep beep. Communications restored. Connected to all Jonin and squad leaders. Perception device activated covering the entire village. Confirming battle status. Clan leader Sarutobi has fallen in battle. The shelter is under attack, requesting reinforcements. The territories of the Uchiha Mitokado and other clans have been bloodily ravaged, resources seized. Just then the working ninja began reporting one after. The surrounding root ninja all looked at Tuanzang, waiting for his orders. Bang! Chakra pressure erupted, cracking the ground and desk around Tuanzang. "By the authority of the acting 5th Hokage, I command all ninja of every clan to join the battle immediately." Tuanzang's face was cold and dark, his voice almost grinding through gritted teeth. "Anyone who disobeys will be considered a traitor and an accomplice of the Uchiha." The staff froze for a second, then relayed the order verbatim. Everyone felt Tuanzang's boundless rage. No one dared to ask anything more. Tuanzang turned his gaze toward a root unit captain. "Lead your team to support the shelter and ensure its protection." No matter the time, the hearts of the people were. The number of shinobi and the abundance of resources all stemmed from this. Within the intelligence department building, the air was thick with a mingled stench of blood and scorched flesh. Tuanzang stood in the center of the ravaged command room. At his feet, the corpse of the Uchiha shinobi, whose neck had been twisted. On his right arm, embedded in that row of Sharingan, 2 new eyes had been added. He accepted the bandages handed over by his subordinate, winding them around his right arm turn by turn, his movements unhurried, as if the burning Konoha beyond were none of his concern. Tap tap. Urgent footsteps echoed from the corridor. Shuei Huminyan pushed open the door and entered, followed by 7 or 8 guard shinobi. This council elder's face still bore the grief of his old friend's tragic death, the rims of his eyes slightly red, yet his steps remained steady. He walked to the command platform, his gaze sweeping over the half-scorched maps and intelligence scrolls covering the walls. His lips moved, but he did not speak first. "Report." An intelligence shinobi rose from his seat, his voice barely suppressing a tremor. "Sarutobi Tsuli, the clan head, is confirmed dead. The elite reinforcements from the Zhuanshin clan were annihilated under the Susanoo. The reinforcement Sarutobi Tsuli, the clan head, is confirmed dead. The elite reinforcements from the Zhuanshin clan were annihilated under the Susanoo. The reinforcements from the Shuei Humin clan were ambushed en route, losing more than half." Damn it. Shuei Huminyan closed his eyes. Each battle report was like a knife stabbing into his heart. The 4 great clans. That was the very foundation of the Hokage faction's rule over Konoha. He forced himself to calm down, opened his eyes, and looked at the intelligence Jonin. What about the guerrilla Uchiha Shinobi? What's the situation in the places that were attacked? The intelligence Jonin's expression grew even more grim. The intelligence department building was ransacked. Most of the codebooks and classified scrolls are missing. The first shelter was breached. The ninjutsu scroll archive was emptied, and the supply depot was burned. The clan grounds of several families. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing. Were massacred and looted. Then send shinobi to pursue them. Shuei Humin Yin slammed his palm on the table. Intercept all those guerrilla Uchiha shinobi. The intelligence Jonin's voice was hoarse. The front lines are constantly pleading for reinforcements. We simply cannot spare any additional forces. Uchiha Tianyi alone has pinned down nearly 80% of Konoha's combat strength. The remaining 20% are scattered across key points, barely able to. If we withdraw troops from the front to pursue Uchiha Tianyi, we'll collapse the line immediately. He alone can break through the entire defense. Report after horrifying report came in. Of the over 3,000 shinobi in the village of Jonin, rank or above, nearly 1,000 had been casualties, yet they still could not suppress Uchiha Tianyi. Shuei Humin Yan's fingers trembled slightly. He knew the intelligence Jonin was right. Tianyi had done this deliberately. He used his own Susanoo as an anvil, nailing all of Konoha's main force to it, while his team sliced through Konoha's rear like boning knives, leaving it riddled with wounds. What could you do? Ignore him, and he alone would dismantle Konoha. Deal with him, and his subordinates would dismantle Konoha anyway, since they could flee if they could. This was not a scheme of shadows, it was an open ploy. Tuan Song had not spoken. He stood at the front of the command platform, his back to everyone, his single eye fixed on the defense map on the wall covered in red crosses. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a deep voice. What about the shinobi forces outside the village? The intelligence Jonin was taken aback. Tuan Song slowly turned around. According to the previous deployment, there are numerous outposts and strongholds within dozens of li around Konoha, with a total strength of over 2,000. Enough time has passed since the outbreak of the war. They should have arrived to support the village by now. Where are they? The intelligence Jonin's face turned extremely grim in an instant. He opened his mouth, hesitated for several seconds, and finally forced out a sentence. The strongholds surrounding the village have all been attacked. They cannot break away for the moment. What? Shuei Humin Yin spun around, his face full of disbelief. Impossible. How many shinobi does the Uchiha remnant have? Their main force has been brought into the village by Tianyi. Where do they have spare forces to attack the outer strongholds? At that moment, another shinobi entered hurriedly from the door, carrying a stack of intelligence scrolls. His headband was askew, and his face was still smeared with unwashed blood, clearly just back from the battlefield. He placed the scrolls on the table and spoke in a hoarse voice. The distress signals from the outer strongholds have been decoded. The attackers are not Uchiha shinobi. The command room fell silent. Not Uchiha shinobi. The words exploded like a bomb, and everyone. Who is it? Tuan Song's voice was as cold as wind scraping from an ice cellar. The shinobi opened the scroll and rapidly read out the intelligence summary. With each item, Shuei Humin Yan's face grew paler. It was various mercenary organizations and rogue shinobi, along with some mysterious shinobi of unknown identity. Tuan Song's expression was frozen for the first time. His single eye slowly widened, and his right hand trembled uncontrollably. It was not fear, but a deeper chill rising from the marrow of his bones. The situation truly seemed to be slipping out of control. He had crawled through the dark sewers of the shinobi world for decades. He was all too familiar with this scent. Was this a premeditated hunt? When a fierce tiger falls, jackals and vultures sniff the blood at once. And now the entire shinobi world seemed to have caught the scent of Konoha's blood. How had the Senju clan vanished? How had the Uzumaki clan been destroyed? Those small and medium clans secretly eliminated, those pawns sacrificed on the borders, those major and minor powers exploited by Konoha for decades. Their deaths, every single one, had been noted by someone. Konoha had never been short of enemies. Tuan Song didn't need to see the intelligence to know how many of those so-called rogue shinobi and mercenary organizations were disguised agents of major nations, how many were survivors of clans wiped out by Konoha, and how many were opportunists seeking to profit from the chaos. The wall of Konoha had not yet fallen, but every beast that smelled blood was already closing in. Shuei Humin Yin was still trying to convince himself these people are nothing but rabble. Once we deal with the Uchiha. Tuan Song turned, his single eye fixed on the damaged defense map on the wall, remaining silent for a long time. He had truly miscalculated. He had thought Tianyi was merely a madman consumed by hatred, believed that numerical superiority could crush him, and assumed that consolidating the power of the four great clans would stabilize the city. But now Danzo realized that the madman had never intended to engage him in a heat-in, all-out battle from the very beginning. Every single piece he had placed on the board was completely seen through by Tian Ti, and instead they became his own traps. What sent chills down his spine even more were the jackals surging from the shadows. Danzo had no idea how many forces were secretly pushing against the wall, but he had a strong intuition. He could already smell the scent of countless enemies. Those foes he thought were long buried beneath the earth had all crawled out. Boom. The last barrier shattered under the giant sword of Susanoo golden chakra fragments, and the residual light of sealing techniques dissipating in midair. Tian withdrew his sword blade, his chest heaving slightly. Am I getting old? The body. Around him the ruins were littered with the corpses of Konoha ninja, broken kunai, and weapon fragments scattered among the rubble. But the Konoha shinobi forces did not retreat. There's still one last Susanoo, destroy him. For the village. Don't back down, charge. Bang bang bang. Just as Tian was about to charge forward after eliminating the enemies before him, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. It was not an earthquake, but footsteps. A giant 100 meters tall strode from the direction of the Hokage rock, each step creating deep craters in the ground, each foot causing the surrounding buildings to shudder. The giant's size far surpassed Tian's fourth form Susanoo. Its massive body cast a sky-obscuring shadow under the moonlight. That is the yang release expansion technique of the Akimichi clan. On the giant's shoulders stood two figures. On the left, Narashikaku, Konoha's foremost strategist and advisor. On the right, Yamanaka Inoichi, the captain of Konoha's intelligence division. Tian recognized this combination. Inoshikacho. The three secret technique clans that had been passed down the longest and worked together with the greatest synergy since ancient times. Yamanaka for control and sensing, Nara for binding and support, Akimichi for one-hit kills. This combination had achieved remarkable feats in successive shinobi world wars, and countless powerful enemies had fallen under their hands. Are you three clans courting death? Tian's Sharingan was as cold as ice, sweeping over the two on the giant's shoulder. Narashikaku stepped forward, standing at the forefront of the giant's shoulder, the night wind causing his ponytail to sway left and right. Tian, you've gone too far. His voice was not loud, but it clearly pierced through the clamor of the battlefield. Do you want to bring down the entire Konoha? Konoha still has countless civilians and countless ninja who have nothing to do with the Uchiha. What crime have they committed? These words were spoken subtly, seemingly without any issue. But it also conveyed the meaning he intended. The Uchiha should stop. Now don't push us. Yamanaka Inoichi also opened his eyes, his voice more urgent and earnest than Shikaku's. Stop this now. This war has gone on too long. Konoha has lost too many people, and the Uchiha have lost too many too. If we keep fighting, it will only make both sides bleed more. You've killed the third Hokage, killed the advisor Midokado. Isn't that enough? Stopped. Tian savored these two words. Boom. Sword light swept across, flinging all the surrounding ninja who had encircled him into the air, blood splattering across the sky. The golden light of Susanoo blazed around Tian, casting flickering shadows on his face. How to stop? If we stop, will Konoha spare the Uchiha? We have long since had no retreat. Isn't that so? Shikaku was silent for a moment. Yamanaka Inoichi opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Can't answer, can you? Tian's mouth twisted into a cold, humorless smile. Because you know the answer. The current situation is already a fight to the death with no second path to be found. This is what Konoha chose. The Uchiha have simply finally learned their rules. As they spoke, both sides had already drawn close. Tian paused, the light in his Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly flaring. Those who stand in my way shall die. Without hesitation, Susanoo raised its sword and struck. The blazing chakra great sword carved a golden arc across the night sky, carrying enough power to split mountains, and slashed toward the giant. That was the transformation of Akimichi Choza. But this strike missed. Thud. The blade grazed the giant's right shoulder and struck the ground, tearing open a bottomless fissure, sending buildings and rubble along the way flying into the air from the shockwave. Tian's pupils slightly contracted. A spiritual energy had just forcibly invaded his body, precisely interfering with his neural control signals, causing Susanoo's slash to deep. With a sudden surge of chakra, he forcefully expelled the invading spiritual energy. On the giant's shoulder, Yamanaka Inoichi let out a muffled groan, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his body swaying as Shikaku's shadow steadied him. He broke my jutsu in an instant. Yamanaka Inoichi panted heavily, his face full of disbelief. His strongest mind transfer jutsu could even briefly suppress a Kage, yet it only disrupted Tian for less than a moment. That's enough, Inoichi, Shikaku shouted in a low voice. The second slash of Susanoo came horizontally, but halfway through it was abruptly halted by an invisible force. Dozens of black shadows rose from the ground like an impenetrable giant net, entangling Susanoo's legs and torso completely. Those shadows spread from the soles of the feet, climbing inch by inch, and with each inch they climbed, Susanoo's movements grew stiffer. Combined shadow imitation technique. Dozens of Nara clan ninja on the battlefield shouted simultaneously. They were scattered across the battlefield, each extending their shadows to the maximum, all converging on Susanoo. Shikaku's own shadow was as thick as a giant python, tightly binding Susanoo's sword-wielding wrist. The veins on his forehead bulged, his hand seals remained motionless, but the muscles on his face had begun to tremble. Creak, creak, creak. Susanoo's armor emitted a harsh grinding sound under the shadow's strangulation. The shadows tightened more and more, spreading from the feet to the knees, from the knees to the waist, from the waist to the chest. Susanoo's movements visibly slowed down. Choza now. Oob. The giant of Akimichi, Choza, let out a heaven-shaking roar. He gripped the massive chakra staff that matched his size and charged forward with sudden force. The staff, carrying the momentum of a mountain and sea, slammed violently into Susanoo's chest. Boom. Susanoo was sent flying hundreds of meters by this blow, its enormous feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground, smashing all the broken walls and debris along the way into dust. The shockwave spread to both sides, flipping over the Konoha ninja still fighting around them. Akimichi Choza let out a breath of turbid air and looked down at his cracks had already appeared on the staff's body. A crack also appeared on Susanoo's breastplate, but it was slowly healing. Is its defense so monstrous? It didn't even break. Several clan leaders wore grim expressions, deeply feeling the power of Susanoo. Is this the true power of the Uchiha? No wonder that merely allying with the Senju could directly bring an end to the Warring States era. This is another level of power. No wonder the second Hokage, and even the third Hokage and Danzo along with all the elders, were so deeply wary of the Uchiha. For decades, many ninja clans in Konoha were destroyed swiftly and silently. Only the Uchiha, the entire upper echelon, exhausted every scheme and unscrupulous means wearing them down for so many years, yet still dared not close the net. What they did not know was that Tianda's power was far from its peak. Nor could they imagine what that ultimate power looked like. Too distant. After all, legends are just legends. Choza one more time. All right. Akimichi Choza mobilized all his chakra, and the giant's muscles swelled, another size chakra burning like flames in his hands. He leaped abruptly, crashing down from midair like a mountain toward Tianyi. If this strike landed solidly, it would be enough to level a mountain to the ground. Just as the blow was about to land, Tianda's Mangekyo Sharingan spun violently. Goki Meisho. A dark halo radiated from the Susanoo, and the shadows tightly binding it dissipated the moment they touched the halo. Dozens of Nara ninja simultaneously felt their shadows repelled by an irresistible force, and their techniques were forcibly broken. The freed Susanoo swung its blade backward. That strike was so incredibly fast that Shikaku's pupils had no time to contract, and Choza had no time to change his move. No. Choza, retreat. The keen-sensed Yamanaka Inoichi let out a roar, but his roar was swallowed by the sharp screech of the blade cutting through the air. At the critical moment, Nara Shikaku manipulated his shadow to yank the giant form of Akimichi Choza sideways, while Choza's long staff was held horizontally across his... Boom. The blade struck the staff, and the collision of chakra exploded into a blinding white light. The staff shattered under the immense force, countless fragments flying like meteors, trailing sparks in all directions. The giant was sent flying by the residual force of the strike, tumbling through the air like a collapsing mountain, smashing through a large area of buildings below the Hokage rock along the way and sending dust billowing into the sky. Akimichi Choza finally crashed heavily into the cliff face of the Hokage rock, sliding down into the rubble. The statues on the cliff were shaken, revealing several terrifying cracks, and fragments of stone rained down. Akimichi Choza lay on his back in the ruins, gasping heavily, unable to get up for a while. The Akimichi clan's Yang release expansion technique could transform him into a 100-meter war giant with strength enough to shatter mountains and cleave peaks. But before the Uchiha Susanoo, his purely size advantage was crushed into dust by the absolute gap in power and speed. Although Tianda's Susanoo was not as massive as his giant, the power level of the fourth form Susanoo was simply not something the pure Yang release expansion technique. A flaw. Kill him. Inherently evil Uchiha, come to hell with me. Just as Tianda's Susanoo flickered due to the immense force, countless ninjas surged forward. They gathered chakra without releasing it, took out countless explosive tags, and even pasted them on their own bodies. Clearly Konoha's command system was in effect. After so many engagements, Tianda's ability information had been analyzed. They knew that ninjutsu and jinjutsu were useless against Tianyi, as they would be countered by the Mangekyo's power. Bang, 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 boom. Under the relentless suicidal attacks, the Susanoo, already near its limit, was torn apart. However, Konoha ninjas were also dying in droves. Success. Don't retreat. Everyone attack together. Kill him. Slash. Tianyi snatched the blade from a ninja who rushed in front of him, and with a backhand cut down 2 ninjas. So what if you broke through? I can activate Susanoo again anytime. Tianti snorted contemptuously, using the body flicker technique to evade the lunges of several suicide ninjas. Boom. A violent explosion occurred on the spot, and a devastating wave of fire engulfed a group of Konoha ninjas. However, Tianti had already flickered into the crowd. You think you have a chance with taijutsu? Clang, 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 clash, slash. In the night, the sounds of metal and chakra colliding rang densely, accompanied by the sound of flesh being cut. Tianti danced wildly through the countless ninjas, sparks and lightning trailing behind him. Wherever he passed, there were broken weapons and splashing blood. His speed and neural reflexes were too fast, few ninjas could withstand even a single exchange. A pair of crimson Sharingan spun rapidly, seeing through all attack trajectories in advance and dismantling every lethal move within a hair's breadth. In the distance, figures flickered. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, along with several jonin, arrived at the devastated ruins. Damn it. Is Choza all right? Ah, he's fine. Akimichi Choza had been forced back into his normal form and was kneeling with difficulty. Thanks to you, Shikaku, I can't enter my strongest state for now. Yamanaka Inoichi, while sensing the battlefield, said. He seems to have stopped using Susanoo. Shikaku, what should we do? Nara Shikaku narrowed his eyes slightly. The greater the power, the greater the side effects and cost. He can't use that level of technique without restraint. He must be conserving his strength. There's no other way now. We must stop the Uchiha's actions. Just as the group of experts gathered again and prepared to strike, once more they suddenly paused for a moment. A clear order was transmitted. Nara Shikaku sighed. Understood. Boom. On the battlefield, a vast sea of fire erupted, engulfing hundreds of Konoha ninjas. Tianti fought his way out of the ruins, pinning the last Sarutobi ninja to the ground with a single blow. By now the battlefield was very close to the great cliff of the Hokage rock. Shwa. At that moment, countless split shadows attacked from all directions. At the same time, several powerful mental pressures invaded Tianti's mind, halting his movements for a moment. Several giant arms struck in succession, completely enveloping the area where Tianti stood. Clang. The Sharingan spun, and Tianti shot out from the dust, his body covered in wounds. Success. He's already severely wounded. Now's the chance. Charge. A large number of bloodthirsty ninjas roared and charged forward as if they had already seen the dawn of victory. Sizzle. Wisps of white smoke arose. Tianti paid no attention at all, and his wounds healed automatically in the blink of an eye. He looked at the countless ninjas and elites of various clans around him. This kind of injury, you call it a wound. With that, Tianti formed hand seals. Wood-style tree realm descent. Boom. The ground was directly overturned. Countless enormous vines broke through the earth, growing and spreading wildly. The dozens of ninjas charging at the front were ruthlessly slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Don't panic. Nara Shikaku's roar stood like a steadfast anchor amidst the howling of the forest of trees. From his vantage point on the battlefield's periphery, his shadow split into dozens of strands, simultaneously attacking and rescuing companions who couldn't move in time. Yamanaka Inoichi used his technique to simultaneously connect dozens of squad leaders on the battlefield, delivering precise sensory intelligence to each one. We outnumber him. Let's match him with ninjutsu and wear him down. Don't stop. His chakra is not infinite. The Jonin commanders also shouted their orders. Konoha's ninja forces did not retreat. Not because they were fearless, but because the brand of the will of fire had taken over their bodies, driving them with the single thought of destroying the enemy. Hundreds and thousands of ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, the light of five-element chakra interweaving into a devastating curtain of light. Fire style ignited the branches and leaves of the vines. A wind style fanned the flames into a prairie fire. Earth style continuously raised thick rock walls from the ground to block the spread of roots. Water style extinguished the burning forest into charred remains. Konoha ninjas inch by inch contested the battlefield with Tianti's tree world, using their own ninjutsu. It was a brutal war of attrition. Vines were burned and broken, but more vines emerged from underground. Earth walls were shattered by roots, but thicker walls rose from another side. The sea of fire was extinguished by water style, but before the steam could dissipate, a new wave of fire style dried it up. Ninjas darted through the burning thickets, the cold gleam of kunai and shuriken flickering in the smoke. Screams and explosions rose and fell, with people falling at every moment. The war raged from midnight till dawn, and from dawn till the sky was. Morning light pierced through the smoke, falling upon the ravaged land, illuminating corpses and still burning ruins. Tianti stood atop a wooden dragon, swiftly moving and killing the ninjas who charged at him. The wounds on his body had healed themselves countless times under the effect of the sage body. The dried blood formed a dark red crust on his face, indistinguishable from the enemy's or his own. Although his chakra consumption was immense, the light in his Sharingan was still dazzlingly bright. Tian formed hand seals, and his chakra burst forth again. Wood style with human technique. The battlefield suddenly tore open, and a giant wooden figure rose from the ground. The size of that wooden figure was not as formidable as the legendary Hashirama Senjus. But even so, when this wooden giant stood on the battlefield, the entire battlefield trembled. The regiantified Choza Ikimichi was blasted into white mist by a single punch, his body crashing into the burning ruins, unknown whether alive or dead. Crack, crack, crack. Each finger of the wooden figure was as thick as a 1,000-year-old tree, its entire body wrapped in dense chakra fluctuations, every movement carrying overwhelming boom. The wooden figure slammed its fist down. The ground erupted in a crater 100 meters in diameter at the impact point, and the shockwave sent all surrounding debris flying into the air. With a sweep of its arm, the last few intact buildings below the Hokage rock were leveled to the ground, fragments and rubble pouring like rain onto the distant. The Hokage rock trembled. Cracks spread across the cliffside statues that symbolized Konoha's glory, extending from the first Hokage to the chin of the fourth. The wooden figure's attacks continuously battered the foundation of the Hokage rock, and massive rocks peeled off the mountain, crashing onto the already ruined streets below. When the final shockwave struck the center of the cliff, the entire Hokage rock could no longer withstand the repeated assaults and completely shattered. The four faces dissolved into countless fragments amid the dust cascading onto the battlefield. The object of faith in the hearts of countless Konoha ninjas had thus been reduced to fragments. But the Konoha ninjas did not retreat. Instead, they became even more frenzied. They were the ninjas of the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages. Their will of fire was not in the stone, not in the statues, but in their bones. Under the command of their leaders, the ninjas, like a pack of wolves besieging a giant bear, tore at him bite by bite. Taijutsu-type ninjas leaped onto the wooden figure's arms during its attack intervals, climbed upward along the wood grain, and used explosive tags to blast the joints of the wooden figure. Ninjutsu-type ninjas concentrated their fire on Tian's main body. Wounds accumulated. A shuriken wrapped in wind-style chakra pierced Tian's left shoulder, and the self-healing speed of the sage body was noticeably slower than before. An elite of the Yamanaka clan seized the opportunity, using a secret technique to immobilize Tian for half a second. In that half second of paralysis, a dozen explosive tags detonated simultaneously around him. Although Tian used wood style to block most of the impact, his back was still blasted into a bloody mess. Fight! Tian roared, and the wooden figure punched directly into the Yamanaka elite's position, instantly annihilating an entire squad of elite ninjas. The war had raged on until now. Konoha's 3,000 ninjas had been decimated, leaving only 1,000 or so. Among them, the losses of the 4 great clans were particularly tragic, almost entirely wiped out. The battlefield was constantly shifting in the chaos. Although the sage body was virtually immortal, repairing injuries also consumed chakra. If chakra was insufficient, then everything would come to an end. Everyone's operations should have been successful by now, right? Tian murmured to himself. He fought while moving the wooden dragon behind him, plowing a bloody path through the Konoha ranks. At some point, the surrounding architectural style began to change. It was no longer the dense rows of townhouses, but more traditional old-style courtyards. Tian's steps slowed slightly as he sensed something. His Sharingan swept across the surroundings, and his pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. This place was already very close to the Hyuga clan's compound, one of the few relatively intact areas left in Konoha. His gaze pierced through the smoke and ruins, landing on the very center of that area. It was a vast Hyuga main family mansion with white walls and gray tiles, deep courtyards. It stood in stark contrast to the other buildings destroyed by the war, and in the very center of the main family mansion, a newly planted tree stood straight in the morning light, its crown dense and leaves emerald green. His perception pierced through the walls of the Hyuga compound, through the layers of barrier techniques of the main family mansion. Tian saw countless pairs of Byakugan. They were distributed in every corner of the compound. The inside of those Byakugan had long since pierced through the compound walls, fixed firmly on him. He could feel his chakra pathways being scanned by countless gazes simultaneously. Every tenketsu, every meridian, every wound that was healing, all seen with perfect clarity. The Byakugan is a bloodline limit coveted by countless people in the shinobi world. Its insight, perception, and analytical abilities surpass those of an ordinary Sharingan. And more importantly, the Byakugan can see through Genjutsu. One of the Sharingan's most powerful weapons is greatly diminished before the Byakugan. If there was any clan in Konoha whose foundation could rival the Senju and Uchiha, then without a doubt, it was the Hyuga clan. A cold arc curled at the corner of Tian's mouth. It seemed this was Danzo's method of dragging the Hyuga into the fray. After so long of fighting, although many members of the Hyuga clan had taken the field, they were all branch family ninjas who had long been subdued, barely a tenth of the Hyuga's true strength. Within an ancient sealed barrier, Hyuga Hayashi Aburame Shibi and 2 minor clan elders stood. This was the Hyuga clan's inherited ancient formation, impenetrable even by Kagura's mind's eye. Hayashi, what do we do? Aburame Shibi was covered in bloodstains, having been busy on the battlefield and around the village to keep up appearances. It was unclear whether they were wounds or traces from aiding the wounded. Hyuga Hayashi's face remained calm, but his hands were clenched into fists within his sleeve. Prepare to send a signal through the messenger insects. Tell the clan members everywhere to head for the battlefield. This was a plan they had long prepared. The elites of several clans were scattered throughout the village in various guises and under various pretexts. They only awaited their signal, and the clan captains leading the troops would bring wave after wave of reinforcements to join the fight, and they themselves would strike at the opportune moment. Aburame Shibi was slightly startled now. No, wait a bit longer until the flames of war spread inside. Tintius' blade fell, and a Chunin collapsed at his feet, blood flowing far along the cracks in the ruins. Sarutobi's lackey, where do you think you're running? Your life is mine. With a roar, Tinti subtly changed direction. He knew the objective of the Konoha shinobi forces, but pretended not to, instead chasing a squad of ninjas from the 4 great clans toward another direction. The Hyuga and others wanted to use him. Danzo and his faction wanted to use him. But wasn't Tinti also eager to use them? The best outcome would be to drive the shinobi clans and the Hokage faction apart, making them tear each other apart. Oh! Blood burst as several members of the 4 clans were cleaved into pieces. Tinti flicked the blood droplets from his blade, his Sharingan sweeping across the surroundings. Konoha's main forces were regrouping, the shadows of the Ino Shikacho flickering among the ruins. They were still trying to drive him toward the Hyuga clan's territory. He didn't spare a glance in that direction. The golden light of Susanoo burst forth from him once more. This time he turned and headed in the completely opposite direction, toward the Konoha shelter. No good. His target is the shelter. Narashikaku's pupils contracted sharply. The shadow extended in an instant, but Susanoo's speed was too great. The ruins were turned to dust wherever the golden light passed, and the shadow could not catch. Several Akimichi Jonin had just struggled out of the ruins, and gritting their teeth, they activated the expansion technique once more. Their massive assault tried to block Susanoo's path, but Tinti severed their arms with a single sword strike. Yamanaka and Noichi's mental energy stretched wildly, attempting to use the mind transfer technique to slow Tintius' advance. But Tintius' Sharingan had already predicted his attack trajectory, flickering continuously among the ruins to evade lock-on. The Konoha shinobi had no choice but to give chase again, the army surging like a tide toward the shelter. Their faces were etched with exhaustion and anxiety, but their feet could not stop. Inside the shelter were still a large number of civilians. If Tinti broke through, the consequences would be unimaginable. The battle once again became deadlocked in the plaza before the shelter. Susanoo's golden sparks flew under the bombardment of countless jutsu, each counterattack claiming a wave of lives. Buzz! Just as the battle reached its peak, the sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't clouds blocking the sun, it was insects. Countless insects surged from the gaps in the ruins on all sides, crawled out from cracks in the earth, and flew from the burning debris of buildings. Their numbers were enough to change the color of the sky like a flowing black curtain that layered over the entire battlefield. The sound of the swarm's wings combined into a low droning hum that made one's scalp tingle. Tinti paid it no mind at first. Just insects. Bang! After cutting down a group of charging ninjas, he manipulated Susanoo to slash at the surrounding sea of insects. The golden blade of light tore through the black curtain of the swarm, ripping a massive gash in the dense insect sea. But this time Susanoo's blade did not annihilate everything as it usually did. The insects were not destroyed, they parted like water on either side of the blade's passage, then swiftly converged again. Even more, a multitude of insects attached themselves directly to the chakra greatsword as the blade swept past. They clung to the golden blade, their mouthparts piercing into the chakra structure, frantically feeding on Susanoo's chakra. Buzz! The swarm grew denser and denser. No matter how Susanoo swung, stomped, or released chakra shockwaves, it had little effect. The insects gathered and dispersed at will, their attacks and defenses eerily fluid, as if they could swim in Tintius' chakra. Like an unbreakable rubber net. Countless insects clung to Susanoo like stubborn plasters, climbing from the ankles to the knees, from the wrists to the elbows, from the chest to the Tengu mask. They layered themselves densely over the chakra armor, the sound of their mouthparts piercing the armor, merging into a teeth-grinding rustle. This is a man in a gray robe, his cheeks bearing tattoos, and wearing sunglasses, walked slowly from the center of the insect sea. The insects automatically formed a writhing path beneath his feet. He stepped on the insect carpet as it rose, and fell, his robe fluttering in the airflow. His sunglasses reflected Susanoo's golden light, obscuring the gaze behind the lenses. But the arc of his lips carried a confident certainty. Uchiha Tenii, After letting me prepare for so long, you're finished. The man's voice was not loud, but the drone of the swarm seemed to part for his words. This place is now entirely my domain. Tenai, while manipulating Susanoo to shake off the insects on its arms, slashed backward and killed several Konoha ninjas who had taken the opportunity to rush in. His Sharingan through the gaps in the layered insect sea locked onto the gray-robed figure. So it's you, Aburame Ryuma. Tentai snorted coldly. The intelligence in his mind recognized this man. Aburame Ryuma, a founding elder of Root, once one of the three great pillars of Root alongside Danzo and Orochimaru. Aburame Ryuma and Aburame Shiguro were prodigies unseen in a century within the clan known as the Peerless Pair of the Aburame clan. During the Third Shinobi World War, Aburame Ryuma had single-handedly held back the Two Tails of the Lightning Country. The enemy called him Konoha's Black Terror. After Orochimaru defected, Root was severely weakened, and Aburame Ryuma faded from the Shinobi world's view with no news for over a decade. Many believed he had died. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Without further words, Tentai formed hand seals, and a sea of fire erupted from Susanoo outward in all directions. Whoosh! The flames engulfed the swarm, turning the entire plaza into a scorching crimson hell. Slower ninjas were instantly burned to ash. Buzz! But after the flames dissipated, the swarm still swirled in the air. They quickly gathered when the flames struck, and as soon as the fire passed, they launched another attack. The number of insects actually burned to death was pitifully small. Most were merely singed and quickly recovered. Useless. Yunu Longma pushed his sunglasses. These are the Jihuaichon we have cultivated over the past decades specifically to counter the Yuzebo's power, expending countless resources. They have extremely high tolerance to fire release. Your power, no matter how strong, is essentially a manifestation of chakra, and what they excel at is devouring chakra. Moreover, throughout the entire war, they have been absorbing your chakra on the battlefield. From every technique you used from the moment you would release my bugs, have been collecting your chakra from every corner of the battlefield. They continuously analyze and adapt to your chakra, while relying on it to multiply wildly. Over the course of a whole night, as you grow weaker, and it has grown into a deadly weapon you personally nurtured. Buzz! The swarm no longer merely flies around the Shuzwenenghu. They began to arrange themselves in an orderly pattern, forming a huge spherical barrier in the air, enveloping the entire Shuzwenenghu within it. The Shuzwenenghu was being weakened at an unprecedented rate. The armor's recovery speed could no longer keep up with the swarm's devouring. The Shuzwenenghu was being weakened at an unprecedented rate. The armor's recovery speed could no longer keep up with the swarm's devouring pace, and cracks began to spread across its surface. Damn! Tian's eyes darkened. His intelligence and chakra had been analyzed, and the bugs were living creatures, rendering his dojutsu unable to exert its original effect. Yunu Longma, carrying the accumulated strength of Mai, was simply his nemesis. Seize the moment. The Mai ninjas seized the opportunity to strike, unleashing various control techniques and sealing barrier jutsu in succession, assisting the swarm to form a deadly formation. Just when Tianyi was about to reach his limit, clan leader Taihuo's roar tore through the swarm's buzzing. Hundreds of meters away, he led a dozen Yuzebo elites as they charged out from the burning ruins, the light in their Mangekyo Sharingan shining like two ghostly flames in the morning light. He slashed down the Mai ninja, blocking his path, ignoring the pursuers behind him, and charged madly toward Tianyi. Stop them! The Umbu captain and the Jonin issued orders instantly. Now that Mai had finally endured through endless despair to reach the hope of victory, how could they allow the Yuzebo ninjas to reinforce Tianyi? Yes. Go. Kill all these aberrants. The Mai ninja forces immediately dispatched a large number of ninjas to outflank Tiahua and his group from all ninjutsu and shuriken interwove into a barrage between the two sides. The Yuzebo ninjas around Tiahua were forced to stop and engage the enemy in close combat. Only Tiahua, relying on the power of his Mangekyo, broke through all the way, getting closer and closer to Tianyi. Tian, his perception, caught this scene. He turned his head sharply and shouted harshly toward Tiahua, "Didn't I tell you to complete the mission and retreat immediately?" Tian, his voice was sharp, still clearly discernible amidst the buzzing of the swarm. Blood oozed from his eye sockets and trickled down his cheeks. Tiahua did not stop. He used his dojutsu to take down 3 intercepting Umbu in succession, and his pace only quickened. Fool! Tianyi cursed inwardly. He alone had full confidence in escaping. Even if he couldn't kill all the Mai people, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. But now Yuzebo Tiahua had rushed in with his men. With concerns, the situation became uncertain. Tianyi was now the clan leader, the last faith of the Uchiha. If he abandoned anyone in front of his clansmen and fled, the Uchiha might truly scatter. However, Tianyi did not dwell on it. In an instant he steadied his mind. Life and death are fated since they disobeyed orders they should have already prepared to bear the consequences. Clang. Tiante's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly burst with dazzling light, and his dojutsu power began to rotate and concentrate. He was about to unleash a dojutsu capable of clearing the field, even if it meant overdrawing himself to blast away the swarm and the My Ninja forces together. Kid, it's time for your curtain call. Just as the dojutsu was about to be unleashed, an equally powerful dojutsu power enveloped from the other end of the battlefield. Shua. Tuanzang appeared above the battered Shuzhua Nunghu via body flicker, and the four-cornered windmill-shaped Mangekyo in his right eye erupted with full force. Boom. An extreme spiritual level attack descended. No, that could no longer be called an attack. It was an authority at the level of rules. A powerful external will was invading and modifying the depths of consciousness. This was the strongest spiritual technique in the history of the Uchiha. That will carrying an undeniable absoluteness poured into Tiante's mind like a red-hot branding iron pressing directly into the depths of his consciousness. It was modifying, overriding, attempting to rewrite all of Tiante's will into absolute obedience to a certain person. Be Tian Shun. Tuanzang's cold voice came. Zishui's right eye spun wildly in his socket, blood seeping through the gaps of his fingers covering his face. He had waited the entire war for this moment. Tiante's pupils constricted sharply. He had no choice but to redirect the dojutsu he had been preparing, channeling all his dojutsu power into constructing a mental defense. This was a battle invisible to outsiders, but its danger far surpassed all the ninjutsu clashes on the battlefield. Yuzhibo Zishui's Mangekyo, hailed as the strongest Jinjutsu Tian Shun, could completely rewrite a person's will without being detected. This modification was at the level of underlying code, permanent and irreversible. It was not an attack, it was a manipulation at the level of laws. Guqi Ming Zhao extinguish. Tiante's left eye spun wildly, blood overflowing from the socket. The dojutsu power of Guqi Ming Zhao frantically weakened and erased that invading absolute force. The two forces clashed fiercely on the invisible battlefield, each second equivalent to the consumption of dozens of Jinjutsu offensives and defenses. Finally, the dojutsu power of Tian Shun was completely worn down by Guqi Ming Zhao. Yua. Tuanzang spat out a mouthful of blood. Zishui's Sharingan in his eye socket dimmed a few degrees. Tian Shun was forcibly broken, and the backlash on the caster was like 10,000 needles piercing the brain. He fell from midair, rolling down the sloping roof into the ruins. But Tuanzang smiled. His goal had been achieved. To counter Tian Shun, Tianyi had contracted all his dojutsu power into his mental defense, completely cutting off external control. The already battered Shuzhua Nunghu suddenly collapsed the moment it lost dojutsu maintenance. The Golden War God collapsed and dispersed like a tent with its framework removed. Now, Yunu Lama did not let this opportunity slip. He waved his hands. Buzz, the sky filled with Jihuai Chong surged forward, the swarm covering Tiante's entire body. Mouthparts tore through skin, madly devouring flesh and chakra. Bang! The excruciating pain of insect bites and relentless attacks forced Tiante to one knee. The stone slabs beneath him cracked into a spiderweb pattern under the impact. The Yamanaka clan's spiritual energy followed closely. Nara Shikaku's shadows surged from all directions. Every Nara clansman extended their shadows to the limit, converging into a pitch-black swamp beneath Tiante's feet, pinning him in place entirely. Several elite Konoha ninjas rushed out from the ruins, their kunai and long blades gleaming coldly in the morning light. Without a word, they swiftly drove their blades into Tiante's body. A kunai entered from the left rib, piercing through the chest. A long blade stabbed from the back, the tip emerging from the right chest. A third blade struck the shoulder, wedged in the shoulder blade, the blade still trembling slightly. Puchi. Blood gushed from Tiante's body. The insects burrowed into his wounds, gnawing from within. The shadow's crushing force tightened relentlessly, bones cracking with a grinding sound. This gruesome scene, illuminated by sunlight in stark detail, was displayed before all who still lived. Tekka, less than 100 meters from Tiante, was locked in a deadly struggle with 3 jonin and countless ninjas. His Mangekyo Sharingan was stretched to its limit, blood vessels bulging on his eyeballs, tears mingling with blood trickling from the corners. No. Chief. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Silence descended. The clamor of battle, the buzzing of insects, the explosions of ninjutsu, the groans of the wounded. All sounds seemed frozen in that instant. Only Tekka's roar echoed in the wind. Then the battlefield erupted with the frenzied cries of Konoha ninjas. We did it. He's dead. He's finally dead. We protected the village. Avenged our fallen comrades. Roar. Wonderful, wonderful. Ha! The evil demon born of heaven serves him right. The surviving Konoha ninjas, barely alive, helped each other rise from the ruins. Some raised their weapons and shouted, some knelt on the ground, and some collapsed in pools of blood and laughed at the sky. Their will of fire had not betrayed them. They had filled a victory with thousands of ninja lives. Yamanaka Inoichi collapsed, releasing his hand seals, and fell backward, caught by Shikaku beside him. Nara Shikaku did not cheer. He only silently gazed at Tianti, entangled by insects and shadows. That body was riddled with blades thrust by angry ninjas. It was beyond saving. Akimichi Choza returned to normal size, leaning against the half-destroyed Hokage rock. Aburame Ryoma adjusted his sunglasses. The insects still covered Tianti, continuously devouring, not withdrawing. The Uchiha ninjas' line was being compressed inch by inch by the Konoha forces. They did not retreat or flee. The Sharingan blazed with bloodlight amidst desperate roars. In the ruins, Danzo stood up, protected by several root ninjas. Blood still oozed from his right eye socket. Shizui's Sharingan had been put away. Though his face was ashen like a corpse, a faint, uncontrollable smile curled at the corner of Danzo's mouth. "Transmit my orders." His voice had regained the authority of the acting Hokage. "Confirm the death of Uchiha Tianti. No one is to approach. Aburame Ryoma, guard on sight. I will personally retrieve those eyes." "Yes." The root ninja departed to deliver the orders. Danzo propped himself on a broken wall, looking up at the sky obscured by gunpowder smoke. Dead. That madman who had turned Konoha upside down was finally dead. Though the cost was heavy, the four great clans nearly crippled, most of Konoha village destroyed. But as long as he obtained their Mangekyo Sharingan, he could dominate the entire ninja world. A mere loss. With enough money and power, it could be rebuilt in time. This war was brutal, but the ultimate victor was Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, do you see? What you couldn't protect, I have protected. At the Hyuga main house, Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan pierced through the barrier, and the smoke of battle resting on the broken figure covered by insects. Beside him stood the clan head of the Aburame. Aburame Shibi murmured, "Is it over?" He was deeply shocked. Even he, the clan head, didn't know that Elder was still alive. But it didn't matter. Aburame Ryoma had long severed ties with the clan. Hyuga Hayashi did not answer. His Byakugan remained fixed on the battlefield. He saw more clearly than others, and could perceive things others couldn't. The turmoil on the battlefield continued. The Uchiha ninjas fought on desperately. Finally, it's over. Choza didn't fully understand. He was no thinker, just a warrior. But now, looking at that figure pinned to the ground by insects and blades, an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. Choza didn't fully understand. He was no thinker, just a warrior. But now, looking at that figure pinned to the ground by insects and blades, an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. In the distance, Nara Shikaku supported the unconscious Yamanaka Inoichi on a broken stone tablet. Shikaku stared in Tianti's direction, his brow. He understood the full course of this war better than anyone. The higher-ups had provoked the Uchiha into rebellion. Danzo intended to use Tianti's revenge to propel himself to the Hokage. From start to finish, the most casualties were among ordinary ninjas and civilians who knew nothing. The will of fire. Who did it truly burn? Rumble. The battle between Uchiha and Konoha ninjas intensified. Desperate fury and triumphant fury clashed relentlessly. Tekka erupted with chakra, instantly killing a group of Konoha ninjas, rescuing the besieged Uchiha. Retreat. Leave this to me. No. Captain Tekka, I want to die together with the chief. Go. The Uchiha must not be destroyed. Tekka roared, cutting him off, then softened his voice. Don't burden me here, please. Bang. Explosion tags detonated, figures flickering all around. The evil Uchiha born of heaven, none of you will escape. Kill. At that moment, on the ruins of Konoha, Aburame Ryoma paid no attention to the distant battle. Around him, the lucky survivors were still cheering, the wounded were groaning, and the dead lay in burning ruins. Aburame Ryoma never relaxed. He continuously output chakra, manipulating the insects to keep devouring. Is this the power of Hashirama? Even with dozens of fatal wounds, he stubbornly repairs himself. If Danzo hadn't insisted on preserving the body, he would have destroyed those terrifying eyes immediately. Still, he wasn't worried. In this situation, Ryoma was confident that even a god couldn't save Uchiha Tianti. Buzz. The swarm of insects slowly parted a gap in the sunlight. Yunu Longma still stood at the center of the insect, see his expression beneath the sunglasses unreadable. Not far away, the body, pierced by countless blades, was already mangled beyond recognition. The wounds gnawed by the insects were dense, with countless holes bitten through skin and flesh down to the bone. But at the edges of those wounds, tender pink flesh buds still wriggled tenaciously, trying to heal. Yunu Longma's brow furrowed slightly beneath his sunglasses. In all his years, he had never seen a being with such tenacious vitality. But it didn't matter anymore. The chakra fluctuations had completely vanished, the heartbeat had stopped minutes ago, and there was not a single electrical signal from the brain. From any medical or ninjutsu perspective, this body was already a corpse. Tap tap, footsteps stopped behind him. Yunu Longma turned his head and saw Danzo walking from the ruins leaning on a wooden staff. Danzo's right eye was still oozing blood. The backlash from forcibly breaking Konoha Matsukami had left his face ashen like a corpse, but his steps were steadier than ever. Longmo, what's the situation? As you can see, it's completely under control thanks to your timely intervention. Yunu Longma's voice was devoid of emotion. No matter how strong one person is, they cannot fight an entire ninja village. This arrogance cost him his life. Danzo did not approach immediately. He stopped 10 paces away, his single eye fixed on the corpse on the ground. Truly capable Konoha has never suffered such a devastating blow. Even though T was already like this, Danzo still harbored an ineradicable fear of him. A truly perfect powerhouse, but still too young, Danzo thought to himself. Then he slowly began to form hand seals, and the fluctuation of the technique spread from his body. Yunu Longma recognized the technique and said softly, "Why such caution? He is already dead." His tone was flat, without emotion, just a purely objective. He had been en route for decades and had seen Danzo's aftermaths after countless conspiracies. But this time Danzo's caution far exceeded the usual. Danzo did not answer. He finally lowered his hand from the seals, and the vigilance in his single eye was gradually replaced by another emotion. Greed. Pure, blazing, overwhelming greed. The corners of his mouth began to lift, then trembled, and the tremor turned into a twisted smile. All his life he had been collecting Sharingan and studying the Senju. But no matter how many ordinary Sharingan, they could not compare to a pair of Mangekyo. He had exhausted every scheme and only obtained one of Shirsue's eyes. And now before him lay a complete pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that had just wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Danzo slowly walked up to T and looked down at the face almost unrecognizable from the insect gnawing. Ti's eyes were half open. The Sharingan had lost their luster, but the Threedemo pattern remained. The Mangekyo that had made all of Konoha tremble lay in those eye sockets waiting for him. He slowly extended his left hand, fingers spread, reaching for the eyes. Danzo's fingers trembled not from fear, but from excitement. His fingertips touched the edge of Ti's eye socket, then probed inside, fingers closing around the eyeball. Splat! The sound of tearing flesh was especially piercing. Danzo's arm trembled slightly as he withdrew two blood-dripping Sharingan resting in his palm. He straightened up and with shaking hands placed the eyeballs into a culture bottle he carried. The sealing technique lit up, sealing the eyeballs inside the bottle. His movements were fluid and practiced, clearly an expert in gouging eyes. Danzo held the bottle, looking down at the flowing sealing technique and the eyes inside. His single pupil contracted to the extreme, his lips moving, emitting a sound only he could hear. Finally in my hands. He laughed, the sound echoing amid the drone of the insects. The Konoha ninja, still cheering in the ruins, were drawn to look back at their acting Hokage. Danzo paid them no mind. He had waited too long for this day. Now with another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in hand, the entire Konoha, the entire land of fire, no. The entire shinobi world. Who could stop me? Shimura Danzo. He could already see the future of him ruling the ninja world alone. Seeing himself with Mangekyo in both eyes, his right arm studded with Sharingan, his left hand holding the straw cloak symbolizing the Hokage's authority, standing at the pinnacle overlooking the world. Yunu Longma said flatly, "Lord Danzo, the corpse has not been disposed of yet. His sage body is still automatically repairing itself. Although life activity has ceased, if left unattended it might be used by others." Danzo's laughter abruptly stopped. He turned around, the greed and ecstasy in his single eye not yet fully faded but already replaced by cold calculation. Looking down at the body that was still faintly writhing, Danzo spoke coldly, "No matter how active the sage body is without a host, it's just a pile of cells. How did that brat obtain this power? Could it be?" Danzo thought of Orochimaru. Had that fellow interfered, daring to help the Uchiha oppose the Konoha High Council? One day he would catch that white snake and brew it in wine. Heaven truly favors me. Danzo was in an excellent mood, playing with the bottle in his hand, muttering inwardly, "With this body's data and information, my Hashirama cells might reach a new..." Longma seal him and take him away. Yunu Longma nodded and formed hand seals. The insects swarm like an army receiving a death order, surged toward T in a tidal wave. This time they did not gnaw at flesh, but burrowed into every wound, every hole. In the blink of an eye nothing remained on the ground but a black human silhouette. Acting Hokage-sama, a masked root ninja, appeared in front of Danzo and knelt on one knee. The root base has been destroyed. All personnel left there were annihilated, and the warehouse was looted. Danzo turned to look at the storm of fire rising in the distance. The battle there was not over yet. It doesn't matter. Once the Uchiha are wiped out, everything will return to Konoha. Saying this, Danzo walked to a higher spot and raised his voice, "Comrades of Konoha, for the sake of the village and the children, the inherently evil Uchiha." He pointed into the distance at the still fighting Uchiha. "Annihilate them completely. Uchiha Teka, your eyes belong to me now. Yes, The injured Konoha ninja responded in unison, flashing toward the fleeing Tekka and his group. Bang! Just as Danzo was about to give the order to take down Tekka together, a sudden change occurred. The insect swarm that had been enveloping Ti's corpse, suddenly, the swarm seemed to have lost its target, instantly colliding and flying about like headless flies. What? The collapse of the insect swarm came without any warning. The parasitic insects, once as orderly as an army, simultaneously lost their direction in an instant, colliding and tumbling, forming a chaotic black vortex in midair. Underneath Aburame Ryoma's sunglasses, his pupils sharply contracted. What a... Tuanzong looked down at the culture bottle in his hand, where the Sharingan inside was dissipating away like a dream bubble. Puffed! Just as Aburame Ryoma's low growl escaped his throat, a blood-stained chakra blade had already pierced through from his lower back to his abdomen. The blade tip emerged from his chest wrapped in golden chakra flames. He lowered his head, staring at the protruding blade tip as his sunglasses slid off his nose, revealing a pair of eyes filled with utter disbelief. You? At the same moment, a golden chakra skeletal hand reached out from the void, fingers spread wide and clenched Tuanzang's entire body in its palm like catching a fly. Bang! Before the shock on Tuanzang's face could even fade, his body was crushed into a twisted mass of flesh and blood within the skeletal hand. When the hand released, his corpse fell to the ground like a smashed frog, blood splattering everywhere. Ti's figure emerged from the shadows behind Aburame Ryoma. His black robe billowed in the wind, his Sharingan slowly rotating with a cold. He watched Aburame Ryoma slowly sinking to his knees, then glanced at the dissipating mass of Tuanzang's flesh on the ground, his tone as flat as if stating a simple fact. Did you misunderstand something? Thinking you had won? Aburame Ryoma opened his mouth. What's going on? That should have been the real body. Clang. The three Tomo and Ti's left eye emitted a final glimmer of light, then uncontrollably closed forever. That is. Aburame Ryoma was startled. He naturally recognized that forbidden technique. It was the ultimate forbidden technique of the Uchiha. How is that possible? You shouldn't have been exposed to that forbidden technique. Could it be? You learned it in such a short time. How could Ryoma not be shocked? That forbidden technique, over the years, only Fugaku had been able to access among the Uchiha. Even Tuanzong, after years of possessing it, had only grasped the basics, and with a precious Sharingan, could only activate it for about a minute. Yet Ti's usage clearly far surpassed Tuanzang's. How could it last so long? No one even knew from when he had begun activating his Anaji. T couldn't be bothered to answer a dead man's question. He reached out and quickly gouged out the blind Sharingan, then installed his own Mangekyo Sizzle. The self-healing ability of the sage body instantly repaired the neural connections around the eye socket. This change had happened too suddenly. Ti's figure suddenly appeared behind Ryoma. Susanoo thrust a blade through Ryoma and punched Tuanzong to death. Two cage-level powerhouses were critically wounded without any warning. The tide of battle instantly reversed. Everyone was stunned. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment. The excited expressions of the Mai ninjas had yet to fade when they were forcibly smashed into a different look by the scene before them. Some had mouths agape, some stared wide-eyed, some held kunai, frozen midair with smiles, and sudden terror interwoven on their faces, twisted into an expression uglier than eating shit. Nara Lugio abruptly stood up from the rubble, his pupils constricted to the extreme. Chodao Dingzwa knelt half in the ruins, his lips moving, but unable to utter a single word. As for Yuzibo Tiahua, the moment he saw Ti's figure, he froze, as if struck by lightning. Then his Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly burst with a nearly insane light, and the corner of his mouth twisted into a nearly tearing grin. The clan lord is invincible. He roared, tears mixed with blood gushing from the corners of his eyes. It was not the tears of sorrow, but the wild joy of survival against all odds. He backhanded a slash that cut down the Jonin in front of him, then turned and roared at the remaining Uchiha ninjas behind him. What are you waiting for? Oh, kill. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Great kill. The spirit of the Uchiha ninjas completely exploded with that roar. They had already prepared for total annihilation, ready to die alongside their clan lord on this rubble. But now their clan lord was not dead, their clan lord was still. Aburame Ryoma was struck down with a single blade. Tuanzong was crushed by a punch. The dream of victory was shattered in an instant. Buzz. The insect swarm howled as it surged toward T. Every surviving Uchiha ninja in that moment transformed from a trapped beast into a fierce tiger. Meanwhile, the Mai ninjas were still immersed in a collective mental shock, unable to regain their senses. Aburame Ryoma was struck down with a single blade. Tuanzong was crushed by a punch. The dream of victory was shattered in an instant. Buzz. The insect swarm howled as it surged toward T, trying to protect its master. The Susanoo skeleton around T blocked the insect swarm as his eyes fixed on Aburame Ryoma. You are a great threat to the Uchiha. The Susanoo skeleton around Tian-Ti blocked the insect swarm as his eyes fixed on Aburame Ryoma. You are a great threat to the Uchiha. Interesting. With a sharp glare of his Sharingan, Tian-Ti detected the anomaly. Aburame Ryoma's body was filled with special parasitic insects. The so-called mother bodies of the insect army that he had earlier claimed were specifically designed to counter him, Uchiha Tian-Ti. Those insects combined with the host's chakra had formed a living armor of insect bodies. Not only were they helping Aburame Ryoma stop bleeding and heal, but they also clamped down tightly onto Susanoo's blade. Aburame Ryoma growled here. I am your natural enemy. You are the one who will die. Heh. Tian-Ti sneered, and the chakra blade suddenly extended a section tearing through flesh and blood to widen the wound further. Konoha truly produces genius after genius, but what use is it? You can only be controlled to death by the higher-ups. You will die like White Fang. There was no fear in Aburame Ryoma's eyes. He suddenly formed hand seals, forbidden technique, devouring annihilation. Crash! His flesh split open and chakra surged wildly. Countless insects devoured their master's energy, then exploded with a bang. Countless swarms of insects multiplied, instantly filling the entire space. A mutual destruction technique. Tian-Ti looked around. He could no longer see anything. Layer upon layer of insects completely enveloped Susanoo. Crack, crack. Susanoo's blade was firmly locked inside Aburame Ryoma's body. It's useless. You can't escape. I killed you before and I can kill you again. You think you have me under control. Tian-Ti gave a mocking smile, then under Aburame Ryoma's shocked gaze Susanoo simply abandoned that chakra blade. Bang! Susanoo punched out, breaking through the insect swarm and forcing Aburame Ryoma back. Lightning release, earth walk. Crackle! Dozens of powerful lightning bolts erupted, splitting the insect swarm, and countless insects were turned into smoke. Before Ryoma could react, Tian-Ti's Susanoo skeleton struck again, sending the severely wounded Ryoma flying. Buzz! A low rumbling drone like thunder rolled across the battlefield as a dense black swarm of Jihwai bugs surged. The countless insects caught the master, who was flying backward. Yu Longma spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to rise, only supported by his bugs. You're near your limit too, aren't you? Longma's gaze was fixed on the figure in the center of the insect, whose body was wreathed in a chakra phantom. Tian-Ti's Susanoo trembled continuously under the savage gnawing of the insect, its light flickering on and off, while his own chest heaved and his breathing grew heavy. Longma gritted his bloodied teeth. The bugs around are all adapted to your chakra. I might not lose yet. Sizzle! The swarm frantically devoured the Susanoo. They seemed endless, splitting into even more swarms after being nourished by chakra. Tian-Ti's condition was deteriorating, his chakra being devoured, while the insect swarm absorbing the chakra of both combatants kept growing. The nearby my ninja could not intervene in a battle of this level, but seeing the bugs gaining the upper hand, they erupted into cheers. Indeed a nuisance. Tian-Ti took a deep breath, struggling to output chakra to maintain the Susanoo. A ninja's battle is a battle of information. A ninja's war is a war of information. This is the danger of ability intelligence leakage, but... The next moment a smile curled at the corner of Tian-Ti's lips. He lifted his gaze, his right eye's crimson Mangekyo pupil suddenly constricting, reflecting the countless insect shadows. Do you really fully understand my intelligence? The ability of my right eye's Mangekyo. What is it? Hearing this, Yu Longma, hidden within the insect, was slightly startled. They had indeed only grasped one ability of Tian-Ti's Mangekyo. Could it be? This guy has dual abilities. Bluffing. Longma's voice had just begun when it was cut off. After consuming so much of my chakra, shouldn't you pay the debt? A surge of powerful ocular power erupted. Tian-Ti's right eye Mangekyo suddenly widened. Divine control. Buzz. An invisible wave of ocular power poured out, and time seemed to freeze for an instant. A ring of invisible ocular power ripples swept across the entire field. Instantly, all the Jihwai bugs froze in unison, as if their spirit had been drained. Buzzing. Then a strange thing happened. A large number of bugs suddenly broke free from Longma's control. They no longer attacked the Susanoo, but instead turned on their own kind. Tear. Tear. That was the sound of carapaces being torn open and bodily fluid splattering. Countless bugs tangled together, gnawing and tearing at each other. Severed limbs and broken wings fell like debris, and a strong, acrid stench spread. The insects, once a unified defense and offense, had turned into a cauldron of mutual slaughter. A brutal melee erupted among the bugs, and piles upon piles of insect corpses fell thickly, countless beyond measure. Yu Longma's scream rang out. His body itself was under attack. The bugs that had been protecting him suddenly began to savagely bite their mat. Divine control. This was the power dwelling in Tian-Ti's right eye. Divine Control could command all techniques and things created by his own chakra, strengthening them, and even making them act according to his will. And those insect swarms that had been feeding on Tianti's chakra to grow and reproduce were in a sense already products of Tianti's chakra. Naturally, they could be easily controlled by Divine Control. This was also the reason Tianti had allowed the insect swarm to feed on his chakra all along. Seeming helpless and passive, but in truth, he had already formulated a counterattack plan. The root, which had spent over a decade cultivating and tailoring its foundation against the Uzibo, was thus ruthlessly shattered. Crash! The sky seemed to rain a black downpour. Countless bugs killed each other in an instant, and innumerable insect corpses poured down. Tianti retracted his shoes when Nunghu stepped on the thick layer of insect corpses and walked slowly through the black rain like a hellish Azura. He came to the black figure writhing on the ground as bugs continuously devoured its flesh. Yo-Yo Llama was no longer human-shaped. Every twitch seemed so futile. How ironic. Tianti's eyes were indifferent. The fate of a bug technique master is to be devoured by bugs. Yo-Yo Llama opened his mouth as if to say something. The insect swarm exploded completely at the moment of their master's death, scattering like black smoke. Damn it, let's go. A massive ceiling barrier rose. The insect swarm exploded completely at the moment of their master's death, scattering like black smoke. Damn it, let's go. A massive ceiling barrier rose from the ground, abruptly unfolding above the ruins. A chakra-like curtain like an inverted giant bowl enveloped the battlefield within a radius of hundreds of meters. Dense spell scripts flowed on the barrier walls, each burning chakra, isolating the inside and outside into two worlds. Tuansong stood on the high platform at the edge of the barrier, one hand bracing a broken wall, teeth grinding audibly. He had revived from the death of Ishianaki, and another Xylunion on his right arm had closed. But he couldn't afford to feel the loss. Tuansong's gaze was fixed on the chaotic battlefield, on the figure stepping out over the insect corpses. Yo-Yo Llama's body lay among the insect corpses, his head rolling to one side. His strongest subordinate, the Root's last trump card, had died just like that. Lord Tuansong, the barrier has been deployed, a Root ninja reported loudly. Tuansong said nothing. His fingers scraped 5 white streaks on the broken wall. Tianti took a deep breath. His chakra was running low. Although his sage body was still functioning, the continuous high-intensity battle had reduced his recovery speed to a crash. Golden chakra erupted from Tianti's body, and the Shuzhua Nunghu condensed again. This time it was a skeleton form. Ribs and arms emerged from the void, and the mask gleamed in the firelight. Tuansong shouted sharply, "Reinforce the barrier. He is at the end of his rope. He won't last long." Yes. More ninja joined the barrier squad, pouring their chakra into the barrier's spell script. Tuansong shouted sharply, "Reinforce the barrier. He is at the end of his rope. He won't last long." Yes. More ninja joined the barrier squad, pouring their chakra into the barrier's spell scripts. Tianti did not give them a chance. The Shuzhua Nunghu raised both arms, simultaneously interlocked fingers forming a fist, and smashed down like a hammer. The second blow, cracks appeared on the barrier's spell scripts. The third blow, the cracks spread from the top to the base. The fourth blow, boom. The barrier shattered like broken glass, and a shockwave of chakra spread outward, sending the ninja, maintaining the barrier, flying in all directions. Tuansong's face turned pale the moment the barrier shattered. The Shuzhua Nunghu, breaking through the barrier's remnants, charged into the My Ninja army like a rampaging beast. A single punch crushed 3 or 4 ninja into pulp. A sweep of an arm sent over a dozen ninja flying like broken kites, crashing into the ruins. Screams and the sound of breaking bones erupted one after another. The My Ninja, who had just been immersed in the illusion of victory, were once again dragged. "All of you attack him." Danzo turned and fled. The skeletal Susanu's arm stretched out abruptly, its golden chakra bone hand piercing through the smoke and dust, gripping Danzo from the ruins like an eagle snatching a chick. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Danzo was crushed in the bone hand, blood gushing from his mouth and nose staining his hideous face. His single eye bulged, but there was no fear in his gaze, only venomous malice. The inherently evil Uchiha should all be buried alive. "You cannot kill me." His voice was hoarse and venomous, every word seeming to be squeezed through clenched teeth. Tianti looked down at the old man, writhing in his grasp, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. That smile was faint, devoid of killing intent or anger. Only a calmness that sent a chill down Danzo's spine. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Danzo's pupils abruptly contracted. Crack. The bone hand tightened and Danzo's body was once again crushed into a twisted mass of flesh and blood. Tianti casually tossed the corpse aside, without even glancing at where it would dissipate, and with a backhand slash, he cut down 2 root ninjas attempting to ambush him from behind. He no longer cared where Danzo would resurrect. Tianti brandished his blade, cutting through the Konoha ninjas along the way, charging straight toward the direction where Tai Hua and the others were besieged. The Uchiha were already drenched in blood. Their broken blades had long dulled, yet they still fought on. Taiho's Mangekyo had faded, but he still stood in front of everyone, shielding his clan members from countless attacks. The Konoha ninjas around them grew more numerous, the encirclement tightening. Bang! A golden chakra descended from the sky, smashing into the center. The shockwave sent all nearby Konoha ninjas flying, and the ground cracked like a spiderweb. Taiho looked up and saw the bloodstained skeletal Susanoo, and within it Tian, his face smeared with gore. His lips trembled violently, and only 2 words escaped his throat. Clan leader. Tian T stood with his back to him, his voice hoarse, but steady. Take everyone and retreat. They'll hold them off. Uchiha Zhong struggled to speak, but that's an order. Tian T did not turn around. Konoha's reinforcements are almost here. If we drag this out, we have no chance of winning. He had already sensed a massive conversion. At this moment, only 6 of the Uchiha who had come to support remained. If they continued to wear down, they would not even be able to escape later. Tian T would have to abandon them. After all, even the strongest Taihua had only barely grasped the basics of the dojutsu, not yet touching the 3rd power, the Susanoo. Geniuses are always geniuses. Even among those with the Mangekyo there were gaps. With Taihua's level of chakra and talent, even if 3 or 5 of him were tied together, they could not defeat a genius like Itachi or Shursui. Rumble. Golden sword energy swept across, directly lifting a large expanse of rubble and sending all Konoha ninjas in one direction flying. A passage was thus forcibly opened. Go. Clan leader, you must follow us. Taihua gritted his teeth, took the remaining clan members, and flashed away. Tian T raised his blade and deflected several shurikens. Just as he was about to launch a jutsu, a white mist abruptly rose. Poof! A gigantic toad appeared on the battlefield. Toad Wentai was still wrapped in bandages, his housezized eyes wide open. Hey, what's going on in Konoha? Another war? Shima Senin's voice rang out. I just arrived nearby. Looks like that Uchiha brat from last time again. Shima Senin, my injuries from last time haven't healed. Toad Wentai looked terrified, but he still placed his paw on the sword hilt. Mother, why didn't you summon little Jiraiya? How would I know? Let's deal with this first. Konoha is already in ruins. I said, Mother. Shut up. So troublesome, I shouldn't have come here to gather ingredients in the first place. That's not what I meant. A noisy quarrel erupted. Tian T dodged several ninjutsu attacks and looked toward the top of Toad Wentai's head. He didn't see Jiraiya's figure. Wasn't it his summoning jutsu? This Uchiha is truly insane. Let's finish him off completely. A shrill voice rang out. Wentai, go and eliminate all the fleeing Uchiha. Oh. Toad Wentai, who had been warily staring at Tian T, was very reluctant to fight this troublesome opponent again. Upon hearing the Senin's words, he leaped into the air and vanished hundreds of meters away in an instant. You're asking for death. Tian T's eyes darkened, and he teleported midair, gathering chakra to strike. But at that moment, a frog-like old man appeared without warning above his head, a kick imbued with sage power descending. Sage Art Frog Leap. Tian T had no choice but to block horizontally with his blade. Bang! In an instant, Tian T was shot back to the ground like a cannonball, smashing a large crater amid flying dust. Such was the power of Sage Art. A seemingly small frog could unleash a force like a mountain. In the sky, Shinzua Sunin glanced at the dust cloud. Mother! Oh! The 2 frogs clasped their hands in seals, then a surge of powerful natural energy erupted. Sage Art Frog Cry. Ribbit ribbit. Rings of visible sound waves engulfed the entire area, blowing away all the dust. Nearby Konoha ninjas were frozen in place. Tian T struggled to stand, though labored, he could still move. Oomph. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He flung over a dozen shurikens, killing the immobilized Konoha ninjas. Seeing this, the 2 Sennin had to cancel their sage art and land back on the ground. Continuing would only hinder Konoha. His condition is poor. Let's push harder. I know. Shinzua Sunin formed hand seals, water release sage, art torrential river, severing mountain. A high-pressure water blade slashed out straight at Tian T. Tian T condensed the skeletal hand to block the water blade, then flashed into the midst of the Konoha ninjas. Shinzua Senin, fearing to harm his own, dared not use powerful sage arts. Blood and screams rang out continuously. Damn, what a cunning brat. 2 Sennin. Just then a figure appeared behind the 2 Sennin. It was Danzo, who had reappeared without anyone noticing. Danzo spoke in a low voice. I have a proposal. Shinzua Sunin nodded. Let's hear it. With your help, we can deploy the true 4 red sun formation. Even the Susanoo won't be able to escape. Shuehu Minyan also walked over slowly. After all, he was a talent recognized alongside the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, so his chakra reserves barely qualified. Well, let's give it a try. Having lived for centuries as Mount Mayaboka Toad, Shinzua and Shima naturally understood this classic Konoha technique. If the barrier's power was sufficient, not even the Susanoo, let alone several tailed beasts combined, could shake it in the slightest. Tian-Ti did not linger in battle. His perception swept over the two sages Fukasaku and Shima, and also caught the chakra fluctuations of Danzo and Mizukado in as they moved. 4 directions trying to trap me. The name of this technique, 4 red sun formation, flashed through Tian-Ti's mind. A ceiling barrier jointly executed by 4 shadow-level powerhouses, which even the combined might of multiple-tailed beasts could not shake. If the two sages combined with Danzo and Mizukado in to form the 4 corners, even if it wasn't a true 4 red sun formation, it would still be more than sufficient. Once the barrier was complete, even if he used Susanoo to blast it hidden, it would be futile. Bang, bang, bang. Tian-Ti pulled out over a dozen smoke bombs from his ninja pouch. In unison, his 5 fingers released them, and the smoke bombs exploded midair. Gray-white smoke surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire ruins. The smoke was laced with trace amounts of chakra-disrupting powder specifically designed to confuse the lock-on of perception-type ninja. The thick haze blinded everyone's vision and swallowed the last position, where Tian-Ti stood, into a gray-white chaos. The Konoha ninjas instinctively retreated in defense. Someone shouted not to let him escape, but the smoke was already empty. Sage Fukasaku's aged eyes narrowed slightly. Perception is blocked. That kid ran fast. Where's Gamabunta? Sage Shima gazed toward the village outskirts. Gamabunta is chasing those fleeing Uchiha. Don't worry. Even if he can't defeat them, he can retreat to Mount Mayaboku. Let's prepare the barrier. Next time he appears, he won't get away. Danzo emerged from the ruins, his sinister face even more ashen from the smoke. Meanwhile, Tian-Ti had already used the smoke as cover to body flicker away from the battlefield, leaving Konoha, and he fled in a direction completely opposite to Tiahua and the others, heading deep into the forest south of Konoha. If Tiahua and his group couldn't even handle a single toad, then they would have to accept their fate. He was the clan leader, not a babysitter. Tian-Ti had done all he could, the rest was their own battle. Shink! Dashing swiftly through the forest, Tian-Ti's brow suddenly lifted. A ninja? Alone. He had been sensing behind him the whole time, and only now noticed a ninja approaching from ahead. Tat! A figure stopped several dozen meters away from Tian-Ti. Tian-Ti initially intended to simply cut through, but upon recognizing the person's face, the blade in his hand paused slightly. Yugao. Yuzuki. The newcomer was a girl of about 12 or 13, wearing a chunin vest with a longsword strapped to her back. Huh. You are. Yuzuki Yugao also spotted the man reeking of blood. She was one of the ninjas summoned back to Konoha, but never expected to encounter the enemy leader here. Who in the ninja world hadn't heard of Uchiha Tian-Ti's name? For a few seconds the two stood facing each other on massive tree branches. Tian-Ti's chest rose and fell slowly as he suppressed his fatigue. Go. I won't kill you. They were old acquaintances who had often teamed up on missions. Back then Tian-Ti was still weak and had been rescued by her many times. Clang. Yuzuki Yugao drew her ninja blade, her face darkening. I am a Konoha ninja. Even if I die, I will kill you here. Tian-Ti frowned. For the 3rd Hokage. Yugao gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. The 3rd Hokage was my benefactor. Why did you do this? Why did you betray Konoha? Benefactor. Tian-Ti sneered. A benefactor who made you an orphan, and then told you to join his Umbu after you turned 13. Yugao, don't be naive. You have no idea how filthy and dangerous the Umbu are. Shut up. Yugao flashed forward, slashing with a leaf-style sword technique. Forget it. Knowing too much is not a good thing. Tian-Ti exhaled softly, body flickered past her in an instant. Bang! Clink! The girl crashed onto the ground, scattering a shower of fallen leaves, and fell unconscious. Her sword lay stuck diagonally not far from her. More and more ninjas were returning to Konoha. The pursuers from the village, led by sensory ninjas, chased relentlessly. Tian-Ti's chakra fluctuations flickered in and out of the forest, sometimes speeding up, sometimes changing direction. But he was never caught. After leaving Konoha dozens of li behind, he formed hand seals, and several shadow clones split from his body, shooting off in different directions. Each clone carried a chakra fluctuation identical to his original, and to deal with olfactory sensing ninjas, Tian-Ti even distributed his outer garments. The sensory ninjas simultaneously detected multiple targets, throwing the tracking mission into disarray. Meanwhile, the real Tian-Ti had already suppressed all his chakra the moment the clones exploded. Before long, he came across a stream. The water washed away the bloodstains on his body, and also erased the remaining chakra traces. He submerged himself in the stream, and traveled underwater for an hour, only coming ashore downstream when the sky began to darken. Tian-Ti looked up at the sky and a distant small town. By now dusk had fallen, and this place was far from Konoha. Tian-Ti's chest heaved violently. His sage body had healed all internal injuries, but it could not conceal the feeling of weakness. His chakra was severely depleted. The Mangekyo Sharingan could no longer be maintained, and even the three tomo only glowed with a faint red light. He took a new set of robes from a scroll, put them on, and donned a strange mask. Leaning against an ancient tree, Tian-Ti closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, then rose to carefully erase every trace he had left behind. After that, he changed direction and headed toward the rendezvous point agreed upon with his clansmen. Tian-Ti had to be doubly cautious. The Uchiha's enemies were far more than just Konoha, and to achieve his goal he would have to stand against the entire world, even multiple worlds. The rendezvous point was deep in the mountains of the Land of Fire, an abandoned watchtower from the Warring States period. The tower was overgrown with vines and moss, looking from the outside like an inconspicuous stone mound. Tian-Ti passed through layers of dense forest, bypassed several ceiling barriers and traps, and finally saw the old stone tower. He paused for a moment at the door, scanned the interior with his perception, then pushed open the door and entered. The interior was small. Over 20 pairs of Sharingan glowed simultaneously in the dim light. Uchiha Tiahua leaned against a broken stone pillar, his body wrapped in bandages. His left eye was swollen to a slit, and there were dried blood scabs around the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Zhong sat in a corner, his left arm suspended in a sling against his chest. Uchiha Kei lay on a stone platform covered with a tattered clan robe. His chest rose and fell faintly. Whether asleep or unconscious was unclear. The other clansmen sat or leaned, all bearing injuries, but their Uchiha pride remained undiminished. They had already sensed Tian-Ti's arrival through their... They had merely been observing and verifying, guarding against the possibility that an enemy might have crept in. After all, Konoha also possesses some advanced disguise techniques that even a Jonin cannot distinguish. And Tian-Ti, knowing the rendezvous points and surrounding arrangements, could naturally verify the authenticity from their actions. Clan leader, it really is you. Nonsense. Could those useless fools from Konoha have detained the clan leader? Great. Seeing Tian-Ti enter, the clan members all showed expressions of joy and excitement. The moment Taihor saw Tian-Ti, he struggled to stand up. His lips trembled violently, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and after holding back for a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence. Clan leader. You. Don't stand up. Tian-Ti sat down on a stone pier inside the tower and casually leaned his notched longsword against the wall. I'm fine. Everyone's still alive, right? Then report the situation. Taihua nodded heavily. Uchiha Inari beside him wiped his eye corner with his right hand and turned away without speaking. Tian-Ti's gaze swept over their faces one by one, and he was silent for a long while. A bunch of disobedient bastards. How many times have I told you? Complete the mission and withdraw. Who told you to come back to find me? Taihua grinned, and the smile tugged at the wound on his face, causing him to gasp in pain. You are now the clan leader of the Uchiha. It doesn't matter if we die, but... He didn't continue because Tian-Ti's gaze had turned icy. Tian-Ti stared straight at Taihua. Taihua, there will be no next time. If you truly cannot be competent as the captain general, I will have the clan council re-elect a suitable talent. A powerful aura and majesty erupted from Tian-Ti instantly, making all clan members feel immense pressure. This was the absolute authority of a true superior. As the center of it, Uchiha Taihua felt the pressure particularly strongly. He almost immediately knelt on one knee, lowering his head in apology. Clan leader, this is not Captain Taihua's fault. It was actually us who insisted on going to support. That's right, Captain Taihua tried to stop us, but we Several other clan members spoke up, trying to plead for Taihua. But Tian-Ti's expression did not change at all. He raised his hand to stop their words. There is no excuse for this. If you can't even manage your subordinates, what kind of captain are you? If everyone has the right to decide on final actions, then what is the captain? What is the clan leader for? Tian-Ti's voice was cold and ruthless, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The joy of the war victory was completely washed away. Do you like acting on impulse? Then the Uchiha might as well disband right here, or you can find someone else for the position of clan leader. Everyone knelt on one knee in unison, not daring to speak again. Taihua lowered his head even further. Yes, the clan leader is right. It is my uselessness that caused the death of many comrades. Tian-Ti picked up some food beside him and took a bite. After a long while he spoke again. All of you get up. Taihua. Tian-Ti looked into Taihua's eyes and said, our goal is great, and our path is also difficult. It cannot tolerate the slightest mistake. Remember this: kindness cannot command troops, emotion cannot establish affairs, righteousness cannot manage wealth, and goodness cannot be an official. Yes. Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Tian-Ti sighed inwardly. He stretched out his right arm, opened his palm, and said again, the meaning is that a soft-hearted person cannot lead a team. A person who values emotions and righteousness too much cannot accomplish great things nor manage money well. Mere kindness without understanding is poison. Violating these principles is harming everyone. What the Uchiha need now is iron discipline and principles. Taihua nodded heavily. Yes, I understand. Tianti glanced around at everyone, unsure whether they truly understood or only half understood. Truly, my foolish clansmen. But there is no other way for now, we can only take it slowly. After all, I can't spend my time and energy teaching them book knowledge, can I? He waved his hand. First, report the situation of this battle. Yes. Everyone gathered around, and Taihua took out a map and spread it on the stone table. In this battle, our mission objectives are basically achieved. We recovered over 600 clan members' remains and 21 Sharingan eyes. The rest should have been disposed of by Danzo. Strategic missions: destroy the root and key nodes in Konoha, seize Konoha's resources and wealth, kill members of the 4 great families, attack shell, and so on. All tasks completed. Konoha has been basically destroyed, and the Hokage rock is no longer there. Hearing these reports, everyone showed excited expressions. Having been oppressed and discriminated against for decades, the Uchiha clan never dreamed that they could achieve this much. At the same time, everyone's gaze towards Tianti was filled with awe. The Uchiha could hold their heads high like this all because of this lord. After a pause, Taihua continued reporting. This battle consumed 690 million units of resources, most of which were spent on commission missions. Tianti frowned slightly. Oh, no wonder the effect of this battle was so good. The Konoha reinforcements never arrived. Which fellows are so formidable? Taihua nodded. Many organizations and assassins participated in the missions. The black market has confidentiality agreements, so we cannot precisely pinpoint each individual. But known ones include many bounty hunters from the Bounty Exchange, the Silver Moon Mercenary Corps, the Akatsuki organization. Tianti revealed a faint smile and motioned for Taihua to continue. Taihua's gaze was serious. 72 elite Uchiha participated in the battle, and 28 died. Among them, Uchiha Inari, having witnessed his elder brother's tragic death, has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hearing this, the Uchiha showed varied expressions. Oh, our clan has gained another powerhouse. In this way, everyone's sacrifice is worthwhile. Tianti, however, did not pay much attention. He tapped the coordinates of Konoha on the map. What about the follow-up intelligence on Konoha? Taihua shook his head. Our moles haven't sent out intelligence yet, but the daimyo's mansion is clearly active. The mansion's troops are being rapidly deployed, and the daimyo's envoys are rushing to various... I don't know what they intend to do, but the daimyo's mansion is also a threat that cannot be ignored. Everyone showed thoughtful expressions. Tianti, however, spoke up. The daimyo's mansion can rule a great nation, so it naturally has many capable people. They see far more and farther than Konoha, but this doesn't matter. The situation in the Land of Fire is beyond saving. Other great nations and Konoha's enemies won't miss this opportunity. The 4th Great Ninja War might break out. Taihua exchanged glances with the others, his eyes full of worry. An Uchiha clan member whispered this. If war really breaks out, wouldn't we be confirming the identity of sinners that Konoha claims? Ridiculous. Tianti sneered, and the one who had just spoken lowered his head in shame. What difference is there between your foolish thinking and the naive and laughable thinking of Itachi? Thump. Hearing the clan leader compare him to that beast Itachi, Uchiha Sharon was startled and immediately dropped to his knees. I was just worried about the clan's reputation and the negative impact. Who would dare share his mindset? Being even remotely associated with such a beast would bring the scorn of the entire clan. Rest assured, I do not suspect you. A supreme degenerate like Itachi appears only once in thousands of years of human history. Who would dare share his mindset? Being even remotely associated with such a beast would bring the scorn of the entire clan. Rest assured, I do not suspect you. A supreme degenerate like Itachi appears only once in thousands of years of human history. A rarity that occurs once in a millennium. There was no reason for two to appear simultaneously. He left the latter half unsaid. Countless villains had existed throughout human history, but none had ever personally slaughtered their own entire lineage. Tianti raised his hand, signaling him to rise, then glanced at each clansman. Without the Uchiha, would the shinobi world be at peace? In this pathological world of shinobi, war is inevitable. Within just a few decades, 3 great ninja wars have erupted with countless smaller conflicts and disasters. His voice was low, using words to unveil the cruelty of the shinobi world. Over 40 years, more than 20 have been consumed by chaos. Has the lack of war in recent years meant peace? No. It is because all nations have exhausted their resources. When they are fully prepared again, war will erupt once more on any pretext. This fleeting peace is an illusion. Merely the breathing space between 2 great wars, a period for nations to stockpile for the next conflict. Can submission bring peace? Do not make me laugh. How is that different from telling a child to kneel when beaten by a bigger one? It will only invite further humiliation. Even if another great ninja war erupts, that is not the Uchiha's fault. Rather, it is our opportunity. He paused, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. We will utterly end this diseased world and usher in true peace. If we fail, we will be called sinners. If we succeed, we are just as we are gods. The Uchiha clansmen were stirred, faces flushed with emotion. They clenched their fists and shouted in unison, "Yet, we swear to follow our clan leader to the death." Night faded, and the morning light seeped through the stone crevices of the tower, casting long, slender patches on the dust-covered floor. The Uchiha clansmen slept leaning against the stone walls in their clothes, the sound of snoring mingling with the soft groans of the wounded. Tinty sat on a stone block, eyes closed in meditation, the regenerative ability of the sage body slowly circulating within him, mending the internal. Tinty sat on a stone block, eyes closed in meditation, the regenerative ability of the sage body slowly. Tetsuka had already arranged lookouts. 2 Freedomo Jonin lay hidden in the ancient tree crowns outside the watchtower, their Sharingan slowly rotating in the darkness, monitoring the surroundings for hundreds of meters. The ceiling barrier outside the tower was also active, locking all chakra fluctuations firmly within the stone tower. In the early hours, a messenger hawk pierced through the forest and landed on the rooftop lookout's hand. The lookout removed the encrypted scroll from the hawk's leg, his face turning pale after a single glance. He vaulted down from the tree crown and rushed into the tower. Kenny opened his eyes the moment the lookout stepped through the tower door. "Speak." The lookout ninja knelt on one knee, presenting the scroll with both hands. "Clan leader, the base was attacked last night. Our people sent a distress signal. The enemy's identity is unknown. At least 20 of them have breached the outer barrier." Who dares? Damn it. The tower instantly erupted in chaos. A middle-aged clansman abruptly stood up, his wounded left arm hitting the wall, making him gasp in pain, but he ignored it. There are elderly and children in the base. Uchiha Suzum leaped down from the stone platform, his Sharingan brimming with killing intent. Without a word, he began stuffing shuriken into his ninja tool pouch. With some people. Uchiha Suzum leaped down from the stone platform, his Sharingan brimming with killing intent. Without a word, he began stuffing shuriken into his ninja. Many followed his lead. Tetsuka strode before Tieni. "Clan leader, as per your instructions, we have made preparations. Multiple layers of traps and barriers surround the base with elite guards stationed there. The enemy broke through the outer barrier, but breaking into the core area won't be easy. You have just endured successive fierce battles. Your condition is not yet recovered. Let me lead the troops back this time." Kenny pushed himself up against the stone wall. His movements were slow but steady. He did not answer Tetsuka, but instead unfolded the scroll, scanned it, and tucked it into his robe. "The clan grounds must not fall." Tion, his voice was resolute. "Those severely wounded stay behind to recover, the rest follow me." Tetsuka opened his mouth to argue, but Tieni had already headed for the tower door. As he passed Tetsuka, he paused briefly and said without looking back, "The clansmen and the remains in the sealed chamber cannot be risked." Tetsuka clenched his fists, ultimately said nothing, and turned to follow. From the watchtower to the new Uchiha base, normal marching would take nearly a day. Tieni led Tetsuka and a few relatively fit clansmen in a forced march, compressing the time to just a few hours. There were no breaks, no conversations along the way. Only the sound of footsteps on fallen leaves and restrained panting. When they finally passed through the last dense forest and crested the final ridge, the base came into view. The barriers around the base were in tatters. All 3 layers of sealing techniques were shattered, with weapon fragments scattered like shards of glass in the dirt. The ground was scarred with battle marks. Trees scorched by fire, release rocks carved by wind, release deep craters from explosive attack. Several bodies in black cloaks lay at the barrier entrance, throats slit by kunai wounds still oozing half-dried blood. It seemed the enemy had not gained much. Tian's Sharingan swept across the battlefield, rapidly assessing the situation. Though the outer barrier was breached, the core defensive barrier was still operational. The base had not fallen. They pressed on without pause, traversing the shattered remains of the battlefield toward the base's interior. Inside, the air was thick with the mingled scent of blood and scorched flesh. The wounded sat against the walls, medical ninjas crouching over stretchers to bandage them. The elderly and children huddled in the refuge chamber. A few toddlers instinctively burrowed into their mother's arms at the sound of footsteps. Many clansmen had perished, but more had survived. When they saw Tieni and his group appear at the base entrance, they froze for a moment. Then someone cried out, "The clan leader is back." The entire base erupted in fervor. "Clan leader. It's the clan leader. He's back. And Lord Tetsuka too. Thank goodness we are saved." Uchiha Inari strode out from the depths of the base. His left eye was still bandaged. The newly awakened Mangekyo's ocular power had been heavily drained, rendering it temporarily unusable. Yet his right eye's 3 tomo remained sharp, and the killing intent about him had not dissipated. "Clan leader, the enemy has retreated." They were formidable in combat, numerous in number, and their attacks were highly organized. Their methods suggested specialized training. "I suspect. They might be Konoha ninja or the daimyo's garrison. Tianti nodded, offering no comment. He swept his gaze over the base's situation and quickly made a judgment. Taihua crouched on the ground examining an enemy corpse, and from the waist he retrieved a kunai engraved with a special code. His brows furrowed tightly. This is the mark of the Mist Assassination Corps. He handed the kunai to Tianti. Tianti took the kunai, glanced at it, and casually stored it in his ninja tool pouch. Don't be fooled by appearances and jump to conclusions. Tuanzang is most skilled in deceptive schemes and instigation tactics. Taihua, take Inari and 5 Freedomo elites and pursue them along the trail. Remember, first ascertain their origins and base location, then eliminate them. If the situation becomes untenable, self-preservation is the top priority. Taihua and the others acknowledged and were about to turn. Tianti called him back. Pursue until tomorrow's sunset. Regardless of the outcome, you must withdraw to the new base. That is an order. Taihua nodded firmly, understood. The pursuit squad's figures soon vanished into the dense forest. Tianti led the clan members back into the depths of the base, arriving at the entrance to the refuge chamber. Pushing open the stone door, he found dozens of elderly and a group of children crowded inside, the air thick with a mixture of fear and the smell of sweat. A little girl about 5 years old peeked out from her mother's arms and called out in a childish voice, "Clan leader." Tianti glanced down at her, reached out to gently press her head, then straightened up and said to everyone, "Pack your things. We're moving." The relocation began less than half an hour after Tianti returned to the base. Medical personnel placed the wounded on stretchers while the young and Jinin sealed supplies and equipment into scrolls. The able-bodied clansmen kept watch on the perimeter, with the elderly and children protected at the center of the procession. Tianti walked at the very front, his sensory abilities fully extended, scanning every trace of chakra fluctuation for several miles around. Several times he used would-release clones to dispose of suspicious individuals. Tianti showed no mercy. The safety of the Uchiha clan rested solely on him, and intelligence could not leak by even a shred. Moreover, any ninja approaching at this critical juncture could hardly be well-intentioned. Even if they weren't enemies, they were thieves coming to steal information for money. His condition had not yet recovered, but he did not speak of it, and no, everyone silently followed him toward the new base. After crossing the border of the Land of Fire half a day later, the group entered a pre-planned secret passage. This secret passage was hidden in the valley of an underground river, passable only during the dry season. Before leaving, Taihua had pressed into Tianti's hand a map marked with the detailed location of the new base. It was an alternate base known only to the new Uchiha leadership, which had been secretly developed for some time. Tianti glanced at the map, memorized every route, then set the map ablaze, reducing it to ashes. He touched the large Space Ninjutsu storage scroll on his back. Inside were the remains of his clansmen that he had collected in the sealing chamber, along with the stone platforms and ritual formulas, all intact. "Clan leader brother." A little girl tugged at Tianti's sleeve. Tianti snapped back to reality and looked down. A girl around 3 years old with long hair was gazing at him with a pained expression. The girl was extremely cute, and even the mess covering her could not hide her vivacity. Tianti's heart tightened as he thought of his sister who had become a corpse. "What's wrong?" He showed a gentle smile and patted the little girl's head. I can't walk anymore. It hurts so much." Tianti then noticed that not only were her clothes tattered, but her shoes were also worn through, with traces of blood staining the stone floor. It seemed she had not spoken out until now, only seeking help at this moment. Tianti turned to look at the procession, then called out loudly, "Pay attention to the elderly and children. Help those who have difficulty moving. Hold on a little longer. We'll soon reach the safe new home." "Yes." After giving the order, Tianti crouched down to meet the girl's eyes. "What's your name?" The little girl seemed ashamed for being a burden, her voice weak. "You. Uchiha you. Shall you, where are your family members?" At these words, Uchiha Yes' eyes snapped open wide, a single tomo forming in her crimson pupils. "They are dead." Tianti's eyes narrowed. A Sharingan awakened at this age. Such a thing was extremely rare in Uchiha history, almost unheard of. "I'm sorry." "No." Xiao Yes' eyes were firm. "The ones who should apologize are Yu's entire family, not clan leader brother." Tianti was slightly taken aback. It seemed he could not ignore her feelings, nor could he simply treat her as a child who understood nothing. "Then Xiao Yu, what do you plan to do?" Seeing the clan leader's earnest expression, Xiao Yu became timid again. I want to help clan leader brother to make the Uchiha great, to let our enemies and this world know they were wrong." Tianti was quite surprised. He had not expected a 3-year-old to understand his will. As the new spiritual leader of the clan, every word Tianti spoke was naturally passed from mouth to mouth. The elderly and children steeped in this environment would certainly have long been familiar with it. Seeing Tianti's puzzled look, Xiao Yu thought she had said something wrong and could only lower her head silently. Then she felt her shoulders enveloped by a pair of large hands, and her line of sight grew farther from the ground. Tian-Ti lifted the girl onto his shoulders. That's right. The future of the Uchiha depends on you. Cheer up. Clan leader brother has also lost his family just like you. From now on we are family who understand each other. Tian-Ti thus carried Uchiha Yu forward, and many clansmen cast looks of envy and relief. Xiaoya's small hands held onto Tian-Ti's head, trembling uncontrollably. Don't be nervous. I'll carry you as we travel. Tian-Ti whispered soothingly. I'm not nervous. Then why are you trembling? Don't be nervous. I'll carry you as we travel. Tian-Ti whispered soothingly. I'm not nervous. Then why? This place was located in the wedge between the land of fire and the land of wind, surrounded by several small countries. A permanent gray zone free from restraints. Yet for the Uchiha, it was sufficiently safe. Those dark ecological chains were nothing to the Uchiha. Simply dispatching a few elite clan ninja could bring it under control. However, to keep the clan's whereabouts hidden, Tian-Ti ordered his people not to do so. Just obtaining enough survival resources would suffice. At noon the next day, Taiho's messenger hawk landed on the temporary windowsill of the new stronghold. An Uchiha Jonin unlatched an encrypted scroll from the hawk's leg, unrolled it, and scanned the contents, his brow furrowing instantly. He swiftly delivered the intelligence to the clan leader. Tian-Ti, who was in the midst of discussing matters with a group of clan ninjas, took the scroll upon seeing it. The scroll contained only brief information. The attackers had been identified as the Hidden Mist of the Water Country. High-ranking ninjas of the Hidden Mist were attempting to analyze and transplant the Sharingan of a captured Uchiha clan member. At the end of the scroll, in a scrawled hand, Taiho wrote, Taiho's squad requests permission to go to war. The news spread faster than Tian-Ti had anticipated. Within moments, the temporary gathering hall was packed. The tomo in the eyes of the Uchiha members had already ignited with rage. No one spoke, but every eye said the same thing. Hidden Mist Village, you are courting death. In all the years of the ninja world, no one had ever dared to covet the eyes of the Uchiha, not because they lacked the ability, but because the price was too high. The Uchiha were inherently proud and deeply emotional. If anyone dared to harm one of their clansmen, they would retaliate with tenfold, 100-fold madness. As a bloodline limit, the Sharingan was extremely difficult to transplant, with a rejection reaction far exceeding that of other bloodline limits, and a failure rate of almost 100%. Offending the maddened Uchiha for such a paltry gain was simply not worth it, and so no faction had ever acquired the Sharingan. To risk the Uchiha's relentless vengeance for a minuscule chance of success. Any rational hidden village would never make such a losing proposition. Either the Hidden Mist had gone insane, or someone had driven them to it. Tian-Ti placed the scroll on the table, tapping the stone platform lightly with his fingers. The clansmen around him could no longer contain themselves. An elder spoke first, his voice suppressed with rage. Clan leader, the Hidden Mist has killed our clansmen and gouged out their eyes for experiments. If we can endure this, can the Uchiha still be called the Uchiha? Uchiha Zhong interjected coldly. The clan leader need not go personally. Give me 10 men, and I will burn their research institute to ashes. He'll go. Me too. The Uchiha elites could not stomach such an insult. All the clansmen volunteered to carry out the retaliation mission. Tian-Ti did not answer immediately. He was pondering another matter. The Hidden Mist, the Water Country. Did the Hidden Mist truly have its own will in recent years? The policies of the Blood Mist Village. The purge of bloodline limit clans, the strategy of isolationism. Outsiders thought these were merely the short-sightedness of the Hidden Mist's high command, but Tian-Ti knew the inside story. Someone was standing behind the water's shadow, manipulating everything. That masked man, the one who claimed to be Uchiha Ban. If this action was initiated by the fourth water shadow, then the Hidden Mist attack on the Uchiha base was not simply a coveting of the Sharingan, but an order from him. What was Dai Tu's purpose in attacking the Uchiha? He did not lack Sharingan. He had the complete stock left by Uchiha Ban and the harvest from the night of the clan master. What did he lack? Chaos, war, and opportunity to plunge the entire ninja world into the flames of battle. Provoking the remnants of the Uchiha into war with the Water Country, using the Uchiha as a fuse to spark conflict between the Fire Country and the Water Country. That might be his true intention. After all, Dai Tu only controlled the Water Shadow. Even with immense power, he could not completely dominate the Hidden Mist of the Water Country, as many forces still balanced the Water Shadow's authority. Thinking this, Tian-Ti let out a cold laugh. But none of it mattered. The Uchiha could not back down. Tell Taiho to stay put and wait for my arrival. Tian-Ti stood up, the three tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotating. Without my orders, no one is to act on their own. The elder wanted to say something more, but was suppressed by a single glance from Tian-Ti. His voice was not loud, but every word was crystal clear. We do not need to go to war with a great nation. We only need to make everyone understand the price of messing with the Uchiha. He swept his gaze across every clansman present. I will not make you endure, nor will I let you throw your lives away. Yes, we obey the clan leader. For the safety and ultimate goal of the clan, although Tianti was not yet ready to fight to the death with the Akatsuki and the masked man, that did not mean he would be intimidated. He must ensure the Uchiha's basic safety and status in this game of the ninja world. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would become soft prey in the eyes. If that happened, the clan might well perish before the Fire Country. Even if Tianti could face danger without fear, what about the clan's elderly children and others? How many of them could survive the turbulent times? The message was sent out immediately. Along with the message, Tianti led an elite team of 12 men. At the border of the water country, inside a hidden mist stronghold, thick fog shrouded the coast year-round, filtering the sunlight into a gray cold hue. The stronghold was built against the mountain. From the outside, it looked like a few abandoned fishing village wooden huts, but the mountain beneath had long been hollowed out and transformed into a fully equipped underground base. A barrier wrapped the entire mountain tightly, and at least 20 hidden mist ninjas' chakra fluctuations were scattered around the perimeter. Underground level 2, the operating room. Inside a glass compartment, white-robed researchers were busy around an operating table. An Uchiha clansman was tied to the table, both arms fixed to the sides by chakra-sealing water chains, his eye sockets empty. His eyes had been removed, implanted, and removed again. His chest was still rising and falling, his lips moving, emitting a weak but venomous voice. In the observation room outside the glass stood several hidden mist jonin, their gazes fixed through the glass, closely watching every detail on the operating. At the front stood a tall, purple-haired woman with her arms crossed and her delicate brows furrowed. She had a noble and cold temperament, a stunningly beautiful face, and impressive curves that rivaled even Tsunade's, especially her long, dazzling legs. Zhao Meiming, heiress of the Zhao Mei clan, was a rising genius kunoichi in the hidden mist village in recent years. She had not yet become the Water Shadow, but she already possessed strength surpassing a Jonin and political power sufficient to influence village affairs. The conflicts between her faction and the Water Shadow had become increasingly serious. Data recording complete. Rejection reaction phase 3 has passed the critical point. Sample survival time exceeds expectations. A white-robed researcher's voice came through the communication device. A hidden mist Jonin spoke excitedly. Finally, we are about to obtain the strongest bloodline limit in the ninja world. Another Jonin clenched his fist with the Sharingan and Byakugan, the fourth Water Shadow's tyranny. Shut up. Don't say what shouldn't be said. Zhao Meiming coldly interrupted him. The ninjas behind her immediately fell silent, but the excitement in their eyes had not faded. Terumi Mei turned to face her comrades, their faces alight with excitement. Yet her brow remained furrowed. Are we really going through with this? Won't it bring trouble to the village? A seasoned Jonin shook his head, his tone calm. Don't worry. This operation is by order of the 4th Mizukage. Even if something goes wrong, the Mizukage will bear the responsibility. Another ninja chimed in. Besides, the Uchiha clan is almost extinct. They've lost the recognition of Konoha and the Land of Fire. They're hunted fugitives now, mere strays. Lady Terumi, why should we fear them? Terumi Mei fell silent for a moment. She looked down at the operating room below, where an Uchiha clansman was strapped. She knew his eyes had already been removed. He had been bound there for over 40 hours. Even a stray dog can bite. Just then the Uchiha on the operating table jerked his head up. His empty eye sockets stared at the ceiling as a hoarse, desperate roar erupted from his throat. You hidden mist bastards will die horribly. The Uchiha's fire will burn you to death. It will burn you all. His voice echoed through the operating room, bouncing off the glass, the walls, and the eardrums of every hidden mist ninja. Several white-robed researchers instinctively stepped back, nearly dropping their notebooks. One quickly reached for an anesthetic needle, but the Uchiha kicked him away. He struggled with his last strength, the water chains cutting deep, bloody grooves into his wrists. Blood dripped down the chains. But he didn't stop. You can't escape. The clan leader will come. Hell burn this place, and all of you to ashes. Terumi Mei watched the raging Uchiha through the glass, her gaze flickering slightly. The elder Jonin behind her snorted. Empty threats. Then boom. The entire underground base shuddered violently. Dust rained from the ceiling, and instruments in the glass observation room were knocked out of place. The Uchiha on the table bounced up from the impact, sending instruments clattering. From a distance came the sharp screech of a shattered barrier, followed by brief screams. Terumi Mei and the others spun around. A masked ninja appeared in a flash, his voice muffled by the mask. Report. The base is exposed. We're under attack. The outer defenses have fallen instantly. What a... The elder Jonin behind Terumi Mei's face turned ashen. Damn, did Yagura's men find us? Another Jonin already had a kunai drawn. Leave it to us, Lady Mei. You take the test subject and the researchers and go first. Before the words faded, several Jonin vanished in a flash, shooting toward the entrance. Terumi Mei didn't hesitate. She had no time to hesitate. Yagura the fourth Mizukage, the tyrant who had dragged the hidden mist into the abyss of the blood mist. If his men had truly discovered this stronghold, then all the secrets everyone involved in this operation, including the countless people behind Terumi, would be purged. She clenched her fists, then turned and issued a sharp order. Take all the data and equipment. Erase every trace. Move quickly, take the secret path. The white-robed researchers frantically began dismantling instruments. Sealing scrolls were unfurled, culture dishes swept into backpacks, research data stuffed into scrolls. The Uchiha on the table was unshackled. He had fainted, blood still oozing from his empty eye sockets. Take him too. Terumi took one last look around the operating room to ensure no critical evidence was left, then turned and strode quickly toward the secret passage. Her ninja boots clattered rapidly on the metal floor, each step a calculation of time. Suddenly she stopped. Thump thump. Two escort ninja who had been left to guard the rear fell to the ground. Their bodies twisted at unnatural angles, clean wounds on their throats. They hadn't even had time to scream. A short figure stood between the two corpses, backlit by the dim light at the end of the corridor, making it impossible to read his expression. But Terumi didn't need to see his face. There wasn't a single person in the hidden mist who wouldn't recognize that silhouette. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Terumi. Yagura's voice was oddly mismatched with his childlike, innocent face. Don't you owe me an explanation? My orders were to attack the Uchiha, not to take them alive. Why did you act on your own? Terumi's gaze turned cold. She tilted her head slightly and made a barely perceptible gesture to the white-robed ones behind her. Keep moving, don't stop. Then she stepped forward, placing herself between Yagura and the retreating researchers. The secret door slid shut behind her with a low hum of the pressure mechanism. There's no other way now. Terumi's voice was calm, almost icy. Her hands slowly rose from her sides. Let's settle this today. Fourth Mizukage, it's time for you to step down. Yagura tilted his head. That gesture on his childlike face should have seemed innocent. But from him, it only carried a chilling dissonance. Oh, not only Momochi Zabuza's coup, but you too. Momochi Zabuza. Terumi silently repeated the name in her heart. The demon of the hidden mist, the genius ninja, who had once massacred an entire class of graduates. Though that bloody examination policy was also the brainchild of this very fourth Mizukage. He had recently acquired a greatsword captured from the Akatsuki, launched a coup against the Mizukage and failed. Now he was being hunted across the land by the hidden mists ANBU. She didn't know why Zabuza had done it, but it no longer mattered. If you continue to rule, the hidden mist will be destroyed. Terumi gritted her teeth, chakra beginning to gather around her. Yagura let out a strange laugh. You dare to challenge me, a perfect Jinchuriki. Besides, after the Six Tails Jinchuriki defected, I am the hidden mist trump card. You dare to kill me. Terumi did not answer. She glanced at the two fallen escort ninja. Both were clansmen of the Terumi family who had protected her since childhood. She remembered one had dimples when he smiled, and the other always sneaked a book by Jiraiya to read during night shifts. Terumi silently apologized to them in her heart. Then she lifted her head, all hesitation gone from her eyes, replaced by resolve. Better than letting the entire hidden mist be buried by you. She formed hand seals elegantly, her movements fluid as water. But you're truly insane to charge in alone. Lava release, melting apparition jutsu. An orange-yellow dissolving liquid spewed from her mouth, surging toward Yagura like molten lava. Gurgle. The temperature of the dissolving liquid was so high that even the air warped, scorching trenches into the metal floor as it passed, while the walls on both sides hissed and corroded. Like a living tide, the viscous liquid surged wave after wave toward the small figure, sealing off the entire corridor. The dissolving liquid engulfed Goju Shirtsong. Sizzle. The orange-yellow mucus piled into a smoking hill where he had stood, the sound of corrosion echoing through the confined space. Roar. A roar exploded. Dark red-tailed beast chakra burst from the dissolving liquid, splattering the orange-yellow mucus in all directions. Zhao Mei was forced to step back, raising a hand to shield herself from the splattering hot liquid. When the mucus cleared, she saw Goju Shirtsong standing motionless in his original position. His body was wrapped in a layer of dark red-tailed beast chakra cloak with 3 chakra tails swaying behind him. His eyes had turned into bestial vertical pupils with a ferocity beyond human surging within. Goju Shirtsong opened his mouth, and the voice that emerged was utterly different from before, low and distorted, carrying the deep-sea rumble of a leviathan. Zhao Mei shouted sharply, refusing to retreat, her gaze locked onto the tailed beast transformed fourth Mizukage. Zhao Mei shouted sharply, refusing to retreat, her gaze locked onto the tailed beast transformed fourth Mizukage. She took a deep breath and formed hands, boil release skilled mist technique. This time the technique was completely different from before. From Zhao Mei Ming's small mouth, a vast amount of white mist. The mist appeared soft and harmless, but the metal walls on both sides of the corridor were instantly corroded into a pockmarked ruin. The highly corrosive acid mist spread like a living thing through the entire underground space. The mist and tailed beast chakra collided, producing a dense hissing sound. Goju Shirtsong's tailed beast cloak fluctuated violently in the acid mist chakra and acid eroding each other, dyeing the underground space into a surreal scene of interwoven dark red and white. What? You possess two Kekii Genkai. Over the years, Zhao Mei Ming had hidden this well. The fact that she had a second Kekii Genkai was known to no one. What? You possess two Kekii Genkai. Over the years, Zhao Mei Ming had hidden this well. The fact that she had a second Kekii Genkai was known to no one. Boom. Ninjutsu and chakra collided in midair, and the shockwave blasted away the rocks atop the base. Boulders rained down onto the sea like a storm, stirring up waves several meters high. The coastal mist ninja stronghold was already in ruins, with dozens of ninjas locked in fierce combat. On the summit of a nearby hill, Tian Ti stood with arms crossed, his clan-crested black robe fluttering in the blast. Behind him, more than a dozen Sharingan gleamed among the trees like wolves waiting for their prey's opening. Oh, the mist ninja are fighting among themselves. Tian Ti tilted his head slightly, his Sharingan piercing through the smoke to capture every chakra signature on the battlefield. He had just arrived with his men when this grand drama unfolded. Tiahua stood beside him, his Sharingan slowly rotating, his confusion deepening. It's the fourth Mizukage Goju Shirtsong leading an attack on that place. Strange, why are the mist ninja fighting each other? He paused and added, according to intelligence, Goju Shirtsong is a perfect Jinchuriki. Who in the entire mist would dare to fight him? Tian Ti did not speak, seemingly lost in thought. The water country where the mist was located had long adhered to a policy of isolation, refusing to engage in any diplomacy. Thus the rest of the shinobi world knew little about their situation. Otherwise, given the mist's current predicament, they would likely have been expelled from the ranks of the five. Under years of the bloody mist's tyranny, all Kekii Genkai clans had been exterminated, countless geniuses and ninjas slaughtered, and the remaining strong and talented had been forced to defect, including the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. They were already worse off than the impoverished sand. But one thing Tian Ti was certain of: Goju Shirtsong was Obito's puppet. So the one currently fighting the puppet was the resistance within the mist. To hold out this long against a perfect Jinchuriki, that opponent was no ordinary person. Tian Ti pondered for a moment, then a slow grin crept across his lips. Interesting. The mist might become an ally for the Uchiha clan. Tiahua turned to him with a puzzled look. The mist is a major ninja village, powerful, and has the most Kekii Genkai clans among the five great. His implication was clear. Could the Uchiha really take down such a behemoth? He trusted Tian Ti's strength, but a military organization couldn't be subdued by a single. Just like that old dog Danzo, hadn't he nearly made them pay a heavy price? Tian Ti let out a light laugh. What do you think I'm thinking? The mist is indeed a tough nut to crack, but it depends on how you crack it. The Mizukage is someone else's puppet, and he just made a move against our Uchiha. If we could replace the Mizukage with someone else, what would that mean for the Uchiha? Tiahua was silent for a moment, digesting the shocking information, then a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Boom! Before he could respond, a violent explosion erupted from the center of the base. A dark red chakra sphere suddenly burst forth, sending a mushroom cloud rising into the air. The shockwave, carrying debris and metal fragments, spread wildly in all directions. The entire mountain trembled, half of the cliff collapsed into the sea, and the entire stronghold base was nearly blown away. Even after the tailed beast ball detonated in the acid mist, the residual energy was enough to level half a mountain peak. Ninjas scrambled to defend themselves and flee. A few powerful jonin, disregarding their own lives, rushed toward the epicenter of the blast. Is that a tailed beast ball? Tiahua's pupils contracted slightly. Tian Ti lowered his arms, which had been crossed over his chest. His gaze fixed on the dark red-tailed beast figure on the battlefield. Then he uttered a single sentence. Move out. Kill them all. Before the words had faded, he was the first to launch from the peak, his form a straight black line through the air straight toward the center of. His black robe rustled in the sonic boom, and the blade of the longsword in Tian Ti's hand gleamed coldly in the morning light. Yes, more than a dozen Sharingan lit up simultaneously. Like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts, the Uchiha ninjas burst from the forest, following Tian Ti's silhouette into the battle. Tiahua charged at the front, the light of his Mangekyo blazing in his eyes. So what if it was a perfect Jinchuriki? As long as their clan leader was there, they feared nothing. Their clan leader on the night of the massacre had single-handedly held off the main force of Konoha, slain the third Hokage in the village, and fought his way through swarms of insects and sealing arrays, emerging victorious. What could a tailed beast transformed Jinchuriki truly do against the real power of the Uchiha? The Uchiha have never known fear, just as their fire has never been extinguished.